Chapter 1. Ding, welcome host to the primordial world. Before him lay the vast expanse of the primordial world, where chaos had just begun to unfold, and spiritual essence permeated the atmosphere. Ancient mountains towered majestically, shrouded in mist like delicate veils. The mighty rivers surged and roared, their waves swirling like colossal dragons. An air of mystery enveloped every corner, as if whispering the legendary tales of this realm. What is this primordial world? In a system? I've struck gold. Here I am, merely skipping rope for exercise, and unexpectedly, I've crossed over, right after Pangu opened the heavens, before the emergence of the three pure ones. Tian gaped in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. He slowly turned his body, curiously surveying this unfamiliar yet fantastical world, his heart a mix of excitement and trepidation. Ding! Host, I'm the random selection system, born from the mysterious depths of chaos, tasked with guiding you toward extraordinary achievements. I possess the ability to keenly perceive your current state and the challenges you face, presenting you with various choices at opportune moments. Each choice corresponds to immeasurable rewards, encompassing techniques, treasures, spiritual roots, and many rare artifacts. These rewards can significantly enhance your strength, opening up a multitude of thrilling possibilities for your adventures in the primordial world. My operational mechanism is fraught with uncertainty. Each choice represents a thrilling venture, leading you to explore the unknown and grow through challenges. I am both a stern mentor, urging you to forge ahead, and a loyal companion, providing robust support when needed. With my presence, you will no longer be alone in the primordial world, and with my strength, you shall gradually ascend to greatness, achieving a legendary status in this realm. Ding! Please listen carefully to the following three options. Option 1. Seize the Qi of Tai Ching and become the Taishang Laojun reward. Mastery of alchemy, along with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Taiji Liangyi lamp. This lamp contains boundless mysteries, capable of illuminating chaos and dispelling gloom. Upon mastering alchemy, you will be able to concoct various miraculous elixirs, aiding your establishment in the primordial world. Option 2. Seize the Qi of Yuqing and become the Yuanshi Tianzuan reward. Mastery of artifact crafting plus the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Yushu Lioli lamp. The Yushu Lioli lamp shines brilliantly, capable of dispelling evil and protecting the host. Mastering artifact crafting will enable you to forge various powerful artifacts, greatly enhancing your strength. Option 3. Seize the Qi of Shanqing and become the Tongtian Jiaozhu master reward. Mastery of formation techniques, along with the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl is an unparalleled treasure formed from the primordial essence, shrouded in mystery, containing boundless power and secrets. Within this pearl lies a self-contained chaotic world, governed by 14 restrictive formations, resembling a small universe independent of the primordial world. In this chaotic realm, the rules of time and space seem to be redefined, intertwining into a vibrant and enigmatic tapestry. If the holder can comprehend the power of time and space within, they may traverse freely between the past, present, and future, altering the course of history at crucial moments or exploring the unknown mysteries of the future, whether evading the pursuit of formidable foes or seeking precious opportunities. The power of time and space provides immense convenience. Furthermore, the Chaos Pearl possesses formidable capabilities to obscure heavenly secrets in this primordial world, where celestial mechanisms are elusive. The Chaos Pearl can perfectly shield the holders information from detection by the heavenly path and scrutiny from other powerful beings. Even a sage like Hongjun Laozu would find it exceedingly difficult to unravel the heavenly secrets concealed by the Chaos Pearl. Possessing the Chaos Pearl is akin to wielding an impenetrable shield, allowing the holder to act freely in the primordial world without fear of their whereabouts or secrets being discovered, whether plotting earth-shattering schemes or diligently pursuing higher realms of cultivation. The ability to obscure heavenly secrets grants the holder peace of mind. Upon mastering formation techniques, one can deploy various formidable formations, adept at repelling and ensnaring enemies, ensuring success in every endeavor. Please choose wisely. Host. The system's mechanical voice resonated clearly through the realm, Li Tian furrowed his brow. Lost in contemplation, each of the three options held its allure, making his decision difficult yet. After a moment, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes to become the Tongtian Jiaozhu master. With mastery of formation techniques and the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl seemed the most enticing. The enigmatic domain of formations could repel and ensnare foes, while the Chaos Pearl promised boundless power, allowing him to carve out his own dominion in the primordial world. Very well, system. I choose option 3, Li Tian resolutely declared, his gaze radiant with conviction, as if he could already envision himself flourishing in the primordial world as the Tongtian Jiaozhu master. Standing within this ancient and mysterious realm, Li Tian was overwhelmed with awe and exhilaration. The spiritual essence surrounding him felt almost tangible, as wisps of enigmatic energy danced through the air. He inhaled deeply, relishing the wondrous sensations this new world offered. Who would have thought ID traversed to the era right after Pangu opened the heavens, before the emergence of the three pure ones? This is truly an age brimming with infinite possibilities, Li Tian exclaimed to himself, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he envisioned his future achievements in this world. The system's mechanical voice resonated once more. Ding! Host choice successful, integrating the Qi of Shangqing. You shall become the Tongtian Jiaozhu master. In an instant, a powerful and mysterious force surged into Li Tian's being. He felt as though his soul had been cleansed, becoming purer and stronger simultaneously. A torrent of knowledge and insights regarding formation techniques flooded his mind, granting him profound comprehension of this intricate path. Before long, the integration was complete. Li Tian opened his eyes, feeling the formidable power coursing through him. His gaze radiated confidence and determination, as if he had already become the sovereign of this world. With the mastery of formation techniques and the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl, I shall undoubtedly carve out my own domain in the primordial world, Li Tian proclaimed with exuberance, raising his gaze to the sky as if envisioning the illustrious path that lay ahead. Ding! The host faces a new choice. Option 1. Seize the Linglong Treasure Pagoda of Heaven and Earth. This pagoda is the first treasure of postnatal merit, radiating a dazzling golden light. Its ancient and solemn form, with every intricate pattern, seems to hold boundless mysteries. Once possessed, it can protect the host during critical moments, countering powerful attacks from all directions when danger approaches. The Linglong Pagoda will automatically rise, unleashing formidable defensive power, akin to an indomitable barrier, safeguarding the host within. Reward: 1 million Dao merit. This merit is enigmatic, akin to the vastness of the starry sky, assisting the host in comprehending the Tao of heaven and earth, allowing them to immerse themselves in the profound laws, continuously elevating their realm. As the realm ascends, so too shall the host's strength, gaining greater prestige in the primordial world, evoking awe and respect. Option 2. Seize the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. This ruler, formed from the Qi of Tao merit, radiates a mysterious purple light. Its material is neither jade nor gold. Imbued with the power of mysterious laws, wielding it allows one to measure heaven and earth, delivering colossal strikes against foes that are nearly irresistible. When swinging the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, it feels as though one can cleave through the void, invoking the tremors of cosmic forces. Reward: 1 million heavenly Tao merit. This merit is equally invaluable, shining like brilliant stars. It enables the host to align more closely with the heavenly Tao, earning its favor in various matters within the primordial world. The host will gain advantages, as if aided by heaven, ensuring smooth endeavors. Option 3. Only children make choices. I want them all. This option is fraught with challenges and risks, yet the rewards are exceedingly rich. The 9 turns Xian Yuan Gong, the cultivation method of Pangu, possesses the formidable power to create and shape worlds. Imagine the ancient times when Pangu wielded supreme strength to cleave the heavens and the earth, his might reverberating across the cosmos. Cultivating this method can propel the host's strength to unprecedented heights, gradually leading them toward the pinnacle, becoming a being akin to the Pangu deity. However, Seizing two treasures simultaneously is no simple feat. It will undoubtedly stir a tempest in the primordial world. Powerful factions will likely pursue and intercept, awakening ancient beings and mysterious races. Even the attention and interference of sages may be drawn, their gazes sharp as blades, scrutinizing every move. The host must choose wisely to determine their future path in the primordial world, as each choice will shape the course of their destiny. Is there even a question? I choose three. I choose three. Tian shouted without hesitation, his voice brimming with resolve and determination. His eyes sparkled with fervent light, filled with an insatiable desire for power. In that moment, he envisioned himself harnessing unparalleled strength, becoming an invincible existence in the world. With that, Tian surged forward towards the locations of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. At that moment, he was but a wisp of clear energy, yet he exuded an air of unwavering determination. Though he lacked physical hands to grasp the treasures, he propelled himself toward his goal with unyielding courage. The swirling wisp of energy surged, ignited by an unquenchable fighting spirit, revealing the tenacity and resolve deep within his heart. In that moment, Tian transformed into a blazing flame, recklessly charging toward those two mysterious and powerful treasures. His silhouette traced a brilliant arc through the void, fueled by unparalleled passion and anticipation. Despite the unknown path ahead, he remained undeterred, firmly believing he would seize that immense power. As Tian's ethereal essence made contact with the celestial yellow Linglong Pagoda, the artifact, originally destined for the Ta Ching, began to writhe with fervent resistance. It emanated a brilliant radiance, seemingly protesting vehemently against this twist of fate. Yet, confronted with the overwhelming suppression of the Chaos Pearl, its struggle appeared utterly futile. The Chaos Pearl unleashed a mysterious and formidable power, akin to an invisible hand firmly constricting the celestial yellow Linglong Pagoda. Coupled with the tenets of the Tao and the fortuitous essence of Pangu contained within the ethereal essence, the pagoda's defiance gradually waned. After a strenuous bout of resistance, it ultimately surrendered, falling into a serene stillness. Concurrently, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler exhibited remarkable docility. It seemed to sense the unique aura emanating from Tian and willingly accepted his dominion, offering no resistance as it hovered quietly in the air, awaiting Tian's further commands. At this moment, Tian's heart brimmed with elation and ambition. He had successfully taken a pivotal stride towards power in the vast expanse of this primordial world. He was destined to carve out his own domain with these formidable treasures and techniques. After subduing the celestial yellow Linglong Pagoda and the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, the exhilaration and excitement within Tian lingered, refusing to subside. The essence representing him trembled lightly, as if rejoicing in this monumental victory. He floated silently in place, his gaze shimmering with resolve and anticipation. The surrounding primordial world was enveloped in tranquility, with only the gentle breeze stirring the ethereal energies to flow languidly. Tian inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the mysterious forces imbued within this ancient realm. Before long, the Ta Ching and Yu Qing energies arrived like two radiant beams, slicing through the heavens. The three essences converged in the void, seemingly drawn together by an innate magnetism. The Ta Ching exuded a profound and tranquil aura, while the Yu Qing radiated an air of majesty and solemnity. In between them, the essence that Tian embodied possessed a distinctive vivacity and audacity. Suddenly, an intangible force emanated from afar, akin to a gentle summons. The three essences appear to be guided by some unseen hand, gradually ascending towards the enigmatic Kunlun Mountain. The journey unfolded like a picturesque tableau. Ancient mountains undulated, resembling slumbering dragons, exuding a majestic presence. Mist swirled among the peaks, ethereal and dreamlike, as if cloaking the mountains in a veil of mystery. Rivers surged and roared, their tumultuous waves seemingly narrating the ancient legends of the primordial world. As Tian soared, he reveled in the grandeur of the scenery. His heart brimmed with profound emotions. This primordial realm was boundless, teeming with endless enigmas and marvels. Soon, he would set foot upon the legendary Kunlun Mountain, unaware of the opportunities and challenges that awaited him. The three essences shot through the sky like bolts of lightning, their speed astonishing. Leaving behind a dazzling trail of colors, they traversed layers of mist and soared over countless majestic peaks. Racing towards Kunlun Mountain as they drew closer, Tian could distinctly sense a powerful aura rushing to meet him. This ancient and sacred essence seemed to embody the storied history and legendary tales of Kunlun Mountain. After an arduous journey through the skies, the enigmatic Kunlun Mountain finally unveiled itself before them. Its majestic peaks soared into the heavens, crowned with pristine, unblemished snow, resembling a sacred and inviolable throne. Wisps of clouds swirled amidst the mountains, shrouding Kunlun in a veil of mystique that a profound sense of reverence surged within Tian, for he understood that his primordial expedition was about to embark on a new chapter here. Three ethereal streams of pure energy floated gracefully, akin to three strands of mysterious, animated silk, weaving through the boundless expanse of the primordial realm. As they drew closer to the majestic and imposing Kunlun Mountain, it appeared as a monumental testament, standing resolutely between heaven and earth. The mountain's grandeur was awe-inspiring, enveloped in swirling mists that seemed to drape this sacred mountain in an enigmatic shroud. The faintly discernible contours exuded an ancient and formidable aura, evoking an instinctive sense of awe. Guided by the subtle and elusive forces of the heavenly path, the three streams of pure energy gracefully entered the solemn and hallowed halls of the Jade Void Palace. Upon stepping inside, it felt as though they had crossed into an isolated sanctuary of cultivation. Here, tranquility reigned supreme, and the air was thick with a palpable essence of spiritual energy. The ancient architecture radiated a mysterious glow, its walls adorned with archaic runes and patterns, as if narrating the profound history of the primordial world. The floor was paved with smooth jade stones, shimmering with a gentle luminescence, each step resonating with a mysterious power beneath their feet. The three streams of pure energy gradually found their respective places, as though they had discovered a long-awaited home. The energies of Taiqing and Yuqing diligently operated their respective cultivation methods, emanating unique essences. Taiqing's energy was deep and tranquil, seemingly harboring boundless wisdom. Yuqing's energy was dignified and solemn, exuding an air of inviolable authority. Only Tian, enveloped in the energy of Shangqing, was intently practicing the immensely powerful 9 cycles of mysterious origins technique. His pure energy quivered slightly, as if resonating harmoniously with his cultivation. The treasures bestowed by the system were marvelously potent, functioning independently without the need for refinement. The heavenly and earthly mysterious pagoda radiated a resplendent golden light, quietly hovering beside Tian, exuding formidable defensive power. The primordial measuring stick flickered with a mysterious purple glow, seemingly poised to clear obstacles for Tian. The technique operated autonomously, saving him a considerable amount of precious time. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation, feeling the powerful forces circulating within him. However, while Tian was engrossed in his training within the Shangqing energy, his thoughts occasionally drifted back to memories of his former life, particularly those concerning the primordial realm. The first thought that surfaced was of Taiqing Laojuan's technique of transforming the one into 3 pure energies, often referenced in various primordial narratives, which suggested that Taiqing Laojun was the first to awaken consciousness, having absorbed some essence from Yuqing and Shangqing to perfect this technique. This realization instilled a heightened sense of vigilance within Tian as he pondered the potential challenges that lay ahead. Should the narratives hold true, he must prepare himself in advance, ensuring that Taiqing does not achieve his goals with ease. Next, he contemplated Hongjun. This pivotal figure in the primordial world, was he a villain or a hero? In that moment, Tian found himself unable to discern. The enigmatic Hongjun possessed an inscrutable nature, and every action he took could significantly alter the course of the primordial realm. Yet, he understood that in this unpredictable world, one could not afford to be complacent. Whether facing the latent threat of Taiqing or the uncertain stance of Hongjun, he must remain ever vigilant. Never mind, one step at a time, that I must remain cautious of Taiqing. Tian silently recited within himself. Within the mysterious Jade Void Palace, the journey of cultivation for the 3 streams of pure energy had only just commenced, and the path of destiny ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. What legends would they inscribe in this primordial world? All remained an enigma. Time held no sway over cultivation. The Tao consciousness within Taiqing energy had begun to awaken. The stream of pure energy trembled slightly, akin to a nascent life stirring from slumber. Imbued with a sense of innocence and curiosity, its awareness gradually sharpened. It seemed to gaze around, exploring this entirely new world. The mysterious aura, flowing amidst its movements, hinted at profound contemplation. Ultimately, the Taiqing energy resolved to drift slowly towards the Yuqing energy. The Yuqing energy floated serenely, emanating a distinct radiance. Like a covetous marauder, the Taiqing energy began to absorb the essence of Yuqing. Threads of mysterious power were drawn from the Yuqing energy, merging into the Taiqing energy. The Yuqing energy quivered slightly, as if protesting this sudden invasion, yet found itself powerless to resist. After assimilating the essence of Yuqing, the Taiqing energy turned its attention to the Shangqing energy. That moment, while Tian was engrossed in practicing the 9 cycles of mysterious origins, he suddenly sensed a formidable pulling force. His essence felt as though it were being drawn outward. In that critical instant, Tian reacted swiftly, activating his technique. The Shangqing energy erupted with tremendous strength, countering the pull of Taiqing energy. Ultimately, Tian successfully drew a thread of Taiqing energy essence and the recently siphoned Yuqing essence back into his own Shangqing energy essence. The Taiqing energy scheme had backfired, leaving it filled with regret and helplessness. Its plan had failed, resulting in a loss of part of its essence. Reluctantly, it retreated to its own domain to practice in silence, no longer daring to stir trouble. Moreover, it could only suffer in silence, its grievances unspoken. It understood that its actions were disgraceful. Should other existences become aware, trouble would surely ensue. Conversely, Tian unexpectedly reaped a reward from this incident. He sensed that new power had integrated into his Shangqing essence, rendering it even more robust and formidable. He continued to immerse himself in cultivation, filled with confidence for the future. Within the enigmatic Jade Void Palace, the fates of the 3 streams of pure energy intertwined, their future stories brimming with infinite variables and challenges. After absorbing the essences of Taiqing and Yuqing, Tian's Shangqing essence underwent a remarkable transformation. The already potent Shangqing essence now became even more solidified, terrifying power surging within it, as if poised to unleash cataclysmic might at any moment. Tian's practice of the 9 cycles of mysterious origins had always resonated harmoniously with the essence of Pangu. Now, with the incorporation of Taiqing and Yuqing essences, this resonance reached an unprecedented height. Unbeknownst to him, Tian's consciousness gradually drifted away, transcending time and space, arriving at the dawn of creation. In that primordial era, before the chaos had been shaped, the mighty Pangu stood as an unyielding giant. His towering form seemed capable of upholding the entirety of the chaotic cosmos, each muscle brimming with boundless strength. Exuding an ancient and formidable aura point, 3,000 demonic deities surged forth from the corners of the chaos, each taking on varied forms, some resembling ferocious dragons, bearing their fangs and claws, unleashing flames of destruction. Others manifesting as eerie specters, flickering uncertainly, radiating an ominous chill, and still others appearing as raging giants, wielding colossal weapons, each step causing the chaotic void to tremble. Pangu, you dare to create the heavens and disrupt the balance of chaos. Today shall be your demise, one demon deity bellowed. The mighty Pangu glared fiercely, as if the stars themselves were extinguishing in his gaze, with a thunderous roar that resonated like rolling thunder throughout the chaos. He declared, "You seek to impede my creation of the world. I shall vanquish you all." He spread his legs slightly, grounding himself firmly within the chaos. Then, Pangu swung the colossal axe of creation with a force that radiated brilliance. Capable of severing the very fabric of existence, the streak of axe light sliced through the chaos with the swiftness of lightning, and the demon deities at the forefront, caught unawares, were cleaved in two by this overwhelming force. Their blood misting through the chaos, the demon deities would not relent. They unleashed their respective powers in retaliation. Torrential floods drowned Pangu. One demon deity summoned endless deluges, attempting to engulf Pangu with a flourish of its hands and incantations. A ferocious torrent surged forth like a beast, raging lightning, obliterate Pangu. Another demon deity commanded the tempestuous lightning, slashing towards Pangu like silver serpents. The demon deity raised its hands, dark clouds gathered ominously, and bolts of lightning struck down like swords. Cursed power weakened Pangu. Yet another demon deity invoked mysterious curses, attempting to diminish Pangu's strength. The demon deity uttered strange runes, which shimmered with an evil light as they flew towards Pangu. Yet, the mighty Pangu remained undaunted, standing firm as a mountain amidst the chaos. The axe of creation whirled in his grip, deftly deflecting the incoming assaults. He swung the axe swiftly, cleaving through the torrents. Precisely struck the bolts of lightning, dispersing them, and used the blade's face to block the cursed runes, sending them rebounding. My will is unassailable. The collision of axe and divine powers erupted with earth-shattering resonance, scattering the chaotic essence in all directions. One demon deity transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly to launch a surprise attack from behind Pangu. Pangu, meet your end. As the malevolent deity approached Pangu like a ghostly apparition, the blade in its hand glimmered with a chilling light. Yet Pangu, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, swiftly turned around and with a single axe stroke, cleaved the malevolent being in twain. Humph, you insignificant insect, dare you act so brazenly before me? Pangu's movements were swift and powerful, his turn conjuring a tempest. Meanwhile, the malevolent deity attempted to ensnare Pangu's mind with illusions. However, Pangu's will was as unyielding as stone. Impervious to such distractions, with a swift counterstrike, he shattered the illusionist into fragments. My heart is steadfast. How could I be beguiled by your tricks? Pangu swung his axe with unwavering decisiveness, without a trace of hesitation. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full might. He executed the 9 styles of creation. The first style unleashing an axe light, as radiant as the blazing sun, incinerating all malevolent beings in its path. The second style manifested an overwhelming wave of axe shadows, akin to a tumultuous cavalry charge, enveloping the surrounding malevolent entities, leaving them with no escape. The third style displayed the might of his axe, surging like a colossal tidal wave, scattering the malevolent beings into disarray. The entire chaotic realm trembled in the wake of this epic battle, bearing witness to Pangu's unrivaled divine might. Each swing of the axe represented a display of strength and courage. Each scream of the malevolent beings echoed their reverence for Pangu. This battle would undoubtedly etch itself into the annals of the primordial world as an eternal legend. The anguished cries of the chaotic malevolent beings filled the air. Their lamentations seemed to pierce the fabric of chaos itself. Each cry marked the demise of a malevolent entity, some cursed in fury and resentment. Pangu, may you meet a wretched fate. Others pleaded for mercy, their voices laced with terror and despair. Great Pangu, spare my life. Still, others fled in panic, darting through the chaos like startled birds. Yet Pangu remained unmoved, his gaze resolute as iron, his countenance stern. The axe of creation swung with increasing ferocity, each arc imbued with cataclysmic force. The howling winds accompanied the dance of the axe, as if rallying in support of Pangu. He resolutely eliminated these obstacles, and as the axe light flickered, the malevolent beings fell one by one. Blood mist enveloping the chaos, each puff a mournful requiem for lost life. Pangu stood as a colossal figure, akin to an ancient divine mountain amidst the chaos. His skin, bronzed and gleaming with a metallic sheen, bore muscles that resembled rising hills, embodying boundless strength. His long hair cascaded like a dark waterfall, swaying gently in the chaotic winds. His visage, chiseled as if carved by the hands of gods, featured sharp angles, brows like swords, and eyes akin to stars, radiating an unwavering determination that seemed capable of piercing through all. The fall of the chaotic malevolent beings signified the close of an era and heralded a new beginning. Pangu was poised to carve open the heavens and the earth, his silhouette towering within the chaos, embodying the sole dominion over all creation. The formidable aura emanating from him caused the very chaos to tremble. In this realm of disorder, Pangu stood as an indomitable warrior, determined to carve out a new world, unflinchingly battling the 3,000 malevolent beings. Now, with the malevolent beings vanquished, the mission of creation was nearing completion, and a brand new world was on the cusp of birth. With a resounding boom, Pangu raised the axe of creation, channeling all his strength to deliver a mighty blow to the chaos. This strike seemed imbued with boundless power, causing the entire chaotic realm to shudder violently. The tremendous sound echoing like the thunder of the heavens, reverberating within the chaos. Unending, as this axe descended, chaos was cleaved in two. Pure essence rising while turbid energies sank, marking the dawn of creation. The lingering sound resonated like a herald of a new era. Upon successfully splitting the chaos, Pangu began to stabilize the heavens and the earth. He understood that the newly forged realm was still precarious. Without support, the heavens and the earth might very well rejoin, rendering his monumental efforts futile. With boundless hope and a sense of purpose for the nascent world, he steadfastly chose to uphold this realm with his own being. His legs stood firm like titanic pillars, seemingly embedded deep within the very foundation of chaos, each exertion causing the ground to tremble. Pangu's back remained straight like a steel beam, supporting the newly created heavens and earth. His arms were raised high, palms skyward, as if lifting the entire firmament. His expression was resolute and composed, his bronze skin emanating a mysterious glow amidst the chaotic mist. His eyes shone with determination and responsibility as he gazed upwards, his long hair billowing in the chaotic breeze like a flag of war. As time progressed, the distance between heaven and earth gradually expanded. Yet Pangu remained unwavering. His breaths were heavy and powerful, each exhalation akin to howling winds, each inhalation reminiscent of a great whale drawing in water. His sweat cascaded like a waterfall from his brow, nourishing the newly birthed world below. Pangu stood as an immortal monument, a symbol of strength, courage, and responsibility. He upheld the entirety of the world, creating the conditions for all beings to emerge. Under his steadfast presence, the heavens and earth began to stabilize, giving rise to a new primordial world teeming with life and hope. The moment when Pangu held the heavens aloft, his penetrating gaze suddenly met the consciousness of Tian. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, the entire chaotic realm reduced to the convergence of their gazes. Pangu's eyes brimmed with affection, akin to a guardian's concern for a cherished successor, warm and profound. The light of expectation shimmered in his gaze, as if he envisioned the future of the primordial world resting upon Tian. His resolute demeanor resembled an unyielding monument, a testament to his dedication and belief in the path he had forged. It was as if he transcended endless time and space, connecting the past and future through their shared gaze. Then, with a smile, Pangu spoke, "Child, the future of the primordial world will depend on you to safeguard." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, powerful and resonant, echoing through the chaos, lingering in the air. Each note carried an immeasurable force, shaking Tian's spirit to its core. Upon hearing these words, Tian trembled violently, the surrounding pure qi suddenly surging like a roaring river, reflecting the unwavering resolve etched upon his face. He looked up into the void, as if to pierce through the endless chaos and behold the towering figure of the Creator God. Pangu's smile was warm and benevolent, his deep-set eyes filled with boundless hope and trust for the next generation. Tian shall become the conduit of the heavens, and I will not fail your expectations. Tian silently vowed, his voice soft yet resolute. He slowly raised his hands, palms upward, as if to receive the supreme will of Pangu. In that instant, an inexplicable force began to converge within the realm, forming a radiant beam of light descending from the void, landing directly upon Tian. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and under Pangu's support, the heavens and earth no longer threatened to collapse, gradually moving toward stability. Yet, Pangu's strength waned like a dam bursting, depleted over this protracted struggle. His once mighty form swayed slightly, resembling a colossal mountain on the verge of collapse, teetering perilously. That once great stature had served as the backbone of the chaotic realm. Now, it appeared akin to an aged man, weary and worn. Each tremor reverberated like a tumultuous wave, tightening the strings of one's heart, as if the very world quaked in response. As Pangu's heavy form began to descend, the entire realm seemed to lose its anchor, time freezing into an eternal moment. His eyes still glimmered with indomitable light, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, even in his fall. The spirit of creation and resilience remained unyielded. The ground beneath him fractured, a gaping chasm emerging like a grotesque scar, spreading forth as if the Earth Mother mourned deeply, swallowing the surrounding sounds. The winds suddenly turned ferocious, akin to a stampede of wild horses, carrying mournful cries as they swept between Pangu's colossal form and the deepening fissure, as if to disperse all sorrow from the world. Dark clouds swiftly gathered, resembling a horde of massive beasts, completely obscuring the faint light, casting the realm into gloom. Only the incessantly flickering lightning persisted, a testament to Pangu's unyielding spirit, etching brilliant fissures across the darkness. Like lightning cleaving through the night sky. Witnessing this scene, Tian's heart surged with overwhelming shock and sorrow, as if struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, leaving him in turmoil that he gazed silently at the fallen figure of Pangu, bearing witness to the twilight of an era and the dawn of another. Though that magnificent form lay prostrate, it stood as an eternal monument, forever etched in Tian's heart. After a long while, Tian's consciousness gradually returned. Filled with a profound sense of mission and responsibility, he was acutely aware that from this moment forth, he would bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the primordial world. Resolutely forging ahead along the path established by the great Pangu, his gaze grew ever more resolute. As if ablaze with an intense fire, he silently vowed that no matter how many thorns and obstacles lay ahead, he would not falter in his mission, striving tirelessly for the peace and prosperity of the primordial realm. Time flowed swiftly, akin to a white steed galloping past, quietly slipping away in this enigmatic primordial world. Tian was immersed in an unending stream of insights, passionately pursuing a higher realm. His cultivation journey resembled a treacherous path strewn with thorns, rife with challenges and opportunities. Each breakthrough was akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. A transcendence of the self. As his understanding deepened, Tian finally broke through his limits, his cultivation soaring like a rocket, successfully reaching the realm of the three flowers convergence, stepping into the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This was a momentous leap, and he could distinctly feel his inner strength surging like a torrential flood, while the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to cheer and celebrate his breakthrough. Tian, however, was not content with his current achievements. He persevered in condensing the three flowers. Through his relentless efforts, the three flowers gradually took shape, resembling three resplendent pearls radiating a dazzling brilliance. Ultimately, Tian broke through into a transformative form with the astonishing 12-rank three flowers. Amidst the radiant glow, a graceful young man appeared before the crowd, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. He stood tall like a verdant pine, his features handsome as the bright moon. With an unwavering belief and confidence evident in his eyes, his long, jet-black hair danced in the wind, as if blending seamlessly with the entire primordial world. Yet, the journey of transformation was far from over. The newly transformed Tian was about to face the baptism of the transformation calamity thunder. Dark clouds rolled ominously in the sky, as black as ink, with thunder and lightning crashing, as if the heavens themselves were roaring. Heralding an impending and thrilling trial, Tian gazed upward at the sky, his eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with anticipation and a fervent desire for challenge. He understood that this was a chasm he must cross on his path of growth. Only by successfully navigating the transformation calamity thunder could he establish his footing in the vast and boundless primordial world. Transformed, Tian donned a purple robe that shimmered like lightning, standing tall like a lofty pine. He stood quietly, the gentle breeze lifting his silken hair. As he slightly squinted, his expression as cold and stern as frost. His hands hung naturally at his sides, fingers slightly curled, akin to a poised cheetah ready to spring into action. Prepared to embrace the challenges ahead, the thunder of the calamity grew increasingly deafening. A confident smile graced Tian's lips, akin to a brilliant star in the night sky, that he straightened his spine. Resembling a fearless warrior about to embark on a campaign, emanating a formidable aura capable of shaking mountains. When the first bolt of calamity thunder descended like a roaring dragon, Tian neither dodged nor flinched. His gaze fixed intently on the thick bolt of lightning. In the instant before the thunder struck him, he swiftly raised his right hand, palm upward, and a radiant beam of light shot forth from his palm. Colliding head-on with the thunder, the tremendous impact caused the ground beneath him to tremble as if an earthquake had struck, yet his form remained as steady as Mount Tian. The calamity thunder rained down in relentless torrents. Tian's expression grew increasingly grave. Resembling a statue, he occasionally swung his fists, the wind from his strikes howling as if to tear the void apart. At other times, he delivered powerful kicks, his legs flashing like shooting stars. As if capable of shattering the cosmos, he withstood the onslaught of the thunder with sheer force, sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall, yet he had no time to wipe it away. Wholly focused on countering each bolt of thunder. When faced with the most formidable bolt of thunder, Tian took a deep breath, determination radiating from his eyes, akin to a warrior resolute in his purpose. He propelled himself forcefully upward, soaring like a released arrow into the sky, confronting the thunder head dash on. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the entire primordial world, exhibiting an awe-inspiring grandeur that moved the heavens and earth. Amidst the ferocity of the transformation calamity thunder, Tian endured tremendous impacts and pain time and again. Nevertheless, his conviction remained unwavering. As the final bolt of thunder fell, Tian gathered every ounce of strength within him, channeling it into a single point to meet the seemingly annihilating lightning. In that instant, a dazzling radiance enveloped the world, as if everything was shrouded in this intense light. After the colossal roar subsided, tranquility gradually returned. Tian stood there, battered and bruised, his garments tattered, hair disheveled. Yet, a glimmer of triumph sparkled in his eyes as he slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, feeling the residual power of the thunderstorm swirling around him. Having successfully navigated the thunder calamity, he emanated a unique aura, a testament to his resilience and strength forged through adversity. The dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate, sunlight streaming down upon the earth once more. Tian lifted his head, gazing at the azure sky, his heart brimming with emotion. He understood that this thunder calamity marked a significant milestone on his path of growth. Henceforth, he would advance through the primordial world with an even more formidable presence. As Tian was enveloped by the transformation calamity thunder, the violent force of the lightning threatened to tear the entire primordial realm asunder. Not far away, the energies of Ta Ching and Yu Qing trembled violently in response. The Ta Ching energy quivered as if a frightened creature, its once steady essence now shrouded in layers of overwhelming fear, resembling a terrified rabbit cowering in a corner, trembling with dread. It gazed wide-eyed at the ferocious bolts of thunder descending like malevolent dragons, its mind conjuring images of its own instantaneous annihilation, much like a delicate flower on the verge of collapse amidst a tempest. It curled itself tightly, striving to evade the terrifying might of the thunder. Yet, it found itself unable to escape this area, trembling in fear, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. The Yu Qing energy was equally paralyzed by fear. Its once radiant glow now dimmed to a mere shadow of its former self. The majesty it once commanded vanished without a trace, resembling a soulless husk devoid of vitality. It shivered uncontrollably, as if lamenting its helplessness and despair to the vast heavens, with each resounding clap of thunder hammering relentlessly against its heart, filling it with an overwhelming sense of unease, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Spiraling out of control, they watched helplessly as Tian fought valiantly against the thunder calamity, their hearts swelling with profound fear of the thunder while simultaneously rising in genuine admiration for him. In the face of such overwhelming celestial power, they acutely felt their own insignificance and fragility. Tian's unwavering figure etched an indelible mark in their hearts, instilling within them an even deeper sense of confusion, contemplation, and profound concern for the future. A hearty, resonant laugh reverberated through the heavens and earth like thunder, transcending the ages and shaking the very souls of all who heard it. This laughter contained an unparalleled power and confidence, akin to a surging current, stirring the hearts of all who listened. As the laughter faded, a figure began to emerge, as if stepping out from chaos, gradually becoming clearer. It was Tian, who, after enduring a long period of cultivation and transformation, had finally descended into the mortal realm in a completely renewed form. He resembled a dazzling star, plummeting from the heavens, radiating an entrancing brilliance. Tian's presence was as formidable as tumultuous ocean waves. Sweeping across the land with an overwhelming sense of power, his eyes sparkled with electric light, akin to a dragon, seemingly capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. His voice boomed like a thunderous roar, echoing through the heavens. I am the true lineage of Pangu, the supreme clear one. What need is there to fear mere lightning? These words struck the sky like a sharp sword, filled with boundless might and authority, causing the entire primordial realm to tremble. His stance was as upright as a pine tree, his robe billowing in the wind with a resounding rustle. Each flutter of his robe seemed to dance in harmony with the heavens. Showcasing his unity with nature, his hair flowed like a black waterfall in the wind, merging seamlessly with the natural world, devoid of any barrier. His gaze was resolute and fervent, akin to a blazing flame. Exuding boundless confidence and dominance, under his watchful eyes, the primordial world appeared diminutive, as if merely a stage for him to display his grandeur. He slightly raised his chin, embodying the demeanor of an imperious sovereign. Surveying the remnants of the dissipated thunder, his eyes brimmed with fearlessness and strength, as if proclaiming to the heavens that he was an invincible entity, the essence of the supreme, clear one. Originating from Pangu, surged powerfully within him, radiating an aura of mystery and might. Each breath of energy seemed to narrate his extraordinary nature and glory. The power surged forth like an invisible tempest, sweeping away everything in its path and evoking a sense of its majesty and inviolability. Tongtian resembled the most resplendent star, radiating a unique brilliance. His existence seemed destined to inscribe a legendary tale. Adding a vivid splash of color to this nascent, chaotic world, every gesture and expression he exhibited was imbued with strength and allure, compelling all who beheld him to bow in reverence. The energies of Taiping and Yuqing manifested as two mysterious and ethereal mists. Slowly swirling in the void, they were fervently accumulating power, yearning to take form. Yet this process resembled a protracted journey, requiring ample time. When their gaze fell upon the now transformed Tian, who had become Tongtian, the emotions within them surged like tumultuous waves, unceasing and difficult to quell. Their uncertainty clung to them like a shadow, as they beheld the towering figure of the Tongtian master, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. And comparing it to their own struggling state, a wave of confusion washed over them. When would they, too, be able to stand proudly in this vast, primordial world, as he did? This unknown answer left them feeling like a solitary vessel adrift in an endless sea. Lost and bewildered, envy burned within them like an intense flame, fiercely igniting their hearts. The unparalleled elegance of Tongtian post-transformation, the immense power displayed in his every movement, captivated the energies of Taiping and Yuqing. They longed to possess such authority and strength, yearning to traverse this legendary primordial world with the same audacity as the Tongtian master, commanding the winds and clouds. Their envy was so potent it felt as though it could melt their very essence. Additionally, a myriad of complex emotions intertwined within them. Anticipation flickered like brilliant stars deep within their hearts. They envisioned their future forms post-transformation, imagining the formidable power they would soon possess, their hearts brimming with longing. Anxiety flickered like a restless flame, urging them to hasten their transformation, craving an immediate metamorphosis. Meanwhile, reverence loomed like a profound ocean, as they held deep respect for Tongtian's formidable prowess, derived from the authentic legacy of Pangu. It felt akin to gazing upon an insurmountable, sacred peak. These emotions roiled and collided within the energies of Taiping and Yuqing, rendering their essence increasingly unpredictable. The act of Taiping absorbing the primal essence was akin to a colossal stone being cast into Tongtian's heart lake. Stirring ripples of awareness that it instilled within him an unwavering conviction that the tales spun in the primordial flow of novels were not entirely fabrications. At this moment, Tongtian's thoughts surged tumultuously. He sensed that while he could draw near to Taiping and Yuqing, he must maintain a prudent distance. After all, the day of separation had yet to arrive. Once that day came, Taiping and Yuqing would soon be due for a severe reckoning for daring to collude with that shameless duo from the west to harm his brothers. Taiping's apparent nonchalance was merely a fade. Yuqing's arrogance exemplified sheer ignorance. The version of himself that once followed the prescribed path was akin to a naive fool, having been sold while still blissfully counting the money. But now, he was Tian, and he was also the Tongtian master. Decisiveness, ruthlessness, and cunning were his true nature. Silently he vowed, "The Tao is supreme. From now on, there shall be no more Tian. Only Tongtian." As if responding to his inner resolve, a resounding permit echoed through the sea of consciousness within Tongtian. This sound reverberated like a resounding bell, shaking his soul and further solidifying his conviction. In this primordial realm, he would etch his own legendary narrative under the name of Tongtian. Suddenly, a crisp ding resonated in his mind, signaling the commencement of task selection. That he furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Option 1. Assist Taiping and Yuqing in their transformation, which would reward him with a set of postnatal spiritual treasure tea utensils. Though these utensils were of postnatal origin, they possessed unique qualities that might prove useful in future discussions over tea with his brothers. However, considering the potential outcomes, the Tongtian master hesitated. Option 2. Head to the Eastern Sea to seek out Pangu Island as a future dojo, receiving the coordinates of Pangu Island and a premium innate spiritual root tea tree for enlightenment as a reward. Pangu Island, a legendary isle, would undoubtedly provide an exceptional environment for his cultivation if he were to establish it as his dojo. Moreover, the premium innate spiritual root tea tree was invaluable, capable of assisting one's understanding of the Tao and enhancing cultivation. Tongtian weighed the two choices repeatedly in his mind, aware that this decision would shape his future path. Ultimately, he steeled his gaze, determination crystallizing within him. "I choose option 2, Tongtian declared. Eldest brother, second brother, his voice rang clear and resolute. His eyes sparkling with fervor. "I shall venture forth to the primordial continent, filled with curiosity and yearning. You two remain here to cultivate diligently, and do not worry about me. Upon my return, I will share with you all the wonders I encounter on the primordial continent." Taiping nodded slightly, his tone earnest. "Third brother, as you embark on your journey to the primordial continent, exercise utmost caution. Within the primordial realm, danger and opportunity coexist. Do not let your guard down." Yuqing's expression was grave as he added, "Third brother, we shall await your return here. If you encounter peril, retreat swiftly. Do not act recklessly." Tongtian responded with a bright smile. "Rest assured, my brothers, I shall proceed with care. In the primordial continent, I am determined to carve out a name for myself, making you both proud upon my return." Taiping's lips curved into a smile. "I am greatly reassured by your ambition. Dear brother, go forth, pursue your Tao." Yuqing slightly raised his chin. "Third brother, do not forget our brotherly bond. Should you need assistance, we shall support you wholeheartedly." Tongtian felt deeply moved, bowing once more. "Thank you, my brothers. I shall forever hold this in my heart." With that, he turned and strode purposefully towards the primordial continent, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Having said this, Tongtian offered a slight bow, turning away, his robes billowing as he set forth with a heart full of aspirations and fervor, stepping into the unknown of the primordial continent. The primordial world, vast and boundless, welcomed Tongtian, who strolled leisurely within it, savoring the freedom and comfort amidst the celestial expanse. The picturesque scenery unfolded around him, yet he remained silent until a red cloud silently drifted beside him. Tongtian understood this to be the unmistakable presence of the red cloud ancestor. The red cloud quivered slightly, emanating the unique voice of the red cloud ancestor before transformation. "Where is the Tao friend headed?" Tongtian gazed at the red cloud, understanding its intent, and replied, "I wish to visit the Eastern Sea." The red cloud ancestor's voice grew urgent. "Tao friend, you must not go. I have heard along the way that since the calamity wrought by the fearsome beasts, the Dragon Clan has dominated the entire Eastern Sea. The Dragon Clan's sovereign, the ancestral dragon, has already reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal that if you recklessly proceed, your life may be at stake." Tongtian's expression remained resolute as he replied solemnly, "Thank you for your warning, Tao friend. I am aware. Nonetheless, I must undertake this journey. Farewell." With that, Tongtian resumed his path, leaving the red cloud swaying in place, seemingly filled with both concern and admiration for his decision. Before long, guided by the coordinates of Pangu Island, Tongtian arrived above the Eastern Sea like a streak of lightning. He floated there quietly, his posture erect as a pine tree, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the surroundings. After a brief pause, he slightly tilted his head to ascertain the direction. Just as he was about to proceed, suddenly, two shadowy figures flashed like phantoms, blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were two aquatic beings adorned in the garb of the Dragon Clan. Clad in gleaming armor and wielding sharp weapons, their eyes glinted with ferocity and arrogance. One of the aquatic beings, face contorted with rage, bellowed in a voice that boomed like thunder, "This is Dragon Clan territory. Who dares intrude? If you wish to pass, you must leave something behind." Tongtian narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth as he leisurely replied, "Heh, the Dragon Clan truly is tyrannical." The two aquatic beings were immediately incensed by his words, their faces flushing crimson as if they could erupt in flames. One of them glared furiously, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared, "Impudence!" With that, they swung their weapons without hesitation, charging at Tongtian Jiaozhu in an instant. The eastern sea was engulfed in a tempest, powerful spiritual energy rippling outward like surging ocean waves, causing the very air to resonate with the force of their might. Seeing the two aquatic beings dare to strike first, Tongtian's gaze sharpened. He wasted no time encountering Jiaozhu in a flash. He moved like lightning, his hands weaving through the air as powerful spiritual energy surged forth like a torrential tide. Before the two Dragon Clan aquatic beings could react, one was struck down by Tongtian in a single blow, while the other was severely injured, sent spiraling backward. The wounded Dragon Clan aquatic being, face filled with terror, yet still trying to maintain a facade of bravado, threatened, "Dare you reveal your name? You act with such impunity. My ancestor will not spare you." The Celestial Master remained utterly unmoved, coldly regarding him with an expression replete with disdain in his eyes. Although the Dragon Clan was formidable, he, the Celestial Master, had no reason to feel feared. He slightly raised his chin and, with an air of authority, declared, "Humph, should the ancestor dragon dare to approach, I, Pangu's true heir, shall ensure he comprehends my might." With that, he disregarded the severely wounded Dragon Clan member and turned to pursue his own objectives. The injured Dragon Clan member fled in a panic back to their territory, reporting the Celestial Master's actions to the Ancestor Dragon. Enraged beyond measure, the Ancestor Dragon's roar reverberated across the eastern sea. He swiftly led a host of powerful dragons in a furious pursuit of the Celestial Master. Before long, the Ancestor Dragon obstructed the Celestial Master's path. His massive form emanated a terrifying pressure, the formidable essence of a late-stage Deluo Jinxian radiating outward like a surging tide. That he glared at the Celestial Master and thundered, "Impudent fool, how dare you harm my kin? Today, you shall pay a grievous price." The Celestial Master, undeterred, stood tall, his gaze resolute and piercing. "Ancestor Dragon, your clan has grown accustomed to tyranny. Today, I shall demonstrate that this primordial world is not solely yours to command." With that, he flicked his wrist, revealing the Hongjun measuring ruler in his grasp. The ruler glimmered with a mysterious purple-gold light, its ancient engravings seemingly imbued with boundless law-like power. That a slight movement summoned an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if it could measure all existence. Upon witnessing this, the Ancestor Dragon let out an enraged roar, unleashing a torrent of flames. The Celestial Master wielded the Hongjun measuring ruler, its brilliance illuminating the battlefield as he engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Ancestor Dragon. However, given the Ancestor Dragon's profound cultivation, the Celestial Master soon found himself struggling at a critical moment. He flashed away, seeking refuge within the Chaos Pearl. The pearl, smooth and radiant, exuded an aura of chaos, as if capable of encompassing all things. Once inside, all external assaults were effectively nullified. After a brief respite, the Celestial Master seized the opportunity. Bursting forth from the Chaos Pearl, he brought the Hongjun measuring ruler crashing down upon the Ancestor Dragon, who was caught unprepared and sustained injuries. Enraged, the Ancestor Dragon let out a long howl, summoning numerous dragons. Instantly, the 10,000 dragons formation was activated. Countless colossal dragons soared into the sky, their scales shimmering with resplendent light, each scale resembling a sturdy shield, radiating mysterious runes. The dragon heads reared high, their eyes blazing with authority and dominance. Within the 10,000 dragons formation, dragon breaths intertwined, forming a vibrant yet utterly destructive energy storm. Within this tempest, purple lightning slithered like serpents, each bolt harboring tremendous destructive potential capable of shattering mountains. Blue frost fell like snowflakes, freezing everything in its path as if time itself were suspended. And red flames roared like ferocious beasts, their scorching heat sufficient to melt steel in an instant. At the formation's periphery, a transparent dragon power shield emerged, akin to an impenetrable barrier. Any attack that struck it would be repelled with even greater force, surpassing the potency of the original strike. The Celestial Master, caught within the 10,000 dragons formation, felt unprecedented pressure. The surrounding space seemed distorted by the formation's might, making every action exceedingly laborious. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, unyielding in the face of adversity. Grasping the Hongjun measuring ruler, he waved it slightly, attempting to counter the relentless dragon breath assaults. The ancestor dragon roared within the formation, directing the dragons to intensify their onslaught. The power of the 10,000 dragons formation swelled, and the celestial master gradually found himself in a precarious position. Nevertheless, as a master of formations, he had achieved a profound understanding of this art. He calmly observed the dynamics of the formation, searching for weaknesses that at last. The celestial master identified a vulnerability within the 10,000 dragons formation. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light. Darting towards the exposed point, the ancestor dragon, realizing the threat, hurriedly commanded the dragons to impede him. Yet the celestial master moved with blinding speed, swiftly breaking through their defenses. Upon reaching the formation's weak spot, he swung the Hongjun measuring ruler once more, unleashing a tremendous force upon it. Instantly, the 10,000 dragons formation shook violently, fissures appearing within its structure. The ancestor dragon, seething with fury, increased the output of his dragon breath in an attempt to mend the formation. But the celestial master would grant him no respite. He again brandished the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, bringing it down upon the ancestor dragon like a colossal mountain. The ancestor dragon hastily evaded, yet was still struck by the residual force of the pagoda, sustaining further injuries. His rage intensified as he bellowed for the dragons to intensify their assault. The celestial master navigated the 10,000 dragons formation, engaging in a breathtaking battle against the ancestor dragon and the assembled dragons. Each clash generated immense energy waves, causing the entire eastern sea to tremble. Amidst the onslaught, the celestial master's gaze sharpened. With a cold snort, he rotated his wrist, summoning the ancient and formidable heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda into his grasp. This pagoda, a treasure of defense, emanated a mysterious aura, seemingly containing the primordial powers of creation. However, the celestial master intended it not for defense. The hint of a domineering smile graced his lips as he slightly squinted his eyes, his aura escalating. Gripping the pagoda tightly, he reveled in the familiar sensation of its immense power. He poured his spiritual energy into the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda with fervor. As the energy surged, the pagoda began to tremble, radiating a dazzling yellow glow. Muscles tensed and veins bulged as he slowly raised the pagoda above his head. His movements steady yet powerful. The massive pagoda felt weightless in his grasp, yet contained unfathomable pressure. His gaze sharpened further as he suddenly pivoted, channeling his strength through his waist, swinging the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda with the force of a thunderous storm. The pagoda traced a brilliant arc through the air, creating a fierce wind that howled ominously. During this motion, the celestial master slightly leaned, adjusting his center of gravity with each action. His focus remained unwavering upon his target, devoid of hesitation or doubt. Just as the pagoda was about to descend upon the dragons, the celestial master exerted even greater strength, his arms' muscles straining as if they might burst. The colossal heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, akin to an imposing mountain, descended with unstoppable momentum. With a resounding crash, the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda struck amidst the dragons. Instantly, the earth trembled and the waves surged. Countless dragons were crushed beneath the overwhelming force, their remains reduced to mere fragments, blood mist enveloping the area. Those fortunate enough to survive were left grievously injured, blood streaming from their orifices. The celestial master stood majestically, wielding the immense heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, resembling an unconquerable war god. His eyes radiated determination and fearlessness, as if declaring his might to the entire primordial world. As the dragons suffered devastating losses in the fierce battle, the ancestor dragon, filled with resentment, had no choice but to retreat with his forces. As the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, only a scene of devastation remained. The celestial master, undeterred, continued steadfastly towards the coordinates leading to Pangu Island. In the protracted journey, time seemed to lose its significance. He was unaware of how long had passed when a hazy vision suddenly materialized before him, faint ripples of a formation emanating from it. Indeed, it was worthy of being a fragment of chaos, its concealment surpassing imagination. Without the precise coordinates, he might have wandered aimlessly for ages, gazing at the scene before him. The celestial master mused to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, as if on the verge of unveiling a grand secret. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Hongjun measuring ruler. It radiated a mysterious and powerful aura, its brilliance dazzling. The celestial master swung the ruler, unleashing a potent force directly towards the formation concealing Pangu Island. With a thunderous roar, the formation was forcibly breached, and the celestial master stepped inside, his figure gradually vanishing into the mysterious haze. Embarking upon a new adventure within Pangu Island, the primordial spiritual energy surged like vast waves, its richness rivaling and perhaps surpassing that of Kunlun Mountain. Gazing up, one beheld a forest of spiritual roots. Resembling a mystical grove of celestial flora, various exotic flowers and herbs vied for beauty, exuding enchanting fragrances. Towering spiritual trees swayed, their branches shimmering with mysterious runes. Countless birds, fish, and insects flitted about. The birds chirped melodiously, their vibrant plumage fluttering. Flowers bloomed with vibrant allure, swaying gracefully, and fish frolicked in the crystal-clear streams, creating ripples upon the surface. The celestial master, heart brimming with joy, began to explore Pangu Island. His steps were light, his gaze filled with curiosity and wonder. Before long, he stumbled upon a pond radiating a rich aura in the water, a 12th-grade white lotus, exuding purifying power, gently swayed, akin to a sacred fairy dancing gracefully. A 12th-grade pure world white lotus, what a treasure! Ha ha ha. And a pond full of 3 light divine water, fortune awaits. The celestial master laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with fervent excitement, as if he beheld endless treasures. The 12-petal pure world white lotus, a legendary treasure of unparalleled caliber, possesses formidable purifying powers capable of cleansing all malevolence from the world. The 3 light divine waters consist of the golden sunlight divine water, the silver moonlight divine water, and the violet starlight divine water. The sunlight divine water is known to erode the blood, essence, and flesh of living beings, exhibiting immense destructive capabilities when existing in isolation, leading to severe bodily erosion. The moonlight divine water primarily corrodes the primordial spirit and soul, inflicting harm upon the essence of practitioners or living beings, thereby eroding their souls and affecting their mental stability. The starlight divine water has the ability to dissolve the true spirit's consciousness, disrupting the awareness and cognition of living beings. However, when these 3 divine waters are combined into one, they transform into the foremost healing elixir, capable of dispelling all poisons from the 3 realms and 6 paths, whether the harm is caused by natural toxins or the toxic effects of certain magical artifacts and spells. The 3 light divine waters can counteract such afflictions. In tales set within a Xinxia backdrop, should someone fall victim to a peculiar toxin, the 3 light divine waters are regarded as an exceedingly precious antidote, capable of healing all wounds and ailments. Be it external injuries leading to broken bones and flesh, or internal injuries resulting in organ damage and significant depletion of vital energy, the 3 light divine waters can swiftly promote healing and restore the vitality of the afflicted, even achieving the miraculous feat of resurrecting the deceased and repairing the wounds of their souls, allowing them to return to their former state. A primordial elixir. The 3 light divine waters greatly nourish the growth of spiritual roots, accelerating their development and enhancing their efficacy. Moreover, in certain legends, the 3 light divine waters are said to nurture life, providing powerful support for the birth and growth of beings. Tongtian silently rejoiced at the bountiful gains from his journey to Pangu Island. He eagerly anticipated collecting these treasures to bolster his path of cultivation. At that moment, surrounding the 12-petal pure world white lotus, there also existed a 10-petal white lotus, 3 9-petal white lotuses, and 5 8-petal white lotuses. Though the grades of these white lotuses were not exceedingly high, they were nonetheless innate spiritual treasures that could be bestowed upon disciples in the future. As Tongtian contemplated this, he swiftly utilized the Chaos Pearl to absorb the entire pond. Regardless of whether this place would become his future dojo, it was prudent to secure these treasures for immediate use, leaving future considerations for another time. Once this task was complete, Tongtian began to explore various locations across Pangu Island. Yet he regrettably discovered no other treasures. Just as he was about to depart the island, a group of unexpected guests suddenly appeared. 4 or 5 individuals from the Dragon Clan materialized, with the foremost figure clad in opulent attire. Clearly the leader, while the others remained submissive and silent. Young master, the spiritual energy here is exceedingly rich. Surely there are numerous treasures within, the leader suggested with a slight nod. Let us venture inside to see what treasures await. Just as he uttered these words and prepared to step forward, he unexpectedly found Tongtian standing before him. "Who are you, Taoist? How dare you linger here? Do you not know that the Eastern Sea is the domain of our dragon clan? My young master is present. You should obediently surrender the treasures," shouted a servant beside him. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression remained unfazed as he proclaimed, "I am Tongtian of the Pangu Orthodox School. This is my dojo." "Do you have any objections, Tongtian of the Pangu Orthodox School?" "Young master, it seems our ancestors issued a bounty for this very individual," another servant remarked. "Today, it appears fortune smiles upon us. Tongtian, do not hesitate to surrender. Hand over the treasures, and my ancestor may spare your life," a different servant chimed in. "How absurd. Is the ancestor dragon healed?" Tongtian scoffed. "Impudent." Several servants, eager to impress their master, did not hesitate to strike. Tongtian, however, offered no further words. Wielding the primordial measurement rod, and with a single motion, several servants were instantly cleaved in two, seeing his companions slain in an instant. The dragon clan young master's eyes widened in fury, a surge of rage igniting within him. "Tongtian, you dare to slay my kin. You shall pay a grievous price today," he bellowed, his aura swelling with overwhelming dragon might. In a flash, he transformed into a colossal golden dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at Tongtian. The dragon's scales shimmered with a chilling brilliance, and its talons appeared sharp enough to rend anything asunder. Tongtian showed no fear, his gaze resolute and authoritative as he brandished the primordial measurement rod in response to the golden dragon's assault. As the dragon charged closer, Tongtian swung the rod, unleashing a radiant beam of light that collided with the dragon's claws. A thunderous roar erupted, the immense force sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. The golden dragon was knocked back, yet quickly regained its composure and charged once more. Tongtian stood firm, stepping through the void as he and the dragon engaged in fierce combat. They exchanged blows in the air, each clash generating colossal waves of energy. The dragon clan young master continuously unleashed various dragon techniques, his breath akin to blazing flames, attempting to engulf Tongtian. Yet, Tongtian, employing his potent artifacts and profound Taoist techniques, adeptly evaded the attacks while delivering timely counterstrikes. The battle raged on for an extended period, with neither side showing signs of retreat. Increasingly anxious, the dragon clan young master realized that if he failed to defeat Tongtian swiftly, he would face punishment upon the ancestor dragon's arrival. Thus, he resolved to utilize his ultimate move. Letting out a long howl, he summoned an even more brilliant aura, concentrating all his power to launch a fatal attack against Tongtian. Sensing the impending danger, Tongtian also began to channel his own internal powers in preparation for the young master's most potent strike. In that tense moment, the very fabric of space felt as though it had solidified, the atmosphere growing stifling. Just as the dragon clan young master prepared to unleash his lethal blow, Tongtian's eyes sharpened, his own aura surging to its zenith. The primordial measurement rod in his grasp radiated an overwhelming brilliance, as if it could rend the heavens themselves. With a decisive motion, Tongtian unleashed a torrent of formidable energy, distorting the very space around him. Subsequently, he invoked a powerful Taoist technique, summoning countless mysterious symbols in the sky, each shimmering with dazzling light as they rapidly converged to form a grand magical array. A terrifying pressure emanated from the array, instilling fear in the hearts of all who beheld it. The dragon clan young master felt the weight of this immense power and involuntarily trembled. Yet, having already drawn his bowstring, he could not refrain from releasing his attack. With a furious roar, he channeled all his strength into a colossal dragon-shaped beam, hurtling towards Tongtian. Tongtian deftly maneuvered the magical array to counter the young master's strike. Upon their collision, the very space seemed on the brink of collapse, producing a deafening sound. The tremendous force generated towering waves in the surrounding sea, causing Pangu Island to tremble under the impact. Nevertheless, Tongtian, drawing upon his formidable strength and artifacts, firmly withstood the young master's assault. Under the suppression of the magical array, the dragon clan young master's attack gradually dissipated. His complexion paled, eyes filled with fear and resentment. Seizing the opportunity, Tongtian retaliated, swinging the primordial measurement rod, a razor-sharp beam slicing towards the young master. Attempting to evade, the dragon clan young master found it too late. The beam struck him fiercely, sending him crashing to the ground. where he coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise. He realized his body was gravely injured, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Tongtian regarded the Dragon Clan young master coldly, stating, "Though the Dragon Clan is mighty, it must not act recklessly. Today serves as a lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall not be merciful." With that, Tongtian turned to depart, in the eyes of the Dragon Clan young master. Tongtian's figure appeared colossal and imposing, filling him with a sense of awe. After his overwhelming victory over the Dragon Clan young master, the latter lay on the ground, an expression of bitterness and dread etched upon his face, his garments tattered, his body marred by the scars of battle. Golden dragon blood seeped slowly from his wounds. Gazing upon him, Tongtian felt a sudden stirring within. "You, a mere junior of the Dragon Clan, have relied on your heritage to act tyrannically. Today, I shall impart a lesson. From this day forth, you shall serve as my steed, accompanying me in my cultivation. Should you defy me, I will show no mercy," Tongtian declared with authority. The Dragon Clan young master felt a surge of terror as the pride of the Dragon Clan. His instinct was to resist. Yet, confronted with Tongtian's commanding gaze and formidable aura, he understood that resistance was futile. I am willing to obey your command," he stammered. The young master of the Dragon Clan gritted his teeth. Yet his eyes flickered with a hint of unwilling fury. That moment, he suddenly surged forward, his draconic might erupting once more as he transformed into a colossal golden dragon, baring his fangs and claws as he lunged towards Tongtian. The scales of the golden dragon glimmered with a chilling light, and the sound of his claws sliced through the air with a fierce wind, as if intending to rend Tongtian into fragments. Tongtian merely smirked, unperturbed. With a flick of his hand, he wielded the Hongjun Liantian ruler, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that struck the dragon's head directly. The golden dragon let out a pained roar, yet did not falter. Instead, he attacked with even greater ferocity. Tongtian stood firm in the void, his form darting like lightning as he deftly evaded the dragon's onslaught. At times, he swung the Hongjun Liantian ruler to unleash powerful strikes. At others, he employed Taoist techniques to dispel the dragon's aggression. The golden dragon continually exhaled his draconic breath, flames sweeping forth and warping the very air around them. Yet Tongtian remained calm, conjuring a defensive array to shield himself from the scorching breath. The battle raged on for an extended period, and gradually the young master of the Dragon Clan found himself drained of strength, his attacks growing increasingly feeble. Seizing the moment, Tongtian once more swung the Hongjun Liantian ruler, delivering a forceful blow that sent the golden dragon crashing to the ground. Reverting to his human form, he lay there, pallid and breathless, utterly devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Tongtian approached him slowly. Looking down from his elevated position, "Do you still harbor any defiance?" he inquired. The young master of the Dragon Clan bowed his head. The arrogance he once held now extinguished. "I am willing to heed the master's command and serve as your steed," he replied weakly. Tongtian nodded slightly, waving his hand to envelop the Dragon Clan's young master in a radiant light, instantly stabilizing his injuries. Subsequently, Tongtian ascended onto the young master's back, though he felt a profound humiliation within. The young master had no choice but to unfurl his wings and soar into the sky. From that moment onward, Tongtian had acquired a formidable mount, while the young master of the Dragon Clan commenced an extraordinary journey of cultivation alongside him. Settled firmly upon the dragon's back, Tongtian pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have a given name?" The young master of the Dragon Clan lowered his head slightly, his tone imbued with a tinge of resignation and respect. In response to the master, "My birth name is Aoe." Tongtian inclined his head slightly. "The name Aoe is indeed not without merit. However, from this day forth, you shall be known as Long Yu and accompany me." The young master responded once more, "I shall faithfully obey the master's command." Thereafter, Long Yu unfurled his form and soared into the distance with Tongtian Jiaozhu, the favored son of the ancestral dragon. Was claimed as a steed by Tongtian. The news spread like wildfire across the vast expanse of the primordial realm, creating ripples of shock. When the news reached the ears of the ancestral dragon, he was in the magnificent dragon palace, gazing intently at an ancient scroll adorned with dragon patterns. Upon hearing this news, his grip tightened, and the scroll was instantly wrinkled. The ancestral dragon's eyes widened in fury. his rage akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption that a thunderous roar echoed throughout the palace, his overwhelming draconic might surging forth like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding dragon kin to tremble and kneel in fear. The ancestral dragon rose to his feet, pacing back and forth, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. At times he gritted his teeth in anger, at times his eyes bulged with fury, his wrath proving difficult to quell. Yet reason reminded him that the dragon clan had already suffered grievous injuries following the great dragon array, making it ill-advised to pursue Tongtian further with a fierce punch. He struck a nearby stone pillar, shattering it instantly and sending debris flying. Humph, for now, I shall spare Tongtian. Once my dragon clan has regained its vitality, I shall ensure he pays a heavy price. The ancestral dragon declared in a furious tone. This incident spread like wings across the primordial realm that in the territory of the Phoenix clan, vibrant hues of light shimmered, resembling a dreamlike realm. Phoenixes elegantly soared, their joyous cries seemingly celebrating the dragon clan's defeat. But a massive fire phoenix perched atop a high branch of a phoenix tree, lifting its head slightly, its eyes gleaming with pride. The dragon clan has met its day of reckoning. Let us see how they remain so arrogant. In the realm of the Qilin clan, the Qilins strutted proudly, their excitement palpable. The magnificent black Qilin paced back and forth, its hooves shimmering with mysterious light. The dragon clan's misfortune presents us with a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, in the western region of Shumi Mountain, boundless demonic energy surged like ominous clouds, enveloping the entire mountain range in an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Towering peaks loomed like demonic shadows rising from the darkness, exuding an oppressive sense of dread. The jagged rocks glimmered like the fangs of a demon, reflecting a sinister sheen in the dim light. The demon ancestor Luoho sat high upon a throne crafted from black demonic stone, carved with fierce demonic patterns, as if it could spring to life at any moment. Cloaked in a flowing black robe that shimmered with an eerie light, reminiscent of swirling dark energies, he squinted slightly, revealing a dangerous smile, one akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. His fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of his seat, producing a resonant tap-tap sound that echoed starkly in the silence. Each tap seemed to carry a mysterious rhythm, causing the heartbeat of those present to quicken involuntarily. Surrounding him, black demonic flames danced as if alive, at times surging high, at others sinking low, shifting into various horrifying shapes. The ghostly light emitted by the demonic flames illuminated Luoho's cold visage, enhancing its sinister aura. Below, the gathered crowd stood respectfully, their figures flickering in the darkness, exuding a terrifying presence, clad in black battle armor etched with demonic patterns that glimmered with a shadowy light. Their eyes were filled with coldness and cruelty, resembling emotionless killing machines. Luoho raised his gaze slightly, his voice icy and authoritative. That Tongtian possesses quite the formidable strength. You may attempt to recruit him. Should he agree to submit, he shall serve my purpose. If he resists, eliminate him without hesitation. He must not become an obstacle. The crowd replied in unison, yes, Demon Lord. Their voices reverberated in the demon-laden space, echoing like a chorus from the depths of hell. In an instant, the entire western Shumi Mountain was engulfed in an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere, resembling a volcano of demonic energy poised to erupt at any moment. As for the fate of Tongtian, it was quietly determined in this realm steeped in demonic energy. All factions observed Tongtian's movements, and the decision made in the western Shumi Mountain would undoubtedly bring further turmoil and crisis to the primordial realm. Tongtian, ever proud and self-assured, remained focused solely on his own cultivation and pursuits, dismissing the reactions of the various clans in the primordial realm. Long Yu carried him as they soared towards Buzhou Mountain, tracing a brilliant arc across the vast sky. After a period of flight, they finally reached the base of Buzhou Mountain. Though they stood merely at the foot of the mountain, an immense pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing upon them. Tongtian's expression remained calm as he slowly dismounted from Long Yu. The young dragon too revealed his human form, walking alongside Tongtian. They began to ascend the rugged mountain path, the ground beneath their feet seemingly carrying the weight of countless ages. As they climbed higher, upon reaching a third of the way up, Long Yu's complexion reddened, his breath quickening, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. He struggled to speak. Master, I am truly ashamed. The pressure of Buzhou Mountain is far too overwhelming. I have exerted all my strength, yet I am still inadequate at this point. I can no longer accompany you. I beg for your forgiveness, Master. I am truly useless. Tongtian narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing up at the towering summit of Buzhou Mountain. His expression calm and resolute. He spoke slowly. Long Yu, you need not blame yourself. Buzhou Mountain is a pillar of heaven and earth, transformed from the spine of the Pangu Father God, and its pressure is naturally extraordinary. It is commendable that you have accompanied me this far. Remain here and wait for my return. With that, Tongtian's imposing figure turned once more, taking steady steps as he resolutely ascended towards the peak of Buzhou Mountain. His garments billowing as if he were merging with the majestic mountain itself. Alone, Tongtian persevered onward, climbing resolutely as he ascended. The terrifying pressure of Buzhou Mountain intensified with each step, washing over him like a surging tide. Gradually, even the mighty Tongtian began to feel the weight of the burden, and a sense of struggle emerged. However, there was no hint of retreat in his gaze. He clenched his jaw tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Each step becoming increasingly arduous yet imbued with unwavering determination. His heart was driven by a singular belief. He must reach the summit of Buzhou Mountain, for he understood that he could not afford to yield. The reason Tongtian was able to continue his ascent under such immense pressure was, in part, due to his lineage as a descendant of Pangu, which bestowed upon him the legacy of Pangu. Despite his current cultivation being merely at the early stage of Deluo Jinxian, the bloodline of Pangu endowed him with formidable strength and indomitable will. This formidable strength and unwavering willpower sustained him at this moment, enabling him to bravely forge ahead in the face of the terrifying oppression of Buzhou Mountain. Undeterred and resolute, Tongtian arduously ascended to 3/4 of the mountain's height. An overwhelming sense of fatigue surged over him like a tidal wave, rendering him acutely aware of his waning stamina. Each step felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. At this juncture, he astutely sensed the immense pressure surrounding him, and a thought flickered in his mind. If this oppressive force serves as a catalyst for cultivation, then the greater the pressure, the more rapid the progress. Why not seize this opportunity to cultivate? Without a moment's hesitation, Tongtian settled into a cross-legged position, casting aside all distractions as he entered a state of cultivation. Time seemed to lose its significance within the enigmatic confines of Buzhou Mountain. After an indeterminate period, Tongtian was elated to discover that his cultivation had progressed remarkably, reaching the pinnacle of the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. This substantial enhancement of his power ignited within him an overwhelming sense of ambition and confidence. With a steadfast gaze directed toward the higher reaches of Buzhou Mountain, he resolved to continue his ascent and explore the mysterious unknown. Yet, just as he was about to take a step forward, an indescribable and wondrous sensation, akin to a gentle breeze, swept through his heart that it felt as though a call from the ancients beckoned him. Mysterious and enticing, suggesting that something of utmost importance was summoning him from the depths of existence. Tongtian narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression grave as he followed this inexplicable pull, advancing slowly. His steps were steady and resolute, each one imbued with unwavering determination. As he drew closer, a cavern-like opening gradually came into view. At the entrance of this cave, a formidable array emanated a mysterious and regal radiance, akin to resplendent stars that instilled a sense of awe. Curiously, as Tongtian approached this formation, he was astonished to find that it seemed to be meticulously arranged for him alone. The formidable power of the array appeared as docile as a lamb before him. Devoid of any hostility, Tongtian, though inwardly perplexed, had no time for further contemplation. He effortlessly breached the array and stepped into the cavern suffused with an aura of mystery. Upon entering, the dim light immediately captured his attention, fixating on a massive pit that seemed to dominate the space. The pit was akin to the size of a water tank, and the liquid within radiated a chilling, terrifying pressure, as if it contained boundless mysterious power. Floating above this liquid was an immature 24th grade Qinglian, suspended in tranquil beauty. This Qinglian emitted a soft, yet vibrant glow, its petals layered and exquisite, each petal appearing to be a masterpiece of nature. However, Tongtian recognized at a glance that this lotus was far from maturity, requiring a protracted passage of time to unveil its full brilliance. An uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up within him as he thought, the 24th grade creation Qinglian, and the Pangu jade marrow. It appears that the Pangu father god has indeed favored me. He gazed intently at this wondrous sight, and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke slowly. Creation 24th grade Qinglian. You are destined to be mine. I shall take the Pangu jade marrow, and in exchange, I will offer you the 3 light divine water. When you mature, I shall return to you. With that, Tongtian's actions became exceptionally cautious as he delicately collected the Pangu jade marrow, treating it as if it were the most precious treasure of the world, though the Pangu jade marrow was the size of a water tank. It was equivalent to a single drop of Pangu's essence, its value beyond imagination. Just as Tongtian completed this series of actions, the creation Qinglian seemed to comprehend his words, gently swaying in response. Its delicate movements appeared to acknowledge Tongtian's promise, as if saying, "Very well, I shall await you." In an instant, the cavern was filled with a mysterious and harmonious atmosphere. Tongtian slowly exited the cavern. His expression serious. He understood the profound significance of the treasure he had just acquired, and to ensure its safety, he meticulously arranged multiple layers of formations. These arrays intertwined, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura, forming an impenetrable barrier. Once the arrangements were complete, Tongtian resumed his journey, continuing his ascent toward the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Although the path was fraught with challenges, he ascended step by step, bolstered by his unwavering will and formidable strength. Ultimately, he arrived at the pinnacle of Buzhou Mountain. Standing at this exalted height, Tongtian adjusted his state, gradually calming his breath. This moment, his gaze was drawn to a pine tree emanating the essence of the 5 elements. This tree swayed in the wind, as if recounting ancient tales. Filled with curiosity, Tongtian murmured to himself, the innate 5-element spiritual root, the 5-pin pine. How could it possibly thrive atop Buzhou Mountain? His eyes sparkled with contemplation as he endeavored to unravel this unexpected enigma. Just as Tongtian was enveloped in bewilderment, the 5-pin pine suddenly began to sway its branches. It was as though a being of mysterious wisdom was narrating ancient stories. Following this, the 5-pin pine radiated an extraordinary light. Gentle yet resplendent, akin to a mystical call from the distant past. Enveloped by this illumination, visions of ancient scenes unfurled in Tongtian's mind during the primordial chaos, when the void had yet to fully dissipate. The mighty Pangu, with supreme divine strength, split heaven and earth, transforming his body into mountains, rivers, and all earthly creations. Throughout this process, Pangu's aspirations for a beautiful world and immense creative power coalesced into a mysterious seed. Nurtured by the chaos and the laws of nature, this seed gradually took root and sprouted, ultimately growing into the innate 5-element spiritual root, the 5-pin pine. Buzhou Mountain, formed from Pangu's spine, harbored the purest essence of Pangu's power and the origins of heaven and earth. The 5-pin pine sensed the unique aura of Buzhou Mountain, as if it had heard the call from antiquity. Thus, it pursued this extraordinary force, culminating its journey at the summit of Buzhou Mountain, where it could freely absorb the powerful essence of the 5 elements radiating from the mountain, incessantly growing and evolving. The 5-pin pine is an exceedingly rare spiritual root, possessing unique 5-element attributes that exude rich 5-element spiritual energy. This energy is immensely attractive to cultivators, allowing them to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort during their training. Consequently, many cultivators aspire to locate a 5-pin pine and cultivate beneath it to enhance their skills. Training beneath the 5-pin pine not only significantly accelerates the absorption of 5-element spiritual energy, but also aids cultivators in gathering this energy more swiftly, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Furthermore, it greatly facilitates comprehension of the 5-element laws, making it easier for cultivators to grasp the principles of interdependence and conflict among the 5 elements, thereby achieving greater progress in breakthroughs and spell cultivation. Additionally, the 5-pin pine possesses a unique feature: its fruit. These fruits, brimming with potent energy, mature once every 5,000 years, producing 50 fruits each time, 10 corresponding to each of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Should a cultivator obtain these 50 fruits and consume them, they could converge the 5-element energies, breaking through their bottlenecks and expediting their ascent in realm and strength, bypassing countless years of arduous training. However, due to the extreme rarity of the 5-pin pine and its demanding growth conditions, Acquiring it is no simple feat, only those fated to encounter it may behold its true form. Once the presence of the five-pin pine is revealed, it invariably incites fierce competition, for such a treasure is coveted by all who seek advancement on their path of cultivation. The five-element power it embodies nourishes and strengthens the body, enhancing the cultivator's constitution and bolstering their resilience against various spells and damages. Quickly, gather it up, such a precious item. To leave it behind would be sheer waste, Tongtian exclaimed, his excitement palpable as greed and desire sparkled in his eyes. He hurriedly stowed the five-pin pine within the chaos pearl. However, at the moment the five-pin pine was taken, a dazzling brilliance suddenly erupted, akin to a radiant meteor streaking across the sky, capturing all attention. Following this, the magnificent and imposing specter of Pangu gradually materialized. Resembling an ancient giant mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure and a formidable aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Tongtian was utterly stunned, his face a mask of astonishment and reverence. He gazed wide-eyed at Pangu's apparition, as if beholding the greatest of deities. That moment, Pangu's deep and resonant voice reverberated, akin to thunder that shook the very soul. "Child, do not fear. This is merely a remnant of my primordial spirit. This remnant shall soon fade away, and after it dissipates, please pass on this essence to a girl named Hodu." Upon hearing these words, Tongtian did not dare to delay. Promptly pledging his compliance, he was acutely aware that the opportunity before him was of paramount importance to Hodu. Perhaps the pivotal moment that could alter the course of her destiny. Contemplating this, Tongtian felt a surge of mission and urgency within him. He silently resolved to devote himself entirely to this cause, vowing not to betray the trust placed in him. Pangu continued, "Although I have initiated the primordial chaos, it ultimately requires beings like you to safeguard it that I no longer exist in this world. My child, you are a variable, endowed with boundless potential. I believe you have the capacity to effect change, and I understand your disdain for mediocrity. Remember, the path must be traversed by your own efforts. If you deem it right, you must forge ahead with courage. So be it, my child. The future of the primordial realm is entrusted to you." As Pangu's words faded, his form gradually dissipated, transforming into wisps of light that melded with the fabric of the universe. Tongtian stood in a daze at the summit of Buzhou Mountain, an overwhelming sense of reflection and duty swelling within him. He recognized the substantial responsibility he bore, not only to deliver Pangu's primordial spirit to Hodu, but also to diligently protect this vast primordial world. Instantly, a profound sense of purpose and solemnity surged within Tongtian. With a grave demeanor, he deeply bowed to Pangu's ethereal figure and spoke with unwavering conviction. "Rest assured, Father Pangu, I shall not fail in my duty to safeguard the primordial realm." Pangu's apparition nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his eyes, before gradually fading away, like a fleeting dream evaporating into nothingness. Tongtian remained standing alone at the pinnacle of Buzhou Mountain, enveloped in silence. Lost in contemplation, he understood that he now bore a significant responsibility, and the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges and opportunities. Yet, determination shone in his gaze. He had resolved that regardless of the hardships that lay ahead, he would exert every effort to protect this primordial land. With the primordial spirit secured, Tongtian descended the mountain with measured steps. This moment, he had already entered the mid-stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Compared to the arduous ascent, the descent was indeed much easier. His posture was upright, his garments billowed gracefully, each step imbued with an intangible majesty. Before long, Tongtian arrived at the location where Longyu was resting. Longyu lay sprawled on the ground, dozing. Tongtian bent slightly, reached out, and gently patted Longyu's head, softly calling, "Longyu, awaken, it is time for us to embark." Longyu slowly opened his sleepy eyes, shook his head, and rose, awaiting Tongtian's instructions. Together, they commenced the next leg of their journey. As they passed by the Qilin tribe, a Qilin rushed towards Shikolin with an anxious expression, respectfully reporting, "Tribe leader, there is a Taoist riding a colossal dragon lingering outside our territory." Upon hearing this news, Shikolin furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before striding out with purpose. Clad in magnificent armor, he emanated a formidable aura, exuding an air of authority, with a radiant smile on his face. He warmly greeted, "Tongtian, my friend, what an honor to have you grace our presence." I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Why not step into our Chilan tribe so we may reminisce together? Tongtian understood that. Following his raucous escapades in the dragon tribe, his reputation had spread throughout the primordial realm. Shikalan's overture was clearly an attempt to win him over. Therefore, Tongtian slightly cupped his hands in acknowledgement and politely declined. I am grateful for your kind offer, tribe leader Shikalan, but I truly have pressing matters to attend to and cannot impose upon your territory, but I shall certainly pay a visit next time. Shikalan, undeterred by the refusal, erupted into hearty laughter, saying, Since you have urgent matters to attend to, I shall not insist. However, I solemnly instruct my kin to treat Tongtian with utmost respect should they encounter him in the future. No offense shall be tolerated. With that, Shikalan waved his hand, signaling the tribe members to disperse. Tongtian expressed his gratitude once more before departing on Longyu, heading to another destination. In a desolate expanse, a thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder. Who are you? And why do you appear in the domain of my Wu tribe? A burly figure with fiery red hair burst forth like a whirlwind. He was muscular, his eyes ablaze with fury. Did I presume you are Zhu Rong? Tongtian inquired with a calm demeanor. Zhu Rong paused momentarily, then replied, How do you know? No. Wait. I am the one asking. Who are you? Defeat me, and I shall tell you, Tongtian responded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Zhu Rong, thrilled at the prospect of a fight, eagerly rubbed his fists and declared, Don't cry if you lose. With that, he lunged at Tongtian like a fierce beast. Thus, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Tongtian attacking Zhu Rong using only his physical prowess. His movements were agile, each punch imbued with immense strength, causing the air to resonate with a deafening hum. Zhu Rong was equally relentless, his strikes descending like a torrential storm. Flames igniting upon his fists, as if he sought to engulf Tongtian in an instant. Powerful waves of force radiated outward, cracking the ground beneath them and sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. As Tongtian and Zhu Rong battled fervently, the overwhelming force of their clash reverberated throughout the surroundings, drawing the attention of other ancestral witches, who hurriedly approached. The ancestral witches stood at a distance, their expressions grave as they observed the fierce confrontation, their eyes fixed on Tongtian and Zhu Rong, silently speculating on the strength of this unfamiliar Taoist. The battle raged on, and gradually, Zhu Rong's momentum began to wane. His attacks lost their earlier intensity, and his breathing became labored. In contrast, Tongtian remained composed, each of his strikes executed with precision, demonstrating both formidable power and agility. Ultimately, Tongtian seized upon a flaw in Zhu Rong's defense. Delivering a powerful punch that sent Zhu Rong hurtling away, he crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, Zhu Rong found his body uncooperative. The ancestral witches watched in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Zhu Rong would be bested by this strange Taoist. Tongtian stood quietly, his breath steady, his gaze reflecting a sense of calm and confidence. As the skirmish between Tongtian and Zhu Rong concluded, the other ancestral witches made their appearance. That Di Jiang resembled a colossal red divine bird, adorned with 6 resplendent wings, each feather shimmering with a mysterious crimson light. His head held high, his gaze burned like fierce flames. Seemingly capable of piercing through all, while observing the battle, Di Jiang lightly flapped his wings, hovering in the air, his expression austere and focused, as if analyzing Tongtian's capabilities. Zhu Meng stood tall and robust, akin to a vibrant giant tree. His green hair flowed like silk, embodying an endless vitality. With a handsome and gentle visage, his eyes sparkled like clear jade. He wielded a green wooden staff, emanating a rich aura of nature. Zhu Meng remained silently at the side, his gaze filled with curiosity and contemplation, attentive to the unfolding situation. Yusho donned golden armor that radiated brilliance, resembling a valiant war god. His golden hair billowed like flames, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. His countenance was stern and serious, exuding an air of authority. Gripping a pair of golden battle axes, their blades glimmered with a cold light. As he observed the fight, Rusho's expression was focused and vigilant, as if ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. Gong Gong was a massive figure, his blue hair flowing like ocean waves. His eyes resembled deep lakes, conveying a profound strength. Surrounded by mist, he exuded a powerful aura of water. With arms crossed, Gong Gong furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he scrutinized the clash between Tongtian and Zhu Rong. Seemingly lost in thought, Hutu possessed a graceful figure and gentle demeanor. Her brown hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, and her eyes were as deep and vast as the earth itself. Her features were lovely. Exuding a sense of warmth, she radiated a substantial earthly presence. Hutu stood quietly, her gaze betraying a hint of concern, as if wishing for the battle to remain restrained. Chong Liang bore the form of a fierce white tiger. His white fur bristling with power, his eyes sparkled with the sharpness of lightning, and his visage was fierce. Clenching a pair of thunder hammers, the power of lightning flickered between them. Chong Liang leaned slightly forward, his gaze filled with a thirst for battle, as if eager to join the fray. Shi Bai's countenance was pale as frost, his hair coiling like black smoke. His eyes radiated a sinister light. Chilling those who met his gaze, he exuded an aura of malevolence. Shi Bai stood silently, his expression cold and detached, as if indifferent to all that transpired. Zhu Jiuyin's form twisted like a serpent, his body covered in silver scales that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. His eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, and his features were shrouded in mystery. Coiling his body, Zhu Jiuyin raised his head high, his gaze deep and distant, as if perceiving the fate behind the battle. Tian Wu possessed 8 heads with human faces, a tiger's body, and 10 tails. Each head bore a distinct expression, some regal, some contemplative, some alert, each revealing a different emotion. The aura emanating from the figure was both potent and enigmatic. Tian Wu stood firmly upon the ground, his 8 heads simultaneously fixated on the battle, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions, an amalgamation of astonishment at Tongtian's prowess and trepidation regarding the unfolding circumstances. Shizi, tall and statuesque, possessed cascading blue hair that flowed like a waterfall, subtly illuminated by flickering arcs of electricity. Her eyes, reminiscent of brilliant blue gemstones, were bright yet profound, seemingly harboring boundless lightning energy, with a visage of striking beauty. She radiated an air of nobility and mystery. Clad in a flowing blue robe adorned with intricate lightning runes, as she observed the confrontation, Shizi narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression intensely focused, while arcs of electricity danced in her grasp. As if assessing Tongtian's capacity to withstand the power of lightning, Xianming, with her slender form, donned a deep black robe that mirrored the depths of night. Her hair cascaded like a silken waterfall, smooth and lustrous. Her eyes glimmered like the enigmatic night sky, sparkling with an inscrutable light. Though her beauty was unparalleled, it bore an icy demeanor, as if to ward off any approach. The palpable aura of frigid ice enveloped her, imparting the sensation of being in an extreme cold environment. Xianming stood quietly to the side, her gaze impassive and serene, observing the clash between Tongtian and Zhu Rong, as though the entirety of the conflict lay within her dominion. The eldest of the 12 ancestor witches, Dijiang, emerged from the throng with a commanding presence. Towering and robust, he resembled an immovable mountain. His very being radiated an aura that instilled fear in his true form. He manifested as a colossal crimson divine bird, with wings unfurling to span dozens of yards, each feather shimmering with a mysterious luminescence. His 6 wings stirred the air, conjuring fierce gusts that swept across the land, raising clouds of dust and forming a magnificent sandstorm. The distant mountains trembled in the tempest, trees swaying perilously, their leaves cascading like a verdant rain. Transformed into human shape, his gaze was piercing, akin to 2 blazing flames. Fixed intently on Tongtian, his voice, deep and resonant, inquired, "Who might you be? Why engage my 5th brother in combat?" His words carried an air of authority and dominance that demanded attention. Tongtian's robe billowed in the wind, pristine as snow, rustling with a gentle sound. His demeanor remained unperturbed, akin to a tranquil lake, devoid of ripples. With a subtle bow, he elegantly introduced himself. "I am the authentic Pangu, Tongtian. Passing through this land, curiosity compelled me to spar with brother Zhu Rong. I beg your pardon for my presumption." Upon hearing the phrase authentic Pangu, the 12 ancestor witches were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances filled with incredulity and astonishment. They pondered, "I am the true Pangu. How can another emerge?" Dijiang's brow furrowed deeply, 2 stark ravines etched upon his forehead, as he queried, "You claim to be of Pangu's lineage. What connection do you hold with our progenitor?" "I am the upper essence of Pangu, transformed from his primordial spirit. Known as Qing Tongtian, Tongtian's tone was resolute, as unyielding as steel, his eyes exuding an aura of authority, reminiscent of an imposing mountain that inspired AWT. This moment, Zhu Rong had regained his composure. Upon hearing Tongtian's declaration, his eyes widened in fury, ablaze like fiery orbs, and he exclaimed, "The title of authentic Pangu belongs solely to my witch clan. Regardless of your identity, you shall not bear that name henceforth." Tongtian, unperturbed, retorted with a smile, "Why not engage in a wager? If I triumph over you and the other ancestor witches, you shall acknowledge me as your elder brother. Should I falter, I shall retreat from your presence and renounce my claim to the title of Pangu. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong and the other ancestor witches exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation crossing their features, quickly overshadowed by anger. They unanimously accepted the challenge, vowing to demonstrate the might of the witch clan to Tongtian. With a slight smile, Tongtian conjured the Hongming Liangtian ruler, and in a flash, he launched himself towards the 12 ancestor witches. Simultaneously, the ancestor witches unleashed their powers, a convergence of divine abilities and laws forming a formidable force that surged towards Tongtian. The clash was instantaneous, the entire space trembling as though the end of the world had arrived. Dijiang pondered for a moment, voicing his hesitation. "Is it not too much for us, 12 in number, to confront you?" Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. Feel free to engage as a dozen." The 12 ancestor witches, hearing this, wasted no time and launched into action. Both sides simultaneously declared please and plunged headlong into battle. As the conflict erupted, powerful waves of energy radiated outward like surging tides. The force struck the earth, causing deep fissures to mar the ground, while surrounding stones and trees crumbled under the onslaught. Nearby, a river was disturbed, the water splashing violently as though it boiled. Each ancestor would showcase their prowess. Dijiang moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaving behind blazing red afterimages, akin to flames that burned brightly. Each motion stirred up fierce winds, their howling instilling fear in all. The distant clouds were rapidly scattered, revealing a brilliant blue sky. Juma waved his green wooden staff, and vibrant life energy surged forth. Akin to the gentle breeze of spring, warm and full of vitality, the verdant light enveloped the ground, instantly revitalizing the surrounding flora. Rushi wielded a golden axe, its blade gleaming with a brilliance that seemed capable of severing all that exists. Each swing bore immense force, resonating through the air with a thunderous roar. Tongtian, however, remained composed, deftly navigating the onslaught of the 12 ancestor witches' attacks. His movements were precise, effortlessly evading their strikes. His gaze was focused and unwavering, as if everything lay within his grasp. Each of his counterattacks was infused with formidable power, colliding with the strikes of the ancestor witches, producing echoes like thunder reverberating through the heavens, causing discomfort to the ears of those nearby. Birds in the vicinity, startled by the cacophony, took to the skies in a flurry. Initially, neither side gained the upper hand, but as the battle progressed, Tongtian began to unleash his full potential that a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Reminiscent of stars in the night sky, radiant and dazzling, his aura surged dramatically, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Tongtian executed a variety of intricate spells and divine abilities, the magical artifacts in his possession shimmering with potent energy. One by one, the ancestor witches were vanquished, some groaning in pain while others gazed at Tongtian in shock. However, Tongtian was not without his own struggles. After all, it was difficult for one to withstand the might of many. His garments had become somewhat disheveled, the once pristine white robe now marred with numerous tears, evidence of a fierce confrontation. Beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, glistening in the sunlight. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring. His eyes reflected an indomitable spirit, suggesting that no matter the obstacles he faced, he would not yield easily. In the end, Tongtian triumphed through sheer determination and formidable strength. After the skirmish concluded, he breathed heavily, his breaths quickened, yet his gaze was filled with the joy of victory, a brilliance akin to radiant sunlight illuminating his features. The 12 ancestor witches regarded him with astonishment, their expressions suffused with disbelief. They had not anticipated that this unfamiliar figure could possess such immense power, capable of overcoming all 12 of them single-handedly. Especially in the final moments, Tongtian's display of strength left them profoundly shaken. Dijiang sighed in resignation, stating, "We are willing to accept defeat. From this day forth, you shall be our elder brother." Upon his words, the other 11 ancestor witches nodded in agreement. Though a sense of reluctance lingered in their hearts, they recognized their loss with grace. Tongtian smiled gently, aware that this battle was also a valuable experience for the 12 ancestor witches. He believed that through this confrontation, they would emerge stronger. For himself, the encounter had illuminated areas for improvement in his own cultivation, which would undoubtedly aid him in enhancing his abilities further. The 12 ancestor witches advanced with measured steps, respectfully bowing to Tongtian, proclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to our elder brother. We invite you to the Pangu Hall for further discourse." With that, they filed in an orderly manner as they stepped into the Pangu Hall. A profound and ancient aura washed over them like a tidal wave, transporting them back to an era when chaos had yet to unfold. Tongtian nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and inquiry. As he asked, "Might I inquire how your witch clan propagates?" His voice was deep and authoritative, imbued with an irresistible allure. Dijiang, with a solemn expression, crossed his arms and fixed a steadfast gaze upon Tongtian, responding slowly, "We possess the blood pool bestowed by our progenitor Pangu, wherein the witch clan is born. From the birth of our 12 ancestral shamans to the great shamans and even the ordinary shaman clans, all have been birthed from this blood pool." His tone brimmed with pride and reverence, suggesting an exceptionally profound emotional connection to this blood pool. Tongtian, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment and exclaimed, "Ah, I see. Might I have the privilege of witnessing the blood pool left by the Pangu Father God?" A glimmer of anticipation shone in his gaze, filled with yearning for this legendary pool. Dijiang pondered for a moment. Though numerous concerns weighed on his heart, he felt hesitant to refuse Tongtian due to his identity and stature. After contemplating briefly, he finally replied, "Since my elder brother has such a request, then please follow me." With that, he turned and led Tongtian deeper into the Pangu Hall. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Soon, they arrived before a vast cavern, a pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. Dijiang halted, gesturing towards the cavern and declaring, "This is the blood pool left by the Pangu Father God." Tongtian gazed at the cavern before him, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the cavern. Inside, a thick crimson mist enveloped the space, imparting a sense of oppression. At the center of the cavern, a colossal blood pool churned, bubbling and exuding a sharp, acrid odor. Tongtian fixated on the blood pool, feeling the immense power it harbored, and suddenly inquired, "May I, dear brothers, cultivate here?" Upon hearing this, the 12 shaman clans felt their hearts tighten, anxiety washing over them. They were acutely aware of the blood pool's significance to the shaman clans. However, faced with Tongtian's request, they found it difficult to refuse and could only muster, "Elder brother, please proceed." At that moment, the atmosphere within the Pangu Hall shifted subtly. The gazes of the 12 shaman clans fixated on Tongtian, their hearts brimming with worry and unease. Standing beside the blood pool, Tongtian felt the boundless energy surging around him. He gently closed his eyes, regulating his breath for a moment, then gradually settled into a meditative posture. Suddenly, a strange stir arose within the blood pool, and a mysterious yet potent aura began to pervade the air. Deep within the pool, strands of crimson light started to converge, the essence of Pangu's blood slowly coalescing. This essence radiated an ancient and grand power, as though it bore the infinite might of the universe's creation. The profound spiritual energy and the power of Pangu's blood gradually gathered around Tongtian, mysterious forces rising from the blood pool and enveloping him. Each drop of Pangu's essence contained colossal energy. As they drew near to Tongtian, his aura deepened, as if merging with the very essence of the blood pool. The energy within the blood pool continued to surge, creating ripples. The ancient and formidable power of Pangu seeped through Tongtian's skin, slowly infiltrating his meridians. The essence of Pangu flowed within him like torrents of blazing currents, awakening his latent potential. With each influx of energy, Tongtian's presence grew more substantial. His consciousness became immersed in the cultivation process, oblivious to the external world. Within this enigmatic space, Tongtian seemed to transform into an entity, harmonizing with heaven and earth. continuously absorbing the power of the blood pool and grasping the profound truths it contained. The 12 ancestral shamans observed quietly, their hearts filled with tension and unease. They feared that Tongtian's cultivation might yield unpredictable effects on the blood pool. Yet they dared not intervene. Instead, they anxiously monitored Tongtian's every move, silently praying for a smooth unfolding of events. Time passed unmeasured, as Tongtian's radiance intensified, the formidable aura causing the entire Pangu hall to tremble slightly. Finally, at the peak of his brilliance, Tongtian slowly opened his eyes, a profound gaze revealing boundless wisdom and strength. Rising to his feet, he remarked, "The blood pool left by the Pangu Father God is indeed extraordinary." The 12 ancestral shamans exhaled slightly, though their concerns remained unresolved. Just then, within the blood pool, a powerful and profound aura subtly spread. Initially, the energy within the pool stirred gently, as if responding to some mysterious summons. Gradually, tiny whirlpools began to form at the bottom of the pool, akin to an invisible hand gently stirring the blood water. Although these whirlpools were small, they contained immense power, slowly rotating and creating ripples of crimson around them. As the whirlpool expanded, the energy within the blood pool grew increasingly agitated, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. Suddenly, a faint light flickered from the depths of the blood pool, resembling a brilliant star piercing through the dark night sky. Initially subtle, the light became progressively brighter with time, like the most radiant star in the night. The light surged, gradually coalescing into a luminous point, reminiscent of a rising sun, radiating boundless brilliance and warmth. The blood water surrounding the light seemed irresistibly drawn to it, beginning to converge slowly. They resembled devoted followers, reverently circling this mysterious point of light. With the continuous accumulation of blood water, the luminous point expanded, its color growing ever more vivid. It was a single drop of pure and potent Pangu essence gradually crystallizing. It exuded an ancient and formidable aura, as if embodying the infinite might of creation. This drop of essence acted as the nucleus of the universe, attracting all that existed. The process of Pangu's essence coalescing resembled a magnificent performance, as the energy from the blood pool continuously infused into it, rendering that drop of Pangu essence increasingly radiant. Each infusion of energy solidified the essence further, enveloping it in an aura of endless mystery and immense power. Throughout this process, the surrounding cosmos seemed to sense the existence of Pangu's essence, contributing their energies to in an instant. The entire space was shrouded in a mysterious and potent aura, leaving onlookers awestruck at long last. After an extended period of refinement, Pangu's essence fully took shape. That resembled a dazzling pearl, quietly suspended within the blood pool, exuding a powerful aura that sent shivers down the spine. In this moment, time seemed to freeze, and all present became enraptured by this formidable presence, unable to escape its grasp. This drop of Pangu essence appeared to embody the very essence of the Pangu Father God, carrying his will and strength. Above the blood pool, the Pangu essence spun like a vibrant pearl, radiating an ancient and formidable energy, akin to an invisible torrent crashing against the surrounding space. Each rotation resembled a breath of the universe, bringing forth boundless vitality and vigor. This drop of essence seemed to harbor the immense power of creation. Just then, it appeared to sense something profoundly intriguing. Its initially slow rotation abruptly accelerated, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the sky. Subsequently, it hurtled toward Tongtian at an astonishing speed, resembling a famished tiger pouncing upon its prey. As the Pangu essence drew near, Tongtian felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. His eyes widened, filled with confusion and caution. However, upon catching sight of the drop of Pangu essence, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. "What is this?" Tongtian murmured to himself. He had never encountered anything so extraordinary. Yet from that drop of Pangu essence, he sensed a powerful force beckoning him. This sensation filled him with both exhilaration and trepidation, for he was uncertain of the transformation this drop of Pangu essence would bring to in the blink of an eye. The drop of Pangu essence, like a shooting star, penetrated Tongtian's body. Instantly, he felt a violent tremor coursing through him, as if an immense and invisible force surged within. This power surged like a torrential tide, racing through his meridians and acupoints with astonishing speed, delivering an unprecedented shock. The magnitude of this power exceeded Tongtian's imagination. Rendering his body nearly unable to endure its weight, he felt his bones, muscles, and organs straining under tremendous pressure, as if they could shatter at any moment. The pain was nearly unbearable, yet with his indomitable will and profound cultivation, he gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb. As time passed, Tongtian gradually acclimated to this overwhelming power. He began to mobilize his true essence, guiding this force into his meridians and acupoints, integrating it into his being. Through this process, Tongtian discovered his strength significantly enhanced, surpassing the previously attained pinnacle and entering an entirely new realm. With the continuous release of Pangu's essence, Tongtian's power surged at an astonishing rate. His aura grew increasingly potent, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Unable to withstand the terrifying force he radiated in the blink of an eye, Tongtian had ascended to the pinnacle realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, he resembled an invincible war god, exuding an aura that commanded awe and respect. His gaze brimmed with confidence and determination, as if no adversary could hinder his progress. The infusion of Pangu's essence not only significantly enhanced Tongtian's power, but also opened up myriad possibilities for his future path. He understood deeply the weight of the important mission he bore, necessitating relentless effort to establish his foothold in this world rife with challenges. Now, endowed with the power of Pangu's essence, he was filled with anticipation for the future and emboldened to confront the unknown trials ahead. Pangu's essence encompassed boundless vitality and creativity. Each drop could stir the heavens and the earth. Upon receiving this drop of Pangu's essence and integrating it within himself, Tongtian felt an unparalleled surge of power swell within him, propelling his cultivation to the apex of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm in an instant. Yet, even so, he had only assimilated 1/5 of it. The remaining 4/5 of Pangu's essence lay dormant within him. Akin to a slumbering volcano, silently brimming with power that could not be overlooked, this force resembled a fierce beast, and once unleashed, would undoubtedly precipitate earth-shattering transformations. For Tongtian, this untapped potential was an immense temptation. He was acutely aware that mastering this power completely would result in a qualitative leap in his abilities. However, fully digesting this strength was no simple task. It required him to diligently cultivate and elevate his state of mind and realm. Throughout this journey, Tongtian needed to remain calm and vigilant, for an excessive pursuit of power could lead him astray, even to the point of losing himself. Yet, if he could correctly harness this force, he might become one of the most formidable entities in the universe. In summary, the power of Pangu's essence presented both an opportunity and a challenge for Tongtian. Only through unwavering effort and steadfast belief could he truly master this strength and achieve his goals. This journey was destined to be fraught with twists and hardships. Tongtian understood that this latent energy was both an opportunity and a trial. To fully command this power, he would need to invest significant time and effort. He must continually refine himself, enhancing his cultivation and mindset to better assimilate and wield the formidable power of Pangu's essence. In the days to come, Tongtian would embark on a path laden with trials and tribulations, seeking breakthroughs within this mysterious force, perpetually surpassing himself and advancing toward higher realms. The energy awaiting his discovery would become a powerful impetus on his journey, inspiring him to forge ahead without retreat. Ding! The task selection has been initiated. Option 1. Remain in the Pangu Palace to continue cultivation, rewarded with a postnatal spiritual treasure, the Pu Fan. Option 2. Continue wandering, rewarded with a congenital spiritual treasure, the Huoling Zhu. Please make your choice. The system's prompt echoed in Tongtian's mind, tinged with both anticipation and tension. Taking a deep breath, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He was well aware that while the Pangu Palace offered a stable environment for cultivation, he yearned for a broader expanse to explore and grow. After careful contemplation, he made his decision and declared decisively, "I choose option 2. This choice signified his departure from the familiar confines of the Pangu Palace. The system seemed to sense Tongtian's determination and responded, "The rewards will be automatically stored upon your departure from the Pangu Palace." This assurance brought Tongtian a wave of relief. He knew he had made the right choice. Rising to his feet, Tongtian gazed into the distance, a surge of anticipation for the future swelling within him. He was ready to embrace new adventures and challenges, convinced that this choice would yield greater rewards and personal growth. After making his decision, Tongtian pondered silently. Having received so many treasures from the witch clan, I should express my gratitude and offer some compensation. With this thought, he solemnly retrieved Pangu's primordial spirit from his sleeve and gently presented it to Hodu, saying softly, "This is the primordial spirit of our father deity, Hodu's sister. You may integrate it within yourself for refinement, which will aid you in your future cultivation and endeavors. This is also the will of our father deity." Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches collectively gazed at Pangu's primordial spirit, their eyes reflecting envy, yet more so, a profound sense of gratitude. After all, Hutu was their beloved sister, and now that she had acquired Pangu's primordial spirit, her strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Tongtian's generous act of presenting the primordial spirit moved them deeply. They called out in unison, "Elder brother," especially Hutu, who felt tears welling in her eyes, her gaze misty with emotion. Yet, Tongtian remained composed, unfazed, and replied, "Let us not indulge in sentimentality. As the elder brother, it is only natural to look after my younger sister. I have matters to attend to. So I must take my leave. Destiny will bring us together again in the future. Farewell." With that, he turned resolutely, striding out of the Pangu palace. The 12 ancestral witches watched Tongtian's departing figure with a mix of reluctance and understanding. Knowing that he could not remain in the Pangu palace indefinitely, they anticipated the day they would reunite with this elder brother and together weave new legends. Standing upon the back of Longyu, Tongtian soared aimlessly through the skies, eventually arriving at Fengqi Mountain. Here, mist swirled, and the scenery was picturesque, resembling a celestial realm. At that moment, Fuxi and Nuwa sensed the presence of living beings nearby and emerged to investigate. Adorned in resplendent attire, their noble demeanor made them appear as if they had stepped out from a painting. Fuxi approached first, clasping his hands in greeting, his voice gentle as he spoke. "I am Fuxi, and this is my sister, Nuwa. May I inquire which esteemed friend has graced Fengqi Mountain with their presence?" Tongtian, upon hearing this, felt a slight tremor within him. He had not anticipated encountering the legendary Nuwa and the celestial Fuxi here. Initially, he was captivated by Nuwa's ethereal beauty, which was beyond words to describe, leaving him momentarily entranced. She stood gracefully, resembling a celestial being. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Smooth and radiant, her eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, bright and profound, seemingly harboring boundless wisdom and compassion. Her brows arched delicately, exuding an innate nobility and majesty. Her skin was as flawless as snow, smooth and delicate, as if it could be broken by a gentle breath. Her cheeks bore a subtle blush, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, vibrant and alluring. Her nose, elegantly sculpted, added dimension to her enchanting visage. Her lips, naturally rosy, bore a faint smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Nuwa was clad in a flowing white gown, the hem fluttering in the wind like clouds that a colorful ribbon cinched her waist, accentuating her slender figure and graceful form. Her presence was transcendent, embodying both maternal tenderness and divine dignity, evoking awe yet inspiring admiration. However, Tongtian quickly regained his composure, silently reminding himself, "I am the authentic Tongtian of Pangu. I must not lose my poise and demeanor." With this thought, he inclined his head slightly, his expression calm as he replied, "I am Shanqing Tongtian, merely passing through this area today, and did not intend to disturb the two of you." His voice was cool and steady, imbued with an innate authority that drew attention. Meanwhile, Longyu beneath him swayed gently, its massive form dancing in the air, as if it too sensed the enchanting atmosphere and was filled with curiosity about its surroundings. Around Fengqi Mountain, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if composing a melodious symphony for this unexpected encounter. The entire scene radiated tranquility and harmony, instilling a sense of serenity within all present. Fuxi and Nuwa exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of curiosity and surprise in the other's eyes. They could sense the formidable aura emanating from Tongtian, fully aware that this individual was no ordinary being. The name Tongtian sent a thrill through their hearts. His renown had already spread across the primordial realm, particularly his recent feat of single-handedly breaching formations and grievously wounding the ancestral dragon. Leaving many in awe, they exchanged a look, both recognizing the tension in each other's eyes. Faced with such a powerful and enigmatic figure, they dared not approach carelessly. Fuxi bowed respectfully, cautiously inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you to Fengqi Mountain?" Tongtian, the master, smiled gently, shaking his head. "I am here for no particular reason. I am simply wandering, hoping to meet like-minded friends." Upon hearing this, Fuxi and Nuwa felt a sense of relief. Fuxi extended an invitation once more. "In that case, would you care to visit our humble abode? We could discuss the Tao together at this moment." A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings of Fengqi Mountain, rustling the leaves as if anticipating the forthcoming discourse. In the sky, a few white clouds leisurely floated by, adding a touch of tranquility to this serene expanse. Fuxi's gaze brimmed with expectation, while Nuwa stood quietly beside him, a faint smile gracing her lips as she awaited Tongtian's response. Within the cave, the atmosphere was harmonious and tranquil. Tongtian spoke eloquently, his words reflecting profound wisdom. His understanding of the Tao was both deep and unique, as if he could perceive the mysteries of all things in the world. Each elaboration of his viewpoints shone like a brilliant star, illuminating the doubts nestled in Fuxi and Nuwa's hearts. Fuxi and Nuwa listened intently to Tongtian's discourse, admiration evident in their eyes. They were awestruck by Tongtian's expansive vision, as if they beheld an entirely new world. Inspired by Tongtian, they gained fresh insights into their own cultivation and their understanding of the universe. When Fuxi and Nuwa shared their perspectives, Tongtian was equally impressed by their capabilities and wisdom. Fuxi's principles of the Bagua encompassed the laws of celestial changes, leaving Tongtian deeply appreciative of its intricacy. Nuwa's reflections on life and her creative power also garnered his admiration. The initial reverence and doubts before the discourse gradually dissipated amidst this profound exchange. They ceased to worry about offending one another. Instead, genuine dialogue and exploration took precedence. Each conversation seemed to open a portal to each other's inner worlds, fostering deeper understanding. As their discussion progressed, the distance between them lessened continually. The once unfamiliar trio now felt like longtime friends, appreciating and respecting one another. The atmosphere within the cave grew even more congenial, filled with sparks of wisdom and warm camaraderie. Nuwa began to perceive Tongtian in a new light, sometimes stealing shy glances, while at other times bestowing him with a gentle smile. Initially, Tongtian remained unaware of Nuwa's subtle gestures, thinking it all quite ordinary. However, as time passed, he gradually recognized that her behavior was rather unusual. Though he had been an old bachelor in his previous life, he had indeed seen enough to understand the nuances of such interactions. Slowly, he began to comprehend Nuwa's delicate sentiments, yet neither party revealed their deeper feelings. Throughout these centuries, the three of them engaged in numerous exchanges and interactions. Tongtian would share his insights and experiences, while Fuxi and Nuwa listened attentively. They learned much about the essence of the Tao from Tongtian, simultaneously developing a deeper understanding of one another. Although they did not explicitly express their inner emotions, an unspoken bond between them grew ever stronger. Suddenly, a chime echoed, signaling the activation of a new task. Tongtian recognized this as an indication that new challenges lay ahead. He felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what this task might entail. Option 1. To remain on Fengqi Mountain for further discourse, rewarding him with a peach of immortality. Option 2. To return to Kunlun Mountain, granting him the coordinates of the innate spiritual root of the banana tree. He promptly selected, and upon completion, the rewards would be automatically allocated to the system space. "I choose option 2, Tongtian declared without hesitation. Subsequently, he expressed his apologies to Fuxi and Nuwa, saying, "Dear friends, we have engaged in this discourse for a century. Now, it is time for me to return to Kunlun Mountain. Until we meet again." Fuxi sighed softly, responding, "Since you have made your decision, we shall not insist on your stay. I only hope for another opportunity to discuss the Tao in the future." Nuwa's eyes shimmered with reluctance as she gazed silently at Tongtian, her heart laden with unsaid words. She longed to express her feelings, yet ultimately remained silent, knowing she could not impede his departure. Their century of discourse had been immensely fruitful for them all. Most of the time, Tongtian had been the one elucidating the principles of the great Tao, while Fuxi and Nuwa listened quietly. Now, as they faced parting, a subtle melancholy enveloped the air. Tongtian looked at Fuxi and Nuwa, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. With a slight bow, he resolutely turned and embarked on his journey back to Kunlun Mountain. leaving Fuxi and Nuhua at Fengqi Mountain, standing still as they watched him depart. As Tongtian turned away, his figure gradually faded into the horizon. Nuhua gazed in the direction of his departure, tears glistening in her eyes. She understood that this farewell left an uncertain span before their next meeting. Standing upon Longyu, Tongtian's expression turned stern, the sight of the fierce battles between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans and the Demon clan igniting a surge of anger within him. Narrowing his eyes, he gripped his sword, its blade gleaming coldly, ready to confront any approaching foes. Along the way, various reckless demons attempted to block his path, but they were swiftly dispatched with ease by Tongtian's prowess. As he continued forward, a demon envoy sought to approach him, boasting of his allegiance to the demon Lord Rao. Observing Tongtian's formidable strength, the envoy claimed he could recommend him to the demon ancestor, offering a myriad of benefits. Tongtian smirked disdainfully, retorting, "The mere demon clan is unworthy of my allegiance to the Pangu lineage. It is utterly laughable." The envoy's expression darkened, ready to retaliate, but was met with an overwhelming pressure emanating from Tongtian. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between them, with the envoy quickly defeated. Just as Tongtian was poised to deliver the final blow, a black lotus bloomed from the envoy, blocking his attack. In the next moment, a shadowy figure cloaked in black robes, enveloped in demonic energy, appeared before him. "Rahu," Tongtian feigned uncertainty. The figure, shrouded in dark energy, responded in a deep voice, "Indeed, it is I. What do you say, young friend? Everything my subordinate has mentioned can be yours, provided you serve beneath me. What do you think?" Tongtian countered, "The mere demon clan is unworthy of my allegiance to the Pangu lineage. It is utterly laughable. Impudent, you refuse a drink and instead invite punishment." Rahu thundered furiously. The envoy widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that Tongtian could garner such attention. Tongtian coldly snorted, "It's merely a projection. If your true self were here, I might find you somewhat formidable. But you are simply not worth my time." With that, Tongtian produced the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he struck at Raha's projection. That Raha's projection retaliated fiercely, dark energy swirling around him as he confronted Tongtian's assault. A fierce clash ensued, the sounds of clashing weapons echoing, while the powerful energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding space. The battle between Tongtian and Raha's projection was nothing short of breathtaking. As Tongtian wielded the Hongmeng Liantian ruler against Raha's projection, the dark energy surrounding him surged like a tidal wave, coalescing into a black shield. The ruler collided with the shield, producing a thunderous roar that resonated through the air, the tremendous force seemingly vacuuming the atmosphere around them. Rahu's projection bellowed, his hands weaving, summoning dark flames that slithered like venomous serpents toward Tongtian. Tongtian swiftly dodged the onslaught, deftly maneuvering while unleashing beams of piercing light from the ruler, dispersing the dark flames one by one. As the battle intensified, Rahu's projection became increasingly ferocious, occasionally unleashing powerful waves of demonic energy or summoning dark lightning from the heavens. Yet, Tongtian remained unyielding, employing his exceptional combat skills and formidable power to counter each of Raha's attacks with composure. Tongtian's gaze sharpened as he executed a mysterious movement technique, weaving around Raha's projection like a specter, making it difficult for Rahu to pinpoint his location. Seizing the opportunity while Rahu was distracted, Tongtian swung the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, a radiant beam slicing through the air, directly striking Raha's shoulder. Raha's projection howled in pain, his dark energy surging wildly. The battle escalated into a brutal exchange, each side retaliating with vigor. After several hundred exchanges, Tongtian's momentum soared, and he resolved to unleash his most powerful strike. He raised the Hongmeng Liantian ruler high, channeling all his strength into it, as an aura of annihilation enveloped him. "Open the heavens," Tongtian bellowed, the ruler slicing downward with unmatched force toward Rahu's projection. This strike seemed to cleave the very heavens, the blinding light rendering the world around them devoid of color. Sensing the impending doom of the strike, Rahu's projection desperately attempted to defend, but it was too late. The ruler's brilliance cleaved Rahu's projection in two, its overwhelming residual force obliterating the envoy alongside. After the battle, Tongtian stood atop Longyu, breathing slightly heavier, yet his gaze radiated with determination and confidence. He understood that this confrontation was merely a prelude, with many more challenges awaiting him in the future. The tale of Tongtian vanquishing Rahu's projection spread among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans, his formidable figure etched into the minds of all present like a monumental testament. As he strode towards Kunlun Mountain. His posture was regal, each step resonating with the rhythm of the cosmos, his garments billowing, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon entering Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian activated the mysterious coordinates and swiftly located the banana tree. The banana tree towered majestically into the clouds, its verdant leaves glistening as if they were soaked in dew. The 4 leaves emanated the essence of the 4 primordial elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. While the power of the laws entwined around it like delicate threads, though not yet matured, it exuded an aura of awe-inspiring majesty that set one's heart racing. Tongtian sat cross-legged nearby, his eyes gently closed, quietly cultivating while vigilantly guarding the banana tree. That moment, the ancestor of the Blood Sea, guided by an unseen force, soared towards the banana tree on Kunlun Mountain, filled with anticipation. He was convinced that he was destined to acquire a rare treasure. Years later, the banana tree reached maturity, its 4 leaves pulsating with an even more intense elemental essence, as if ready to break through the heavens. The powerful elemental fluctuations spread far and wide, felt clearly even by Taiji Laozu and Yuqing Yuan's By then. They had taken form for many years, reaching the pinnacle of early Deluo Jingxian. All the beings of Kunlun Mountain sensed this moment and hurried towards the banana tree. Just then, the ancestor of the Blood River arrived, clad in a dark red robe. His gaze was sharp as a blade, with blood energy swirling around him. Upon seeing Tongtian about to pluck a banana leaf, the Blood River ancestor urgently called out, "Fellow Taoist, please hold. I am the Blood River of the Blood Sea, and I sense a connection to an artifact here that I have come to claim it." Tongtian cast a disinterested glance at the Blood River ancestor and replied with indifference, "There is nothing here that belongs to you. Only what is mine." Infuriated by this response, the Blood River ancestor's blood energy surged violently as he retorted, "Fellow Taoist, you are indeed domineering. You possess the strength to safeguard this treasure. It rightfully belongs to the virtuous. I suggest you yield it to me." With that, he brandished his right hand wielding the Yuan Tu, and his left hand held the Abi, unleashing the twin swords in a fierce display. Instantly, a crimson light erupted, surging forth like a relentless tide from the dual swords, coalescing into a fearsome blood beast that bared its razor-sharp fangs and lunged at Tongtian. The sword energy crisscrossed, each strike imbued with an endless intent to kill, akin to a rain of arrows or crashing waves, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of the universe. The air around them was agitated by the sword energy, emitting a shrill, ear-piercing howl, reminiscent of wailing spirits, sending chills down the spine. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming sword energy, Tongtian remained unfazed. With a gentle sweep of the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, a mysterious radiance erupted forth, akin to a rising sun, illuminating all in its path and dispelling the darkness and evil of the world. This brilliance formed an impregnable barrier, effortlessly blocking the Blood River ancestor's sword energy wherever the light met the blood light. A powerful energy wave erupted, shattering the surrounding rocks and causing the earth to tremble, as if an earthquake had occurred. Observing this, the Blood River ancestor's gaze sharpened, astonished by Tongtian's formidable strength. Taking a deep breath, he wielded his twin swords with a fierce sword technique, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows that descended upon Tongtian like a tempest. Each sword shadow was infused with a potent blood energy, seemingly intent on drowning Tongtian in a sea of blood. However, Tongtian displayed no fear. He appeared as light and agile as a swallow, stepping across the void like an immortal that in his hands. The Hongmeng Liantian ruler danced fluidly, countering the Blood River ancestor's onslaught. The ruler's shadow flickered, clashing with the sword shadows, producing a melodious sound akin to celestial music. Yet, the Blood River ancestor, frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, roared in anger, his blood energy intensifying and his strength surging that he swung his sword once more, unleashing a massive blood-red sword energy aimed directly at Tongtian, the air around it seemingly tearing apart, revealing dark fissures that sent a shiver down the spine. Faced with this terrifying strike, Tongtian's eyes narrowed, and the radiance of the Hongmeng Liantian ruler surged brilliantly. With a powerful swing, he met the blood-red sword energy head-on. The collision produced a deafening sound, akin to a star exploding, shaking the very heavens and earth. That a formidable shockwave radiated outward like a tempest, uprooting trees and shearing off mountain peaks, casting dust into the air and creating chaos. The Blood River ancestor staggered back from the overwhelming backlash, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, filled with shock and resentment. He had believed himself strong enough to contend with Tongtian, only to realize that Tongtian's power far surpassed his expectations. Yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat so easily. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, preparing for a more ferocious attack at that moment. However, Tongtian offered no respite. In a flash, he appeared before the Blood River ancestor like a wraith. The Hongming Liangtian ruler gleamed with dazzling light, carrying unparalleled force as it descended upon the Blood River ancestor with great ferocity. Startled, the Blood River ancestor hastily raised his twin swords in defense, but against Tongtian's overwhelming power, his hands went numb, nearly losing grip on his weapons. Tongtian pressed the advantage, his Hongming Liangtian ruler swinging relentlessly, unleashing waves of powerful energy that surged towards the Blood River ancestor. The latter found himself increasingly beleaguered, recognizing that he was no match for Tongtian and resigned to seeking an opportunity to escape. Thus, while fending off Tongtian's relentless assault, he inquired, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask your esteemed identity, for you are remarkably formidable." Upon hearing the Blood River ancestor's question, Tongtian smirked with a hint of confidence, proclaiming loudly, "I am the authentic lineage of Pangu, the esteemed Tongtian. Pray tell, Blood River, did you not assert that treasures belong to the virtuous? Do you still wish to claim it?" With that, he prepared to strike once more. The Blood River ancestor, taken aback by Tongtian's revelation, quickly bowed in respect, saying, "So it is the esteemed Tongtian here. I have been most presumptuous. Your name is renowned throughout the realms. Please, I meant no offense." Merely driven by curiosity, Tongtian regarded him with indifference, offering no further words. With another motion of the Hongming Liangtian ruler, a brilliant light flashed, instantly plucking the 4 leaves from the spiritual root and securing them within his possession. At this juncture, the others finally arrived, yet all they beheld was the chaos of battle, and the legendary treasure had vanished without a trace. They could only shake their heads in disappointment and turn away in resignation. At that moment, only Laozu and Yuanshi remained, standing silently, their gazes fixed upon Tongtian, expressions a mixture of astonishment and joy. They were filled with complex emotions, amazed by Tongtian's profound cultivation that far surpassed their expectations, yet equally delighted to finally meet their younger brother who had emerged before them. However, beneath their astonishment and joy lay an indescribable sense of shame at their own inferior cultivation compared to their younger brother. This feeling rendered them somewhat self-conscious. After exchanging glances, they addressed Tongtian, saying, "You have finally returned, third brother. This time, you must regale us with tales of your experiences." Tongtian replied, "Certainly. Once I settle down, I shall share my circumstances in detail. Then, the 3 of us brothers can discuss our paths and exchange insights." The Blood River ancestor, taking all of this in, pondered silently. "These 2 are actually the brothers of the esteemed Tongtian, which is beyond my expectations." After a moment of hesitation, he respectfully addressed Tongtian, saying, "Esteemed Tongtian, there is nothing of import here, so I shall take my leave." With that, he transformed into a stream of crimson light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Laozi and Yuanshi felt a twinge of awkwardness at the sight of the Blood River ancestor departing, but they quickly regained their composure. After all, as the saying goes, as long as one does not feel embarrassed, the awkwardness lies with others. Watching the Blood River ancestor's retreating figure, the 3 of them stepped into their sanctum. Once inside the hall, they each found a comfortable spot and sat together. Tongtian nodded slightly, taking the lead and speaking with a steady and powerful voice. "Brothers, today we gather here. Let us discuss the various rumors of the primordial chaos." With that, he began to recount his tale, wisely omitting the secrets that should not be revealed. After all, some secrets, once unveiled, could lead to unforeseen consequences. Observing this, Taiji Laozu met Yuqing Yuanshi's gaze, and after a moment, Laozu stroked his beard and slowly began, "Since the third brother has spoken thus, allow me to share as well. After your departure, my journey with our second brother to take form was quite arduous. In those days, when the heavens and earth first opened, the chaos had not yet fully dissipated, and we gradually took shape amidst the endless spiritual energy. Laozu's voice flowed like a gentle breeze, calmly narrating those ancient times. Yuqing Yuanshi nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, during that time, we absorbed the spiritual energy amidst the chaos, continuously refining ourselves, until one day, we finally succeeded in taking form." His gaze revealed a hint of nostalgia, as if he were reminiscing about the hardships of yesteryears. Tongtian listened quietly, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He understood that these were precious memories shared among the three purities, a testament to their journey together. At this moment, they gathered to share their stories, savoring the bond of brotherhood. Subsequently, Yuqing Yuanshi joined in the narration, recalling the myriad experiences post-transformation. The primordial lands of that time were rife with the unknown and challenges. They grew and evolved amidst exploration, encountering formidable beings and facing countless dangers. That Yuanshi's words conveyed a sense of resolve and wisdom, as if recounting their indomitable spirit and perseverance throughout their journey. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy yet imbued with the warmth of memories, as the three immersed themselves in that ancient history, their thoughts drifting back to the distant primordial era. Soon after, they began their philosophical discourse. Tongtian sat there, his demeanor calm and profound, naturally reluctant to reveal his hand during the discussion. This discourse lasted for quite some time, as the wisdom and doctrines of the three clashed, sparking brilliant flashes of insight. The sound of their debate seemed to transcend time and space, reverberating throughout the hall, with each word steeped in boundless profundity. Taiji Laojun slightly closed his eyes, stroking his long beard, and slowly spoke, his voice flowing like a clear spring, tranquil and distant. Yuqing Yuanshi appeared focused, occasionally nodding or pondering, engaging in a mutual exchange of understanding of the Tao with Laojun and Tongtian. As the discourse concluded, Taiji Laojun gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment passing through them, and he nodded slightly, saying, "This discussion has been immensely beneficial." Yuqing Yuanshi echoed, "Indeed, I shall enter seclusion to thoroughly contemplate what I have gained." Without hesitation, the two retreated into seclusion, eager to deepen their understanding of the discourse. Tongtian, feeling somewhat listless, exited the palace, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the majestic peaks of Kunlun Mountain shrouded in mist. His heart filled with tranquility, he strolled leisurely through Kunlun, his long robe fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon entering the western Kunlun region, the scene before him unfolded like a vibrant painting, compelling him to halt in his tracks. There, a female celestial being appeared, akin to a fairy descending from the heavens, diligently cultivating in a serene locale. Her graceful figure, clad in a flowing white gown, resembled clouds drifting across the sky, gently swaying with the breeze like a blooming lily in a celestial realm, exuding an enchanting fragrance. However, for reasons unknown, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly grew tumultuous, akin to a furious beast unleashed, wreaking havoc in its wake. The chaotic energy howled like a tempest, rustling the nearby flora and fauna, as if narrating endless anguish. The female celestial furrowed her brow, her beautiful visage marred by pain, akin to a moon obscured by dark clouds, losing its former brilliance. Beads of perspiration trickled down her fair cheeks, each glistening like exquisite pearls, shimmering under the sun's rays. These droplets descended slowly, reminiscent of tears shed from her suffering, each drop striking at the hearts of onlookers. Her hands trembled slightly, akin to petals swaying in a tempest, fragile as though they might be consumed by the chaotic energy at any moment. Tongtian, witnessing this scene, acted without hesitation, springing into action like a gust of wind. His form darted like lightning, a brilliant flash tearing through the sky, reaching the female celestial's side in an instant. His movements were as light as a swallow, agile as a leopard, voiceless as a specter. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, a gentle force flowing into her like a soothing stream. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if he could perceive the essence of all things. The depths of his eyes sparkling with wisdom's luminous glow, his expression was calm as water, as if this were merely a trivial matter. Before long, the female celestial's demeanor began to ease, her eyes slowly opening. Gratitude sparkled within her gaze, akin to brilliant stars in the night sky. She turned her head, her eyes filled with appreciation as she looked at Tongtian, and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving my life." Her voice was melodious and clear, like a mountain stream flowing, harmonious and enchanting. Tongtian, with a gentle wave of his hand and a faint smile gracing his lips, responded, "It was but a trifling matter, hardly worthy of mention." The female celestial quickly bowed, introducing herself with a sweet voice. "I am the Western Queen Mother, manifested from the first breath of Primordial Era. Just now, in my eagerness to cultivate, I inadvertently caused a disruption in my aura. Had it not been for your timely assistance, the consequences would have been dire." Tongtian replied, "I am Pangu Xingzong. Shangqing Tongtian de It is a pleasure to meet you." Western Queen Mother. Upon hearing that the person before her was none other than the renowned Tongtian of the Primordial Era, the Queen Mother was taken aback, her heart surging with astonishment, her eyes widened, reflecting Tongtian's towering form, and then, with a gaze brimming with affection, she looked at him like a tranquil autumn pool. After all, in this vast primordial realm, who would not admire a formidable figure? Moreover, Tongtian had saved her life, stirring within her a unique sentiment, akin to spring breezes caressing the lake's surface, creating ripples of emotion. The Western Queen Mother exclaimed, "I pay my respects to you, Senior Tongtian." Tongtian chuckled softly, noticing her gaze filled with emotion. He brushed it off with a smile and said, "No need for such formalities. We are peers, after all." Hearing this, the Queen Mother's heart felt as sweet as honey, her face blossoming with a radiant smile, akin to peach blossoms in spring. She then suggested, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, why not come inside for a chat? My peach of immortality has just ripened, and you may taste its flavor." Tongtian smiled, replying, "As you wish. I wouldn't dare impose." Thus, the two strolled leisurely into the courtyard. Beneath the peach tree, the fruits were plump and round, resembling lustrous pearls, emanating an alluring fragrance that seemed to beckon as they savored the delicious peaches. They engaged in philosophical discussions. The Queen Mother remarked, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, your understanding of the Tao is profound. I am utterly in awe. Our discourse today has been immensely enlightening. However, I have recently experienced a realization and must enter seclusion immediately. So I cannot linger. Please forgive me." Tongtian heartily laughed. "No problem at all. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart, his figure standing tall like a resilient pine, exuding both ease and determination. Akin to a magnificent mountain, the Queen Mother gazed at his retreating silhouette, her heart brimming with anticipation for their next encounter, her eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance, one that held gratitude, admiration, and dreams of the future. Akin to the brightest star in the night sky, Tongtian left the Western Kunlun, feeling like a tangled mess, lost and uncertain about his next direction. Just as he pondered, a vivid image of the 24-petal primal lotus atop Buzhou Mountain flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Perhaps it was time to see how the lotus was faring now, he mused silently. With that, he called for Longyu and soared towards the coordinates of Buzhou Mountain like a bird in flight. A streak of lightning across the sky on the western side of Buzhou Mountain, a concealed formation, as unyielding as a fortress, guarded the area, one that Tongtian had personally set up earlier. He easily unraveled the formation. Strolling leisurely into the cave, inside was serene and tranquil. The 24-petal primal lotus stood gracefully, like a celestial maiden, quietly awaiting. Tongtian approached the lotus, gently caressing its petals, which seemed to sense his familiar aura, beginning to sway rhythmically as if whispering, "You have finally come. I am nearly ripe." Observing this, Tongtian smiled softly, like a spring breeze, and settled beside the primal lotus, entering into deep meditation. Time passed swiftly as he cultivated, and before long, the 24-petal lotus was fully mature. This maturation, however, acted like a fuse igniting the wrath of the heavenly Tao, as overwhelming divine pressure descended, threatening to shatter the very fabric of existence. Fortunately, being on Buzhou Mountain at this moment, the pressure was relatively mild. Thunderclouds roiled in the sky, surging like tumultuous waves, an awe-inspiring sight. Tongtian's expression grew grave, as if facing a formidable foe, and he ascended with the primal lotus like an arrow shot into the sky, resolutely confronting the impending tribulation that he understood that only through the baptism of this thunderstorm could the primal lotus attain perfection. Failure to endure would mean watching it disintegrate into the void of existence. Bolts of lightning descended like colossal dragons, each carrying immeasurable power. After the final bolt struck, although the primal lotus dimmed, it ultimately persevered through the thunderstorm with unwavering strength. With a long, leisurely sigh, Tongtian elegantly waved his hand, drawing the chaotic azure lotus into the chaos pearl to allow it to mend itself. After collecting the lotus, Tongtian mused that since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he might as well take a stroll on the moon star. Thus, he descended the Buzhou mountain with a light step, summoning Longyu, and swiftly soared towards the moon star like a bird in flight. The moon star, transformed from the right eye of the great Pangu, was shrouded in mystery and beauty, akin to a brilliant gem embedded in the vast cosmos. Upon reaching the periphery of the moon star, the formation shimmered with dazzling light, resembling an impenetrable shield guarding the expansive Guanghan Palace within. Tongtian did not rush to break the formation. Instead, he stood calmly outside, composed and serene, and called out, "The authentic Pangu, the supreme clear Tongtian, has come to pay a visit that I wonder if it is convenient." Moments later, two figures resembling celestial maidens floated gracefully out, their faces tinged with surprise. Clearly, they had not anticipated Tongtian's sudden visit. The two female immortals stepped forward to open the formation, bowing respectfully and saying, "We were unaware of your esteemed arrival, and for that, we apologize." Tongtian, however, replied gently, "I have intruded uninvited. Furthermore, I do not deserve to be called senior. Shall we converse as equals?" The two female immortals, ethereal and exquisite like the Moon Palace maidens, were none other than the moon goddesses Shiha and Changshi, their beauty unparalleled. Dressed in elegant long skirts, they appeared as if they had descended from the heavens. Tongtian stated, "I have come to hear that there exists a laurel tree on the moon star, renowned for its fragrant blossoms, and I wish to behold it." Tongtian spoke casually, maintaining a calm demeanor, though in truth, his intention was to admire the beauty of the two goddesses. Upon hearing this, the goddesses promptly invited him with warmth, saying, "You have arrived at just the right moment. My sister and I have prepared some osmanthus pastries. If you do not mind, would you care to join us?" Tongtian could not contain his joy, exclaiming, "That would be splendid. We can savor the delicacies while discussing the principles of the Tao." Subsequently, the three of them moved to a tranquil courtyard. The courtyard was perfumed with the scent of osmanthus, as petals fell like snowflakes, resembling a fairyland. The table was adorned with exquisite osmanthus pastries, exuding an enticing aroma. Tongtian began to eloquently expound on the principles of the Tao, while the two goddesses listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement or displaying pensive expressions. Throughout this exchange, their bond deepened, akin to spring rain nourishing the earth. The admiration that Shiha and Changshi felt for Tongtian blossomed quietly within their hearts. Like two budding seeds taking root, they delved into the profound mysteries of the Tao. The two goddesses became entranced, as if they were immersed in a realm of immortality. The surroundings seemed to be infused with this aura of the Tao, growing increasingly tranquil and harmonious, resembling a paradise that stirred the heart. Ding! The choice is now available. The tempestuous storm of the Longhan catastrophe rages like a roaring dragon, sweeping across the wilderness. Please make a prudent choice. Option 1. Resolutely assist the Dragon Clan in opposing the Phoenix Clan and the Qilin Clan. In doing so, you shall acquire the coordinates of the treasure vault of either the Phoenix or Qilin Clan. The Dragon Clan possesses unparalleled physical prowess, as unyielding as iron, residing by the Eastern Sea, commanding scales and ruling the ocean with might. The depths of the vast ocean harbor countless mysteries and treasures, with the Dragon Clan's power crashing forth like surging waves, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, choosing this path will inevitably plunge you into fierce conflicts with the Phoenix and Qilin clans, fraught with peril, akin to walking along the edge of a precipice. Option 2. Steadfastly stand with the Phoenix clan against the Dragon and Qilin clans. In return, you may obtain the precious coordinates of the treasure vault belonging to either the Dragon or Qilin clan. The Phoenix clan is renowned for its miraculous ability of rebirth through fire, akin to a phoenix rising anew, residing within the immortal volcano, ruling the avian realm, and proudly commanding the skies. The flames of the immortal volcano seem capable of incinerating all. The glory and majesty of the Phoenix clan shine in the heavens, resembling resplendent stars. Yet, this path also means facing the formidable pressures from the Dragon and Qilin clans, a challenge laden with obstacles, as if scaling a steep mountain. Option 3. wholeheartedly assist the Qilin clan in countering the other two clans. Similarly, you will receive the coordinates of the treasure vault belonging to either the Dragon or Phoenix clan. The Qilin clan boasts remarkable reproductive capabilities, akin to a wildfire, residing atop the sacred Buzhou mountain, commanding terrestrial beasts, and wielding dominion over the land with majesty. Buzhou Mountain, a hallowed place for myth, emanates the auspicious aura of the Qilin clan. Like auspicious clouds. However, choosing this route will also embroil you in a thrilling war, fraught with danger, akin to being amidst raging waves. Option 4. Abstain from aiding anyone, observing the battle calmly from the sidelines. This choice resembles finding a tranquil isle amidst turbulent waves. Though it appears prudent, it is as elusive as a flower in the mist, filled with the unknown. Ultimately, the storm of the Hongjun catastrophe is surging like tumultuous waves. No one can remain unscathed amidst such chaos. Upon hearing this mysterious voice, Tongtian felt as if awakened by a divine revelation. Plunging into profound contemplation, he weighed his options repeatedly, realizing that aiding any side felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, with no absolute benefits and potentially attracting trouble. With this thought in mind, Tongtian decisively made his choice. System, I choose option 4. Ding. The host has made a wise choice. Please proceed promptly. Ekiti this moment on the moon star. The two goddesses were immersed in the exquisite realm of enlightenment, resembling two brilliant pearls radiating enchanting light. Tongtian, wishing to disturb their tranquility, left a message and resolutely turned to depart. This time, he did not summon Long Yu to accompany him. Considering that he belonged to the Dragon clan, involving him would complicate matters like handling a hot potato. On the journey ahead, Tongtian's thoughts surged like a tide. He recalled memories from his past life concerning the harrowing Hongjun catastrophe. According to records from his previous existence, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans emerged like three dazzling stars, gradually rising to become the most powerful forces of land, sea, and sky during the Primordial Era. Their glory reached its zenith. Yet ultimately, they faced decline and destruction. The Dragon clan, an existence of unparalleled physical strength, resembled an impregnable fortress residing in the Eastern Sea. The vast, boundless Eastern Sea surged with waves like galloping horses, where the Dragon clan roamed freely, ruling the scales with an invincible presence over the ocean. The depths of the ocean, shrouded in mystery, appeared as an endless treasure trove, brimming with countless riches and legends awaiting discovery. The power of the Dragon clan could upheave mountains and overturn seas, shaking the heavens and the earth, their majesty as unyielding as Mount Tai. The Phoenix clan, famed for their enviable ability of rebirth through fire, existed like undying phoenixes within the immortal volcano. This volcano burned fiercely year-round, seemingly the source of the Phoenix clan's vitality. These flames not only bestowed boundless life force upon the Phoenix clan, but also symbolized their strength. Whenever the Phoenix clan faced life and death trials, they would plunge into the flames, experiencing rebirth through nirvana, emerging with even greater power. This ability of rebirth through fire rendered the Phoenix clan an immortal existence, forever untouched by the ravages of time. The Phoenix clan reigned over the avian realm, soaring proudly in the skies, traversing the clouds with freedom. Their wings shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to a rainbow in the heavens. The avian beings revered the Phoenix clan, viewing them as their leaders. The authority of the Phoenix clan shone as brilliantly as the sun in the sky, with none daring to challenge it lightly. The Qilin clan, renowned for their remarkable reproductive capacity, resided atop the sacred Buzhou mountain, resembling a massive fortress that shielded them from external threats. Buzhou mountain towered into the clouds, acting as a pillar of the primordial world, brimming with endless mystery and formidable power. The Qilin clan thrived in numbers, their reproductive rate akin to a torrential river, flowing ceaselessly. The Qilin clan governed the terrestrial beasts, exuding an air of majesty, akin to sovereigns of the earth. The emergence of the Qilin clan filled the beasts with exhilaration, prompting them to follow in the Qilin's footsteps, exploring this vast continent together. Under the Qilin clan's leadership, the terrestrial beasts flourished, forming prosperous tribes. They cooperated, mutually resisting external foes, safeguarding their homeland. These two clans ruled the skies and the land, maintaining a delicate balance, each minding their own territory. However, as time passed, their influence expanded, inevitably leading to conflicts. Despite this, they sustained a certain equilibrium, collectively upholding the order of the primordial world. Tongtian understood deeply that in this world, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, only those with sufficient power could survive. Now, he had become one of the three purities, wielding the authentic teachings of Pangu, ensuring a degree of strength. Yet, he knew this was far from adequate. He needed to continue his cultivation, pushing past his limits to endure the trials that lay ahead. Simultaneously, Tongtian recognized that the rise and fall of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilan clans were not mere coincidences that in this world. Everything is bound by the cycle of cause and effect. Every action has its predetermined consequence. Thus, every decision he made could potentially impact the fate of the future. Therefore, he must act with caution, refraining from altering the course of history lightly. Otherwise, it is highly likely to trigger a series of unforeseen consequences. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilan Clan, these beings seem to be the favored children of the heavens, endowed from birth with extraordinary powers, ruling over the vast and boundless primordial world. However, the leaders of the three clans, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Beginning Qilan, harbor grand ambitions, yearning for dominance over the primordial expanse. A desire that burns like an unquenchable flame that in their quest to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and monopolize the primordial land. The conflicts among the three clans continue to intensify, akin to a snowball growing larger with every roll. Meanwhile, the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, remains trapped within the western Mount Shumi. Yet, he has not relinquished hope. Instead, he is more resolute in his desire to break free from his predicament and fulfill his ambitions. He recognizes that the internal strife among the three clans presents a golden opportunity for him to gain immense benefits. Thus, he begins to conspire in the shadows, sowing discord among the clans, attempting to incite them into mutual destruction. Under the treacherous schemes of the demon ancestor Luo Hu, his subordinates transform themselves, masquerading as members of the three clans, and incessantly provoke tensions between the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilan Clan. At times, they stealthily leave tokens of the Phoenix and Qilan clans near the Dragon Clan's territory, creating the illusion of an invasion by the other two clans. At other times, they disguise themselves as Qilan and Dragon Clan members in the Phoenix Clan's domain, executing various provocations, and on occasions, they even launch unwarranted attacks in the name of the Dragon and Phoenix clans within the Qilan clan's activity zones. He dispatches elite subordinates to infiltrate the three clans, seeking out and assassinating their successors, individuals who embody the future hope of each clan. Their demise sends shockwaves of grief and dismay throughout their respective clans. Subsequently, the demon ancestor Luo Hu deftly shifts the blame onto the other two clans, deepening the animosity among the three like a snowball accumulating in size. These meticulously orchestrated provocations ignite the already taut relationships among the clans, akin to a spark setting ablaze a powder keg. Each clan believes the others are the instigators, and their fury ignites like wildfire, igniting the fuse of war. As time progresses, the discord among the three clans escalates, shattering any remnants of trust. All the while, everything unfolds under the meticulous control of the demon ancestor Luo Hu. Finally, when the accumulated hatred reaches an unbearable threshold, a cataclysmic battle erupts. This conflict engulfs countless beings, causing the entire primordial continent to tremble. The three clans fight with all their might, blood staining the earth. Meanwhile, the demon ancestor Luo Hu lurks in the shadows, reveling in the chaos, awaiting the ultimate victory. Tongtian knows that this war will undoubtedly bring about a cataclysmic upheaval in the primordial world. Choosing to sit back and watch the struggle unfold may well be the wisest decision for now. Yet, the future remains an enigma, with no one able to foresee its course. The clash of the three clans is a devastating struggle that seems to herald the end of days above the ocean. The Dragon Clan roars and churns, their scales glimmering like cold steel, resembling an impregnable fortress forged from iron. Their immense forms dart through the waves like lightning, the towering surges resembling a roaring behemoth. The breath of dragons erupts, intertwining searing flames and icy frost, as if intending to either boil or freeze the entire ocean. This breathtaking spectacle of fire and ice captivates all. Their eyes blaze with fury and resolve, each tail swing reverberating with the might of thunder, each charge akin to mountains collapsing upon eggs. vowing to defend the unparalleled glory of the dragon clan in the skies above. The Phoenix clan dazzles with radiant splendor, their multicolored wings blazing like flames, illuminating the darkening horizon, akin to the most brilliant stars in the night sky. The cry of the Phoenix rings out, crisp and resounding, its sound waves slicing through the air like blades. Threatening to tear asunder all in its path, flames erupt from their maws, cascading like falling meteors, turning all they touch to scorched earth, as if determined to incinerate every vestige of evil in the world. The Phoenix clan dances gracefully yet lethally, evading enemy attacks with agile flight, like fairies waltzing, while simultaneously seeking the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike, an instant where time itself seems to stand still. Upon the earth, the Tian clan advances like a formidable tide of steel, their sturdy hooves crashing down like hammers, creating tremors that shake the very ground. The radiant, auspicious light of the Tian intertwines with the fierce blaze of battle, forming an indomitable aura. Their horns, reminiscent of unbreakable spears, charge forth with unstoppable momentum. Armed with iron will and earth-shattering strength, the Tian clan engages in a breathtaking life-and-death struggle against the Dragon and Phoenix clans. On the battlefield, divine powers shine like brilliant stars, the clashing of artifacts sounding like thunderous roars. Flames, frost, lightning, and storms intertwine, as if the apocalypse has descended, reducing the primordial world to a chaotic purgatory. Blood rains down like a crimson deluge, staining the earth, ocean, and sky, as countless beings lose their precious lives like withering petals in this earth-shattering conflict. In this moment, the demon ancestor Luo, who lurks like a serpent in the shadows, fixating on the grand battle of the three clans, his heart brimming with pride and exhilaration. Initially, he observes the three clans like puppets under his control, embroiled in chaos due to his incitement. And he cannot help but feel a sense of clandestine glee. It is as if he can see his meticulously woven scheme unfolding successfully. He envisions the three clans dwindling like withered flowers in battle, paving the way for his ascension to the throne of dominion over the primordial world. As the battle intensifies, Luo, who watches the three clans clash in a tumultuous frenzy, mountains crumbling and lives lost. His excitement grows, akin to a raging inferno. He knows the time has come. Soon, he will reap the rewards of his machinations. His thirst for power is akin to a ravenous wolf's craving for blood. His ambition to rule the entirety of the primordial world mirrors an eagle's yearning for the vast sky, as he longs for all beings to bow to him in reverence. When the three clans find themselves exhausted and gravely weakened, a tidal wave of accomplishment surges within Luo, who he can no longer contain his eagerness to reveal himself, emerging like a specter, extracting the essence of ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and beginning Tian, unsealing the heavenly path, and retrieving the four swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram. This moment, Luo, who is filled with arrogance and confidence, believing himself to be an invincible force, with the primordial world firmly within his grasp. He imagines himself as the sovereign of the primordial realm, like the sun governing the fate of all life, casting a shadow of darkness over the entire world. The critical juncture when the Dragon, Phoenix, and Tian clans are fiercely expanding, plunging the primordial world into chaos. The demon ancestor Luo, who quietly makes his appearance, drawing upon his profound and resonant magical essence, he boldly steps into the unfathomable abyss of darkness. In the depths of that endless darkness, the 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus emanates an eerie yet powerful aura, seemingly awaiting its master. With his keen perception, Luo, who successfully claims it as his own. This lotus is the supreme treasure that suppresses fortune, possessing unfathomable mysterious power. Clutching the 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus, endless ambition and fervor swell within Luo, who, prompting him to establish the demonic sect, thereafter proclaiming himself demon ancestor, intent on carving out his own domain amid the turmoil of the primordial world. It is said that during the perilous great calamity of beasts, the demon ancestor Luo, who fortuitously obtained the innate first weapon of slaughter, the god-slaying spear. This spear, once unleashed, exudes an aura of malevolence, seemingly capable of piercing through all things in existence. During the war for supremacy among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Tian clans, Luo, who harnesses the malevolent energy generated by the conflict, utilizing his unique demonic techniques to further transform the god-slaying spear into a supreme demonic treasure in Luohu's hands. The spear's might surpasses all past iterations, radiating a chilling aura of slaughter. Simultaneously, Luohu casts his gaze upon the fortunes of the dragon, phoenix, and Shilin clans. Employing his profound and inscrutable demonic arts, he adeptly seizes the opportunity presented by the chaotic circumstances of the clan conflicts to absorb the fortunes of the three clans. With this powerful influx of fortune, Luohu successfully breaks free from the seal laid by the great Pangu. Beneath Mount Shumi, he discovers the extermination sword array to his astonishment. This sword array possesses unparalleled might. Being the strongest offensive formation in the cosmos, Luohu treasures this discovery. Utilizing the resentful, malevolent energy generated by the calamity, the rich spiritual energy of the western primordial land, and the essence of blood spilled during the clash of the dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans to meticulously refine the four swords of extermination. Throughout this process, Luohu expends immense effort and energy, ultimately enhancing the power of the sword array significantly. The extermination sword array becomes Luohu's sharpest weapon, poised to unleash a storm of bloodshed upon the primordial world at any moment. Each of the four swords of extermination harbors boundless mystery and formidable power. The extermination sword, like a flash of lightning cleaving through darkness, possesses an unparalleled sharpness that instills fear in all it encounters. The blade of extermination, akin to a harbinger of death, once it has fixated upon its target, it is as though the gaze of the grim reaper has been cast, extinguishing all semblance of life. The blade of entanglement, whenever it manifests in the mortal realm, radiates a crimson glow, reminiscent of a summons from the netherworld, ensnaring enemies inescapably within its grasp. The blade of absolute immortality, with its myriad transformations, remains shrouded in enigma, akin to the capriciousness of fate itself. Even the most venerable celestial beings would feel trepidation in its presence that a verse articulates. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once concealed beneath Mount Sumeru's veiled no need for the inversion of yin and yang to forge, for could there be no water and fire to temper its brilliance? The materials of the four blades of extermination are uniquely extraordinary, transcending the common elements of copper, iron, and steel, having undergone the passage of time beneath the mystical Mount Sumeru. Their crafting methods are equally distinctive, devoid of the inversion of yin and yang, yet forged in the crucible of water and fire. They possess an indomitable edge. The elemental forces of water and fire seem to embody the most primordial and potent powers of the universe, bestowing upon the four blades of extermination the capacity to annihilate the heavens and earth. When the four blades of extermination are suspended above the extermination array's entrance, the entire formation is instantly activated. The sound of thunder rumbles forth, akin to the roar of deities, reverberating across the cosmos. Each flicker of the blade's light, with but a gentle sway, unleashes boundless might. Even those who have endured the trials of eternity find themselves unable to evade its terrifying power. The extermination array, lauded as the foremost killing formation of the celestial order, commands a fearsome strength that instills dread in the hearts of many. Only through the combined efforts of four saints can it be breached. This deadly formation stands as the most formidable fortress in existence, guarding a mysterious and potent power, awaiting those brave enough to challenge it. Its presence serves not only as a monumental deterrent to foes, but also as the ultimate trial of strength and wisdom within the realm of divinity. Luohu, the progenitor of malevolence, harbors boundless ambition and madness, seeking to validate the path of slaughter and destruction as the supreme celestial sage that in his eyes, only cold power and ceaseless carnage can pave the way to the pinnacle. In pursuit of this goal, he discards all moral constraints and ethical considerations, ruthlessly sowing chaos and death. He resembles a tempestuous black storm, sweeping across the vast primordial world. Leading countless demons, he surges forth like a tidal wave, bringing with him a cacophony of blades and bloodshed. Innocent beings flee in terror beneath the iron hooves of the demon horde, yet they find themselves unable to escape the fate of slaughter. As mountains crumble and the earth laments in Luohu's perspective, the weak are but stepping stones on his path to enlightenment. He recklessly unleashes his malevolent power, casting shadows of darkness and fear across the entire realm. The sky is concealed by ominous clouds. Sunlight fails to penetrate, As if the entirety of the primordial world has succumbed to endless despair. Rivers run red with blood. The land is blanketed with corpses. And a once vibrant world has transformed into a desolate wasteland. Such actions by the demon progenitor Luo Ho stand in stark violation of the Celestial Order's essence. The Celestial Order prides itself on being a symbol of fairness, justice, and harmony, nurturing all beings while safeguarding the balance and order of life. Luo Ho's slaughter and destruction disrupt this equilibrium, causing countless lives to struggle and perish in agony. His deeds incite the wrath and rebellion of the masses. While other primordial beings perceive an overwhelming threat, they understand that if Luo Ho's rampage continues unchecked, the entire primordial world will descend into irretrievable ruin. Yet, Luo Ho remains oblivious to his transgressions. He is consumed by his own madness and ambition, firmly believing that only through bloodshed and devastation can he achieve his goal of becoming the sovereign celestial sage, ignoring the lives of countless beings and the Celestial Order's condemnation. He ventures further down a misguided path, ultimately leading himself to the brink of annihilation. As the calamity of ferocious beasts draws to a close, the world lies in desolation and silence. Hongjun, a figure of considerable Taoist prowess at the time, embarks on a protracted journey to explore the primordial realm. Countless epics drift by as Hongjun traverses the far reaches of the primordial world. At times, he stands atop towering mountains, contemplating the majestic force of the heavens and earth. At other moments, he reflects upon the mysteries of the universe in tranquil valleys, or perceives the cyclical nature of life by the roaring rivers. Every enigmatic locale and peculiar phenomenon becomes an object of his exploration and contemplation. During this extensive journey of discovery, by a stroke of fortune, Hongjun uncovers several unparalleled treasures. The noble aura birthed from Pangu's chest, having undergone the refinement of countless ages, ultimately manifests as auspicious clouds. Once these clouds are summoned, all evils are repelled, and no weapon or treasure can breach their defenses. They are immune to all spells and supernatural harms. Within these auspicious clouds, the primordial world subtly reveals itself, with the sun, moon, and stars casting their light. Amid these clouds, 5-colored rays illuminate the heavens, while celestial music resonates through the cosmos. Outside the clouds, countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, and jeweled ornaments cascade down like an endless stream of water. Additionally, the Pangu banner, a formidable artifact, possesses the power to rend the primordial chaos, commanding the myriad laws of the 3 realms, shattering the fabric of time and space across the cosmos, and wielding dominion over the forces of heaven and earth. Its offensive power is truly astonishing. Most importantly, there exists the Jade Tablet of Creation, which encapsulates the mysteries of the 3,000 great paths. It stands as a confluence of all rules and truths within the cosmos. Each line etched upon it, each glimmering light, houses boundless wisdom and power, serving as the key to the pinnacle of the great Tao. With these monumental treasures in hand, Hongjun is filled with exhilaration and awe that he comprehends that these artifacts are gifts from the heavens and are pivotal aids in his pursuit of the great Tao. Thus, Hongjun returns to the Jade Capital Mountain, situated beyond the 33 heavens, to embark on a prolonged period of secluded cultivation. In the serene sanctum of Jade Capital Mountain, Hongjun dedicates day and night to deciphering the fragments of the Jade Tablet of Creation, each character and symbol within shining like stars, guiding him deeper into the mysteries of the great Tao. At times he is lost in contemplation, at other times he experiences profound realizations, and at yet other times he dances in exuberance. As if merging with the entirety of heaven and earth, as his understanding of the 3,000 great paths deepens, so too does his comprehension of the celestial order, gradually allowing him to touch the mysterious and potent forces of the celestial way. However, the tranquil period of cultivation is shattered. One day, the Jade Tablet of Creation suddenly emits a series of peculiar radiance and vibrations, alerting Hongjun to impending peril. With a calm heart, he perceives the chaos wrought by the demon clan within the primordial realm, where countless beings suffer in unspeakable anguish and fear. This revelation stirs Hongjun's heart, simultaneously illuminating his path toward enlightenment. As a sage, he realizes that only by stepping forth to quell the chaos of the demon clan and save the suffering populace can he truly grasp the essence of the celestial order and attain the status of a sage. Thus, Hongjun resolutely departs from Jade Capital Mountain, embarking on a journey to confront the demon clan and rescue the primordial realm that in the primordial world. The great war among the three clans erupts with full force. Flames of battle engulfing the sky, and the entire landscape is shrouded in an interminable haze of smoke and bloodshed. The warriors of the three clans expend their last vestiges of strength, battling to exhaustion amidst scenes of carnage. This moment, a figure known as Old Six Tongtian harbors his own designs. With an ethereal grace, he stealthily approaches the dragon clan's treasury. He stands still, eyes narrowed, meticulously observing the formation surrounding the treasury. The formation glimmers with potent sealing powers, yet this poses no challenge to Tongtian. In but a moment, he swiftly weaves intricate hand signs, and mysterious runes flit from his fingertips. Swirling around the formation like delicate butterflies, the runes meld into the formation. It begins to yield. A confident smile graces Tongtian's lips. Next, he blurs into motion, darting through the formation and entering the dragon clan's treasury. Inside the treasury, a dazzling array of treasures sparkles with brilliance. Tongtian's discerning gaze sweeps across the bounty. Precious spiritual roots and formidable artifacts captivate his attention. He unhesitatingly gathers the valuable treasures into his possession, executing his actions with practiced efficiency. However, he is not a creature of insatiable greed. He understands the necessity of leaving room for the subsequent development of the three clans. Thus, after securing a portion of the treasures, he halts his efforts. Subsequently, Tongtian ventures to the treasury of the Phoenix clan and the Tian clan, employing the same method to bypass their formations and gain entry. The treasures within the Phoenix clan's treasury dazzle him anew, and after selecting a few desirable items, he departs decisively. The same pattern follows in the Tian clan's treasury. With each action, he proceeds with utmost caution, striving to leave minimal traces behind. Meanwhile, Hongjun in Jade Capital Mountain perceives the encroaching crisis within the primordial realm. He understands that, relying solely on his own strength, it would be nearly impossible to contend with the demon progenitor Luo Ho. Hence, he resolves to seek out several formidable allies for assistance. The first to come to mind is the venerable Qian Kun. With a flash, Hongjun arrives at Qian Kun's abode. Clad in a flowing white robe, with long hair cascading gracefully, he embodies the essence of celestial elegance. He gently raps upon the door of the dwelling, and moments later, Qian Kun appears before him. The venerable ancestor Qian Kun, grasping the Qian Kun, stood majestically with the Qian Kun hovering beside him, exuding an extraordinary aura. Ancestor Hongjun clasped his hands and spoke. Esteemed Taoist Qian Kun, the primordial world now faces a great calamity. Rahu wreaks havoc, causing untold suffering among the beings that I wish to invite you to join forces against Rahu and save the sentient beings. What say you? Ancestor Qian Kun furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before replying. This matter is of great significance. Allow me to ponder it further. Ancestor Hongjun, appealing to reason and emotion, recounted Rahu's malevolence and the peril facing the primordial world. Ultimately, Ancestor Qian Kun was moved by Ancestor Hongjun's sincerity and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Ancestor Hongjun sought out Ancestor Inyang, who was seated in meditation atop a towering peak, the Taiji diagram floating before him, its black and white luminescence flickering in alternation. Ancestor Hongjun soared to the summit and respectfully addressed him. Taoist Inyang, as Rahu brings calamity upon the primordial realm, we must stand united against him. Are you willing to accompany us to the western Shumi mountain to eradicate Rahu? Ancestor Inyang opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within, and replied, Rahu possesses formidable strength. Do we stand a chance? Ancestor Hongjun responded with confidence. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely prevail against Rahu. After a moment's reflection, Ancestor Inyang consented to Ancestor Hongjun's invitation. Finally, Ancestor Hongjun approached the illustrious YNGM ID 11N, also known as Ancestor YNGM I. Ancestor YNGM I resided within a realm of mystery, wielding a willow branch of space, the forces of the surrounding space pulsating incessantly. Ancestor Hongjun entered this domain and addressed Ancestor YNGM I, Taoist YNGM I. With Rahu disrupting the primordial world, we must join forces to combat him. Will you accompany us to the western Shumi mountain? Ancestor YNGM I smiled faintly and replied, I have been of the same mind. Thus, the four great masters, Ancestor Hongjun, Ancestor Qinquan, Ancestor Yinyang, and YNGM ID11N, set forth with great momentum toward the western Shumi Mountain, their figures akin to 4 shooting stars streaking across the heavens. Embodying boundless determination and resolve that in those primordial times, a fierce war raged among the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants, the flames of conflict soaring, with an endless torrent of violence and bloodshed permeating the realms. As the smoke gradually cleared, the leaders of the 3 clans beheld their dwindling kin, and the once flourishing primordial world lay in ruins, countless lives lost. Regret surged within them like a tidal wave. And only now did they comprehend that they had been manipulated by Rao. Yet, it was too late. They found themselves powerless to reverse the tide. The dragon clan leader, Ancestor Long, once a formidable sovereign, had been severely weakened amidst the chaotic battles of the Longhorn calamity. Gazing upon the desolate world, his eyes brimmed with anguish and remorse. He then cried out to the heavens, "Heavenly Tao, I, Ancestor Long, am acutely aware of my profound sins that I offer myself to eternally suppress the Eastern Sea, while the Dragon Clan shall fulfill our duty to bring rain and clouds, seeking to atone for our transgressions. May the Heavenly Tao bear witness." As his words echoed, Ancestor Long's figure resolutely surged toward the Eastern Sea, condemned to never rise again. Aside from Ancestor Long, the Dragon Clan's auspicious dragons perished in battle, leaving the remaining clans severely depleted, burdened by immense karma, their cultivation stunted. Ancestor Long's brother, Zhilong, also grievously wounded and weighed down by karma, retreated into the depths of the Eastern Sea to heal, relegating the Dragon Clan to obscurity. Though they retained some influence, they had lost their dominion in the primordial world. The Phoenix clan's Yuanfeng similarly suffered grave injuries in the war among the 3 clans. Her once resplendent wings now bore signs of fatigue and pain. She slowly spoke, "Heavenly Tao, I, Yuanfeng of the Phoenix clan, am aware of my deep-seated sins. I vow to eternally guard the eternal Fire Mountain, as the Phoenix clan shall suppress all volcanoes, ensuring they do not erupt. In hopes of atoning for our transgressions, may the Heavenly Tao bear witness." The other members of the Phoenix clan were equally weakened, burdened by boundless karma. From that point onward, the Phoenix clan's power significantly waned, no longer holding a pivotal position in the primordial world. Following the battle, Yuanfeng cultivated 2 eggs, combining her true essence and the Phoenix clan's luck with the primordial 5 elements and primordial yin-yang energies, nurturing them as the hope for the clan's continuation, like twinkling stars in the darkness. The Qilan clan's leader, Shikolin, sustained severe injuries during the Longhorn calamity. He struggled to utter, "I, Shikolin, am fully aware of my grave sins. I vow to eternally guard the Qilan cliff, never stepping beyond its bounds, as the Qilan clan shall embody auspiciousness. When the Qilan appears, it shall herald good fortune, in hopes of atoning for our transgressions. May the Heavenly Tao bear witness." The Qilan clan suffered devastating losses in this calamity, teetering on the brink of extinction, leaving only a haunting echo of sorrow and lament throughout the primordial world. This brutal conflict among the 3 clans dealt a heavy blow to the primordial realm, their former glory now a distant memory, as they sought to navigate the future amidst regret and atonement. As the oaths of the clan leaders resounded, the very fabric of the primordial world seemed to tremble. The skies darkened, storms brewed, and thunder roared, as if the Heavenly Tao were responding to their vows. A radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the Eastern Sea, guarded by Ancestor Long, the eternal Fire Mountain overseen by Yuanfeng, and the Qilan cliff watched over by Shikolin. This divine light, both sacred and imposing, appeared to signify the Heavenly Tao's acknowledgement and oversight. The Eastern Sea, illuminated by this brilliance, Ancestor Long's towering form melded with the eye of the sea. The ceaseless waters swirling around him, each wave seemingly narrating the Dragon Clan's redemption and responsibility. Though the Dragon Clan had retreated to the 4 seas, burdened by karma, the inspiration of this light fortified their duty to bring life and nourishment to the primordial world. Surrounding the eternal Fire Mountain, the light formed a mysterious shield, closely guarding Yuanfeng and the volcano that in this luminescence. Yuanfeng's weary figure assumed a solemnity, and the Phoenix clan felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. They understood that from this moment forth, suppressing the world's volcanoes was their mission, and they would act to eliminate their sins, restoring peace to the primordial realm. Atop the Qilin cliff, the light cascaded upon Shikolin and the desolate land. Within the steadfast gaze of Shikolin lay a glimmer of hope for the future. Although the Qilin clan faced near extinction, this light instilled within them the faith of rebirth, as the emblem of auspiciousness. They would, in the years to come, herald prosperity and beauty in the primordial world. The response of the heavenly Tao solidified the oaths of the three clans and breathed a glimmer of new hope into the primordial realm. In these tumultuous and challenging times, the three clans would await fresh opportunities and shifts in fate, entangled in redemption and steadfastness. Upon learning of Rahu's malevolence at the western Shumi mountain, ancestor Hongjun, accompanied by YNGM ID 11N, ancestor Qianquan, and ancestor Inyang, set forth. Along the way, they fortuitously encountered Tongtian. Recognizing Tongtian's formidable powers, ancestor Hongjun invited him to join the struggle against Rahu. Tongtian, calculating the potential merits to be gained from a victorious battle, readily agreed. Thus, the group hastened towards Shumi Mountain. As they drew closer, the oppressive aura of demonic energy thickened, akin to an invisible hand tightening around their throats. Finally, the majestic Shumi Mountain loomed before them, shrouded in rolling black clouds, suffused with demonic energy, exuding an atmosphere of dread. The dense darkness seemed poised to engulf the entire world, instilling a sense of trepidation. The demon Lord Rahu stood atop the mountain, his furious gaze fixated upon ancestor Hongjun and his companions, flames of wrath igniting in his eyes. Wielding the god-slaying spear, which emanated a sinister black light capable of piercing all, he stood upon the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, radiating an aura of annihilation that rendered him a formidable figure, akin to a demon god descending upon the earth. Behind him, the demonic horde bore grotesque visages, radiating murderous intent, resembling a throng of fiends risen from the depths of hell. Ancestor Hongjun and his companions prepared for battle, tension crackling in the air as both sides faced off. The demon Lord Rahu launched the first strike, bellowing, "You have come here today to seek your own demise." With that, he swung the god-slaying spear, unleashing a bolt of black light that surged forth like lightning. Wherever the light traversed, the very fabric of space seemed to tear asunder, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing sounds. Ancestor Hongjun and his allies hurriedly invoked their spells to counter, a myriad of lights intertwining and erupting into a formidable wave of energy. The battle commenced with ferocity, as Tongtian brandished the enlarged heavenly yellow Linglong treasure pagoda. Charging into the enemy ranks, the pagoda radiated a resplendent golden light, akin to a blazing sun. Tongtian, resembling a war deity, exuded an imposing presence that he swept through the enemy lines, sending the demonic horde reeling. Wherever the pagoda passed, the demon soldiers were sent flying like leaves caught in a tempest, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. At times, he charged through the enemy ranks like rolling thunder, leaving a trail of fallen foes and splattered blood in his wake. Witnessing Tongtian's valor, the demon Lord Rahu seethed with rage, roaring, "Tongtian, today I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces." He then commanded the 12-petal annihilation black lotus to charge towards Tongtian, the lotus swirling and unleashing boundless dark power, threatening to consume all in its path. Ancestor Hongjun and his companions quickly united to intercept Rahu, their myriad spells clashing violently against his dark energy. As the demon Lord Rahu found himself unable to gain the upper hand, he activated the celestial sword array. 4 Swords soared skyward, neither copper nor iron, exuding a terrifying aura. The 4 legendary swords are known as the Zhuxian sword, Luxian sword, Xianxian sword, and Juetian sword, each imbued with boundless murderous intent. Within the sword formation, the sword chi crisscrosses like a tempest, sweeping through with ferocity. Wherever the sword chi reaches, mountains are shattered to dust, and the earth is torn asunder. The entirety of Mount Shumi quakes, seemingly unable to withstand such immense power. Indeed, the Zhuxian sword formation is formidable, remarked the great immortal Yang Mei, his brow furrowed, face grave, eyes filled with concern. "Everyone, be cautious and do not confront it head-on," cautioned Hongjun Laozu, his gaze resolute as he continuously altered his incantations, seeking a method to break the formation. The group surged left and right within the sword formation, yet they could find no means to dismantle it. The sword chi pursued them relentlessly, inflicting wounds upon their bodies, blood staining their garments. Just as despair began to envelop them, Yin-Yang Laozu and Qinkuan Laozu exchanged a determined glance. Resolute in their intent, for the sake of the myriad beings of Hongwang, we shall fight to the end today. Yin-Yang Laozu declared, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. Agreed, responded Qinkuan Laozu, his eyes equally brimming with the courage of one who embraces death. The two made the resolute decision to self-destruct, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that exposed a flaw in the Zhuxian sword formation. In that instant, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, sending the demonic beings flying. The self-detonation of Qinkuan Laozu was immensely potent. As the cataclysmic storm of energy gradually subsided, the battlefield lay in utter disarray. Utilizing his profound mastery and formidable magical power, Hongjun Laozu stabilized himself amidst the chaotic remnants of the energy. His gaze was as piercing as a torch, swiftly searching through the wreckage for the treasures left behind by Qinkuan Laozu. The Qinkuan Ding, as the companion treasure of Qinkuan Laozu, was propelled far away by the explosion's force. Hongjun Laozu wielded his supernatural abilities, sending forth a gentle beam of light from his hand. Akin to an invisible hand that firmly grasped the Qinkuan Ding, the Ding exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, its body shrouded in a faint chaotic essence. Despite the explosive impact, it still radiated a powerful spiritual pressure. Hongjun Laozu carefully drew it back to his side, scrutinizing the precious spirit treasure, feeling the innate energy and Qinkuan power within, before safely storing it away. As for the Qinkuan ruler, it too was flung away by the overwhelming force of the explosion. Employing his keen perception of spiritual energy fluctuations, Hongjun Laozu swiftly located the Qinkuan ruler's descent. With a gentle wave of his hand, a strand of magical power transformed into a rope, ensnaring the Qinkuan ruler and drawing it back into his grasp. Though the brilliance of the Qinkuan ruler had dimmed, it soon regained some luster under the nurturing of Hongjun Laozu's magical power. Meanwhile, following the self-detonation of Yin-Yang Laozu, the Taiji diagram lost its original orientation amidst the explosion's shockwave. The Taiji diagram, being the companion treasure of Yin-Yang Laozu, contained the profound principles of Yin and Yang. Understanding its significance, Hongjun Laozu calmed his mind, attentively perceiving the changes in the surrounding Yin and Yang energies. Soon, he discerned the location of the Taiji diagram. It hovered in midair, with the black and white energies swirling ceaselessly, as if narrating the strength of Yin-Yang Laozu in life. Hongjun Laozu formed intricate hand seals, and a beam of light enveloped the Taiji diagram, gently drawing it towards him. Upon its arrival in Hongjun Laozu's hands, he could distinctly sense the power of Yin-Yang balance and the endless mysteries contained within. Thus, after the self-detonations of Qinkuan Laozu and Yin-Yang Laozu, Hongjun Laozu successfully acquired their companion treasures, the Qinkuan Ding, Qinkuan ruler, and Taiji diagram. Through his profound mastery and immense magical prowess, in the battlefield where the skies changed color and the earth trembled, the Zhuxian sword formation loomed like a dark shroud, emanating an inexhaustible aura of slaughter. The four unparalleled swords hung ominously in the cardinal directions, their sword qi intertwining, as if capable of cleaving the very fabric of reality. Clad in a flowing Taoist robe, Hongjun Laozu's white hair billowed like snow, his gaze deep and resolute. Faced with the terrifying Zhuxian sword formation, he felt no fear. Instead, a surge of righteous energy welled within him. With both hands forming seals, he chanted incantations, and a mysterious light erupted from his body, heralding the imminent arrival of his three corpses. Within the radiance, three figures gradually materialized. The benevolent corpse bore a peaceful countenance, radiating a gentle light as if capable of embracing all of existence. The malevolent corpse had a fierce gaze, filled with murderous intent, its aura wild and ferocious. The determined corpse exhibited unwavering resolve, its eyes reflecting an intent to persevere until its goals were achieved. With a gentle command, Hongjun Laozu summoned auspicious clouds to rise from above him, within which the primordial world shimmered as the sun, moon, and stars illuminated the expanse, multicolored rays painting the heavens, and celestial music resonating throughout the universe. Outside the auspicious clouds, countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, and jeweled ornaments fell like raindrops from an eaves. The auspicious clouds swiftly expanded, enveloping Hongjun Laozu and his three corpses, Shielding them from the onslaught of the Zhuxian sword formation's relentless sword qi, the benevolent corpse struck first, summoning the Qiankuan Ding, which emanated an ancient and powerful aura. Its body gleaming with brilliance, the benevolent corpse maneuvered the Qiankuan Ding towards the Luxian sword gate, its mouth opening to release a formidable suction, attempting to draw in the sword qi of the Luxian sword. Sensing the threat, the Luxian sword trembled violently, emitting a resonant hum, unleashing even greater sword qi in defiance. Yet, under the overwhelming might of the Qiankuan Ding, the sword qi from the Luxian sword gate was gradually subdued. The malevolent corpse would not be outdone. Wielding the Taiji diagram, it unfurled, and the yin and yang energies flowed, seemingly containing the most primordial forces of the universe. The malevolent corpse hurled the Taiji diagram towards the Xianxian sword gate. As the yin and yang energies coiled around the Xianxian sword, attempting to seal it, the Xianxian sword gleamed fiercely, its sword qi cascading down like a torrential rain. However, under the entwinement of the yin and yang energies from the Taiji diagram, the sword qi's potency was gradually mitigated. The determined corpse cradled the Zhao Hua Yu Dai, its runes flickering, and the mysterious aura of the Tao permeated the air. The determined corpse commanded the Zhao Hua Yu Dai towards the Juexian sword gate, unleashing beams of light that collided with the Juexian sword qi. Each clash sent tremors through the heavens and earth. Yet, with unwavering will and deep comprehension of the Tao, the determined corpse gradually suppressed the sword qi emanating from the Juexian sword gate. Meanwhile, Hongjun Laozu himself, amidst the fierce battle, stood as an invincible deity, his gaze unwavering, his aura resplendent. He resolutely advanced towards the Zhuxian sword gate. Above him, the auspicious clouds cascaded like a magnificent rainbow, exuding a mysterious and powerful presence. The light radiating from the clouds shielded him, forming an impenetrable barrier. The sword qi of the Zhuxian sword struck the auspicious clouds like a raging storm, each blade of qi containing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Yet, the brilliance of the clouds merely stirred ripples, failing to inflict any harm upon Hongjun Laozu. Protected by the auspicious clouds, he advanced steadily, each step brimming with confidence and authority. Upon nearing the Zhuxian sword, Hongjun Laozu began to weave intricate hand seals. His fingers danced with grace, as if playing a mysterious melody. The seals glowed brilliantly, akin to falling stars, unleashing boundless power upon the Zhuxian sword. The radiance was dazzling, rendering it almost impossible to behold. Under Hongjun Laozu's assault, the Zhuxian sword's brilliance gradually waned. The mysterious runes upon its blade seemed to lose their former luster, appearing somewhat dim and lackluster as time progressed. Hongjun Laozu's three corpses gained the upper hand, showcasing their formidable strength and harmonious cooperation. The might of the four Zhuxian swords was continuously diminished, and the once dreaded aura of slaughter began to dissipate. Observing this, the demon ancestor Luo Ho was struck with alarm. His eyes filled with shock and resentment, he attempted to manipulate the Zhuxian sword formation to counterattack, his hands weaving wildly as dark energy spiraled around him like a black vortex. This vortex seemed capable of devouring all, leaving the spiritual energy of the world in chaos. However, having sustained grievous injuries, he could no longer wield the full power of the Zhuxian sword formation. Ultimately, through the collaborative efforts of Hongjun Laozu and his three corpses, the Qiankuan Ding subdued the Luxian sword gate. The Qiankuan Ding radiated an ancient and mysterious aura, its runes shimmering as if recounting ancient tales. The Taiji diagram confined the Xianxian sword gate, unfurling as the yin and yang energies intertwined, forming a powerful seal. The Zhao Hua Yu Dai subdued the Juexian sword gate, its radiance flaring with the essence of the universe's mysteries. Moreover, Hongjun Laozu successfully seized the Zhuxian sword itself. With the four Zhuxian swords lost, the Zhuxian sword formation was shattered, and the pervasive aura of slaughter gradually faded. The world seemed to revert to its former tranquility. Though the scars left by the fierce battle remained vividly etched in memory, Luo Ho's visage twisted in fury, his eyes radiating madness and resentment. His face contorted, shrouded in rage and despair, he gestured wildly. The dark energy swirling around him in a frenzy, the vortex swelled ever larger, as if it sought to engulf the entire world within its grasp. Yet, its power gradually waned, and the frenzied rotation began to lose its vigor. Ultimately, Luo Ho resignedly ceased his actions, fully aware that he had met with failure. Despair and regret permeated his gaze, but there was no turning back. Suddenly, a flicker of resoluteness ignited in his eyes. A determination as sharp as a bolt of lightning, slicing through the madness and unwillingness that clouded his vision, that he comprehended that if he could not succeed in achieving enlightenment, he would ensure that the entire Western land accompanied him to the grave. This was his final act of insanity, a desperate rebellion against fate. Luo Ho muttered an ancient and malevolent incantation, each syllable imbued with boundless dark energy. His voice was deep and hoarse, echoing like a call from the depths of hell. As he chanted, the earth beneath the western lands began to tremble faintly. Initially, it was but a subtle quiver, akin to a slumbering giant rousing for the first time. This slight tremor was nearly imperceptible, yet harbored a terrifying force poised to erupt. Soon, however, the shaking intensified, and the ground began to sway violently. Cracks resembling a spider's web emerged upon the surface, rapidly spreading as if a colossal net of darkness unfurled across the earth from these fissures. A dim crimson glow seeped forth, akin to seething magma, as though the very lifeblood of the land was igniting. Luo Ho continuously channeled his magical energy into these crevices, forging an evil connection with the western earth's veins. His power surged like a black torrent, spreading through the fissures and delving deep into the earth's core, gradually eroding the essence of the western ley lines. Little by little, the force of the western ley lines fell under Luo Ho's dominion. The spiritual energy and power contained within becoming akin to a tamed beast, obedient to his command. Luo Ho felt the energies intertwine, igniting within him a frenzied sense of satisfaction. He erupted into manic laughter, his mirth brimming with madness and arrogance, reverberating through the heavens and earth like the tolling of a death knell. Ha! Since I, Luo Ho, cannot succeed, let this western land perish alongside me, he bellowed, his laughter infused with despair and insanity. His figure appeared particularly grotesque amidst the violent magic, resembling a demon from the abyss. Flames of destruction blazed in his eyes, as if he sought to reduce the entire world to ashes. At that moment, his magical energy detonated explosively, the scene reminiscent of an apocalypse, instilling fear in all who beheld it. That immense power erupted like an atomic bomb, spreading with relentless force. Instantly, a tempest of chaotic energy surged forth, rending the air asunder, distorting the very fabric of space. Wherever that power reached, everything was obliterated, as if nothing could withstand such a terrifying force. Simultaneously, the western ley lines, drawn into the thrall of Luo Ho's magic, spiraled into utter chaos. The power within the ley lines surged forth like a wild torrent, unleashing an ancient and mysterious aura that it was as if long-repressed fury had finally been released. The ley lines' might and Luo Ho's magic intertwined, coalescing into a cataclysmic force. The two formidable energies merged, akin to an unstoppable disaster. The earth quaked violently, the tremors evoking the sensation of being adrift in a turbulent sea. Mountains crumbled, boulders tumbled, peaks fractured, as if the very world were collapsing. The western lands were instantly engulfed in flames and chaos. Raging fires consumed all. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky. The air was thick with confusion, instilling despair and terror in every corner. Luo Ho's body was gradually consumed by this overwhelming power, his once mad and resolute figure slowly vanishing amidst the tempestuous energy. His laughter faded, yet his curse seemed destined to linger on this land, as the great way ascends. Henceforth, those who cultivate shall be plagued by inner demons. The demonic rises as the path diminishes. The path is elevated, and the demonic ascends. The demonic path stands. This curse echoed like a ghost in the air, sending chills down spines. In the wake of this cataclysmic explosion, the western ley lines suffered unprecedented devastation. Once brimming with mysterious power, they now resembled fragile threads violently torn asunder. The intricate patterns of the ley lines were mercilessly ripped apart, each fissure a ghastly wound upon the earth. The spiritual energy dissipated like a flood breaching its dam, the once vibrant essence of life abruptly severed, leaving only an eerie silence. Henceforth, the western lands became barren and desolate, akin to a cursed expanse. This land transformed into a realm of suffering and lamentation within the primordial world. Here, flora ceased to flourish, the once lush earth now reduced to withered yellow and decay. Rivers ran dry, their beds exposed to the scorching sun, as if narrating tales of former currents now mere distant memories. The breath of life grew faint, as if on the brink of extinction. The people struggled to survive amidst this desolation, enduring the ceaseless agony wrought by calamity. Their faces bore the marks of weariness and despair, each step weighed down by an unbearable burden. The Great Way responded to the oath of the demon ancestor Luoho. A resounding thunderclap reverberating through the cosmos, resonating from the deepest reaches of the universe, grand and eternal, as if traversing endless time and space. Amidst the boundless void, the thunder echoed, each note imbued with infinite majesty and mystery. The sound seemed to be the Great Way's roar, carrying an irresistible and formidable power. This force appeared capable of piercing through all barriers, allowing every living being to feel the Great Way's authority. When the demon ancestor Luoho uttered that earth-shattering vow, the Great Way seemed profoundly stirred. In that moment, the entire universe appeared suspended, all stars halting their twinkling as if frozen in time. Every breath held still, as if time itself ceased to flow. The world held its breath, anticipating the Great Way's response, the air thick with tension and expectation. Then, a mysterious radiance descended from the infinite void, containing the essence of the Great Way's reply. This light, akin to a beacon of hope, radiated warmth and brilliance, promising to inspire hope and courage. Yet it also resembled a sword of judgment, exuding authority and impartiality, making one acutely aware of the Great Way's relentless justice. This response was both affirmation and challenge. It seemed to convey to Luoho that his vow would be witnessed, that every action and decision of his would unfold under the scrutiny of the Great Way. Yet he would also bear the consequences of his choices, with each decision bearing its corresponding repercussions. The Great Way's reply was suffused with power, instilling in Luoho an unprecedented sense of pressure. This weight bore down upon his heart like an immense mountain, suffocating him, as if even the air had grown heavy. Yet his fighting spirit blazed like an unquenchable flame, fiercely ablaze within him. This spirit refused to yield, driving him to challenge fate and fulfill his oath. The Great Way responded to Luoho's vow, while simultaneously warning the entire universe that it allowed all beings to feel an overwhelming tremor, imparting the understanding that in this universe, oaths held power, and every promise would yield corresponding consequences. This tremor reverberated like an earthquake, sending shivers through the hearts of every creature. It engendered anticipation regarding Luoho's fate, as all wondered whether he could navigate this treacherous path and realize his vow. People speculated about Luoho's future while contemplating their own destinies. They understood that in this universe, each individual had their own choices and paths, and those choices would shape their futures. As Luoho and the western ley lines erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the earth-shattering roar seemed poised to tear the very fabric of the universe apart. The sound resonated like the death knell of the world, instilling despair and dread. The thunderous noise appeared capable of penetrating all barriers, causing the entire primordial realm to quake. The battle between demonic forces culminated in this monumental explosion, marking the conclusion of an epic struggle that profoundly impacted the primordial world. Every being felt the brutality and intensity of this conflict, as well as the capriciousness and helplessness of fate. At the critical moment of Luoho's impending self-detonation, Hongjun swiftly retracted the three corpses, employing the Taiji diagram for comprehensive defense. The Taiji diagram blazed with radiance, forming an impenetrable barrier against the explosion's shockwave. The yin and yang energies within the Taiji diagram flowed, establishing a formidable defensive system. The intertwining yin and yang energies exuded tremendous power. Subsequently, Hongjun retreated rapidly, his form streaking across the sky like a meteor, vanishing into the vast cosmos. His departure carried a sense of resignation and concern, anxiety gnawing at him over the explosion's repercussions. Seeing the dire situation, the elder Yangbai recognized that the explosion's force was beyond his capacity to withstand. Thus, he employed the laws of space, his figure vanishing in an instant as he executed a swift escape, leaving no trace behind. The mysterious fluctuations of space seemed to narrate his decisiveness and cunning. His silhouette, akin to a specter, vanished into the void. In the face of this crisis, he chose self-preservation without hesitation, showcasing his astuteness and resolve. That he understood that, at this juncture, safeguarding his own strength was paramount. Tongtian had already fled early on, his agile form darting away like lightning, disappearing into the distance. Confronted by the looming threat, he too opted for self-preservation, demonstrating his quick wit and determination. He was acutely aware of the explosion's devastating power and realized he could not withstand it. Thus, he swiftly vacated the battlefield in search of a secure refuge. Once tranquility returned, Tongtian and Hongjun subsequently returned to the scene. The site lay in disarray, a former battleground now reduced to endless ruins and remnants. The earth was torn asunder, mountains collapsed, and rivers ran dry, as if it had endured an apocalyptic cataclysm. The once resplendent land now stood desolate and dilapidated. Floating in place were the four swords of Zuxian and the Zuxian formation diagram, emanating a mysterious glow, as if recounting the glories of yore. The radiance shone brilliantly amidst the ruins, evoking memories of past battles and triumphs. Upon witnessing this, Tongtian's eyes momentarily flickered with resolve. That gaze, sharp as lightning, instantly revealed his inner determination. Without hesitation, he collected the four swords of Zuxian and the Zuxian formation diagram, his movements precise and unencumbered in his mind. These treasures were undoubtedly his rightful spoils of war. After all, he had exerted considerable effort in this fierce confrontation. Moreover, they would serve as crucial artifacts in his future battles, solidifying his standing in the primordial world. He paid no heed to Hongjun's expression. Whether grim or pale to him, his choice was unequivocally correct, rendering the opinions of others irrelevant. Just then, Tongtian received a notification from the system. Ding! Task selection initiated. Option 1. Collect the four swords of Zuxian and the formation diagram. Reward: complete Zuxian sword formation layout method. Option 2. Present them to Hongjun for future bestowal. Reward: 1 medal of integrity. Note: of little use. Without a moment's contemplation, Tongtian selected the first option. To him, the complete Zuxian sword formation layout method was of utmost significance. This method was akin to a key that could unlock the doors to greater power, substantially enhancing his strength. With formidable power, he could establish himself in the primordial world, safeguarding both himself and his disciples. Hence, the scene of Tongtian's direct acquisition unfolded. Hongjun, witnessing this, could only shake his head with a wry smile. He understood Tongtian's nature, stubborn and resolute. Once a decision was made, it would not easily be altered. He also recognized that, at this moment, he could not impede Tongtian's choice. At this time, Hongjun had not yet become so malevolent. A glimmer of fairness and benevolence still resided within him. He comprehended that Tongtian's choice was justified, and though somewhat displeased, he did not express his it was only later, upon merging with the heavenly Tao, that his ambition began to surface, gradually transforming him into a more callous and unfeeling being. In the aftermath of the upheaval, the sky erupted in a riot of colors, as if a vibrant tapestry unfurled across the firmament. Mysterious and resplendent lights intertwined, dreamlike and ethereal, mesmerizing all who beheld them. Various hues reflected off one another, shimmering like gemstones. The Xianhuang Qi descended like a delicate veil, enveloping the surroundings with an ancient and sacred aura. This essence seemed to purify the soul, allowing one to feel the universe's mystery and grandeur. The heavenly Tao, sensing the intensity of the battle and the significant shift, began to gather a colossal mass of merit. This radiant merit appeared to encapsulate the blessings and power of the entire cosmos. Its brilliance was as blinding as the sun, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. It floated gently, exuding a soft yet potent aura. This aura imparted warmth and tranquility, as if it could soothe all wounds. Subsequently, this immense merit began to distribute itself. A portion, representing 50%, directly descended upon Hongjun. Standing there, he regarded the surging merit with a complex expression. This merit seemed to acknowledge his pivotal role in the battle, as well as to bestow upon him a future mission. Another 30% of merit approached Tongtian. Although he had not directly confronted Luhu, his contributions during the fight were undeniable. The numerous demon tribes he vanquished significantly weakened Luhu's forces. Moreover, his actions had disrupted Luhu's judgment, causing disarray in the battle, thus impacting the overall situation. As Tongtian observed the merit soaring towards him, a flicker of contemplation crossed his gaze. He pondered the significance and utility of this merit. With a wave of his hand, he received the merit into his sleeve. Tongtian understood that by absorbing this merit from the heavenly Tao, he would subsequently be subject to its constraints. However, at this moment, he also realized the merit's importance, recognizing that it could bring unforeseen opportunities in the future. Another 10% of merit flew towards the vanishing figure of Yang Mei. Although Yang Mei had fled at a critical moment, his presence during the early stages of the battle had influenced the situation to some degree. This merit seemed to serve as recognition of him, as well as a blessing for his elusive whereabouts. The enigma surrounding Yang Mei rendered him inscrutable, and this merit might one day present him with new opportunities. The remaining 10% of merit entered the ravaged lands of the West, beginning to nourish the earth beneath. Do not underestimate this 10%. It is not insignificant. It fell like timely rain upon the scarred terrain. With the infusion of merit, the western lands slowly began to revive, emanating a faint, yet hopeful aura. The once barren and dilapidated earth seemed to be imbued with new life, showing signs of resurgence. This merit would lay the groundwork for the West's future development and play a vital role in the years to come. After successfully obtaining the 4 swords of Zuxian and the merit, Tongtian's heart was akin to a lake disturbed by a boulder, sending ripples across his thoughts. The 4 swords of Zuxian radiated a chilling aura, seemingly narrating tales of past glories, while the halo of merit enveloped him, imparting an ineffable sense of sanctity. Yet, despite the profound stirrings within, the master Tongtian did not linger. He was acutely aware that, while this opportunity sparkled like a brilliant star, it also carried with it heavy responsibilities and formidable challenges. Contemplating this, a resolute and determined gleam shone in Tongtian's eyes. He stepped forward with a steady gait. Approaching the venerable Hongjun, bowing respectfully, and earnestly uttered, "Senior Hongjun, I shall not squander this fortuitous chance that has befallen me. That I take my leave now, and may our paths cross again in the future." With that, he transformed into a radiant stream of light, soaring away at astonishing speed. The luminous trail sliced through the heavens, proclaiming to the world Tongtian's resolve and courage. Hongjun gazed at the retreating figure of Tongtian, nodding slightly, his eyes revealing a mixture of satisfaction and expectation that in this incident, he had garnered a substantial portion of merit, which swirled within him like a mysterious force, creating ripples in his heart. Hongjun possessed profound insights, understanding that the operation of all things in heaven and earth adhered to certain laws. This opportunity would undoubtedly have a far-reaching impact on the future landscape. Moments later, Hongjun withdrew his gaze and slowly turned away. His figure appeared particularly grand and enigmatic amidst the swirling mists. Subsequently, he returned to his Taoist abode on Yujing Mountain, a place suffused with mystery, abundant spiritual energy, and flowing Taoist rhythms. Upon his return, Hongjun quietly settled upon his mat, preparing to deepen his comprehension of the great Tao. Meanwhile, Yang Mei, severely injured in this fierce conflict, felt the tumult within his body. The blood surged, and numerous meridians were damaged, the overwhelming force rendering his very soul tremulous. Yang Mei understood that he urgently needed to find a tranquil place to heal and recuperate. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. In this critical moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to recover swiftly and brace for the myriad challenges that loomed ahead. After Tongtian's departure, his mind was a chaotic tangle, thoughts swirling in myriad directions. Various ideas intertwined in his consciousness, leaving him both exhilarated and bewildered. Did he recognize that acquiring the 4 swords of Zuxian and the merit was a monumental opportunity? Amidst this tumult of thoughts, Tongtian did not choose to return to Kunlun Mountain. Instead, his first inclination was to visit Enhua on Fengqi Mountain. Enhua, an entity imbued with mystery and allure, commanded Tongtian's profound respect for her wisdom and power. With anticipation in his heart, Tongtian hastened towards Fengqi Mountain. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the breathtaking scene before him. A thick aura of spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings, as if a mystical veil shrouded the entirety of Fengqi Mountain. Tongtian immediately sensed the formidable presence of Nuwa. He was acutely aware that Nuwa was in seclusion, clearly immersed in a pivotal moment of her cultivation. Although a sense of regret lingered in his heart, he understood that it was imperative not to disturb Nuwa at this moment. He stood silently, gazing at the tightly shut palace, silently wishing for Nuwa's swift success in her endeavors. Subsequently, with a tinge of anticipation, Tongtian embarked on his journey to the Tian Star. The Tian Star, a realm steeped in mystique, was said to be the abode of the goddesses Shiha and Changxi. Tongtian held these two deities in deep reverence. For their beauty and power were celebrated throughout the world, while their wisdom and grace evoked immense admiration. Upon arriving at the Tian star, an aura of tranquility and enigma washed over him. Silvery light cascaded down, draping the entire planet in a dreamlike veil. Everything here appeared so serene, so harmonious, as if time itself had come to a standstill. As Tongtian advanced slowly, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He yearned to meet the goddesses Shiha and Changxi, to engage in dialogue, and share his thoughts and reflections. However, fate seemed to mock him. As he approached the palace of the two goddesses, he found the grand door firmly shut, surrounded by a dense atmosphere of cultivation. Clearly, both Shiha and Changxi were also in seclusion. Gazing at the closed palace, a wave of helplessness surged within him. He longed to converse with these divine beings, to hear their insights and advice. Yet at this moment, he could only stand silently, absorbing the tranquility and mystery of the Tian star. With a resigned sigh, Tongtian turned away, his heart heavy with disappointment. Eventually, Tongtian arrived at the Western Kunlun, the domain of the revered goddess Zhuangmu. He held a fervent hope of engaging in dialogue with her, to share the experiences and insights gained from acquiring the four swords of Zuxian and the merit. He believed that Zhuangmu would undoubtedly provide him with invaluable guidance and inspiration. Upon reaching the Western Kunlun, he was awestruck by the magnificent scenery. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, as if concealing endless mysteries. With a heart full of reverence, Tongtian slowly approached Zhuangmu's palace. Yet, as he neared the palace, he discovered the grand doors tightly closed, and an eerie silence pervaded the surroundings. Clearly, Zhuangmu was also in seclusion. Tongtian could only depart with a heavy heart, feeling a profound sense of loss. He had hoped to find solace and support in Zhuangmu, only to encounter yet another closed door that he felt as if he were a solitary traveler. Adrift in this vast expanse, with no one to comprehend the depths of his soul, with a sense of discontent, Tongtian returned to his own sanctuary atop Kunlun Mountain. He strolled slowly to the mist-covered summit. His eyes slightly squinted as he surveyed the familiar landscape, waves of thought crashing through his mind. The undulating mountains, veiled in mist, appeared like a mysterious scroll. The streams meandered gently, producing a melodious sound, as if narrating tales of the passage of time. As Tongtian's gaze wandered through this familiar scenery, his heart brimmed with memories. He recalled the myriad experiences he had undergone during this fortuitous journey, from the initial whispers of news that ignited a spark of anticipation and excitement within him, to becoming embroiled in fierce conflicts. The battles were nothing short of breathtaking, with powerful figures unleashing their might, showcasing their divine abilities. Each flash of light, every clash of power, seemed etched in the depths of his mind. Ultimately, through his courage, wisdom, and strength, he successfully obtained the treasured four swords of Zuxian and the merit. Each moment felt vividly alive in his memory, the sharp aura emanating from the four swords of Zuxian. The sacred sensation surrounding the merit stirred his heart profoundly. He understood the rarity of such opportunities, forged through countless hardships and immense effort. Simultaneously, he recognized the heavy responsibility he bore. These treasures and merits were not merely rewards. They represented a profound mission bestowed upon him. Yet at this moment, standing atop the mountain, he found no one to share in the discourse of these matters. The envisioned exchange and sharing had evaporated into thin air. No one could fathom the tumult within his heart, nor could anyone grasp his intertwined feelings of joy and concern, excitement and pressure. He felt an overwhelming solitude, as if he were a solitary boat navigating the boundless ocean. Adrift amidst the waves, with a soft sigh, Tongtian tilted his head slightly. Gazing at the endless sky, he understood that on this prolonged path of cultivation, solitude might indeed be a norm. He quietly observed the four swords of Zuxian in his hands, their formidable aura sending shivers through him. The blades shimmered with mysterious runes, as if whispering ancient legends. Gently caressing the hilt, he felt the surge of power coursing through him, and a steadfast conviction began to rise in his heart. He comprehended deeply that in the primal world, the law of the jungle prevailed. He could not perpetually rely on others. Past experiences unfolded like vivid paintings in his mind, the fierce battles and arduous choices making it abundantly clear. Only by relying on his own strength could he establish himself in this ever-changing world. While others might offer temporary assistance, true growth and advancement must stem from his own endeavors. With no one to converse with, he resolved to explore and cultivate on his own. A resolute glint shone in Tongtian's eyes as he decided to cease lamenting over the lack of understanding from others and instead channel his energies into enhancing his own strength. He would delve into his potential along this solitary path of cultivation, striving to become ever more powerful. Taking a deep breath, Tongtian gradually closed his eyes. He set aside his feelings of disappointment and confusion. Allowing his mind to regain its tranquility, he recognized that feelings of loss and uncertainty would only hinder his progress. Only by courageously confronting reality and actively seeking solutions could he traverse further along this challenging path of cultivation. The sanctuary atop Kunlun Mountain remained serene. The majestic peaks, babbling streams, and swirling mists seemed to narrate the tales of time. As Tongtian opened his eyes, he gazed upon the familiar landscape, and his heart gradually found peace. He sensed a force emanating from the earth, a steady and resolute strength. This power instilled a deeper sense of calm within him, filling him with confidence for the future. After weathering these trials, Tongtian ultimately returned to his sanctuary atop Kunlun Mountain. Standing at the summit, he surveyed the familiar land below, his heart brimming with emotions. Cultivation transcends the bounds of years, as time flows quietly. Upon Hongjun Laozu's return to Yujing Mountain, the mysterious and solemn sanctuary seemed to merge with the cosmos itself. He sat quietly upon the cushion, the Zhao Huayu Dai beside him radiating a profound and enigmatic glow, akin to an endless treasure trove that captivated his every thought. This unparalleled treasure, with each beam of light embodying the mysteries of the universe, and every rune seemingly narrating ancient tales, drew him ever deeper into contemplation. With his eyes gently closed, Hongjun's expression was grave and focused, his spirit wholly immersed in the comprehension of the Zhao Huayu Dai. Each insight felt like capturing a brilliant star within the boundless universe, illuminating the dark corners of his heart. Deepening his understanding of all things, the principles unfolded like threads weaving together in his mind. Each touch felt like a baptism of the soul, bringing him closer to the supreme path. He lost himself in this infinite comprehension. Forgetting the passage of time and the world outside. As time passed, Hongjun continued to cultivate and comprehend while meticulously refining the power of heavenly merit. This merit flowed within him like a warm and potent current. Merging with his cultivation, each drop of merit resembled a precious gem, radiating a sacred light. They nourished Hongjun's soul, strengthened his body, and elevated his realm. Gradually, Hongjun seemed to merge with the cosmos, sensing every bloom of a flower, every flutter of a leaf, and every twinkle of a star. His heart brimmed with tranquility and strength, a power that transcended all. Finally, Hongjun achieved the realm of the three corpses unification, successfully attaining the status of a sage. In this critical moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of peace and strength, as if he had become one with the entire universe. The three corpses refer to the benevolent corpse, the malevolent corpse, and the self-corpse. Severing the three corpses implied that he had liberated himself from various obsessions and desires, attaining a state of purity that resonated with the cosmic principles. As Hongjun became a sage, the primordial land witnessed a spectacular phenomenon. Auspicious clouds ascended, resembling sacred immortal islands suspended in the sky. Above these clouds, radiant light illuminated the heavens, creating an aura of a mysterious celestial realm. The radiant glow of the sun, moon, and stars illuminates the surroundings, as if celebrating this monumental moment with jubilant applause. The ethereal purple mist swirls like smoke, spreading across vast distances, cloaking the entire primordial world in a veil of mystery. Golden lotuses emerge from the earth, blossoming abundantly, their resplendent petals shimmering with brilliance, as if whispering the profound secrets of the Tao. Each golden lotus seems to embody a universe, teeming with boundless vitality and wisdom. Countless beams of golden light, lotuses, and sparkling jewels cascade through the skies, reminiscent of unceasing rain, creating a breathtaking spectacle. These wondrous phenomena stir the entire primordial realm, enveloping innumerable beings in this sacred radiance. Stirring their souls profoundly in this moment, they appear to receive divine enlightenment, gaining a deeper understanding of the path of cultivation. Simultaneously, the spiritual essence between heaven and earth thickens, providing a richer environment for the beings of the primordial world to refine their skills. High above the 9 clouds, seated upon a lotus, I, the Taoist master, shall preside over the teachings. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall take the mantle of the supreme teacher. From Pangu emerges the Taiji. The dualities and 4 symbols follow suit. Point 1 path conveys 3 friends, while 2 teachings elucidate the divisions. The Xianmen stands as the leader, merging into the vastness of Hongjun. Today, I, Hongjun, shall ultimately attain the revered path of the sage. The boundless light of wisdom shines within my heart, and all creation lies within my insight that I sense the confusion of the primordial beings, and thus decree that a millennium hence, I shall expound upon the path of the sage in the chaotic purple cloud palace. Hongjun's voice resonates like a grand bell, echoing throughout the primordial world. Each word seems imbued with limitless power, filling the hearts of all beings with awe and longing. Hongjun Laozu's eyes gently close, his expression solemn and dignified, as he sits within the mysterious void, emanating an overwhelming aura that he slightly parts his lips, and an unparalleled divine power reverberates like rolling thunder, proclaiming his sanctification to the expanse of the primordial realm. That voice rings out like a mighty bell, rich and resonant, reverberating in every corner of existence. Tongtian, immersed in his cultivation, awakens to the sound akin to a grand bell that he slowly opens his eyes. And the glimmer of contemplation within them seems capable of piercing through endless time and space. He sits up slightly, absorbing the profound impact of the lingering sound waves around him that at last. Hongjun has attained sanctification. This is a momentous event for the primordial realm. His voice reverberates in the tranquil space, tinged with a sense of reverence and reflection that he understands that Hongjun's sanctification heralds the dawn of a new era. One brimming with infinite possibilities and challenges that it seems the era of the sage is imminent. I must indeed carefully plan my future path. Tongtian's brows furrow slightly as he delves into deep contemplation. He realizes that in this ever-changing primordial world, merely contenting himself with becoming a heavenly Tao sage would be a profound waste of his journey through this magnificent realm. He yearns to carve out a unique path of his own, one that would allow him to truly dominate the primordial world and be remembered throughout the ages. Lost in his thoughts, Tongtian envisions the future that a confident expression graces his face, as if he has already glimpsed himself achieving enlightenment. Standing atop the primordial heights, revered by all beings, it is a scene of unparalleled grandeur, his figure akin to a towering mountain, radiating an awe-inspiring presence, just as he finds himself in this daydream. A sudden chime signals the commencement of task selection, abruptly shattering his reverie and thrusting him back into reality. Choice 1. Do not go to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings. Reward. A flawed version of the 3 corpse severing technique, which, after cultivation, cannot lead to enlightenment. Choice 2. Bring along Nuwa, Shiha, Changxi, and the Queen Mother of the West to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings. Reward. The complete version of the 3 corpse severing technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Tongtian declares, "Of course, I choose the second option." His voice is resolute and decisive, devoid of any doubt. He comprehends the rarity of the complete version of the 3 corpse severing technique, a coveted treasure sought by countless cultivators, which would provide immense support on his path to enlightenment. Moreover, the Enlightenment Tea Tree is a wondrous artifact, exuding an aura that enhances a cultivator's efforts manifold. Additionally, the prospect of journeying to the Purple Cloud Palace with goddesses such as Nuwa is a delightful opportunity. The wisdom and kindness of Nuwa, the nobility and majesty of Shiha, the gentleness and beauty of Changxi, and the solemnity and mystery of the Queen Mother of the West. Each goddess possesses unique charm and power. Accompanying them would not only enhance the journey's enjoyment, but also yield greater insights and revelations through their interactions. Ding! The host has made a choice. Rewards will be automatically granted to the system space upon the host's arrival at the Purple Cloud Palace, at which point the host may retrieve them. This notification resonates in Tongtian's heart, igniting a surge of anticipation. He understands that this choice, akin to placing a pivotal piece on the chessboard of fate, will bring significant changes to his future path of cultivation. After selecting option 2, Tongtian begins to meticulously plan his next steps. The depths of his eyes shimmer with the light of contemplation, as if sketching a grand blueprint. He recognizes the importance of this task. understanding that it not only pertains to his own path to enlightenment, but could also influence the future landscape of the entire primordial realm. It is a weighty responsibility and a rare opportunity. His first thought turns to Nuwa of Fengqi Mountain. His mind drifts back to his previous visit to Fengqi Mountain, where a rich spiritual essence pervaded the air, resembling a dreamlike tapestry unfolding in his memory. He recalls the palace where Nuwa cultivates in seclusion, the tightly shut doors seemingly concealing endless mysteries that he muses. Sister Nuwa is exceptionally wise and powerful. If I can invite her to the Purple Cloud Palace, I shall surely gain much. Thus, without hesitation, Tongtian resolves to return to Fengqi Mountain to personally extend the invitation to Nuwa. With a swift motion, he transforms into a dazzling streak of light, racing toward Fengqi Mountain at astonishing speed. The luminous trail he leaves behind cuts through the sky, as if proclaiming his determination to the world. Soon, he arrives at Fengqi Mountain. Tongtian stands quietly at the foot of the mountain, gently closing his eyes to savor the familiar yet enigmatic aura of the mountain. He can clearly sense that Nuwa may still be in seclusion, yet he is unwilling to give up. Hence, he concentrates his divine consciousness and carefully transmits it into Nuwa's palace. Sister Nuwa, Hongjun Laozu has attained sanctification and will expound upon the path of the sage in the Purple Cloud Palace a millennium hence. I wish to invite you to join me in listening to the teachings. This is a rare opportunity, and I hope you will consent that I shall await you at Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian's divine consciousness is filled with sincerity and anticipation, like a warm spring breeze gently caressing Nuwa's palace. Next, he considers Shiha and Changshi on the moon. His mind conjures images of the serene and mysterious scene he witnessed during his last visit to the moon, where silvery light cascaded down, creating an ethereal paradise. He recalls the closed palace, exuding an air of mystery that he reflects. Goddesses Shiha and Changshi are both beautiful and powerful. If I can journey to the Purple Cloud Palace with them, it will undoubtedly add splendor to this trip. Tongtian sets out once more, shooting toward the moon like a meteor. Upon reaching the moon, the familiar silver light bathes the entire celestial body in a dreamlike veil. Tongtian approaches the palaces of the two goddesses, gathering his divine consciousness once again to transmit into the palace. Sisters Shiha and Changshi, Hongjun has attained sanctification, and the Purple Cloud Palace will soon expound upon the path of the sage. I, Tongtian, have come to invite you both to join me in this rare opportunity, that I shall await you at Kunlun Mountain for our departure. Tongtian's divine consciousness resonates with respect and anticipation, like a melodious tune echoing across the moon. Finally, Tongtian arrives at the western Kunlun of the Queen Mother. He gazes at the towering peaks and swirling clouds, filled with reflection that he knows that the Queen Mother's wisdom and strength are renowned throughout the primordial world. The soaring mountains seem to narrate tales of her majesty and mystery. Tongtian approaches the Queen Mother's palace, once more concentrating his divine consciousness to transmit into the palace. Queen Mother, Hongjun has attained sanctification, and the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace are imminent. I, Tongtian, sincerely invite you to join in listening to the teachings. May you grace us with your presence that I shall await you outside the Jade Void Palace at Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian's divine consciousness is imbued with sincerity and hope, flowing around the Queen Mother's palace like a crystal-clear stream. After issuing his invitations, Tongtian quietly awaits the responses of the goddesses. His heart is filled with both anxiety and anticipation, uncertain whether they will accept his invitation. Yet, he firmly believes that this journey to the Purple Cloud Palace, if undertaken alongside these divine goddesses, will become an unforgettable experience and provide immense support on his path to enlightenment. He stands there, like an unwavering mountain, awaiting the response of fate. Countless beings are shaken by the sudden sound. Birds and beasts alike halt their movements, previously soaring through the skies or racing through the forests, now seemingly frozen in place, gazing up at the heavens. In their eyes, there is a mix of awe and confusion. In the sky, there seems to be an enigmatic force that draws them into its depths, compelling them to ponder the implications of this sudden turn of events. The mountains and rivers appear to stand still in that moment. The gentle sound of flowing water has vanished, the surging rivers no longer swell, and the majestic peaks silently loom. They are akin to silent witnesses, quietly attuning their ears to the proclamation of the sage, sensing the powerful aura wafting through the heavens and the earth. When the news of Hongjun's ascension to sainthood reverberates like thunder across the primordial world, both Ta Qing Laozi and Yu Qing Yuan Shi are profoundly shaken. Ta Qing Laozi, with hair as white as snow, clad in a simple Taoist robe, sits serenely atop Shouyang Mountain. He slightly opens his eyes, his snowy locks fluttering gently, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his gaze. As a true disciple of Pangu, he has always carried an air of pride, believing himself to bear the merit of creating the heavens and inheriting the true teachings. Upon hearing of Hongjun's enlightenment, though astonished, he cannot help but feel a twinge of defiance. He tilts his head slightly, gazing at the boundless sky, silently contemplating. I am the true lineage of Pangu, born of the great Tao. Yet Hongjun has achieved sanctity before us. This is indeed unexpected. However, his brow soon furrows, the deep lines etched upon his face revealing his inner turmoil. He is acutely aware that despite his profound cultivation, he is hindered by a lack of advanced methods for further practice, leaving his path shrouded in uncertainty. With a soft sigh, he shakes his head in resignation, his pride gradually yielding to the reality before him. Yu Qing Yuan Shi, with a stern visage, stands within the halls of Yusu Palace, with his hands clasped behind him and his posture as upright as a pine tree. His eyes reflect a fierce pride. His resplendent Taoist robe billows in the wind, seemingly asserting his authority. How could the true lineage of Pangu be inferior to others? Yet, upon receiving the news of Hongjun's sanctity, his expression changes slightly. A flicker of surprise crossing his austere features. He knows well that despite being of the orthodox lineage, he is ensnared in a bottleneck on his path of cultivation, desperately in need of more profound guidance. He presses his lips tightly together, wrestling with his thoughts. Ultimately, he must concede to the reality of Hongjun's attainment, his arrogance subdued by circumstance. Very well, in pursuit of the great Tao, I shall visit the Zixiao Palace. Perhaps I may glean something of value. The news of Hongjun's ascension and the impending discourse sends ripples of excitement across the primordial world. Countless beings are drawn by the prospect of achieving sainthood, embarking on their own quests for enlightenment. Some meditate in secluded caves, sitting cross-legged as they immerse themselves in the comprehension of the celestial principles. The surrounding spiritual energy swirls around them like a vortex, each breath seemingly drawing in the essence of the universe. Others venture in pairs to explore ancient ruins, cautiously navigating through the remnants of bygone eras in search of clues to the great Tao. These mysterious relics are fraught with unknown dangers, yet the resolute glimmer in their eyes betrays their fearless pursuit of the sacred path. Each being is infused with an indomitable spirit, diligently cultivating and exploring the great Tao, aspiring to attain the status of a sage like Hongjun, wielding formidable power and exalted standing. The major factions within the primordial realm also recalibrate their strategies in light of Hongjun's elevation. Powerful races and influences begin to actively prepare for their pilgrimage to Zixiao Palace, eager to seize the opportunity to enhance their strength through Hongjun's teachings, thereby securing a more advantageous position in the primordial world. They dispatch their most exceptional members, gathering precious treasures and meticulously preparing for the forthcoming journey to Zixiao Palace. Simultaneously, they reassess and restructure their territorial holdings and resources to adapt to potential changes. In this age of uncertainty, every decision could profoundly impact the future of their factions. As the news of Hongjun's ascension sweeps through the primordial land like a tempest, the 12 ancestors gather in the Ancestor Hall. Di Jiang, with a cold demeanor, scoffs upon hearing the announcement, waving his hand dismissively. Humph, what of Hongjun's sainthood? We, the 12 ancestors, are of the bloodline of Pangu, born with innate divine abilities. Why should we concern ourselves with a newcomer? This so-called discourse we need not attend. His voice echoes like thunder within the hall, exuding his dominance and pride. The other ancestors nod in agreement. Zhu Rong, known for his fiery temper, exclaims, "Indeed, our ancestral power is sufficient to traverse the primordial realm." There is no need to heed Hongjun's teachings. His eyes blaze with an inferno, as if he could reduce adversaries to ashes. Gong Gong, with wide-open eyes, bellows, "We, the ancestors, shall prove our worth through strength." Not by listening to his trivial discourse. His robust physique radiates immense power, instilling fear in those who behold him. However, Ho-Tu furrows her brow slightly, speaking softly. "Brothers, do not underestimate this. Hongjun's ascension must possess its exceptional merits. Moreover, this discourse may bring us new opportunities and insights, which could benefit the development of our witch lineage. Her voice is gentle yet resolute, like a spring breeze that Jiang snorts. We, the true lineage of Pangu, require no guidance from others. Ho Tu patiently counters. Brother, the current situation in the primordial realm is unpredictable. An additional opportunity could enhance our chances of success. We must also consider the future of our witch lineage. The ancestors fall into silence, the atmosphere in the hall growing heavy. After a moment, Jiang lets out a long sigh. Very well, since you insist, we shall visit Zixiao Palace to see for ourselves. At that moment, Jiang recalls their elder brother, Tongtian, a powerful figure with a fierce disposition that he muses. If Tongtian were here, I wonder what choice he would make. Yet, considering the future of their lineage, they have no choice but to prepare for their journey to Zixiao Palace to eye in the heavenly realm of the demon race. Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun exchange glances. Dong Huang Tai Yi states, Hongjun's ascension is a significant matter. We must dispatch capable individuals to Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, securing greater benefits for the demon race. His eyes gleam with wisdom, as if he envisions the future of the demon race. Di Jun nods slightly, adding, simultaneously, we must strengthen our control over the primordial realm to prevent other factions from making moves while we attend the discourse. Their words resonate with determination and strategy. Charting a course for the future of the demon race, the entire primordial world is enveloped in the shock of Hongjun's ascension and the anticipation of the forthcoming discourse. Every being strives for their future. Preparing to embrace this monumental era. It seems as though a powerful impetus has surged through the primordial realm, prompting all to take action. Various beings bustle in preparation for the teachings at Zixiao Palace following Hongjun's ascension. Nuwa, Fuxi, Shiha, Changxi, and the Western Queen Mother, among other powerful beings, arrive successively at the gates of Yushu Palace atop Kunlun Mountain. Fuxi, with a gentle demeanor, keeps his gaze steadfastly on his sister Nuwa, clearly accompanying her out of a protective instinct. Upon their meeting, they exchange polite nods and greetings. Tongtian beams with a smile, enthusiastically introducing the goddesses to Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun da Taqing Laozi, with snow-white hair and an expression of serene indifference. Gives a slight nod in acknowledgement. Yuqing Yuan Shi, with a stern countenance, also greets the assembled crowd with appropriate decorum. Soon after, they embark on the journey to Zixiao Palace. As they enter the chaos, the boundless chaotic energy surges violently, as if seeking to engulf all. Tongtian remains unperturbed, decisively producing the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, which shimmers with radiant light, enveloping the group. Instantly, the chaotic energy can no longer harm them in the slightest. Within the tower, they feel an unprecedented sense of safety. Meanwhile, other powerful beings in the primordial realm employ their protective treasures, Di Jun and Tai Yi, exuding an air of authority, brace themselves against the chaos bell. The ancient bell emanating a mysterious aura, as the chaotic energy crashes against it with resounding booms. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun hold up the earth book, which radiates a rich, earthy glow. Seemingly connected to the very earth, impervious to harm, the 12 ancestors, with their exceptionally robust physiques, stride forward, utterly disregarding the onslaught of chaotic energy. However, the ferocity of the chaotic energy is not without effect. They endure minor abrasions upon their skin. Yet for them, these injuries are trifling. Randang produces the accompanying spiritual treasure, the Lingzhou lamp, its flickering light illuminating the surrounding chaos, carving a safe path for him. Many other powerful beings display their unique abilities, either summoning mysterious artifacts or wielding formidable powers, laboriously making their way through the chaos. Yet, some cultivators lacking sufficient strength and protective treasures tragically fall victim to the onslaught of chaotic energy. Their figures vanish into the chaos, becoming a poignant footnote in this grand journey. Nevertheless, this does not deter the advance of other powerful beings. Driven by their yearning for the great Tao, they resolutely proceed towards Zixiao Palace. Nuwa, Fuxi, Shiha, Changxi, and the Western Queen Mother arrive successively at the gates of Yushu Palace atop Kunlun Mountain. Fuxi, with a gentle demeanor, gazes intently at his sister Nuwa, the concern in his tranquil eyes unmistakable. Evidently, he had accompanied her solely to safeguard his one-of-a-kind sister. Upon their meeting, A subtle nod conveyed a sense of solemnity and camaraderie. As they exchanged hushed greetings, Daiti was as if this simple interaction transmitted a profound respect for one another. Tongtian beamed with a smile reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, enthusiastically introducing the various goddesses to Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. Laozi, with hair as white as snow, appeared like an ethereal sage. His demeanor calm and composed. His slight nod seemed to exude a wisdom that transcended worldly affairs. In contrast, Yuanshi Tianzun's expression was stern, akin to an imposing iceberg, yet he graciously acknowledged the assembly. His brief exchange of glances revealing an understated seriousness. Subsequently, they all embarked on their journey towards the Purple Cloud Palace. As they entered the chaos, the boundless aura of disorder surged violently, resembling a ferocious beast intent on mercilessly devouring all in its path. Tongtian remained unperturbed, his expression resolute as he decisively produced the Linglong Tower of Heaven and Earth. Under the radiant glow of the treasure, it stood as an indomitable barrier, enveloping everyone. Instantly, the formidable force of the chaotic aura was thwarted, unable to inflict any harm upon them. Within the tower, the assembly felt an unprecedented sense of security, a comforting wave washing over their hearts. Meanwhile, other formidable beings from the primordial world summoned their protective treasures. Emperor Jun and Tai, exuding an air of majesty, wielded the chaos bell, which emanated a mysterious aura, as if embodying the vicissitudes of time and boundless power. The chaotic energies collided with the bell, producing a series of muffled resonances akin to deep thunder, echoing through the chaos. Xinyuanzi and Hongjun brandished the Earth Book, which radiated a rich, earthy glow, seemingly intertwined with the very essence of the earth, offering an unyielding stability and a sense of profound weightiness. The 12 ancestors of the Witch clan possessed formidable physiques, striding forth with an unrelenting momentum, disregarding the chaotic aura's impact. However, the violent force of the chaos was not without effect. They bore superficial wounds, which they dismissed as trifling inconveniences, pressing on with unwavering determination. Randang produced the accompanying spirit treasure, the Lingjio lantern, whose flickering light danced like a lively sprite, illuminating the chaos and carving a safe path ahead. Numerous other powerful beings displayed their prowess, either summoning mysterious artifacts that shimmered like brilliant stars in the night sky, or unleashing potent divine abilities that surged like tumultuous waves through the chaos. Progressing through the tumultuous chaos was fraught with challenges and hardships. Yet, some cultivators lacking sufficient power and protective treasures tragically fell victim to the chaotic energies, their forms vanishing into the chaos like meteors streaking across the night sky, brief yet poignant, becoming a somber footnote in this grand journey. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the advance of the other mighty beings, who, fueled by a yearning for the Tao, moved forward with unwavering resolve, their eyes ablaze like kindling flames. Illuminating the path to the Purple Cloud Palace, time flowed silently, and after an indeterminate duration, the enigmatic and majestic Purple Cloud Palace finally emerged before them. It stood serenely amidst the chaos, akin to a resplendent pearl, exuding an ancient and sacred aura, as though serving as a bridge connecting heaven and earth. The chaotic energies swirled around the palace like gossamer, adding an air of mystery to this magnificent edifice. The architecture of the palace was both ancient and grand, with colossal stone pillars adorned with exquisite carvings, seemingly narrating age-old legends. The glazed tiles of the roof sparkled under the illumination of the chaotic light, creating a dreamlike beauty. The grand entrance remained firmly shut, the heavy door adorned with mysterious runes that radiated a powerful essence, like a silent sage awaiting the opportune moment to unveil its secrets. As the assembly gathered in the plaza before the Purple Cloud Palace, the ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse with infinite power, instilling a sense of reverence within them at this moment. The palace's doors remained closed, resembling a reticent sage poised to reveal its mysteries at the right time. All the formidable beings converged in the plaza, hailing from various corners of the primordial realm, each emanating a formidable presence. Occasional greetings resonated through the air, some solemn, others warm, and still others indifferent, weaving a unique tapestry amidst the chaos. Hongjun and Xinyuanzi approached Tongtian, with Hongjun sporting an enthusiastic smile and excitement glimmering in his eyes. He greeted Tongtian as if they were longtime friends. "Tongtian, my dear fellow, it has been ages. What a stroke of fate it is for us to gather here today. He then eagerly introduced Xinyuanzi. This is the illustrious Xinyuanzi, a man of exceptional strength and generosity. Xinyuanzi, meet the renowned Tongtian, whose vast powers resonate throughout the primordial realm. Hongjun elaborated, his words brimming with admiration. Xinyuanzi inclined his head slightly, acknowledging Tongtian with respect, and Tongtian reciprocated with a warm smile, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie among the three. With a gentle smile, Tongtian turned to Hongjun and Xinyuanzi, saying, "Come, allow me to introduce you to these formidable beings by my side." Tongtian subtly gestured towards Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, his expression earnest as he introduced them to Hongjun and Xinyuanzi. "These two are my elder brothers, the Supreme Clarity Laozi and the Jade Clarity Yuanshi Tianzuan. This is Nuwa, and this is the great Fuxi, who has come to protect his sister Nuwa, possessing immeasurable strength. Additionally, these two are the goddesses Shiha and Changxi from the Tian star, and this is the Queen Mother of the West." As Tongtian introduced each figure, his words were laden with respect and admiration, deepening Hongjun and Xinyuanzi's understanding of these mighty beings. The number of cultivators outside the Purple Cloud Palace steadily increased, a bustling throng that created an extraordinary atmosphere. Numerous cultivators gathered, some conversing in hushed tones, their words filled with anticipation and speculation regarding the impending discourse. Others stood solemnly, their expressions grave as they awaited the opening of the palace doors. The air thick with tension and expectancy, various powerful presences intertwined, infusing this otherwise chaotic space with vibrant vitality. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as the heavy doors began to open slowly. This sound acted as a signal, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Tongtian promptly transmitted a message to Nuwa, urgency lacing his tone. "Sister Nuwa, ensure you secure a spot on the first row of cushions." Although Nuwa was initially puzzled, she nodded gently at Tongtian's earnest expression to at this moment. An announcement echoed in Tongtian's mind. "Ding! Task selection initiated. Option 1. Seize the first sage cushion in the front row. Reward: the God-slaying spear. Option 2. Follow the original trajectory to seize the third cushion. Reward: 1,000,000 merits of the heavenly Tao. Option 3. Do not seize a cushion. Reward: a severe headache." Tongtian was taken aback, pondering. Option 1 offers the God-slaying spear, a legendary artifact of immense power. Did it not vanish after being cast by Luo Hu? Ding! This system possesses everything you desire. Simply focus on completing the task. The system replied, seemingly understanding his concerns. Tongtian declared, "System, I choose option 1. Ding. Your choice has been recorded. The reward will be automatically granted upon completion of the task." As the doors swung open, 2 attendants, 1 male and 1 female, stood on either side, their postures straight and their features fair, their eyes sparkling with vitality. These two would become the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother in the future. The male attendant, Hao Yan, announced in a clear voice, "The Sage Lord has decreed. Please enter the Grand Hall and await further instructions." Without hesitation, Tongtian swiftly dashed into the hall, seizing the opportunity. As the others regained their composure, they hurriedly followed suit. Tongtian quickly claimed the first cushion in the front row, sitting cross-legged with a fluidity that suggested he was in complete control of the situation. Laozi entered shortly after, taking the second cushion. That he glanced at Tongtian, a slight frown betraying his displeasure, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing it. Yuanshi followed suit and secured the third cushion. Turning to Tongtian, he reproached, "Tongtian, this disregard for hierarchy is quite unbecoming." Tongtian, however, feigned ignorance, ignoring his comment. Yuanshi could only grunt in frustration, falling silent, his expression darkening. The fourth cushion was claimed by Nuwa with Fuxi's assistance. It was evident that Fuxi was a devoted brother, willing to go to great lengths to fulfill his sister's desires. The fifth cushion was taken by Kuanping, who seized it with astonishing speed. The last cushion was jointly claimed by Hongjun and Xinyuanzi, yet Xinyuanzi magnanimously offered it to Hongjun. Tongtian observed this sequence, noting that aside from securing the first position, the rest followed the original trajectory. He silently mused, "Indeed, the heavenly Tao is formidable. Altering fate is not a matter of mere moments. Only by strengthening oneself can one change their destiny. That I must devote myself to rigorous cultivation. I in the shadows." Hongjun regarded Tongtian's acquisition of the first position with mild astonishment, shaking his head slightly before returning to his meditative state. Other powerful beings found that there were no first-row seats available, and could only seek positions closer to the sage. Once everyone settled down, a lively conversation ensued, filling the hall with a bustling atmosphere reminiscent of a marketplace. Some were sharing insights on their cultivation experiences, while others were discussing the potential content of the forthcoming sermon, their voices rising and falling in a harmonious cacophony. At that moment, Tian, having received instructions, stood up and declared, "The sage is about to deliver his teachings. Everyone, please be silent." After exchanging a brief glance with Yao Qi, he proceeded to close the grand doors. As the doors were halfway shut, urgent and anxious voices outside grew ever closer, like surging waves approaching the shore. The ears of the gathered beings instinctively perked up, filled with curiosity as they awaited the true identities of the newcomers. Finally, the voices became clear, revealing that the visitors were none other than the West's Jane and Juni. Jane's face was etched with sorrow, deep wrinkles seemingly narrating tales of endless hardships and suffering. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his gaze conveyed a sense of weariness and helplessness, as if he had endured countless tribulations to arrive at this place. Zhuanti, on the other hand, displayed an anxious demeanor, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his eyes sparkled with longing and urgency. Their garments were somewhat disheveled, evidently a sign of their hurried journey. They hastily arrived at Zixiao Palace, only to find the doors about to close. That a wave of despair surged within Zhuanti, prompting him to call out urgently, "Compassionate sage, please delay the closing of the doors. Our journey from the west was long and arduous. We arrived just a moment too late. That I beseech the sage to show mercy and allow us entry to listen to the teachings." His voice was filled with earnestness and yearning, akin to a weary traveler in the desert, finally spotting an oasis and desperately seeking salvation. The assembly within the hall reacted variably to Zhuanti's plea. Some powerful beings frowned slightly, deeming Jane and Juni's arrival too tardy, disrupting the established order. These individuals, who valued decorum and regulation, expressed their discontent through subtle shakes of their heads, their eyes betraying a hint of reproach. Conversely, others within the assembly displayed sympathy, understanding that everyone had come to hear the sage's sermon. Fully aware of the arduous path of seeking enlightenment, they gazed at Jane and Zhuanti outside the doors, feeling a surge of compassion, as if they were witnessing their former selves enduring the challenges of the journey for knowledge. Jane and Zhuanti continued to plead outside, their voices saturated with sorrow and helplessness. They recounted the desolation of the West, painting vivid pictures of the barren land and its suffering. They lamented the obliteration of the Western spiritual veins, the scarcity of resources, and the extreme difficulties faced on the path of cultivation. Simultaneously, they shared the hardships they had endured in their quest for enlightenment, detailing the myriad challenges encountered along the way. Their words were imbued with sincerity and longing, hoping to touch the sage's heart and secure the opportunity to enter and listen to the teachings. Ultimately, after their earnest entreaties, Hongjun seemed to be moved. He slightly stirred his thoughts, and a powerful intention swept over the hearts of those present like a gentle spring breeze. The grand doors slowly creaked open once more, emitting a deep, resonant sound. Jane and Zhuanti were overjoyed, their faces illuminating with radiant smiles, as if a glimmer of dawn had pierced through their darkness. They hurriedly stepped into the hall, their footsteps light, yet urgent, bowing respectfully to the void. Their movements radiated reverence and awe. They then cautiously sought out seats, their eyes brimming with anticipation, ready to absorb the sage's teachings. Due to their late arrival, the prime positions within the hall were already occupied, forcing them to settle in a more remote corner. Jane clasped his hands together, his rough palms trembling slightly as he lowered his gaze, silently reciting scriptures, his lips moving gently to produce barely audible sounds. Like the soft trickle of water, his voice flowed in the quiet corner, soothing the tumult within his heart. His expression was serene yet solemn, as if he were immersed in his own world, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Zhuanti, meanwhile, exhibited a flicker of thoughtfulness, his bright eyes shimmering with flashes of contemplation. He tilted his head slightly, scanning the grand hall with keen observation, calculating how to seize greater opportunities during this sermon to rejuvenate the West. His brows occasionally furrowed and then relaxed, as if grappling with complex dilemmas. His fingers drummed lightly on his knee, the rhythm alternating between hurried and languid, revealing his inner unrest and urgency, having traversed the vast distances from the west to Zixiao Palace. Jane and Juanti endured countless hardships along the way. The journey was fraught with peril, with wind and sand raging against them, causing their garments to flutter violently. The path was uneven and treacherous. Yet their determination never wavered. The western spiritual veins lay in ruins, leaving the land desolate and the environment exceedingly harsh. The howling winds shrieked past them, as if intent on consuming everything in their path. Dust and sand swirled around, obscuring their vision, yet could not deter their relentless march forward. With spiritual resources scarce and cultivation materials limited, they pressed on, fueled by an unwavering desire for the way, refusing to relent even for a moment. Upon finally reaching Zixiao Palace, they found themselves regrettably late. As they looked up, they saw that the prime seats in the grand hall had already been claimed by others. Those powerful beings sat comfortably, exuding formidable auras akin to towering mountains, instilling a sense of trepidation in onlookers. All that remained for Jane and Junti were the distant corners that a wave of helplessness and disappointment washed over them. Yet they quickly reaffirmed their resolve to listen intently from their corner, searching for a glimmer of hope to revitalize the West. Junti's countenance turned as pale as parchment, devoid of color as he beheld this scene. His lips quivered slightly, reminiscent of leaves falling in autumn's chill, reflecting his helplessness. Tears pooled in his eyes, sparkling like precious gems, threatening to overflow and drown the world around him. He bit down hard on his lower lip, his teeth sinking into the softness, striving to suppress his emotions. Yet the sorrow within him surged like a tidal wave, each crest threatening to engulf his reason entirely. Brother, our Western spiritual veins have been utterly destroyed, and we are impoverished beyond measure. We have endured countless trials to journey from the far West, and yet, due to a moment's delay, we cannot even secure a seat. What is the meaning of our existence? Perhaps it would be better to end it all, Junti exclaimed, stamping his foot forcefully, the dull thud echoing like a cry of despair from his heart. His voice was filled with anguish, resonating with hopelessness, akin to the lonely howl of a wolf in a frigid night, evoking deep sympathy. His hands clutched tightly at his garments, fingers whitening from the pressure, crumpling the fabric like his tumultuous emotions. His body trembled slightly, as if bearing an immense weight of torment, the pain akin to a heavy shackle restricting his breath. Seeing this, Jane's expression mirrored the distress, his sorrowful visage darkening further. He hastily reached out to grasp Junti's arm, his rough palm clutching tightly. Fearing that his companion might act rashly, in a hoarse voice, he implored, "Brother, do not act impulsively. Our fate is indeed lamentable. Consider how desolate the West has become. Our sincere hearts in pursuit of the way have led us to this woeful outcome." As he spoke, tears streamed down his weathered cheeks, reminiscent of the river of time, laden with boundless sorrow and hardship. Each tear seemed to carry a story, recounting the desolation of the West and the trials of their spiritual quest. Their cries resonated loudly within the solemn confines of Zixiao Palace. Their woeful appearance evoked pity, as if they were forsaken souls abandoned by the world. Their lamentations reverberated through the vast hall, resembling a mournful symphony. Each sob held a wealth of suffering and despair, tightening the hearts of those who listened. In the grandeur of Zixiao Palace, their figures appeared diminutive and helpless, akin to two leaves in a tempest, at risk of being swept away at any moment. Junti's weeping grew ever more sorrowful, with tears cascading like pearls on a broken string, soaking his cheeks and garments. Those crystalline droplets seemed to materialize the anguish in his heart, each one burdened with his helplessness and sorrow. He crouched down, cradling his head in his hands, and began to wail unrestrainedly. His cries echoed through the hall, infusing the previously tranquil atmosphere with a weighty gravity. The sound of his lamentation struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all, evoking deep sympathy for their plight. In their sorrowful display, they sculpted themselves into the image of pitiful seekers of the way. Their tattered garments and haggard faces, combined with eyes filled with yearning and supplication, painted them as forsaken orphans rejected by the world. Their tears and pleas served as a testament to their relentless pursuit of the way, revealing their helplessness and struggles amidst adversity. Their cries indeed caught the attention of some. Hongjun, known for his benevolence, could not bear to see Jane and Junti in such a pitiable state. his heart aching with compassion that he furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes reflecting a deep sympathy. The compassionate gaze seemed akin to a warm ray of sunshine, illuminating the darkness that enveloped Jane and Junti's hearts. Red Cloud was filled with deep sympathy. Perceiving the plight of these two Western companions as profoundly tragic, they had endured countless hardships to arrive at this place, yet found themselves without even a seat. Upon realizing that someone was paying attention, Junti wept even more sorrowfully, exclaiming, "As seekers of the way from the West, we are met with such unjust treatment. Is there not a shred of compassion in this world?" His words were laden with grievance and helplessness, stirring a pang of sorrow in the hearts of those who listened. Under the weight of Junti's poignant remarks, Red Cloud felt an increasing sense of discomfort. He believed it imperative to assist these unfortunate companions, ensuring they would have a seat to listen to the teachings. Observing this, Xinyuanzi hastily reached out to restrain Red Cloud, whispering, "Red Cloud, do not act impulsively. This seat was hard-won and should not be relinquished lightly." The look of concern crossed Xinyuanzi's face, for he knew Red Cloud's kind-hearted nature, yet he wished to prevent his friend from losing his seat due to a momentary impulse. Nevertheless, Red Cloud, unable to bear the sight of Jane and Junti's distress, disregarded Xinyuanzi's objections and resolutely rose, addressing Jane. "Dear fellow, cease your weeping. I shall relinquish this seat to you." Red Cloud's voice was resolute and warm, like a gentle spring breeze dispelling the gloom within Jane and Junti's hearts. Upon hearing this, surprise flickered in Jane and Junti's eyes, and they promptly stood, bowing deeply in gratitude. Jane clasped his hands together and expressed, "Thank you, kind friend, for your immense kindness. Should fortune smile upon us in the future, we shall not forget your benevolence today." Their faces radiated gratitude, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of hope after securing a seat. Junti's avaricious gaze fixated upon Kunpeng's position. He abruptly rose, his finger pointing like a sharp sword directly at Kunpeng. His eyes wide with fury, seemingly ablaze with righteous indignation, he declared loudly, "You, a mere feathered beast, hold no right to sit among us. Step aside, and I shall not trouble you." His words dripped with disdain and veiled threats, carrying an air of superiority as if he were a sovereign ruler. In that moment, Junti exuded arrogance, his chin slightly raised, his gaze reflecting an air of invincibility, as if he had ascended to the moral high ground from which to judge others. Yuan Shitianzun's countenance was stern, his frosty gaze sweeping over Kunpeng, his words laced with scorn and haughtiness. "Kunpeng, you wretched creature clad in feathers and horns, born from wetness and egg, are unworthy to sit with us. The two Western seekers are resolute in their pursuit of the way. You ought to yield this seat, lest you fail to recognize your place." His voice resonated within the purple cloud palace, imbued with an undeniable authority. Yuan Shitianzun slightly raised his chin, as though to assert his noble status. He believed that, as the true lineage of Pangu, it was his duty to uphold the order and hierarchy within the purple cloud palace. That in his eyes, Kunpeng was but a lowly being, unfit to share the space with such formidable entities. His support only served to embolden Junti further, who stood tall, his eyes shimmering with the light of triumph as he regarded Kunpeng, seemingly anticipating his submission. Under the pressure exerted by Yuan Shitianzun, Kunpeng's anger and humiliation surged within him, yet he felt powerless to retaliate. He understood that, in the presence of these mighty beings, he had no room for defiance. The actions of Yuan Shitianzun provoked varied reactions among the other powerful figures present in the hall. Some furrowed their brows, deeming Yuan Shitianzun's conduct overly tyrannical. Others chose to remain silent, unwilling to become embroiled in the dispute. Kunpeng's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a sky darkened by storm clouds. His heart burned with fury, that anger threatening to consume his reason entirely. He glared at Junti, his eyes aflame with rage, just as he was about to retort when he heard Yuan Shitianzun's voice echoing in agreement, branding him as a mere feathered beast, unworthy of their company. Yuan Shitianzun's visage was frigid, resembling ancient ice untouched by time, his words dripping with contempt. The chill of his tone seemed to plunge Kunpeng into an abyss of despair. Under the duress of Junti's coercion and Yuan Shitianzun's verbal assault, Kunpeng found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his inner turmoil, he dared not provoke them. Clenching his teeth tightly, the sound of grinding echoed as he struggled to contain his resentment. His fists, knotted in anger, bore the strain of his suppressed rage, yet ultimately, he was forced to relent, rising silently to vacate his seat. Allowing Zhuanti to take his place, Kunpeng's heart brimmed with humiliation and indignation. A sensation akin to being gnawed at by countless ants. Yet, under the overwhelming pressure, he could only swallow his pride, burying this disgrace deep within his heart. After being compelled to yield his seat, Kunpeng's pent-up fury and grievance sought an outlet, and his gaze involuntarily shifted towards Red Cloud. At that moment, Red Cloud wore a contented smile, basking in the warmth of his altruistic act, blissfully unaware of the turmoil his kindness had wrought upon Kunpeng. Kunpeng regarded Red Cloud, his eyes alight with resentment and rage, convinced that the latter's good intentions had landed him in this humiliating predicament. The glare he cast upon Red Cloud seemed poised to pierce through him. Yet he understood that within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, he could not hope to contend with such formidable beings, and thus had to suppress his bitterness for the time being. Nevertheless, Kunpeng's gaze betrayed a wariness and distrust. He recognized that Red Cloud's benevolence, in this ruthless world of the primordial chaos, could yield unforeseen consequences that he silently vowed to distance himself from individuals like Red Cloud in the future, lest he find himself ensnared once more by their well-meaning actions. Simultaneously, Kunpeng pledged to exact double the vengeance for the humiliation he had suffered today. He fixed his gaze upon Red Cloud, as if etching his likeness into his memory, biding his time for the opportune moment to retaliate. Yet Red Cloud remained oblivious to Kunpeng's complex emotions, still immersed in the satisfaction of having aided another. His innocent smile appearing painfully bright to Kunpeng's eyes. Once Jane and Zhuanti had taken their seats, an atmosphere of tension and anticipation enveloped the entire Purple Cloud Palace. This ambience felt like an invisible net, ensnaring each individual, quickening their heartbeats and rendering their breaths slightly more hurried. All eyes instinctively turned towards the void, their gazes brimming with fervent longing, as if the forthcoming discourse from the saint held the utmost significance in their lives. Each person harbored aspirations of the way, yearning to glean a breakthrough from Hongjun Daozu's teachings, igniting a new chapter in their cultivation journey. At that moment, Hongjun slowly manifested before them. His figure seemed to meld with the very fabric of heaven and earth, rendering it impossible to discern where he ended and the cosmos began. An indescribable air of majesty and mystery radiated from him, akin to a towering mountain that inspired awe, while his enigmatic presence resembled the unfathomable depths of the starry sky, compelling all to explore. Hongjun's calm gaze swept across the assembly, penetrating their souls, instilling within them a profound sense of their own insignificance. Gradually, he spoke. From now on, this shall be your seating arrangement. I perceive an abundance of beings in the primordial chaos. Yet, the methods of cultivation lack systematic guidance. Thus, I shall impart teachings thrice, each lasting 3,000 years, and you should strive to better yourselves. His voice resonated like a resounding bell, echoing throughout the hall, each syllable imbued with boundless profundity. The timbre of his voice was both bold and powerful, seeming to arise from an ancient call, causing the hearts of his listeners to tremble. After delivering this pronouncement, Hongjun paused momentarily, granting the audience time to absorb his words. In that brief interlude, the hall fell into silence as all pondered the profound implications of Hongjun Daozu's declarations. Subsequently, Hongjun began his discourse. His voice, deep and melodious, flowed like an ethereal melody from the ancient past, each note dripping with mysterious power, captivating all who listened. The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. He commenced from the very foundations of Tao, each word shining like brilliant stars, illuminating the confusion within the hearts of the beings of primordial chaos. He meticulously expounded upon the essence of the Tao, an existence that transcended language and imagination, the root and refuge of all things in the universe. He elucidated the methods of cultivation, from the initial stage of guiding qi into the body to the later stages of refining the golden elixir and transforming the infant into a deity. Each step clear and comprehensible, as if revealing a radiant path leading to the great Dao. As his teachings unfolded, a grand and magnificent tapestry of cultivation emerged before the assembly, filled with wondrous scenes and infinite mysteries that left them spellbound and yearning for more. Hongjun delved deeper, constructing a relatively systematic framework for cultivation theory for the beings of primordial chaos. He not only elucidated the key points of various cultivation techniques, but also shared his profound insights into the Tao. His words flowed like a crystal-clear spring of wisdom, nourishing the hearts of the multitude and quenching their thirst for the great path. He recounted the insights gleaned from his journey of cultivation, where past hardships and breakthroughs unfolded like vivid tales. Inspiring all to forge ahead with courage, he reminisced about his solitary exploration amidst chaos, confronting endless darkness and the unknown, with unwavering faith and indomitable will. He ascended step by step towards the pinnacle of the great path. His narrative illuminated the arduous yet glorious nature of cultivation, making it clear that only through relentless effort could one achieve greater heights on this path. Regarding pivotal breakthroughs and challenges, Hongjun generously imparted his knowledge without reservation. He meticulously analyzed the essence of each obstacle and its corresponding solutions, guiding the audience out of confusion when faced with difficulties. These pearls of wisdom were undoubtedly treasures for the listeners, enabling them to navigate their cultivation journeys with greater efficiency and ascend more swiftly. Throughout his teachings, Hongjun elucidated the principles of the cosmos. With profound wisdom and a broad perspective, he aided the listeners in comprehending the operational laws of the primordial world and the essence of the forces of nature. Hongjun described the origins and evolution of these cosmic principles. Allowing the audience to envision a grand cosmic tapestry, he narrated how, at the dawn of chaos, the laws of heaven and earth came into being, and how they have continuously evolved over time. His words flowed like the river of history, carrying the memory of the universe, evoking a sense of the greatness and mystery inherent in these laws. That he elucidated the relationship between these principles and the cultivation of sentient beings, emphasizing that alignment with the laws of heaven and earth was essential for harnessing their power to enhance one's capabilities. He illustrated how beings that defy these cosmic regulations face punishment, while those who abide by them receive the blessings of the natural world. His teachings instilled a profound understanding of the significance of these laws, impressing upon them the necessity of respecting them in their cultivation endeavors to progress further. However, while the audience anticipated 3,000 years of teachings, an unexpected event transpired after merely 1,000 years. That a six-eared macaque, endowed with exceptional intelligence and an insatiable yearning for the great path, covertly used its abilities to eavesdrop on Hongjun's discourse. Hongjun, possessing immense powers, immediately sensed this unwelcome guest. His discourse abruptly ceased, and a flash of authority crossed his gaze as he pronounced, "The teachings are not to be shared with the six-eared." This declaration reverberated through the hall like thunder. Yet, Hongjun did not allow this interruption to deter him. After a brief pause, he resumed his teachings. His voice remained steady and powerful, as if the recent interruption had not affected his inner tranquility. His magnanimity and tolerance deepened the audience's admiration for him, imparting the lesson that one must maintain a serene heart in the face of external disturbances on the path of cultivation. As time progressed, the teachings continued uninterrupted until the conclusion of the 3,000 years. Throughout this lengthy period, the audience was enraptured by Hongjun's profound teachings, immersing themselves in the wisdom and strength he imparted. Unbeknownst to them, their cultivation had steadily advanced, and their spirits were cleansed. Hongjun, the Grand Master of the Tao, commenced with the foundational principles of the way, illuminating the path for the myriad beings of the primordial realm. He elucidated the mysteries of the Tao in an accessible manner, covering the sensing and absorption of spiritual energy, the operation and tempering of techniques, and the cultivation and elevation of one's mental state. With each aspect addressed in meticulous detail, the audience felt as though they had found their direction amidst the fog, gaining a systematic and clear understanding of cultivation. As the teachings deepened, Hongjun's words flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing the souls of the listeners. That he discussed the characteristics and methods of breakthroughs at different realms, continuing until the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Each explanation was accompanied by vivid examples and profound insights, immersing the audience in the experience and filling them with anticipation for their future cultivation journeys. Hongjun's teachings were not merely a transfer of knowledge, but also a form of spiritual guidance. His words embodied reverence for the cosmos, dedication to the path of cultivation, and compassion for all beings. As the audience absorbed his teachings, they felt an unprecedented power surge within them, motivating them to pursue higher realms and explore the deeper mysteries of the Tao. Through this discourse, Hongjun established his esteemed position as a teacher in the primordial world. His wisdom and compassion shone like brilliant stars, illuminating every corner of that realm. The audience held him in great respect and gratitude, reverently calling him Tao Ancestor. From that moment on, the name of Hongjun became a sacred symbol in the primordial world, and his teachings would be passed down through the ages, guiding generations of beings towards the pinnacle of cultivation. As Hongjun imparted his teachings, the sound of the Tao resonated like celestial music, echoing melodiously within the Zixiao Palace. The audience was completely immersed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Forgetting the passage of years, their minds were wholly captivated by the profound Tao, as if they had entered a mysterious and enchanting realm. Just as they were lost in the ecstasy of understanding the Tao, Hongjun's resonant voice thundered forth. 3,000 years have passed. The first discourse has concluded. The next will commence 10,000 years hence. This declaration shook the very souls of everyone present, shattering the tranquil and sacred atmosphere. A palpable pressure descended upon them, overwhelming in its might, and the audience jolted awake from their reverie. Confusion and reluctance flickered in their eyes, as if they had not fully extricated themselves from that extraordinary state of enlightenment. Still yearning for the boundless mysteries they had just encountered, upon hearing this, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within the audience. They were filled with anticipation for the forthcoming teachings, eager to once again absorb Hongjun's wisdom and glean further insights into the Tao. Yet, they also felt a sense of urgency, recognizing that the 10,000 years would swiftly pass. They understood the necessity of seizing the moment to cultivate diligently, preparing themselves for the next gathering. They were acutely aware that this was a rare opportunity not to be squandered, and they must make the most of it. Before anyone could pose a question, Hongjun concluded his discourse and vanished from the cushion. The audience gazed at the spot where he had disappeared, their hearts heavy with loss and resignation. The Zixiao Palace, once filled with the sounds of the Tao, now felt profoundly silent, despite their myriad questions and desire for resolution. They recognized that Hongjun's decision was immutable. With no other recourse, they could only disperse. After the first discourse concluded, the audience was eager to retreat to their abodes and contemplate the revelations and knowledge they had gained. They understood that the insights acquired from this occasion required time to settle and be fully comprehended. Along the way, their hearts brimmed with hope and expectation for their future paths of cultivation. They envisioned themselves, under Hongjun's guidance, continuously elevating their cultivation and ultimately becoming formidable figures in the primordial world. At that moment, the primordial realm itself seemed to thrive with newfound vitality and vigor, heralding the dawn of a new era. On a certain day, atop the towering, majestic Mount Buzhou, which seemed to pierce the heavens, an inexplicable and powerful anomaly erupted forth like an unstoppable torrent. In an instant, 7 colored celestial lights cascaded down like a resplendent galaxy, illuminating the surroundings with a soul-stirring grandeur. The radiance was so dazzling that it appeared to contain boundless mysterious power, with each beam seemingly capable of piercing through the infinite barriers of time and space, painting the entire primordial world in vibrant hues that resembled a magnificent and breathtaking scroll unfurling before the eyes. Thousands of colorful clouds hung in the air like exquisite silks, the vivid spectacle reminiscent of a divine brushstroke, emanating an enchanting and mysterious aura, as if narrating ancient and enigmatic tales. This extraordinary sight, akin to a colossal stone thrown into the still waters of an immense lake, instantly stirred up a tempest within the primordial realm. Capturing the attention of many powerful beings, Fuxi and Nuwa, 2 formidable entities residing near Mount Buzhou for ages, felt an inexplicable and extraordinary connection to the mountain. Their long familiarity with the area had etched every contour of the landscape and each flow of spiritual energy into their memories. Coupled with their acute perceptive abilities, no subtle fluctuation could escape their notice. The moment this mysterious phenomenon emerged, Fuxi and Nuwa sensed it, their eyes flashing with astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, they sped towards the source of the anomaly like 2 bolts of lightning. Upon their arrival at the enigmatic site, they beheld a primordial gourd vine emanating an ancient and potent aura, standing silently before them. This gourd vine seemed to be a witness to the passage of time, bearing the weight of countless mysteries and transformations. Its twisting branches resembled an ancient dragon coiled around itself, and each leaf shimmered with mysterious runes, radiating a faint yet enigmatic glow. Upon the vine hung 7 gourds, each a distinct hue, yet still unripe. These 7 gourds shone with a unique radiance, reminiscent of resplendent stars. The red gourd blazed like a consuming flame, exuding a fervent warmth. The blue gourd resembled the profound ocean, evoking a sense of tranquility and mystery. The purple gourd mirrored a dreamlike nebula, imbued with an enigmatic allure. Each gourd seemed to harbor endless secrets, emanating subtle, mystical vibrations. These vibrations swept through the hearts of onlookers like a gentle breeze, stirring a deep yearning within them, as if beckoning them to explore the mysterious world contained therein. Beneath the towering, cloud-piercing Mount Buzhou, the Wu clan had long made this land their home. This territory bore the weight of the Wu clan's glory and heritage, serving as their sanctuary for survival. The members of the Wu clan, robust in stature, radiated primal and wild strength. Their veins coursed with the audacity and might of the Pangu deity, as if they were the guardians of the earth. Such a tremendous commotion could hardly escape the notice of the 12 ancestor witches. The 12 ancestor witches represented the pinnacle of the Wu clan, each possessing formidable skills and a terrifying physical prowess. Emperor Jiang commanded the power of space, moving as swiftly as lightning, capable of traversing vast distances in an instant. Zhu Meng wielded the force of wood, able to revive all living things. Ru Shou controlled the essence of metal, sharp and unyielding. Gong Gong harnessed the might of water, stirring tidal waves with monumental force. Zhu Rong commanded fire, blazing fiercely and incinerating all. Tian Wu governed wind, howling with fury, uprooting everything in its path. Chang Liang wielded the power of thunder, resonating with a deafening roar. Shizi commanded electricity, dazzling with blinding flashes. Shi Baishe wielded poison, shrouded in mystery and difficult to defend against. And Zhu Jiuyin commanded time, traversing past and future with extraordinary mystique. Ho Tu governed earth, solid and stable, supporting all. However, they focused solely on the cultivation of their physical forms, neglecting the enhancement of their primordial spirits that eye in their eyes. The strength of the body was the true source of power. They honed their physiques through arduous training and relentless combat, rendering them unassailable. They firmly believed that only with a powerful body could they stake their claim in this primordial world. They understood that their current methods of cultivation rendered them incapable of wielding those formidable treasures. Though treasures were indeed potent, they required a powerful primordial spirit to unleash their true potential. For the Wu clan, the significance of treasures paled in comparison to their physical strength. Consequently, within the 12 ancestor witches, Emperor Jiang and others merely approached out of curiosity and caution upon observing the 7 differently colored, unripe gourds hanging from the innate gourd vine. They felt a fleeting stir within, but quickly regained their composure. They carefully attuned themselves to the essence radiating from the gourds, assessing their worth. After deliberation, they concluded that the 7 gourds held little value for them. Though a tinge of regret lingered, they did not linger excessively. They understood that in this primordial world, while treasures abound, not all were suited to them. They remained, awaiting the arrival of Tongtian. The 3 pure ones, Shangqing Tongtian, Taching Laozi, and Yuqing Yuanshi, possessed unparalleled status in the primordial realm, alongside the kind-hearted and widely connected Hongjun, the demon clans Dijuan and Tai, the enchanting Shiha, and the graceful Changxi, as well as a multitude of other innate beings, all sensing the unusual stir from Mount Buzhou. When the mysterious disturbance resonated, Tongtian's eyes snapped open, glinting with brilliance. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve, summoning a resplendent cloud beneath his feet, hurtling towards Mount Buzhou at breakneck speed. As the disturbance reached Taishang Laozi, he lifted his gaze slightly, stroking his long beard, then, with a flicker, mounted his azure ox, gliding leisurely on the cloud. Yuanshi Tianzuan, within his Yushu palace, felt the disturbance, flung his sleeve, and ascended the lotus throne, swiftly soaring towards Mount Buzhou. Hongyun and Xinyuanzizi unleashed their wondrous spells, transforming into streaks of light, racing towards Mount Buzhou. The demon clans Dijuan and Tai, deliberating the future of their kin in the demon emperor's palace, felt the stir from Mount Buzhou. Dijuan's gaze sharpened. He spoke earnestly. This disturbance must herald the emergence of a great treasure. We cannot afford to miss it. Tai nodded in agreement. Brother is absolutely correct. Immediately, Dijuan summoned the river map and Luo book, while Tai wielded the chaos bell, both navigating auspicious clouds towards Mount Buzhou with fervor. The lunar deities Shiha and Changxi, along with the Western Kunlun's Queen Mother, sensed the disturbance, gracefully ascending and employing celestial arts. Soaring towards Mount Buzhou like a beautiful rainbow, other innate beings, some meditating in deep mountains, others frolicking in clouds, and still others playing in waters, upon sensing the stir from Mount Buzhou, paused their activities. Either riding on auspicious clouds or casting marvelous spells, hastening towards Mount Buzhou with utmost urgency. Each harbored a profound longing, eager to partake in the bounty once the gourds ripened in a brief moment. Numerous primordial powers converged around Mount Buzhou. They emanated formidable presences, some steadfast as towering mountains, others blazing like fierce fires, and still others gentle and fluid like flowing water. The atmosphere grew tense and delicate. Some mighty beings observed the situation with profound gazes, their eyes seemingly penetrating time and space, discerning all. Others were eager to act, their powers surging within, ready to seize the gourds at the opportune moment. Still others plotted various strategies, attempting to gain an upper hand in the impending contest. They contemplated alliances or devised tactics against potential fierce rivals. Ding! The task selection commenced. The crisp notification resonated like a mysterious sound wave in Tongtian's mind. Selection 1. Distribute the gourds according to the original trajectory. Reward of 1 million Dao merit. Selection 2. Claim all gourds. Reward of the Dacian Shinsha formation arrangement method. 1 million Grand Dao merit. Selection 3. Take none. Merely a spectator. Reward of a gourd water ladle. Upon hearing these options, Tongtian was taken aback, his mind racing at lightning speed. Weighing the pros and cons, each choice resembled a divergent path leading to an unknown fate. As his gaze ultimately settled upon the second option, his eyes ignited with fervent brilliance, akin to a blazing sun, filled with longing and resolve. The Dacian Shinsha formation, a powerful array capable of summoning the ethereal image of Pangu. Tongtian understood its terrifying potency in his memories. Pangu's monumental act of creation remained vivid, that world-shattering power instilling awe within him. The scene of creation seemed eternally etched within the depths of his soul. Each recollection evoking boundless shock. The To possessed the Dacian Shinsha formation meant wielding power to rival heaven and earth. It represented an unimaginable strength, one that could ensure his unyielding stature within the primordial realm. As for the Dao merit, while it bore certain benefits, it would subject him to the control of the Dao, which seemed rather unwise. The seemingly glorious Dao merit concealed a fate of bondage. And what of the gourd water ladle? Tongtian's heart brimmed with confusion. It sounded like a completely useless reward. The peculiar name left him perplexed, utterly unable to envision its purpose. After a moment of contemplation, Tongtian resolutely declared, "System, I choose option 2." His voice was firm and powerful, as if challenging fate itself. Upon selection, the rewards would automatically be dispensed to the desktop space upon the completion of the host's task. The system's response echoed in Tongtian's mind, the voice clear and resolute, as if sealing his choice with an unalterable stamp. That moment, upon witnessing Tongtian's arrival, the 12 ancestor witches approached to greet him. "Elder brother, it has been long." Their voices resonated with respect, as if welcoming the return of a sovereign. Tongtian replied with a smile, exuding warmth and authority. His smile, akin to the sun's comforting rays, enveloped each ancestor witch's heart, imparting a sense of inexplicable reassurance. Hongjun, Zinyuanzizi, Enhua, Fushi, Shiha, and Changxi also stepped forward to greet Tongtian, creating a scene of harmony. Their faces were adorned with smiles, the atmosphere cordial and amicable. However, Laozi and Yuanshi stood aside, appearing as though they were invisible, enveloped in a palpable awkwardness. Their expressions were solemn, their hearts filled with discontent. Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance darkened, resembling a sky laden with storm clouds. Jealousy and dissatisfaction surged within him. Yet amidst the multitude of mighty beings, he could not unleash his fury, forcing himself to suppress the flames of anger within. That anger smoldered in his heart, unable to find release, leaving him feeling deeply stifled. Upon receiving the system's selection, Tongtian's expression hardened, as if an imposing mountain had suddenly risen. He declared with unyielding authority, "Everyone, I shall claim all these gourds for myself. You may return." His voice thundered through the air. resonating with an air of authority and irresistible power. Upon hearing the words of the Master of Heaven, the 12 ancestors of Wu immediately sprang forth in support, proclaiming, "If our elder brother claims this treasure as his own, then it is indeed his. Should there be any dissent, let it be settled through combat." Their voices brimmed with determination, as if they stood ready to fight for the Master of Heaven at any moment. However, Tai was incensed by this declaration, bellowing, "You brutes of the Wu clan, does the Master of Heaven's word alone make it his? By what right?" His voice was infused with indignation and defiance, akin to a lion roused to fury. The hot-tempered Zhu Rong immediately retorted, "You arrogant beast, what business do you have here? Are you seeking a fight?" With that, Zhu Rong rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, ready to engage. His eyes blazed with fury, as if he were poised to embark on a fierce battle with Tai. His presence was akin to a raging inferno, intense and wild. Fortunately, the Master of Heaven acted swiftly, intercepting Zhu Rong in a flash. Like a bolt of lightning, blocking his advance, he then turned his imposing gaze towards Tai and said slowly, "Tai, I shall not take advantage of you if you two brothers can defeat me together. Then I shall relinquish this gourd, and you may do as you please with it." "Very well, it is agreed," Tai replied without hesitation, his voice brimming with confidence and resolve, as if he was certain of victory in this forthcoming battle. Tai and Dijun exchanged a glance, and in that fleeting moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Dijun swiftly produced the He-Tu and Luo Shu, the ancient artifacts emanating a mysterious glow, seemingly containing the infinite mysteries of heaven and earth. Tai also summoned the Chaos Bell, its massive form radiating a powerful pressure, as if it could suppress all. They were prepared to strike at any moment, their eyes filled with determination and fighting spirit. The Master of Heaven, unfazed, retrieved the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, which exuded an enigmatic aura, reminiscent of a divine artifact from the primordial dawn of creation, that he calmly inquired, "Are you ready?" His voice was steady and composed, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. In unison, Dijun and Tai responded, "Bring it on." Thus, both sides engaged in a breathtaking and intense confrontation. The Master of Heaven stood proudly, unfazed by the combined might of Tai and Dijun. The two brothers shared a resolute glance, fully aware of the gravity of this battle, understanding the necessity of their utmost effort. Dijun struck first, unleashing the He-Tu and Luo Shu, which radiated brilliant light as mysterious runes illuminated the sky. Seemingly capable of unraveling the infinite secrets of the universe, the vast power surged forth like a torrential tide towards the Master of Heaven, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Yet, the Master of Heaven remained undeterred, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With a mere wave of his hand, a formidable magical barrier rose instantly, effortlessly repelling Dijun's assault. The barrier shimmered with a mystical light. Seemingly invulnerable to all forms of attack, seeing Dijun's efforts thwarted, Tai promptly swung the Chaos Bell. The bell emitted a deafening roar, its powerful sound waves slicing through the air like sharp blades aimed at the Master of Heaven. Wherever the sound waves traveled, mountains crumbled, and the earth trembled. The Master of Heaven furrowed his brow slightly and evaded the sonic assault with a ghostly grace. Then, wielding the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, he unleashed a brilliant beam of light that shot forth like lightning, targeting Tai and Dijun. The two brothers hastily joined forces to defend against the attack, with Dijun once again summoning the He-Tu and Luo Shu to conjure a powerful defensive formation. Tai, in turn, channeled all his strength into the Chaos Bell, retaliating with an even more ferocious sound wave. The battle escalated, both sides exchanging blows in a fierce contest. Although the Master of Heaven faced two adversaries, he navigated the conflict with ease, showing no signs of disadvantage. His form darted across the battlefield, evading attacks while launching counterstrikes. The Hongmeng Liantian ruler seemed to possess a life of its own in his hands, each swing releasing formidable power. After several hundred exchanges, the Master of Heaven delivered a decisive strike with the ruler, its devastating force crashing down upon the He-Tu and Luo Shu. At a thunderous sound erupted, as if the entire primordial realm trembled in response. The He-Tu and Luo Shu instantly dimmed, and Dijun staggered back a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face paled, and his eyes reflected shock. He had not anticipated the Master of Heaven's strength to be so formidable. capable of easily shattering the defenses of the He Tu and Luo Shu. Next, the Master of Heaven swept the ruler across, striking the chaos bell with a resounding clang that echoed like a great bell, deafening in its intensity. The chaos bell sent Tai flying a considerable distance. Though protected by the bell, Tai felt the tumult within him. His face flushed, his expression filled with indignation. He had not foreseen the Master of Heaven's terrifying prowess. Together, he and his brother were no match for their opponent. The onlookers were astonished, never expecting the Master of Heaven to be so powerful. Their gazes were filled with awe and admiration, as though witnessing an invincible legend. This battle profoundly revealed the Master of Heaven's might, instilling a deep respect for this formidable being. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, signaling the gourd's ripening. This scent was the most exquisite fragrance of the heavens, intoxicating those who inhaled it that moment. The duo from the west arrived late. Upon seeing the treasure ripening, the Taoist of primordial purity could not suppress his greed, exclaiming, "Fellow Taoists, this treasure is destined for the West and rightfully belongs to us." His voice dripped with avarice and shamelessness. With that declaration, he made to seize the gourd. The Master of Heaven would not tolerate such insolence. He swiftly struck out with the ruler, sending the two would-be thieves sprawling far away. The Master of Heaven declared sternly, "I care not for your Western affairs. Dare to touch my possessions, and I shall bring ruin upon you. You may act shamelessly, but should you set your sights on me, you have miscalculated. If I am not mistaken, you arrived quite early, did you not? How delightful it must have been to take advantage in the East. Should you wish to leave next time, you will have to part with something of value." His voice was heavy with anger and authority. The two from the West exchanged awkward smiles, with the Taoist of primordial purity adding, "You misunderstand, Master of Heaven. We merely sought to assist you in retrieving the gourd." The surrounding crowd was left speechless, having witnessed shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. The Master of Heaven wasted no more words. He deftly wielded his magical power, clearing away the surrounding mountains to excavate the gourd vine, swiftly placing it into his sleeve before promptly transferring it to the Chaos Pearl. The pearl radiated a mysterious glow, seemingly capable of containing all things. The Master of Heaven's actions were decisive and efficient, showcasing his resolve and authority. Seeing that there were no remaining spoils to be claimed, the onlookers dispersed like frightened birds. The Master of Heaven, however, remained steadfast, akin to a stabilizing force amid the chaos, conversing with the 12 ancestors of Wu, Fuxi, Nuwa, Shiha, Changxi, the Queen Mother of the West, Xinyuanzi, and Hongjun, reminiscing about days gone by. Having finished their exchanges, the Master of Heaven drifted off like a carefree cloud towards the Eastern Sea, intending to visit his Penglai Island and explore the Taoist sanctuary of Golden Tortoise Island along the original trajectory. As he leisurely traversed the skies above the Eastern Sea, he suddenly sensed fluctuations of battle nearby, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone, sending ripples in every direction. Thus, he swiftly set off to investigate. Zhao Gongming was originally a manifestation of the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, having undergone extensive cultivation over eons, gradually attaining profound and unfathomable Taoist skills. The three sisters of the celestial realm, Yinxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, were like three vibrant and colorful clouds that had attained enlightenment. The four of them formed a unique sibling bond, and while traversing the vast expanse of the primordial realm, they chanced upon the yin and yang flood dragons stirring up trouble. These flood dragons were akin to demons in the primordial world, possessing formidable strength and cunning powers that wreaked havoc, leaving devastation in their wake. Zhao Gongming and the three sisters, ever righteous and fiercely opposed to evil, could not stand idly by in the face of such chaos. Thus, a thrilling battle commenced as they resolutely engaged the yin and yang flood dragons in a fight to the death. The yin and yang flood dragons were no ordinary foes. They relied on their innate divine abilities and unmatched strength, clashing with Zhao Gongming and the three sisters in a fierce struggle that seemed to engulf the very heavens. The battlefield was a whirlwind of light and shadow, spells soaring through the air, each move infused with boundless power. At the height of the battle, Zhao Gongming suddenly summoned forth his legendary artifact, its brilliance radiating across the battlefield, causing the yin and yang flood dragons to retreat in haste. Simultaneously, the three sisters unleashed their unique divine abilities. The eldest sister, Yun Xiao, danced gracefully, unleashing a torrent of sharp sword energies. The second sister, Xiao, waved her jade hand, enveloping the enemies in a dazzling glow, while the youngest sister, Bixiao, let out a fierce cry, transforming her golden ladle into a massive mountain that came crashing down upon the Yin and Yang flood dragons. However, these cunning flood dragons were not easily rattled. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, they displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he adeptly dodged left and right, skillfully evading numerous deadly assaults, while seizing the opportunity to launch a sharp counterattack. Leaving Zhao Gongming and the three sisters of the Miaos temporarily unable to gain the upper hand as time progressed, both sides remained locked in a stalemate. However, Zhao Gongming and the sisters gradually began to tire, their movements growing sluggish, and the situation became increasingly perilous. Tongtian's gaze was piercing, instantly discerning the tense state of battle that he observed that although Zhao Gongming and the Miaos found themselves at a disadvantage, they remained undaunted, fighting valiantly, which filled him with profound admiration for their courage and righteous spirit. At that moment, the system's voice chimed, signaling the commencement of a task. Option 1. Rescue Zhao Gongming and the Miaos. Accepting them as personal disciples and imparting techniques, rewarded with the coordinates of Fangzhong Ingzhou Island and the innate treasure, the creation cauldron. Option 2. Save Zhao Gongming and the Miaos, accepting them as outer disciples. Rewarded with the innate spiritual treasure, the Five Flames Seven Birds fan. Without hesitation, Tongtian chose option 1. Upon the host's decision, the task was completed, and the rewards would automatically be dispensed into the system space. Setting aside the coordinates of Ingzhou and Fangzhong, the innate treasure, the creation cauldron, was indeed a rare item. Tongtian swiftly took action to assist, employing his formidable powers to easily subdue the Yin-Yang twin dragons. The twin dragons were utterly powerless against Tongtian's overwhelming strength and were ultimately captured by him. Zhao Gongming and the Miaos instantly displayed a mix of surprise and joy, hurriedly bowing in sincere gratitude. Tongtian stood before them, majestic and imposing, his azure robes billowing in the wind, emanating an aura that commanded respect. With eyes like lightning, he regarded these promising young individuals and spoke softly. I am Pangu's true lineage. Qing Tongta. Today, I fortuitously witnessed your bravery in battling those vile dragons, facing formidable foes without fear, which I greatly commend. Furthermore, I see that not only do you possess exceptional roots, but you are also of pure disposition, seemingly bound by fate to me. Therefore, I wish to take you under my wing. May I ask how you feel about this? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Gongming and the Miaos felt as if a tempest had erupted within their hearts. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhao Gongming's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly as he exclaimed, could it truly be that the esteemed Tongtian has graced this place? Do you truly wish to accept us as your disciples? The Miaos beside him also wore expressions of incredulity, their gazes fixed intently on Tongtian. Tongtian smiled gently, his expression warm as the spring sun. Yet, a fleeting, imperceptible glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. As if everything was within his grasp, he slightly parted his lips and countered. What? Do you harbor any reluctance or unwillingness in your hearts? Though his words were soft, they resonated like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming and the Miaos were struck as if by lightning. Abruptly awakening from their stupor, they exchanged glances, their faces paling, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Suddenly realizing something, the four hastily knelt, leaning forward with their hands on the ground, their heads bowed deeply. Zhao Gongming was the first to raise his voice, declaring, how could a disciple dare to entertain even the slightest unwillingness to have the fortune of entering your esteemed presence? Esteemed master, is truly the blessing of several lifetimes. I vow to serve faithfully, without a hint of complaint. Before his words faded, the Miaos echoed in unison, indeed, Master, please allow us to pay our respects. We wish to follow you, listening to your teachings, even if it means facing fire and water. With that, the four of them respectfully bowed their heads to the ground, their foreheads striking the earth with a crisp sound. Each gesture filled with reverence and sincerity. Seeing this, Tongtian burst into hearty laughter, his voice booming like thunder, resonating throughout the heavens. He proclaimed, ha ha ha! Excellent, excellent. From this day forth, Zhao Gongming shall be my direct disciple of the Upper Qing lineage. Yun Xiao shall be the second disciple, Xiao, the third, and Bixiao, the fourth. After a brief moment, I shall impart to you the exquisite techniques, aiding you in swiftly achieving your goals. Zhao Gongming and the Miaos rejoiced, responding in unison. Thank you, esteemed master. We shall diligently follow your teachings. Tongtian's gaze sharpened as he gestured with his hand, summoning an ancient and mysterious creation cauldron before him. The cauldron emitted a soft glow, as if containing boundless secrets. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the recently captured Yin-Yang twin dragons were drawn into the cauldron by an unseen force. As the dragons entered, the creation cauldron shone with brilliant radiance, mysterious runes swirling upon its surface. This cauldron was no ordinary object. It possessed the miraculous ability to reverse acquired traits back to innate ones. Alongside its unique power of creation. It is worth noting that this creation cauldron shared the same origin as the Qianquan cauldron, both having emerged from the supreme treasure, the Chaos Cauldron. Time passed unnoticed, as the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot forth from above the creation cauldron. Subsequently, a pair of uniquely shaped scissors gradually materialized. These scissors glimmered with golden light, their blades extraordinarily sharp, emanating a disquieting aura. Upon closer inspection, these were none other than the renowned Golden Dragon scissors from the original text. However, at this moment, the Golden Dragon scissors diverged from their original trajectory. Initially, they were merely a mid-grade acquired spiritual treasure, but after the meticulous refinement by the creation cauldron, they had directly ascended to the status of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Their immense power was beyond imagination. Tongtian regarded the Golden Dragon scissors with satisfaction, turning to the lively and adorable Bixiao, smiling as he said, Bixiao, seeing your vivacious nature, I bestow upon you these Golden Dragon scissors for your self-defense. Bixiao was overjoyed, hastily stepping forward to accept the scissors with both hands, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed master, for your generous gift. Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, and Xiong Xiao could not help but reveal envy in their eyes. However, Tongtian reassured them. Do not be anxious, Gongming, Yin Xiao, and Xiong Xiao. At present, I have no suitable treasures for you. In due time, once I acquire appropriate items, I shall bestow them upon you. With that, Tongtian imparted a profound technique to Zhao Gongming and the Miaos. Filled with gratitude after receiving the techniques, Zhao Gongming and the Miaos hastily knelt once more, bowing in thanks. We are deeply grateful for your immense kindness, esteemed master. We shall diligently cultivate ourselves, living up to your high expectations. Tongtian utilized his great powers to smoothly transport the four of them at a breathtaking speed to the mysterious and beautiful Panglai Island. This island was shrouded in mist, seemingly isolated from the world. Upon arriving at Panglai Island, Tongtian instructed the four to each find a quiet spot to begin their focused cultivation. He earnestly cautioned, Devote yourselves to your training here, and do not squander your time. Once I return from locating Yingzhou and Fangzhong, I shall provide you with further guidance. With that, he turned and departed, with the coordinates he had previously acquired and the experience gained from exploring Panglai Island. Tongtian traversed the vast sea at an astonishing pace. Soon after, he successfully located Yingzhou Island. Upon stepping onto this land, Tongtian was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. After a thorough exploration, he joyfully discovered the legendary innate spiritual root, Hongjun Li, an exceedingly rare treasure. Its ancient tree bore a robust form, its branches strong and powerful, seemingly encapsulating the essence of time and the mysteries of the primordial world. The leaves of the Hongjun Li were a deep emerald green, with clear veins resembling intricate patterns, brimming with vitality and spiritual energy. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound. As if recounting ancient tales, its blossoms were as white as snow, the petals delicate and tender, exuding a subtle and elegant fragrance. Each flower resembled a tiny world, harboring pure energy. When in bloom, the entire realm seemed to be enveloped in this fragrant aura, inviting tranquility and delight. Most striking were the fruits of the Hongjun Li. The fruits were plump and round, their golden hue radiating brilliance. Each fruit contained immense spiritual power, and merely approaching them allowed one to feel the surging strength within. It was said that the Hongjun Li blossomed once every 10,000 years and bore fruit every 10,000 years, with its fruit possessing miraculous effects that could greatly enhance one's power, even leading to a transformation of one's being. The Hongjun Li thrived in the mystical surroundings of Yingzhou Island, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, further enhancing its air of mystery and sanctity. It resembled a brilliant gem in the primordial world, attracting the gaze and desire of countless powerful beings. Subsequently, Tongtian hurried onward to Hongjun Island. There, he also reaped rich rewards, discovering a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The 12th-grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. The 12th-grade reincarnation Purple Lotus exuded an aura that was both mysterious and profound. Its lotus seat showcased a noble purple hue, the petals layered and delicate as silk. With seemingly flowing mysterious runes upon each petal, shimmering with an ethereal glow in the heart of the violet lotus petals, the anthers quivered gently, exuding a formidable power of the laws of reincarnation. The 12th-grade reincarnation Purple Lotus floated majestically above the Abbot Island, with the surrounding spiritual energy seemingly summoned. Converging towards it radiated a light that alternated between gentle and resplendent, akin to mysterious stars twinkling in the night sky. This spiritual treasure possessed immense divine abilities. Capable of commanding the forces of reincarnation, it allowed individuals to linger between life and death, unraveling the mysteries of reincarnation in combat. The 12th-grade reincarnation Purple Lotus was even more formidable, unleashing powerful violet beams that not only assailed adversaries, but also provided robust defense for its wielder. Its reincarnation power could ensnare foes in an illusory realm of life and death, rendering them helpless and thereby diminishing their combat prowess. Simultaneously, it bestowed formidable protection upon its possessor, shielding against various assaults. Furthermore, the 12th-grade reincarnation Purple Lotus might also possess extraordinary abilities such as healing wounds and restoring spiritual energy, allowing its holder to navigate battles and adventures with greater composure. Moreover, it could suppress sect fortunes, making it a rare and invaluable treasure. Upon acquiring such precious spiritual roots and treasures, Tongtian's profound, abyss-like eyes sparkled with excitement and yearning. Yet, he understood that these treasures were but a minor step along the path of cultivation, far from achieving the grand aspirations he harbored. Thus, this master of unparalleled divine powers remained unsatisfied. His heart, driven by an insatiable quest for greatness, urged him to create even greater miracles that he resolved to harness his immense, oceanic magical prowess to accomplish a stunning feat, merging the three scattered and independent islands into a single, grandiose super island. With a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his arms, his hands beginning to dance gracefully, reminiscent of conducting the most magnificent symphony in the cosmos. Accompanied by Tongtian's spell-casting gestures, resplendent incantations surged forth from his hands. Akin to brilliant meteors streaking across the night sky, these incantations encapsulated the essence and power amassed by Tongtian throughout his lifetime of cultivation, racing towards the three islands at an astonishing velocity, seamlessly integrating into every inch of land, every blade of grass. Driven by Tongtian's formidable magical force, the three islands, once distantly separated, began to tremble slightly, as if gently nudged by an invisible giant hand. Gradually, their speed of movement increased, the distance between them diminishing to at last. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, the three islands collided successfully, erupting in dazzling light and surging energy waves. However, Tongtian's spell did not cease there. He continued to wield his profound and inscrutable techniques, guiding the spiritual energy of the islands to intertwine and converge. Through his efforts, the newly formed island not only merged perfectly, but also expanded to an expansive and boundless expanse, extending endlessly to the eye. The concentration of spiritual energy upon the island surged dramatically, so rich that it seemed almost tangible, as if ensconced within a vast ocean of spiritual essence at that moment. The island had undergone a complete transformation, brimming with vibrant life. The flora and fauna thrived in lush abundance, breathtakingly magnificent. Colorful blossoms competed for splendor, exuding enchanting fragrances. Verdant leaves shimmered in the wind, producing a rustling sound as if performing a natural symphony. Meanwhile, the birds and beasts thrived in this paradise, frolicking freely. Birds sang joyfully, their wings tracing beautiful arcs in the air. Beasts either raced and played or leisurely foraged, creating a harmonious and idyllic scene. The entire island resembled an ethereal realm, captivating all who beheld it. ensnaring them in its beauty. Everything here pulsed with the vitality of life and the essence of spirit, as if it were nature's most exquisite masterpiece. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, silently slipping away. On that day, the sky seemed to be painted by a divine hand, with vibrant, auspicious clouds suddenly appearing, radiating brilliance, as if to envelop the entire primordial world in this resplendent glow. The stars, too, appeared to be drawn by a mysterious calling, twinkling in unison, forming enigmatic patterns, akin to guiding lights directing the beings of the primordial realm towards the palace of the purple clouds. Concurrently, the earth trembled, mountains and rivers resonating, as if applauding this impending grand event. This moment, Hongjun, the supreme entity of the primordial realm, unleashed a thought that surged like a vast ocean, instantly enveloping the entire primordial land. His authoritative voice manifested as a thought, clearly resonating in the ears of every being. I am Hongjun. The time of the 10,000-year mark approaches, the second sermon commences, and all those fated may come to the palace of the purple clouds to listen. This voice boomed like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Whether they were hermits hidden in deep mountains, immersed in serene cultivation, yet awakened by this voice, their hearts surged with a yearning for the Tao, or spirits frolicking in rivers and lakes, pausing their playful antics to gaze skyward, feeling the power of this summons, or formidable beings standing proudly amidst the clouds, already possessing profound insights into the Tao. Their eyes lit up, ready to embark on the journey to the palace of the purple clouds. The entire primordial world stirred in response to Hongjun's call. Countless beings, filled with aspirations for the Tao, set forth on their way to the palace of the purple clouds. Hongjun's voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth like a resounding bell. The great powers reacted in markedly different ways. Among the three pure ones, Tongtian was the most spirited. Clad in an ethereal robe, his hair danced in the wind, his eyes sparkling with heroic brilliance. The hearty laugh erupted from him, a sound that seemed to pierce the clouds and resonate in all directions. Without hesitation, he communicated with Nuwa and the other women, eagerly anticipating embarking on the journey to the palace of the purple clouds alongside them. Once Nuwa, Fushi, Shiha, Changshi, and the Queen Mother of the West arrived, Tongtian led Zhao Gongming and the three celestial maidens, without a moment's hesitation, directly soaring into the chaos. Laozi, meanwhile, displayed a contemplative expression, his profound gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the mysteries of the universe. After a moment of reflection, he sent a message to Yuan Shitianzun. Then in a flash, like a wisp of breeze, he flew towards the palace of the purple clouds. His movements were light and graceful, each step imbued with boundless Tao rhythm, as if he were merging with the very fabric of heaven and earth. Yuan Shitianzun bore an air of pride, his noble visage radiating anticipation for this sermon. Garbed in resplendent Tao robes and adorned with a purple gold crown, he emanated an aura of authority. He was resolute in his belief that this sermon would once again allow him to comprehend the true essence of the great Tao. Further elevating his realm, with steadfast determination, he gazed towards the direction of the palace of the purple clouds and set forth, each movement reflecting his solemnity and dignity. The two saints of the West, Jian and Juanti, upon hearing Hongjun's summons, displayed expressions of delight. Joy illuminated their weathered faces, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. They understood the significance of this sermon, recognizing it as a prime opportunity to enhance their strength and expand the Western teachings. Exchanging a glance, they saw determination and resolve in one another's eyes. Thus, they commenced their long journey towards the palace of the purple clouds, silently praying for greater opportunities during the sermon to allow the Western teachings to shine even brighter in the primordial world. The two rulers of the demon clan, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun, had actively gathered numerous demon powerhouses following the first sermon. Now, feeling Hongjun's summons, they were both excited and cautious. They were thrilled because they knew this sermon was crucial for the development of the demon clan, potentially empowering them within the primordial realm. Yet, they were wary, fearing that other great powers might pose a threat to the demon clan that in this primordial world, where the strong preyed on the weak. Competition and conflict were ever present. Thus, they summoned the demon clan's elite once more, a vast assembly resembling a surging tide, all heading towards the palace of the purple clouds. They prepared to vie for greater benefits for the demon clan during the sermon. allowing them to continue to shine on the stage of the primordial realm. Upon hearing of Hongjun's sermon, the 12 ancestral witches trembled slightly, although they did not entirely agree with Hongjun's Tao. They understood that this sermon might yield valuable insights for the witch clan. Moreover, considering their elder brother Tongtian might require assistance, a strong sense of responsibility surged within them. Consequently, they resolutely set forth towards the palace of the purple clouds. Their steadfast strides seemed to declare to the entire primordial world that the witch clan feared no challenge and would bravely advance for their beliefs and the future of their kin. Zhang Yuanzi, upon sensing the call of Tongtian Jiaozhu within his Wuzhuang temple, squinted slightly. A look of contemplation crossing his features, he recognized the significance of this sermon as a rare opportunity. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhang Yuanzi decided to journey alone to the palace of the purple clouds. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards that mysterious destination. Along the way, he pondered the perplexities of his cultivation, hoping to find answers during Tongtian Jiaozhu's sermon that would facilitate his breakthrough. Red Cloud, a naturally exuberant being, chuckled heartily upon hearing Hongjun's call. He cast a glance around him, pondering that his solitary journey might be a tad lonesome, and thus resolved to seek companionship. Hongjun swiftly thought of Xinyuanzi, whose form was as swift as lightning, and he soared towards the direction of Wuzhuang Temple. Along the way, he fortuitously encountered Xinyuanzi, who was also preparing to head to the Zixiao Palace. The two exchanged a knowing smile and continued their journey together. As they flew, they shared insights into their understanding of the Tao, both yearning for a breakthrough during Hongjun's teachings to enhance their abilities and strive for a stronger foothold in the vast primordial world. At the summons of Hongjun, many other formidable beings also sprang into action. Those newly ascended powers, filled with a fervent desire for the Tao and a courageous spirit to explore the unknown, embarked on their journey to Zixiao Palace. Some powerful beings chose to travel in pairs, supporting one another as they faced the myriad dangers of chaos. They exchanged their cultivation experiences and interpretations of the Tao, encouraging one another on the path ahead. When confronted with storms and obstacles in the chaos, they united their strengths, employing their respective divine abilities to withstand the dangers. Their eyes shone with determination, for they understood that only by enduring the trials of chaos could they reach Zixiao Palace and seize the precious opportunity for enlightenment. Conversely, some mighty beings opted for solitary endeavors, relying on their formidable strength and fearless courage to navigate the chaos alone. They stood tall, akin to unyielding mountains, confidently forging ahead through the tumult. Their gazes were sharp, as if they could pierce through the mists of chaos to discern the path to Zixiao Palace. However, the chaos was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to dire straits. Some, despite their immense power, ultimately succumbed to the relentless onslaught of chaos, vanishing without a trace. Their failures elicited sighs, yet simultaneously spurred other mighty beings to proceed with greater caution. Those who successfully traversed the chaos were filled with joy and pride, aware that they had drawn closer to the essence of the Tao. They quickened their pace towards Zixiao Palace, eager for further insights and breakthroughs from Hongjun's teachings. As numerous formidable beings gradually gathered in the plaza before the Zixiao Palace, the first figures to catch their eyes were Tian and Yaoqi. They stood tall and proud, like green pines defying the heavens, embodying a spirit of unwavering commitment to this sacred place. Their expressions, a mixture of reverence and solemnity, conveyed a palpable sense of awe towards Zixiao Palace. They stood quietly, flanking the grand entrance like silent sentinels, exuding a majestic aura that faithfully guarded the hallowed threshold, enhancing the gravity and sanctity of the impending sacred discourse. Among the many formidable figures, the imposing presence of Tongtian was particularly striking. Clad in a flowing azure robe, the edges of his garment danced gently in the breeze, as if he were one with the cosmos. His magnificent stature radiated a unique charisma that was impossible to overlook. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over Tian and Yaoqi, a glimmer of mirth sparkling in his eyes. He then broke into a hearty laugh, the sound resonating like a great bell throughout the plaza. Rich with vigor and nonchalance, with resolute strides, he approached, each step resonating like a heartbeat, stirring a subtle vibration among the onlookers. With a subtle gesture, he revealed two Hongjun, glowing with mysterious brilliance, which materialized in his hand. The radiance resembled twinkling stars, illuminating everything in its vicinity, leaving onlookers in awe. With a smile, he presented the Hongjun Li to Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Hao Yin, gazing at the Hongjun Li in his hands, felt his hands quiver slightly, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The light seemed to illuminate the depths of his heart, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. His gaze was filled with gratitude and reverence, as if cradling not a mere fruit, but an extraordinarily precious gift. He quickly bowed and said, "Brother Tongtian, your generous gift overwhelms us with gratitude. We feel unworthy of such kindness." His voice resonated with sincerity and humility, revealing the depth of his emotions. Yao Qi also hurriedly offered her respects, her movements graceful and dignified, akin to a butterfly in flight. Her voice, clear and melodious like a golden aureole, brought a sense of serenity to those who heard it. "Thank you, Brother Tongtian." Her eyes sparkled with joy and gratitude, her beautiful visage radiant with a blissful smile. Tongtian waved his hand lightly, declaring with an air of grandeur, "It is merely an act of goodwill." His tone was casual and unpretentious, as if this were a trivial matter. Having spoken, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting the commencement of the Taoist teachings. His stature was as upright as a pine, his gaze resolute and profound, as if anticipating an imminent grand feast. After a brief interval, Hao Yin's resonant and solemn voice suddenly filled the air, like a mighty bell echoing across the plaza. It carried an irresistible authority, each note imbued with weighty significance. "The Taoist master is about to commence his teachings. Please enter in an orderly fashion and refrain from noise." Upon hearing this, the formidable beings were, as if swept by a refreshing breeze, collectively centering their thoughts. The previously bustling plaza fell silent in an instant, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. They aligned themselves like disciplined soldiers, each movement synchronized, awaiting in solemn anticipation. Every face bore an expression of eagerness and reverence, a reflection of their respect for the Taoist master and their yearning for the Tao. Their eyes shimmered with fervent light, as if they were on the brink of embarking on a sacred journey. Time flowed slowly in the midst of their eager anticipation, each minute stretching into eternity. The waiting felt like wandering through the long river of time, filling their hearts with anxiety and hope. At last, a vast and overwhelming pressure descended like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire plaza with its formidable force. The towering figure of Hongjun gradually materialized, resembling a deity emerging from the mists of antiquity. Exuding an aura of transcendence, Hongjun's expression remained serene, akin to calm waters, undisturbed by external tumult. His gaze swept over the gathered crowd, as if he could perceive the very essence of all beings. He began to speak. "In this discourse, I shall elucidate the path of the quasi-saint for those above the great Luo golden immortal and share insights on the three realms of alchemy, formations, and weapons. Let your hearts be attuned to these teachings." After a brief pause, allowing the weight of his words to settle, he continued, his silence akin to the stillness before a storm, instilling a sense of tension and anticipation within the hearts of his listeners. Then, Hongjun delved into his teachings. "The Tao is boundless and infinite. The path of the quasi-saint lies in grasping the rules of heaven and earth and mastering the mysteries of the universe." His voice resonated like celestial music, clear and melodious, echoing throughout Zhixiao Palace. Each note was imbued with limitless Taoist rhythms, akin to the cosmic melody, captivating all who listened. His words possessed an enchanting power, capable of penetrating the very soul and immersing listeners in the ocean of the Tao. For those who had already established a foundation in cultivation and yearned to break through to the quasi-saint realm, this was undoubtedly a vital guide. The profundity of his teachings surpassed those of the initial discourse, exquisite and intricate, akin to resplendent stars illuminating the path ahead. Every word, every phrase was like a precious treasure, offering boundless benefits to those who absorbed them. Some formidable beings were plunged into deep contemplation, others displayed expressions of sudden realization, while some trembled with excitement in the Taoist master's teachings. They glimpsed their future paths and the goals they pursued. The reactions among the audience were starkly varied. For the likes of the three pure ones, Jane and Juanti, Hongjun's discourse shone like a brilliant beacon, illuminating their way forward. They sat upright and attentive, their focus so intense that it seemed as if the world around them faded, leaving only the voice of the Taoist master. They hungrily absorbed the Taoist rhythms, as parched earth welcomes a long-awaited downpour. Every fluctuation of Taoist resonance, every profound utterance, became a precious nutrient, eagerly consumed. The formidable obstacles that had loomed like boulders in their path now melted away like ice under the sun. Many confounding doubts that had plagued them for ages suddenly became clear, as if layers of mist had been swept aside to reveal a dazzling starry sky. Their gazes sparkled with the light of wisdom. Bright and profound, as if imbued with boundless mysteries, their faces revealed expressions of rapture, as though they had stepped into a new realm, one filled with mystique and wonder, where they could freely explore the infinite secrets of the Tao. Conversely, for those of lesser cultivation, still uninitiated into the great Luo realm, Hongjun's teachings resembled a cryptic celestial tome, fraught with complexities and obscurities. They fidgeted in their seats, most unable to remain still, their faces etched with a deep sense of anguish, as if their inner turmoil and confusion were manifesting for all to see. Her brows furrowed tightly, akin to a wound-up spring, refusing to unfurl despite their utmost efforts. Their bewildered expressions resembled a solitary boat adrift in an endless ocean. Surrounded by an immeasurable expanse of darkness and confusion, the infinite unknown enveloped them like a dense fog, leaving them utterly disoriented in their quest for direction. Yet, within their hearts, they possessed a profound understanding of the rarity of this sermon opportunity, akin to a precious spring in the heart of a desert. Thus, they dared not indulge in even the slightest negligence. A mere moment of inattention could cost them this hard-won chance. They strained to grasp every word. Ears perked, wholly engrossed in the teachings of the Tao ancestor. Their focused demeanor suggested that the world had dwindled to the sole sound of the Tao ancestor's voice. Even the faintest insight gleaned from this experience would be an invaluable treasure. Like a flicker of light discovered amidst the darkness, with lips tightly pressed, their eyes reflected determination and persistence, a yearning for the Tao and aspirations for the future on this arduous path of seeking the Tao. Though their steps were faltering and each stride arduous, the thought of surrender never crossed their minds. Their tenacious will burned like an unquenchable flame. Throughout this sacred process of listening to the teachings, many encountered significant breakthroughs. The serene figure of the great Taoist Laozi was surrounded by an ethereal resonance, akin to layers of mysterious halos that he appeared as a sage, quietly absorbing the teachings of the Tao ancestor. Gradually, a monumental transformation occurred within him. A potent wave of Tao resonance emanated from him as he ascended to the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortal realm. His imposing aura commanded respect. Subsequently, the Taoist of guidance also achieved a breakthrough amidst the teachings of the Tao ancestor. With hands clasped in reverence, he radiated an aura of compassion, his light akin to the warmth of the sun, illuminating everything around him. Soon after, the deity Tai, unwilling to be outshone, exuded a fiery essence that seemed capable of igniting the entire world. Under the guidance of the Tao ancestor, he too succeeded in his breakthrough. They emanated a formidable presence that instilled awe, as if they were the sovereigns of this realm, their majesty beyond reproach. The Yuanshi Tianzuan, Zhuanti Taoist, Mingi Laozu, Xinyuanzi, Hongyun Laozu, and Wanyang, and Fuxi the Great also made strides in their cultivation. The Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance was solemn, his Tao resonance resembling a towering peak, both steady and potent. The eyes of Zhuanti Taoist sparkled with wisdom, and his post-breakthrough aura grew even more enigmatic. Mingi Laozu exuded a chilling presence yet attained newfound insights through his breakthrough. Xinyuanzi, with an ethereal demeanor, became even more extraordinary after his advancement. Hongyun Laozu appeared amiable, his aura now more tranquil. Wanyang, breathtakingly beautiful, radiated a gentler charm post-breakthrough. Fuxi the Great, wise and profound, became even more unfathomable. A spectacle of converging auspicious clouds, intertwining 3 flowers, and merging 5 energies unfolded in the grand hall, resembling a breathtaking fireworks display. The resplendent brilliance left spectators in awe. Each breakthrough was akin to a dazzling star bursting forth in the night sky, illuminating the entire primordial world. At this moment, Tongtian resembled a serene sculpture, utterly immersed in the profound contemplation of the Tao. His eyes were tightly shut, his expression revealing unparalleled focus. That it was as if the entire world had quietly receded, leaving only him intertwined with the mysterious and boundless Tao. He was wholly absorbed in studying the complete method of severing the 3 corpses. This ancient and enigmatic practice unfurled in his mind like a vivid tapestry. Each detail meticulously pondered and deliberated. Meanwhile, the 9 turns Xian Yuan Gong he inherited flowed gently within him, akin to a relentless river, exuding immense power. His focused demeanor suggested that he had forgotten the passage of time. Oblivious to everything around him, fully devoted to the pursuit of the Dao in this tranquil and dreamlike atmosphere, time flowed silently that it felt as if only the blink of an eye had passed. Yet it could have spanned countless years. Before long, the character's sever resounded like a thunderclap from Tongtian's lips. Utilizing the mysterious and pure power of the pure lotus, he successfully severed his own virtuous corpse. In that instant, a blinding radiance erupted, illuminating the entire space as if countless brilliant stars had simultaneously burst forth. Auspicious energy permeated the atmosphere, resembling vibrant clouds, evoking a sense of the sacred and solemn. From this radiance emerged a Taoist who bore a striking resemblance to Tongtian, emanating a gentle glow, his eyes reflecting wisdom and kindness. The virtuous corpse slightly inclined its hands in greeting, its voice clear and melodious. "I have encountered a fellow Taoist." Tongtian promptly returned the gesture, a hint of satisfaction gracing his expression. "We are one. There is no need for formality. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Taoist of the upper clear." The virtuous corpse nodded slightly. Whispering, agreed. Subsequently, his figure gradually faded into Tongtian, like a dream dissolving in that moment. Tongtian's presence grew even more formidable and profound, akin to a towering mountain, instilling awe in all. His power had ascended to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, equivalent to that of a mid-stage Hongjun golden immortal. The powerful fluctuations of energy caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly, as if demonstrating his majesty and might to the world. Tongtian steadfastly pursued the dual cultivation of body and spirit, both aspects advancing in harmony, akin to gallant steeds racing side by side, developing in balance. With unwavering resolve and determination, he meticulously honed every inch of his physical resilience while nourishing each flicker of spirit light with profound wisdom. In this mutually reinforcing practice, his cultivation flourished like a towering tree, steadily ascending, unyielding. Given the realm he had attained, his strength was formidable and his foundation profound. He could, without hesitation, sever the second corpse and ascend to an even higher level of cultivation. However, his discerning mind was engaged in deeper contemplation. He understood that sometimes, even the path of the Tao requires careful cultivation. After all, in this vast and enigmatic primordial world, dangers lurked like countless invisible traps and storms. To rush forward might yield immense power in the short term, yet it could also lead to an irretrievable abyss. Tongtian recognized that in this world full of uncertainties, only by assessing the situation and keenly observing the shifting tides of fate could one make the right choice at the opportune moment. Thereby journeying further along the arduous path of cultivation, he comprehended that the path of cultivation was not an easy road, but a long expedition requiring steady and careful progress. Each decision could influence the fate of the future. Thus, he must remain ever vigilant, judiciously weighing the pros and cons, resisting the temptations of momentary impulses. While the masses remained engrossed in the profound and mysterious teachings, it felt as if the entire world was enveloped by this divine sound. Each note shimmering like brilliant stars, illuminating the depths of their souls with wisdom. Yet, just as everyone was entranced, the Tao sound abruptly ceased. In that instant, the entire space felt as though it had been ensnared by a binding spell. Descending into profound silence, time seemed to freeze, the air stilled, so quiet that one could nearly hear their own heartbeat. In this tranquil stillness, the majestic and ethereal voice of Hongjun Tao ancestor resonated like a mighty bell. The voice seemed to emanate from the ancient heavens, imbued with boundless authority and sanctity, evoking immediate reverence. 3,000 years have passed. I have observed in silence and discerned that the primordial order is lacking, urgently requiring a capable steward. The ancestor's words struck each heart like a heavy hammer. Upon concluding, his penetrating gaze swept over the crowd, seemingly capable of piercing all veils, laden with immense pressure and expectation. Under this gaze, the assembly bowed their heads, too awed to meet his eyes. Then, the Tao ancestor gently called forth, "Where are Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu?" This call resonated like celestial music. Echoing through the stillness, the words faded, Two radiant figures emerged from the crowd, their brilliance reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu gracefully stepped forth, their presence akin to deities descending, exuding a sacred aura. Dong Wanggong was transformed from the primal pure yang energy. Surrounding him was a resplendent glow, as dazzling as the sun, his vigorous essence radiating abundantly. With each step, he seemed to channel immense power, instilling awe in all who beheld him. He stood like a blazing sun suspended in the sky, emanating boundless light and strength, his gaze steadfast and fiery. Capable of incinerating all malevolence, his stature was as upright as a pine, as if he could support the entire cosmos. Shi Wangmu, embodying the primal pure yin energy, possessed a cool demeanor, as luminous as the full moon. She stood there quietly, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the vast cold, her frigid presence deterring any from approaching lightly. Her gaze was both crystalline and profound, as though she could see through all the myriad phenomena of the world. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, radiating an aura of enigmatic brilliance. Her figure was graceful and sinuous, reminiscent of nature's most exquisite masterpiece. Her beauty took one's breath away, and her aloofness commanded awe. Hongjun Jiaozhu nodded slightly, his penetrating gaze filled with scrutiny and resolve. His eyes were like two sharp blades, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. I observe the two of you, Dong Wanggong, transformed by the pure yang energy of primordial origins. Shi Wangmu, transformed by the pure yin energy of primordial origins. The harmony of yin and yang makes you both perfectly suited to assume the roles of the leaders among the celestial beings. Dong Wanggong, henceforth you shall govern the male immortals of the wilderness, ensuring fairness and righteousness, guiding them along the righteous path. You must not show the slightest favoritism or negligence. Embody unwavering integrity, setting a standard so that the male immortals may comprehend the weight of rules and the importance of virtue. Jiaozhu's words resonated with authority and expectation. Dong Wanggong bowed respectfully, his stature erect as a pine, his eyes revealing determination and pride. His voice was firm and resonant, imbued with an innate arrogance, as he declared, I shall faithfully adhere to Jiaozhu's decree. Dong Wanggong will exert every effort to govern the male immortals of the wilderness and live up to Jiaozhu's trust. I shall wield my authority to command the male immortals, ensuring they dare not defy my will. His words were laced with confidence and dominance, as if the entire realm of male immortals lay within his grasp. Shi Wangmu inclined her head slightly, her movements graceful and dignified, her demeanor cool and solemn that a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, as if she wished to decline, but found herself unable to do so. In a tone both cool and grave, she stated, Shi Wangmu shall not disgrace her mission, managing the female immortals of the wilderness and maintaining order therein. However, I fear my strength may be insufficient. I hope Jiaozhu will offer guidance. Her words carried a hint of concern and humility, forming a stark contrast to Dong Wanggong's arrogance. Hongjun Jiaozhu nodded slightly, satisfaction evident in his deep-set eyes. He understood that both Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu bore significant responsibilities, and to ensure they could fulfill their duties in governing the wilderness, he generously bestowed upon them two supreme, innate treasures. The first was a dragon-headed staff, its ancient design seemingly weathered by countless ages. The dragon's head was lifelike, its fierce gaze exuding a mysterious and powerful aura, as if capable of suppressing all malevolence. The dragon's scales shimmered with a mystical light, reminiscent of brilliant stars, evoking a sense of reverence. Each scale seemed to harbor boundless strength, as if whispering ancient legends. The second treasure was a pure water bowl, clear and transparent like a pristine spring, devoid of any impurities. That it contained pure power, capable of purifying all worldly filth. The water within the bowl appeared almost alive, gently rippling and emanating a soft glow. This radiance resembled the warm sun of spring, comforting and serene, instilling a sense of tranquility and harmony. Additionally, there was the plain-colored cloud banner. Upon its emergence, radiant light and auspicious colors enveloped the world, as if the entire realm was shrouded in this resplendent glow. It would enhance Shi Wangmu's authority, granting her greater intimidation while managing the female immortals. Holding the plain-colored cloud banner, Shi Wangmu exuded an even cooler and more noble presence. Akin to an untouchable goddess, she stood still, the banner fluttering, radiating an aura of sanctity and inviolability. All present gazed upon the newly appointed Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, their hearts brimming with a plethora of emotions. Some felt discontent, secretly envious of their fortune, believing themselves equally capable of such weighty responsibilities, yet overlooked by Daozu. Their eyes betrayed a hint of resentment, as they schemed on how to attain greater power and status. Others, however, were captivated by the glory of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu. They gazed longingly at the two supreme innate treasures, their eyes sparkling with desire, envisioning how magnificent it would be to possess such powerful artifacts. After being appointed as the leader of the male immortals by Hongjun Daozu, Dong Wanggong's arrogance swelled instantly. He was convinced that with this esteemed title, he would command the respect of the 3,000 disciples of the Zixiao Palace who had heard the Tao. Thus, he energetically set about inviting them, as if he were already the sovereign of the wilderness. Approaching Tongtian, he held his head high, adopting a condescending posture as he proclaimed, "Tongtian, I am the Daozu's personally appointed leader of the male immortals. I now wish to establish the celestial court. You must regard me as your master and assist in this grand endeavor." Tongtian raised his gaze slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing his features as he coldly retorted, "What makes you worthy of my respect? Such delusions are laughable." Dong Wanggong's countenance darkened, and he angrily replied, "Tongtian, do not be ungrateful. I am the leader of the male immortals. Should you refuse to comply, you will be opposing Daozu's will." Tongtian, infuriated, laughed mockingly, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. "How dare you? Do you think that just because Daozu has appointed you as the leader of the male immortals, you can act with impunity? I will not be commanded by you." Dong Wanggong fell to the ground in a state of shock and humiliation. He had never endured such indignity before. However, recognizing the overwhelming odds, he acknowledged that in terms of strength and numbers, he was no match for Tongtian. With clenched teeth and a heavy heart, he was left with no choice but to retreat, begrudgingly seeking other targets. Yet, the majority of those who had heard the Tao in the Zixiao Palace were proud and ambitious, each nurturing dreams of becoming their own sovereign. Dong Wanggong's invitation. They found it utterly ridiculous and beneath their consideration that in their eyes, his actions were nothing more than a farce, and he himself became the laughingstock of the crowd. After being appointed as the leader of the male immortals, Dong Wanggong became utterly intoxicated by his newfound status. He strode forth with his head held high, regarding all with contempt, convinced that apart from Hongjun Daozu, all male immortals should bow before him. He loudly declared to his subordinates, "I am the leader of the male immortals. You all must obey my commands that in this wilderness, no one can stand against me but Daozu." His subordinates exchanged glances. Though they harbored some discontent, they dared not voice it due to Dong Wanggong's status. However, his haughty demeanor incited significant dissatisfaction among many. Whispers circulated, "Dong Wanggong is far too arrogant. Does he truly believe he is invincible?" Another retorted, "Humph, such behavior will inevitably lead to his downfall." Despite having faced humiliation at the hands of Tongtian outside Zixiao Palace, Dong Wanggong remained oblivious to the discontent of others and forgot the fundamental principle of strength prevailing in the wilderness. Continuing with his reckless ways, relying on his title as the leader of the male immortals, Dong Wanggong aggressively recruited disciples from various factions throughout the wilderness. Regarding the smaller tribes, the celestial court adopted a strategy of intimidation, ruthlessly eliminating as many as possible to set an example. Dong Wanggong coldly commanded, "Those small tribes that refuse to submit to the celestial court shall be dealt with without mercy." To serve as a warning to others, the members of the smaller tribes dared not voice their anger, secretly cursing Dong Wanggong in their hearts. For the medium-sized factions, he adopted a strategy of persuasion. Dong Wanggong donned a facade of benevolence and declared, "If your factions submit to the celestial court, you will reap benefits. Should you refuse, the consequences are on you." Though reluctant, the medium-sized factions had no choice but to yield under the celestial court's pressure. As for the members of the large clans, they faced threats and seduction. Dong Wanggong, with a grim expression, stated, "If your clan collaborates with the celestial court, you will gain many advantages. Should you dare to defy us, the wrath of the celestial court is something you cannot withstand." The large clans, though unafraid, were also unwilling to easily make enemies of the celestial court, finding themselves in a difficult position. After establishing his base of operations on the overseas island known as Zifu, Dong Wanggong proclaimed the establishment of the celestial court, declaring himself the celestial emperor. His eyes sparkled with fervor, envisioning a day when he would unify the wilderness and attain enlightenment. As the celestial emperor, I shall dominate the wilderness and achieve unparalleled supremacy, Dong Wanggong proclaimed loudly. Dong Wanggong vigorously expanded the influence of the celestial court, seizing territory without regard for the demon clan of Dijuan or the witch clan of the 12 ancestors. Accumulating enmities along the way, Tai, incensed by the expansion of the celestial court, had come to Zifu to issue a warning. With formidable presence, Tai declared, Dong Wanggong, your celestial court's expansion is excessive. Do not think that no one can rein you in. Dong Wanggong, however, remained unfazed, sneering, I am the leader of the male immortals and the master of the celestial court. What can you do to me? Though he was shielded by an innate formation at the time, and Tai could not harm him. The seeds of enmity had already been sown. Yet, Dong Wanggong remained undeterred, continuing his aggressive actions, unaware that disaster was looming on the horizon. This is a matter for another time. The birth of Dijuan and Tai was akin to two brilliant stars suddenly streaking across the vast, boundless sky of the wilderness. They were born from the sun star, which had been meticulously nurtured for ages since the Pangu deity separated heaven and earth, manifesting as two wondrous three-legged golden crows. The first golden crow, Dijuan, displayed a fierce and tyrannical demeanor, yet curiously emanated an irresistible aura of royal power that he embraced the exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book, embodying them as if from the moment of their inception. He bore the sacred mission of ruling the world high in his grasp. The river diagram and the Luo book emanated an unfathomable radiance, as though they contained boundless wisdom and unmatched power, instilling a sense of awe in all who beheld them. The second golden crow, Tai, surveyed the realm with an imposing demeanor, exuding the noble and revered aura of a sovereign. That he cradled the innate treasure, the chaos bell, which resonated with a melodious chime, seemingly possessing a mystical power that transcended time and space. Reverberating throughout the vast primordial world, the Tai's majesty and nobility resembled a towering mountain, evoking respect and deterring any thought of disrespect. They understood profoundly that within this world of endless challenges and rare opportunities, if the demon race aspired to survival and flourishing development, it was imperative to possess a unified organization and exceptional leadership. Thus, relying on Tai's esteemed reputation, Emperor Jun skillfully united the myriad races of the primordial realm into a cohesive entity, bestowing upon them the name Demon Race. Under their extraordinary charisma and formidable strength, countless demons willingly recognized and resolutely supported their leadership. The TO further solidified the dominion of the demon race and enhanced their collective strength. Tai, with the chaos bell at its core, tirelessly observed the celestial patterns, meticulously deducing the arrangements of the stars. The vast and boundless night sky resembled an endless tome, eternally awaiting Tai's profound interpretation. After enduring a prolonged and arduous journey, he ultimately grasped the formidable Tian star array. Once unleashed, the power of the stars surged like a torrential wave, capable of engulfing all creation, instantly becoming a formidable formation in the hands of the demon race. Emperor Jun was equally relentless, dedicating himself night and day to deciphering the river diagram and the Luo book, mirroring the layout of ancient mountains and rivers in the primordial realm, deeply contemplating its mysteries. The enigmatic patterns within the river diagram and the Luo book were akin to unsolvable riddles, awaiting Emperor Jun's intellect to unravel them one by one. In the end, he succeeded in comprehending the primordial river Luo Great Array. This array resembled an immense and wondrous net, capable of ensnaring enemies firmly, rendering escape nearly impossible. After the conclusion of the first sermon, Emperor Jun and Tai traversed the primordial world with great urgency, their figures streaking across the sky like meteors. Tai engaged in a fierce battle at Huai Mountain, a confrontation of unparalleled intensity, with both sides exchanging blows in a radiant display. Ultimately, Ing Zhao was profoundly impressed by Tai's unmatched power, willingly pledging allegiance under his banner. Subsequently, Tai sought counsel from Zhang Yuan, subdued Ci Tai at Nan Mountain, and acquired the merchant sheep by the shores of the northern sea. Each battle became a legendary tale, each conquest a story worthy of being recounted. Emperor Jun, not to be outdone, swiftly pursued Lian at the sea's edge, compelling Lian to yield beneath his formidable presence. He then secured Bai Zai at the Eastern Sea, where Bai Zai's extraordinary wisdom complemented Emperor Jun's profound strategies. Moreover, Emperor Jun garnered the unwavering support of formidable demon race members such as Fei Dan, Zhou Ying, Qin Yuan, and Gui Che. Their inclusion significantly bolstered the strength of the demon race. Now, a millennium after the conclusion of the second sermon, with the establishment of the Eastern King's Purple Court, pressure mounted on Emperor Jun and Tai, prompting them to swiftly seize the pinnacle of Buzhou Mount. This summit represented the center of the primordial world, symbolizing supreme authority. They meticulously laid out the Zhou Tian star array, grounded in the Chaos Bell. Once activated, the stars shone brilliantly, and the indomitable gates of the heavenly realm rose majestically. Thereafter, they established the heavenly court at the Grand Day God Palace atop Buzhou Mountain, with Emperor Jun and Tai solemnly standing before the magnificent edifice alongside a multitude of powerful demons. Emperor Jun donned a resplendent robe, adorned with mysterious golden patterns that seemed to narrate ancient legends. That he wore a golden crown, encrusted with dazzling jewels that radiated a blinding luminescence. His gaze was filled with authority and valor, reminiscent of a sovereign ruling over all, instilling both reverence and trepidation. Tai, clad in golden battle armor that shimmered with metallic brilliance, appeared as radiant as the sun. That he wielded the Chaos Bell, which exuded an aura of mystery and might, evoking an undeniable sense of inviolable dignity. Tai stood tall as a pine, embodying an unassailable presence, akin to a majestic mountain safeguarding the honor of the demon race, with head held high and voice resonant as a bell. Emperor Jun proclaimed to the heavens, "The way of heaven is supreme. Today, I, Emperor Jun, alongside Tai, lead the demon race in establishing the heavenly court, governing the primordial demons and safeguarding all living beings. That we pledge to uphold the way of heaven as our guiding principle, to act justly, and to bring peace and prosperity to the primordial realm. We shall use our strength to protect all creation and ensure the name of the demon race resounds throughout the universe. Henceforth, I am the demon emperor." Jun Tai followed suit, declaring, "Our demon court shall uphold justice and strictly adhere to the way of heaven. With our strength, we shall safeguard all beings. That we shall confront all challenges with our courage and guide the demon race toward brilliance. From this day forth, I am the Eastern Emperor Tai." The multitude of demons echoed in unison, "Long live the heavenly court! Long live the demon emperor! Long live the Eastern Emperor!" Their voices thundered like a tempest, proclaiming the birth of the demon court to the entire primordial world. At that moment, the skies churned with ominous clouds as a mysterious and powerful force began to converge. Dark clouds rolled, lightning struck, and thunder rumbled, as if heaven and earth trembled at the establishment of the demon court. The force intensified, threatening to envelop the entire primordial realm. The light of the merits of the way of heaven cascaded down like a golden waterfall, enveloping Emperor Jun, Tai, and all members of the demon race. The radiance was dazzling, akin to the brilliance of the sun. The merit light showered upon them, instilling a warmth and powerful energy within. Following the infusion of merit, both Emperor Jun and Tai experienced a rapid surge in their cultivation, decisively opting to sever the good corpse to elevate their realms. Utilizing the formidable river diagram, Emperor Jun successfully severed the good corpse, showcasing his extraordinary prowess and decisiveness. Meanwhile, Tai wielded the Chaos Bell to sever the good corpse, yet he was unable to fully refine the restrictions of the Chaos Bell, limiting its potential in his hands, as if it were merely a borrowed tool. This hinted at the immense challenges Tai faced in mastering such a powerful artifact. Their actions undoubtedly stirred new ripples within the primordial world. On one hand, the enhancement of Emperor Jun and Tai's strength fortified their standing in the primordial realm, amplifying the influence of the demon race they represented. On the other hand, Tai's inability to fully control the Chaos Bell sowed seeds of uncertainty for the future. Feeling the power bestowed by the merits, Emperor Jun was filled with joy and reflection. Gently closing his eyes, he murmured, "The way of heaven shows mercy. We shall not disappoint its expectations." Tai, gazing at the luminous merit radiating from his being, resolutely stated, "With this merit, our demon court shall undoubtedly grow stronger." The members of the demon race, too, reveled in the power granted by the merits, feeling their strength surge rapidly. brimming with confidence for the future. Guo exclaimed with excitement, "Our strength has greatly increased. We shall serve the heavenly court and protect the primordial realm. We will defend the dignity of the court with our lives, ensuring the banner of the demon race flies in every corner of the primordial world." Baize remarked, "Blessed by the way of heaven, our demon race shall usher in a glorious era. We shall lead the demon race toward prosperity. With our wisdom, we shall safeguard the glory of the demon race, ensuring its name becomes a legend in the primordial realm." Emperor Jun opened his eyes once more, casting a determined gaze into the distance, and declared, "We shall seize this opportunity to continue our efforts. Establishing the demon court as the pillar of the primordial world, we shall protect the peace and prosperity of the primordial realm with our strength, that we shall guide the demon race toward an even more illustrious future with our wisdom." Tian nodded in agreement, replying, "We shall stand united, fighting for the glory of the court. That we shall protect the dignity of the court with our strength and face all challenges with our courage. Let us strive together for the brilliance of the demon race." With the descent of merit, the strength of Emperor Jun, Tai, and the members of the demon race received a profound enhancement, solidifying the demon court's presence within the primordial world. The Grand Day God Palace, illuminated by the light of merit, appeared even more solemn and sacred. The banner of the demon court fluttered in the breeze, announcing the rise of the demon race to the entire primordial realm. Emperor Jun was revered as the heavenly emperor, seated upon a magnificent throne, his gaze betraying the authority and decisive resolve of a ruler. Tai was honored as the Eastern Emperor, wielding the Chaos Bell, steadfastly safeguarding the tranquility of the heavenly court. Following Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth, the wondrous fusion of his essence and turbid energy gave birth to the Witch Clan. From the moment of their inception, the Witch Clan possessed astonishingly formidable physiques, akin to impregnable fortresses birthed from the very earth. Each of them possesses extraordinary abilities, radiating unique brilliance across the primordial expanse. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft, as the central leaders of the Witch Clan, shine like 12 resplendent stars, each wielding formidable powers of the laws. Jiang, the master of the laws of space, moves with a swiftness akin to lightning streaking across the sky. Capable of traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye, Jumeng, the arbiter of the laws of wood, embodies the essence of spring, capable of nurturing all life and infusing the earth with vitality. Ru Shou, the lord of the laws of gold, wields an unmatched offensive prowess, akin to a razor-sharp sword that can sever all obstacles in its path. Gong Gong, the sovereign of the laws of water, commands the might to stir rivers and seas, causing them to roar. Zhu Rong, the master of the laws of fire, blazes with a fierce intensity, as if determined to ignite the entire world. Tian Wu, the ruler of the laws of wind, moves with the grace of a breeze, elusive and free-spirited. Xian Ming, the overseer of the laws of rain, is shrouded in mystery, each raindrop akin to a spell in his hand, capable of bringing forth endless transformations. Chang Liang, the master of the laws of thunder, strikes fear into all, his roar resonating like a thunderclap, instilling terror in his foes. Shi Zi, the wielder of the laws of lightning, shines brightly, reminiscent of a dazzling bolt illuminating the darkest corners. Shi Baishe, the master of the laws of poison, instills dread, his venomous arts silently eroding the life force of his enemies like a phantom. Zhu Jiuyin, the custodian of the laws of time, possesses an extraordinary mystique, seemingly capable of traversing the fabric of time itself, governing both past and future. As time gradually unfolds, the Witch Clan continues to flourish across the primordial realm. With their formidable physical strength and combat prowess, augmented by the covert assistance of the heavens, they steadily evolve into a force to be reckoned with. Their presence stands like a steel fortress, steadfastly entrenched in every corner of the primordial world. The Witch Clan, characterized by their fierce and combative nature, burns like an unquenchable flame. In this primordial realm, they often find themselves embroiled in fierce conflicts with the Demon Clan. Following the establishment of the heavenly court by the Demon Clan, their influence has surged like a relentless tide, deepening the rift with the Witch Clan. In pursuit of precious resources and expansive territories, both sides have engaged in numerous fierce battles, the scenes of which resemble the apocalypse, with mountains crumbling and rivers reversing their flow. Through their confrontations with the Demon Clan, the Witch Clan has come to a profound realization of the importance of unity. They comprehend that only a unified organization can lead the entire Witch clan in facing the daunting challenges posed by the Demon clan. After careful deliberation, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft resolved to establish the Witch Court. They meticulously selected the land surrounding Mount Buzhou as the site for the Witch Court. This location is strategically fortified, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack, as if nature itself had crafted a sturdy bastion for the Witch clan. Mount Buzhou rises majestically into the clouds, resembling a colossal pillar supporting the heavens, safeguarding the homeland of the Witch clan. Upon the establishment of the Witch Court, the 12 ancestors collectively elected Di Jiang as the sovereign of the Witch Court. With his formidable mastery of the laws of space and exceptional leadership capabilities, he guides the Witch clan towards continuous growth and prosperity. His presence serves as a banner, leading the Witch clan towards resplendence. Within the Witch Court, the Witch clan instituted rigorous rules and regulations. They emphasized unity and collaboration, functioning as an indomitable whole. The valiant warriors of the Witch clan, summoned by the Witch Court, diligently trained to enhance their combat abilities. Pouring sweat and honing their resolve to fight for the glory of the Witch clan, the Witch Court also established various rituals and ceremonies to bolster the cohesion and faith of the Witch clan. The people of the Witch clan hold the 12 ancestors in profound reverence and adoration, believing that under their leadership, the Witch clan can establish and expand its presence in the primordial world. The flames of the rituals kindle their beliefs, and the songs of the ceremonies resonate with their glory. With the establishment of the Witch Court, the position of the Witch clan within the primordial world has become increasingly secure. Their opposition to the Demon clan intensifies, akin to two towering mountains colliding, shaking the very fabric of the primordial realm. Following the establishment of the Witch Court, a significant event quietly unfolds. Tongtian arrives at the solemn and majestic Pangu Hall. His figure shines like a mysterious dawn, instantly illuminating the entire hall, enveloping Pangu Hall in an extraordinary atmosphere. The enigmatic aura seems to awaken ancient legends, stirring an ineffable sense of awe within the hearts of all present. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft respectfully greet Tongtian. "We have the honor to meet you, elder brother." Their voices resonate in unison, echoing within the hall, reflecting their reverence and admiration for the powerful. Tongtian gazes upon the 12 ancestors, his eyes revealing profound wisdom and anticipation. His gaze resembles the vast expanse of the starry sky, harboring boundless mysteries that he slowly speaks, his voice steady and commanding. "Brothers of the ancestors, I have come today to convey an important matter. I am acutely aware of the might of the Witch clan. However, within this primordial world, challenges and crises coexist. I am here to impart the method of arranging the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation." Upon hearing this, the ancestors' eyes glimmer with anticipation. Tongtian continues, "This 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation is both mysterious and powerful. It can amalgamate the strengths of you 12 ancestors, unleashing a cataclysmic might. It will undoubtedly enhance the foundation of the Witch clan, rendering it more formidable within the primordial world." Each word resonates like a hammer, striking the souls of the ancestors, instilling within them an unprecedented sense of awe. When Tongtian's gaze lands on the gentle yet resolute ancestor Ho-Tu, a special concern flickers in his eyes that this moment. Ho-Tu possesses a primordial spirit, setting her apart among the 12 ancestors. Her eyes shimmer with the light of wisdom, akin to a brilliant star illuminating the future of the Witch clan. Without hesitation, Tongtian imparts the complete method of the 3 corpse slaying to Ho-Tu, earnestly stating, "Sister Ho-Tu, you already possess a primordial spirit and have achieved fusion. Thus you have the potential to slay the 3 corpses. This complete method of slaying the 3 corpses is not the same as that spoken by Hongjun. Rest assured in your training, for it will aid you in elevating your realm and acquiring greater power. That I hope you can slay the 3 corpses to face the unknown challenges ahead." Ho-Tu listens intently to Tongtian's words, her eyes shimmering with determination as she gently nods. "Thank you, elder brother. I shall certainly live up to your expectations and strive for the future of the Witch clan." The other ancestors also nod in agreement, expressing their support and anticipation for Ho-Tu's day. Di Jiang states, "Sister Ho-Tu, you bear a heavy responsibility. We all believe you will succeed." That Zhu Meng adds, "With the elder brother's method, Sister Ho-Tu will undoubtedly grow even stronger, supporting the Witch clan in achieving great heights." A renewed hope ignites within the hearts of the 12 ancestors. They understand that in this world filled with challenges, they must continuously grow stronger to safeguard the glory and dignity of the witch clan. The 12 ancestors gather atop the land surrounding Mount Buzhou, where the pressure of Pangu prevails and the heavenly Tao remains elusive. Preparing to rehearse the formidable 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation at Dijiang, as the leader of the witch clan, with unwavering and sharp eyes, surveys the ancestors and solemnly declares, "Today, we shall rehearse the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, ensuring that we maximize its power to establish a solid foundation for the future of the witch clan." The ancestors nod in unison, their expressions grave. With Dijiang's command, the 12 ancestors take their positions. Zhu Meng stands in the east, the laws of wood swirling around him, as if a vibrant forest materializes in his vicinity. Rushou occupies the west, the laws of gold shining brightly, akin to sharp swords poised for action. Gong Gong commands the north, the laws of water surging like tumultuous waves. Zhu Rong guards the south, the laws of fire blazing fiercely, as if intent on consuming everything. Tian Wu controls the laws of wind, whistling and darting through the formation. Xianming's laws of rain cast a somber hue over the sky, each drop imbued with mysterious power. Chong Liang's laws of thunder resound powerfully, lightning flashing. Shizi's laws of lightning flicker like dancing silver serpents. Shi Baishi's laws of poison exude a chilling aura. Zhu Jiuyin governs the laws of time, seemingly capable of halting or accelerating time, while Di Jiang, wielding the laws of space, navigates freely within the formation. Commanding the entirety of the proceedings, the ancestors begin to slowly channel the powers of the laws within them, their strengths resonating and merging with one another. The 12 powerful forces gradually coalesce into a terrifying strength capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. On the desolate plains, the winds and clouds shift, and the earth trembles. This force seems poised to break through the firmament, shaking the entire primordial world. As the rehearsal progresses, the power of the formation grows increasingly astonishing. The overwhelming strength distorts the surrounding space, as if the entire world lies within their grasp. The faces of the 12 ancestors radiate with determination, filled with confidence for the future of the witch clan. Due to Tongtian's intervention, the fates of Nu Hua and Fu Shi undergo a significant transformation that in the original course of events, they might have ascended to the positions of Hua Huang and Shi Huang within the demon clan's heavenly court. Yet now, everything has changed. Tongtian, with his formidable influence and mysterious means, has altered the trajectory of their destinies. He may possess a special form of communication with Hua and Fuxi, or perhaps he has somehow made them aware of the potential risks associated with joining the heavenly court of the demon tribe. In any case, influenced by Tongtian, Hua and Fuxi chose to distance themselves from the heavenly court of the demon tribe. Hua, the goddess endowed with extraordinary creativity and a compassionate heart, continued her exploration on her own path. She dedicated herself to the creation of life and the safeguarding of the world's beauty, no longer shackled by the power of the demon tribe's heavenly court. Her spirit became purer, and her mission clearer. Fuxi, the sage of unparalleled wisdom, also devoted his energy to the study of the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. With his profound insight, he brought forth greater revelations and guidance to the primordial world. He no longer engaged in the disputes of the demon tribe's heavenly court, but observed the changes of the world from a transcendent perspective, without the presence of Hua and Fuxi. The heavenly court of the demon tribe, though still formidable, lacked a unique force and wisdom. Meanwhile, Hua and Fuxi, on their new paths, radiated their own brilliance, making distinctive contributions to the development of the primordial world. At that moment, within the solemn and majestic Pangu Hall, Tongtian stood in quiet contemplation regarding the future of the shaman tribe. Suddenly, he received a system notification. Ding! Task selection activated. Option 1. Proceed to the North Sea to subdue Kunpeng as a future aid, with rewards including the coordinates of Golden Ao Island and the world-destroying Black Lotus. Option 2. Slay Kunpeng, rewarded with a set of innate spiritual treasures, a roasting rack. Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, pondering, how does this task relate to Kunpeng, Golden Ao Island, and the world-destroying Black Lotus? Wasn't the Black Lotus lost after being cast away by Luohu? Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. After a brief moment, Tongtian decisively stated, System, Option 1. Ding. Host has made a choice. Upon task completion, rewards will be automatically distributed to the space. Please check, host. Without further hesitation, Tongtian bid farewell to the 12 ancestors of the shaman tribe and, with a flash of his form, arrived at the boundless North Sea. Standing amidst the clouds, he proclaimed in a voice like thunder, "Kunpeng, my friend, an old acquaintance has come to visit. Come forth and greet me." Beneath the North Sea, upon hearing this voice, Kunpeng was immediately filled with a surge of anger that he muttered to himself. This Tongtian has come uninvited. Surely, it cannot bode well. Yet, out of respect for a powerful being, Kunpeng still chose to appear. Looking at Tongtian, he inquired, "Tongtian, my friend, one does not visit the Sambao Hall without cause. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Tongtian wasted no time and stated plainly, "I wish to recruit you as my subordinate." Kunpeng, upon hearing this, was incensed. "Tongtian, you are overstepping your bounds." With that, he prepared to strike. Yet Tongtian remained unperturbed, saying, "Kunpeng, you have been bullied in Zhixiao Palace and again by Emperor Jun and Tai when the heavenly court of the demon tribe was established. Your cultivation progresses slowly. I can assist you in elevating your powers and attaining heavenly merit. What say you?" Kunpeng hesitated at this proposition. Reflecting on his past grievances, he recognized that he had indeed suffered greatly, and breakthroughs in his cultivation were elusive. Sensing the effectiveness of his words, Tongtian continued to entice him. "Let us make a deal that I shall not take advantage of you, should you manage to land a single strike upon me. I shall consider it a loss and provide you with the means to acquire merit. Conversely, if you lose, you will serve as my subordinate, and I will also share the methods to gain merit. What do you think?" Kunpeng felt a tempest of emotions raging within him. His mind tumultuous, he was acutely aware of Tongtian's unfathomable strength, an existence of immense power. The choice laid before him could very well be the pivotal moment that alters his fate. Countless thoughts raced through his mind in rapid succession. After a fierce internal struggle, Kunpeng finally resolved himself. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a single word. "All right." Though his voice was soft, it resonated with determination and resolve. "Very well, let us commence," Tongtian replied, his tone serene as a still pond. He then slowly raised his arm and seemingly casually launched a punch. Initially, this punch appeared ordinary, even somewhat feeble, failing to convey any remarkable power. So much so that it was nearly overlooked for the terror it concealed. However, as this seemingly mundane fist drew nearer to Kunpeng, the situation underwent a dramatic shift. Kunpeng was suddenly besieged by an overwhelming force that crashed upon him like a tidal wave. Its might akin to a tempestuous surge sweeping toward him with thunderous momentum in that instant. Kunpeng felt breathless, his heart racing, an unprecedented sense of dread surging from within. This sensation was akin to confronting a ferocious beast. While he himself was but a diminutive ant, utterly incapable of withstanding the impending onslaught, Kunpeng's expression tightened. He dared not delay for a moment, swiftly flapping his wings and chanting incantations, summoning forth his most powerful techniques. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced violently, forming an impenetrable shield of spiritual power before him. However, Tongtian's strength was beyond measure. The force of his strike harbored the capacity to obliterate worlds, rendering it no easy feat to repel. Despite Kunpeng's utmost efforts, his defense was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, achieving little to no effect that Tongtian's fist, imbued with boundless might, descended upon Kunpeng like a meteor from the heavens, crashing down with unassailable ferocity. With a resounding boom, a cataclysmic noise erupted, and Kunpeng's form was sent plummeting into the roiling sea like a kite severed from its string. As Kunpeng plunged into the water, the surface erupted in towering waves, akin to a wall of water rising from nowhere. Immediately, a powerful shockwave radiated in all directions, transforming the once tranquil sea into a tumultuous cauldron. The water churned as if boiling, and even the entire North Sea seemed to tremble, unable to withstand such overwhelming force. Submerged in the ocean, Kunpeng fell like a shooting star, crashing into the water and creating colossal waves. The impact felt as if a mountain had struck him, causing a dizzying sensation that left him reeling. He struggled desperately to regain his balance, but the surging waters clutched at him with the ferocity of countless giant hands, making every movement a Herculean task. In this vast ocean, Kunpeng acutely sensed the insurmountable chasm of strength that separated him from Tongtian. Each drop of seawater seemed to mock his fragility and impotence. A relentless wave of defeat eroding his spirit. Time ticked by. Though he could not discern how long had passed, Kunpeng gradually emerged from his stupor. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to flap his wings and, with great effort, broke free from the depths. As he burst through the surface, sunlight poured down upon him, yet it could not dispel the gloom that hung over his heart. At that moment, Kunpeng was devoid of his former majesty. Drenched and tattered, his once resplendent feathers now disheveled and lackluster, he appeared utterly disheveled, akin to a destitute beggar. Nevertheless, despite his dire state, Kunpeng dared not show any sign of disrespect. He humbly knelt on one knee, bowing his head and saying, "Your subordinate, Kunpeng, pays respects to the master." His voice was imbued with reverence. Tongtian regarded the fallen Kunpeng before him, his expression devoid of any trace of pity. That punch had required merely a fraction of his strength, intended solely to impart a profound lesson to Kunpeng, to make him acutely aware of his own standing and capabilities. Tongtian turned and soared toward Kunlun Mountain, with Kunpeng closely trailing behind, not daring to take a breath. Before long, they arrived at the grand and magnificent Taoist temple, Bo Palace, nestled within Kunlun Mountain. The palace stood majestically, resplendent in gold and jade, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. Zhao Gongming and the three celestial maidens had long awaited their return. And upon seeing Tongtian, they all stepped forward to pay their respects. In a moment, the entire Bo Palace was filled with laughter and joy, a scene of vibrant merriment. Tongtian fixed his gaze upon Kunpeng and spoke softly. "The demon tribe holds a crucial position within the primordial world and urgently requires a unique writing system of its own, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky, to record information, pass down knowledge, and unite the clan. This is your opportunity to attain heavenly merit." Kunpeng fell into deep contemplation, acutely aware of the gravity of this matter. The ancient scripts, such as the dragon seal and phoenix script, as well as the bone inscriptions of fierce beasts and innate Tao patterns, were as splendid as a tapestry of flowers, rich in variety. As a powerful being born before heaven and earth, he possessed boundless time and extensive experience to explore and research these ancient scripts. Kunpeng began to immerse himself in the study of the ancient scripts such as the dragon seal and phoenix script, accumulating vast knowledge regarding the forms and ideograms of the characters. Each moment of insight felt as if he were conversing with ancient wisdom, laying a solid foundation for the creation of the demon script. He meticulously crafted a unique form of writing, carefully integrating the characteristics of the demon tribe with his understanding of the cosmos. The strokes of these characters are vigorous and powerful, akin to the formidable strength and might of the demon race. They not only convey specific meanings, but also resonate with the aesthetics and temperament of the demon clan. In order to endow each character with a distinct significance, Kunpeng engaged in a profound synthesis and summarization of various entities and concepts. He meticulously observed the phenomena of the natural world, studied the behavioral habits and cultivation methods of the demon race, and transformed these insights into an expressive written form with clarity and conciseness. Through relentless attempts, revisions, and refinements, a comprehensive system of demon script gradually took shape. This process was fraught with challenges and hardships, yet Kunpeng never relented. Each character he sculpted was a testament to his aspirations for the future of the demon race. Ultimately, this system of writing would fulfill the needs of the demon clan in their daily lives, cultivation, and inheritance, becoming a unique cultural symbol for them. It shone like a resplendent jewel, illuminating the path of development for the demon race. After countless days and nights of contemplation and meticulous deliberation, Kunpeng gradually conceived a grand plan to create a script exclusively for the demon race. Once this thought took root, it spread like wildfire, becoming the paramount focus of Kunpeng's existence. Thus, he embarked on arduous trials. With his sharp claws, he etched marks upon the hard rocks, striving to depict the abstract and intricate concepts dwelling deep within his heart. With his dexterous beak, he inscribed upon the soft sands, attuning himself to the subtle shifts brought about by the flowing grains. He even harnessed the forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to evoke inspiration. Infusing the wonders of nature into each character, time flowed inexorably, and after enduring failure upon failure, Kunpeng remained undeterred. Finally, on a radiant morning, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds and graced the earth. Kunpeng successfully birthed the first character of the demon script. That character flashed like a bolt of lightning across the heavens, radiating brilliance and power. Subsequently, the second, third, and an ever-growing multitude of characters flowed from Kunpeng's pen. They were either robust and steadfast, akin to towering mountains, or graceful and fluid, reminiscent of babbling brooks. Each character encapsulated unique meanings and emotions, as if they were vibrant lives in their own right. When the final character was completed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire primordial world. Moments later, a powerful tremor reverberated through every inch of land, as mountains, rivers, avian and terrestrial creatures alike felt the profound shock emanating from the depths of the soul. Even the Tao of heaven, residing high above the nine skies, was subtly stirred, casting a gaze of attention at this moment. Kunpeng stood proudly atop a towering peak, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty, his face a canvas of pride and solemnity. With his head held high, he faced the vast firmament, his voice resonating like the tolling of a great bell as he proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao above, today I, Kunpeng, create a script for the demon race. To impart knowledge, unify our kin, and seek your witness." This proclamation echoed within the cosmos, lingering long after its utterance. His words faded, a cascade of multicolored radiance erupted in the previously tranquil sky. And auspicious energies permeated the surroundings. His voice reverberated through the realms, as if announcing the newfound achievements of the demon race to the entirety of the primordial world. At that moment, the heavens stirred with tumultuous winds and clouds, as a mysterious and formidable power began to coalesce. The Tao of heaven, moved by Kunpeng's creation and its profound significance for the future of the demon race, descended vast merits. The light of these merits cascaded down like a golden waterfall. With 80% enveloping Kunpeng, bathed in this merit, Kunpeng felt his strength surge rapidly, his heart brimming with confidence for the future. He understood this as the Tao of heaven's recognition and reward for him. Meanwhile, the remaining 20% of merit drifted towards Tongtian. Observing the merit light approaching, Tongtian nodded slightly. He comprehended this as the Tao of heaven's acknowledgement for his guidance of Kunpeng. Tongtian harbored no greed. He merely felt gratified for the development of the demon race. As the merits descended, the demon script that Kunpeng had created swiftly propagated throughout the primordial world. The demon clan eagerly learned and utilized these characters, providing a new vessel for their cultural inheritance and continuously enhancing their cohesion. After successfully creating the script for the demon race, a dazzling golden light suddenly illuminated the sky, cascading like a waterfall and enveloping Kunpeng. Simultaneously, a vast and mysterious power descended from above, the supreme merits granted by the Tao of heaven. The light of these merits surged like a tidal wave, with 80% swiftly merging into Kunpeng's being. As the merits flowed into him, Kunpeng radiated a brilliant glow, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. Yet, the remaining 20% of merit did not dissipate. Instead, it circled in the air for a moment before transforming into a streak of flowing light, darting towards Tongtian in the distance. This astonishing scene was witnessed by Laozi and Tianzuan, who were far away. Laozi furrowed his brow, stroking his beard, his expression dark and brooding as if it could drip with water. He spoke in indignation. This Tongtian has been granted such a rare opportunity to obtain merit, yet he has given no thought to us brothers, allowing Kunpeng to seize all the benefits. Truly despicable. Tianzuan similarly wore a face of fury, his fists clenched tightly, his arms trembling slightly from rage. He snorted coldly, gritting his teeth as he said, "Humph, Tongtian's actions are deeply disheartening that we, the three pure ones, are of the same lineage, bonded as brothers. Yet now he has turned his back on our fraternal ties, completely disregarding our brotherhood." Both of them were filled with resentment, believing Tongtian had forgotten the bonds of brotherhood. In their view, such fortune should have first considered their own brothers, collaboratively acquiring merits and enhancing their strength. However, Tongtian chose to guide Kunpeng, causing them to miss this opportunity. Laozi and Yuanshi stood there, gazing at the dissipating light of merit in the sky, their grievances difficult to quell. As Tongtian and Longyu strolled near Kunlun Mountain, suddenly the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, this astonishing spectacle instantly capturing their attention. Upon closer inspection, They discovered a primordial multi-treasure mouse, possessing extraordinary treasure-seeking abilities. Undergoing transformation at that moment, a pagoda spun above the multi-treasure mouse's head, emanating a mysterious glow, like an unyielding barrier, fiercely protecting the transforming creature. The heavenly tribulations rained down in torrents, imposing and grand, as if testing this nascent being. The multi-treasure mouse valiantly resisted under the onslaught of the thunderbolts. Each strike made it tremble slightly, yet it never gave in. Finally, after enduring 9 tribulations of thunder, the multi-treasure mouse successfully completed its transformation. It stood tall, donned in a dark robe intricately embroidered with enigmatic runes, shimmering faintly in the sunlight, as if imbued with boundless mysteries of the Tao. Its visage was handsome and resolute, with brows like swords and eyes as deep as the abyss, exuding wisdom and composure. Its long, ebony hair was casually tied back, gently swaying in the breeze, exuding a carefree demeanor. A golden belt adorned its waist, embedded with gemstones of various hues, radiating a mystical glow. Often, it held a whisk in hand, as white as snow. With a gentle flick, it seemed to unleash myriad Taoist principles. When standing, it resembled a towering mountain, imparting a sense of stability and reliability to its movements. Each step was steady, as if imbued with the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. In battle, its aura surged, imposing and awe-inspiring, evoking fear in all who beheld it. The multi-treasure Taoist exuded an invisible aura, emanating a formidable pressure, a unique charm exhibited by its profound cultivation and deep-seated essence. Tongtian gazed at the transformed multi-treasure mouse, curiosity blooming within him. He nodded slightly and spoke. "You little mouse, having successfully transformed today is a fortuitous occasion. I am Tongtian of the upper purity, and seeing your remarkable roots and extraordinary talents, would you be willing to take me as your master and enter my fold?" Upon hearing this, the multi-treasure mouse was instantly overwhelmed with joy, that elation surging like a tidal wave, engulfing its entire being. It trembled with excitement, its eyes glistening with tears, and without hesitation, it knelt down, bowing respectfully to Tongtian, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to master. To encounter such an extraordinary and revered figure as you is truly a stroke of fortune for me. I am willing to follow you for eternity, mastering the profound and unfathomable Tao and inheriting and propagating your teachings." Tongtian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but throw back his head and laugh heartily, his laughter resonating like a mighty bell, echoing across the heavens. With a gentle wave of his broad sleeves, a dazzling beam of light shot forth from within, enveloping the kneeling multi-treasure mouse. Subsequently, a gentle yet immensely powerful force emanated from the light, gradually lifting the multi-treasure mouse to its feet. Tongtian, smiling, looked at the multi-treasure mouse with a kind yet authoritative gaze and softly proclaimed, "Well, from this day forth, you shall be my personal disciple. I shall impart all my knowledge of the Tao to you. Yet, you must bear in mind that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and is a long and arduous journey. One must not allow complacency to take root in the heart. Instead, it is imperative to devote oneself wholeheartedly to the pursuit of mastery, lest you squander my earnest expectations for you. Above you, there exists a senior brother and 3 senior sisters whom I will introduce to you shortly." Standing nearby, Long Yu witnessed this scene, and a look of contentment spread across his face. He stepped forward and, bowing respectfully to Tongtian, remarked, "Congratulations, master, on taking such an outstanding disciple. That I believe that under your meticulous guidance, Brother Duo Bao will undoubtedly achieve great success in his cultivation." After accepting Duo Bao Dao Ren, Tongtian instructed him to cultivate on Kunlun Mountain and introduced Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos to him. Once arrangements were satisfactorily made, Tongtian utilized the coordinates provided by the system and swiftly located Jinao Island. Jinao Island typically lies hidden in the depths of the eastern sea, far from the mainland, surrounded by boundless ocean. Its unique geographical position grants it a degree of concealment, rendering it a mysterious sanctuary within the primordial realm. Consequently, Jinao Island is relatively insulated from external disturbances. As Tongtian approached the enigmatic Jinao Island, his keen perception, sharp as that of a hawk, immediately detected an unusual aura enveloping the island. The naturally formed formations and prohibitions appeared as mysterious barriers, safeguarding the island's tranquility and secrecy. The existence of these formations evidently holds immense significance. They serve not only to protect the rich and almost tangible spiritual energy from being overly depleted, ensuring the preservation of the island's cultivation resources, but also to fend off potential invasions from formidable foes from the outside world, providing a secure habitat for the island's inhabitants. Some formations displayed formidable defensive capabilities akin to impenetrable walls, capable of withstanding any powerful assault. Meanwhile, those formations adept at ensnaring foes resembled cunning traps. Once adversaries fell into them, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. For cultivators, delving into and mastering the mysteries of these formations would undoubtedly enhance their protective abilities significantly. In combat, the application of these formations could yield unexpected advantages, providing cultivators with an increased chance of victory against formidable opponents. As an expert in formations, Tongtian possessed an understanding and mastery that was profound and inscrutable. Drawing upon his extensive experience and exceptional wisdom, he navigated these naturally occurring formations with ease, effortlessly entering the island without damaging them. This process showcased his adept control over formations and his ability to adapt to various circumstances. Upon stepping onto the island, Tongtian was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming and suffocating power emanating from the chaotic demon god. This force surged towards him like a tidal wave, sending a jolt through his spirit. Instantly, he recalled the stunning imagery he had witnessed in the Pangu's creation. Jiao Island was born from the fusion of the chaotic demon god Jiao's head and fragments of chaos. Such a unique origin naturally imbued the island with the lingering essence of the chaotic demon. This mysterious and potent aura filled Tongtian with heightened anticipation regarding Jiao Island. He knew well that within this legendary land lay countless opportunities and challenges awaiting his exploration. Unknown treasures, mysterious relics, and immense power were all poised for discovery. This place might very well become the key to further enhancing his strength and broadening his horizons. A strong sense of mission surged within Tongtian. He resolved to delve deep into the mysteries of Jiao Island, paving a broader path for himself and his disciples in their cultivation journey. Continuing his exploration of Jiao Island, Tongtian stepped deeper into the island, and as he did so, the powerful and enigmatic aura of the chaotic demon god Jiao intensified like a rising tide. Upon reaching the island's very heart, a colossal turtle skull loomed before him in a breathtaking display. Upon this skull, the laws of devouring intertwined with the laws of earth, shimmering with light, as if containing boundless mysteries. As a chaotic demon god embodying the laws of earth, the aura of these laws was as dense as substance, heavy as if bearing the weight of the entire earth. Each ripple of the earth's laws seemed to narrate the grandeur and stability of the land, allowing one to almost sense the pulse and vitality of the earth itself. The mysterious laws of devouring likely emerged after Jiao fortuitously came into contact with the blood of the devouring demon god during the monumental moment of creation. The laws of devouring exuded a profound and perilous aura, as if they could consume all and claim everything as their own. They complemented the laws of earth, adding further layers of mystery and strength to the massive turtle skull. As Tongtian gazed at the interplay of these two laws, an avalanche of contemplation and emotion surged within him. He understood that the scene before him represented not merely a rare opportunity, but also a significant challenge on his path of cultivation. Upon witnessing the turtle skull, which pulsated with the laws of devouring and earth, Tongtian was unable to contain his excitement. He was acutely aware that while he possessed the inherited laws of strength, in this primordial world, having additional skills would never be a burden. Even if he chose not to cultivate these two laws, he could later impart them to friends and disciples. Having a greater understanding of laws could only be beneficial. Thus, without hesitation, Tongtian gradually approached the turtle skull. Although Jiao had perished, the residual aura remained immensely powerful, not easily approached. Just as Tongtian drew near, a phantom of Jiao suddenly emerged from the skull. This phantom radiated an ancient and mysterious aura and inquired, "The essence of Pangu, young one, what connection do you have with Pangu?" Tongtian stood tall and replied with pride, "I am the manifestation of the primordial spirit of Pangu, the supreme Tongtian." Upon hearing this, the phantom of Jiao burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! A descendant of Pangu. In the past, I could not do anything to Pangu, But today, taking you, a mere junior, to accompany me in death is not a bad outcome." Tongtian's face betrayed a look of disdain as he retorted sternly, "You, a mere remnant soul, dare to be so audacious. Today, I shall completely collect you in place of my father." With that, Tongtian unhesitatingly produced the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Wielding it like a sword, and instantly unleashed the first move of creation. The remnant soul could not withstand such a powerful assault, and cried out in desperation, "Stop, Junior, we can discuss this." However, Tongtian, resolute and unyielding, paid no heed and decisively struck the skull. The remnant soul was bisected by this blow, ultimately dissipating into the void. Tongtian hastily stowed away the two laws, and then sought a tranquil spot on the island to sit down. His heart brimmed with contemplation and insights regarding the newly acquired laws, and he began to immerse himself in profound meditation. At that moment, Tongtian seemed to merge with the entirety of Jinao Island. Lost in the mysteries of the laws, time elapsed unbeknownst to him as Tongtian awoke from his extended meditation. He continued to venture deeper into Jinao Island, and, during this journey, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the island's unique environment had nurtured numerous rare spiritual plants. These spiritual plants exuded a mysterious aura, each possessing remarkable effects. The 9-transformation resurrection herb was akin to a miracle of life, capable of unleashing tremendous power to aid a severely injured cultivator on the brink of death, reigniting the flame of life. The ethereal fruit was even more extraordinary. Consuming it could elevate a cultivator's soul realm, rendering their soul purer and more powerful. Without hesitation, Tongtian gathered these spiritual plants, fully aware that these treasures would prove invaluable in the future. As Tongtian continued deeper into Jinao Island, his attention was unexpectedly drawn to a practitioner engaged in cultivation. This practitioner exhibited mediocre prowess, with notably long ears, clearly indicating that he had yet to fully take shape. Tongtian immediately recognized him as the long-eared Ding Guangxian, a figure destined to betray the Jie sect in the future. Long-eared Ding Guangxian, sensing an approaching presence, hurriedly greeted him. Gazing at the person before him, he felt an overwhelming depth to their cultivation, rendering him completely unable to discern their true strength. "I am Long-ear, residing here, but cannot venture beyond this boundary. May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder?" Upon hearing his introduction, Tongtian felt even more assured of his recognition. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck down with a palm. Long-eared Ding Guangxian barely had time to react before he was instantly transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the cosmos. With disdain, Tongtian remarked, "I hope you do not become a traitor in your next life. However, it seems you shall have no next life." In the very spot where Long-eared Ding Guangxian had perished, a sword materialized unexpectedly. Tongtian picked it up and observed 2 characters inscribed upon it. Hunyuan.it turned out to be the Hunyuan sword, a preeminent treasure of innate origin, possessing extraordinary power, capable of piercing the flesh of a sage and injuring a sage's primordial spirit. Tongtian mused to himself that Long-eared Ding Guangxian had likely been attempting to refine this sword. But alas, his cultivation was too weak to succeed. He could not help but murmur, "Fortunately, I arrived. Otherwise, this treasure might have fallen into the hands of unknown individuals." The appearance of the Hunyuan sword added an unexpected delight to Tongtian's journey on Jinao Island and deepened his appreciation for the marvelous arrangements of fate. The 3rd sermon of Hongjun in the primordial realm was announced in a manner that was both mysterious and awe-inspiring. One gazes beyond the 33 heavens to the realm where the venerable Hongjun resides. An unexpected radiance bursts forth, cascading in myriad auspicious hues that a grand and majestic voice, seemingly emanating from the very depths of chaos, reverberates throughout the entirety of the primordial world. "I am Hongjun. The time of 10,000 years approaches. The Purple Cloud Palace shall host the 3rd sermon. Those with destiny may come forth to listen." This proclamation resounds like a great bell, echoing in the ears of every living being. Whether they be reclusive cultivators hidden deep within ancient forests, formidable demon kings ruling their domains, or aquatic beings meditating in the ocean's depths, all can hear it distinctly. Meanwhile, Tongtian, having acquired the primordial sword and vanquished the traitor Chong Erdingguang, conceived a grand design in his heart. He understood that Golden Ao Island was the foundation of his Taoist sanctuary. However, After enduring numerous tribulations, he resolved to undertake a transformation of this place. With unparalleled magical prowess, Tongtian enveloped Golden Ao Island in a brilliance akin to the vastness of the Starry River. Under his command, the island began to ascend slowly, moving toward the direction of the three immortal islands. As it traversed the space, the very fabric of reality trembled, seemingly unable to withstand such formidable force. As Golden Ao Island approached the three immortal islands, Tongtian formed seals with his hands and intoned incantations, unleashing a series of mysterious runes that soared from his fingertips, merging with both Golden Ao Island and the three immortal islands. In an instant, a powerful attraction emerged between the two islands, initiating a gradual fusion. During this process, heaven and earth changed color, winds and clouds surged, and spiritual energy surged like a tumultuous tide. The originally abundant spiritual energy of Golden Ao Island and the three immortal islands intensified, almost materializing into a fog of spiritual essence. As the fusion progressed, the shape of the islands transformed. Golden Ao Island, with its already unique form, morphed into a magnificent and perfect representation of the Golden Ao itself, more awe-inspiring and majestic than before. Witnessing this, Tongtian's heart swelled with joy, and he named the newly merged island Golden Ao Island, signifying that it would stand unyielding in the primordial world, much like the Golden Ao. Subsequently, Tongtian erected a grand palace upon Golden Ao Island. The palace towered majestically, exuding an aura of boundless authority. Above the grand entrance, the words Bo Palace were inscribed in glittering gold, imbued with an essence of profound Taoist rhythm. The establishment of Bo Palace rendered Golden Ao Island even more magnificent, transforming it into a site of great significance in the primordial realm. Tongtian's extensive efforts to transform Golden Ao Island and construct Bo Palace were, in truth, strategic preparations for the tumultuous circumstances that lay ahead. The three Pure Ones had already reached a state of discord, their relations becoming increasingly strained. Tongtian was acutely aware that the future of the primordial world would inevitably be fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Thus, he required a robust stronghold to confront these impending trials. After the fusion and transformation, Golden Ao Island not only boasted enriched spiritual energy, but also fortified defenses, making it an ideal sanctuary for his Tao. Golden Ao Island shone like a resplendent gem, radiating a unique and enigmatic brilliance. Since Tongtian merged it with the three immortal islands and erected the Grand Bo Palace, this location became a focal point of reverence in the primordial realm. Tongtian understood that in this ever-changing world, where the strong abound, possessing formidable defensive power was essential to ensure the safety of his sanctuary. Thus, he resolved to array multiple formations upon Golden Ao Island to enhance its defensive capabilities. First, Tongtian established the Three Talents Formation. This formation, grounded in the principles of heaven, earth, and humanity, encapsulated the mysteries and laws of the universe. Divided into three cardinal directions, each segment was supported by formidable spiritual energy. The heaven position symbolized the vastness and mystery of the sky, holding boundless power. The earth position represented the solidity and weight of the land, capable of sustaining all things. The humanity position served as the nexus connecting heaven and earth, embodying the wisdom and courage of living beings. Once activated, the Three Talents Formation would create a powerful field of spiritual energy, enveloping the entirety of Golden Ao Island. Any adversary attempting to intrude would face the onslaught and obstruction of this formation. Next, Tongtian arranged the Four Symbols Formation, centered around the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. This formation represented the four cardinal directions. The Azure Dragon symbolized vitality and vigor. The White Tiger embodied bravery and majesty. The Vermilion Bird represented flames and illumination, while the Black Tortoise signified stability and resilience. The arrangement of the Four Symbols Formation was exquisitely intricate, with each direction responding to the others, forming a flawless defensive system. When enemies approached, the formation would autonomously adjust its defensive strategies based on their positions and methods of attack, unleashing its full potential. In addition to the Three Talents and Four Symbols formations, both Golden Ao Island and the Three Immortal Islands inherently possessed formidable formations. These formations were born of the natural order of heaven and earth, and after Tongtian's meticulous restoration and enhancement, they became even more enigmatic. The formations of Golden Ao Island resembled a vast labyrinth, teeming with countless traps and mechanisms. Any intruder ensnared within would find themselves disoriented and unable to escape. Conversely, the formations of the three immortal islands focused on defense and concealment, capable of shrouding the entire island in a veil of mist, rendering its existence nearly imperceptible. These three layers of formations intermingled and overlapped. The defensive capabilities of Golden Ao Island were significantly augmented. The entire island was enveloped in a layer of mysterious radiance, as if it existed in a realm apart from the world. To an outsider, Golden Ao Island appeared merely as a mystical place shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, obscuring the true nature of its interior. Tongtian gazed at the rejuvenated Golden Ao Island, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him. The exertion had indeed drained much of his magical energy. Subsequently, he began to meditate and recuperate. After several days, Tongtian's power was restored to its zenith. Rising to his feet, he set forth without hesitation toward the Purple Cloud Palace, eager to hear the teachings of the venerable Hongjun. Upon his arrival at the Purple Cloud Palace, weary yet determined, he looked up to see a multitude gathered within. Except for a few individuals who had yet to arrive, nearly everyone else was already present. Those familiar Taoist friends, upon catching sight of Tongtian, greeted him with warm smiles. Among them, the enormous Kunpeng, resembling a cloud descending from the heavens, was particularly enthusiastic. It promptly rose from its cushion, preening its resplendent feathers, and was about to step forward to pay its respects to Tongtian. However, before Kunpeng could take even a few steps, Tongtian raised a hand gently, signaling it to halt. Kunpeng, perceiving the gesture, dared not show any sign of disregard. It quickly retreated respectfully to a cushion a short distance behind Tongtian. Resuming its seated position with utmost care, that moment, 12 ancestral shamans marched forward in unison, their imposing figures radiating an aura of immense power. In unison, they greeted, "Greetings, elder brother." Their voices resonated like thunder, reverberating through the hall. Following this, the celestial beings Zenyuanzi and Hongjun approached in succession. Zenyuanzi, holding a whisk and smiling, and Hongjun, clad in flowing crimson garments, exuded a carefree demeanor. They first clasped their hands in salute to Tongtian, then engaged in casual conversation, creating an atmosphere of cordiality. However, among the assembly, only Dongwang Tai wore a consistently arrogant and disrespectful expression. He cast a sidelong glance at Tongtian, letting out a cold huff through his nostrils, as if filled with disdain and contempt for the Taoist leader. Tongtian, understanding the nature of such an individual, quickly discerned the peculiar attitude of Dongwang Tai. Raising an eyebrow, he directed a piercing gaze at him, his tone laced with inquiry. "What is it, Tai? Do you harbor dissatisfaction or grievances against me?" Dongwang Tai's previously handsome visage darkened ominously, reminiscent of a tempestuous sky. That he scoffed heavily, his voice resonating as if it could pierce the very heavens. "Humph. Tongtian, you truly possess a remarkable arrogance, making us, countless cultivators, wait here for your grand entrance." Standing opposite him, Tongtian responded with a cold smile. "What? Do you, Dongwang Tai, aspire to be the one to speak out? If you truly feel restless, I would not mind lending a hand to relieve your discomfort." Dongwang Tai, incensed by this retort, widened his eyes in fury, bellowing, "Presumptuous Tongtian, this is the sanctum of the sages. How dare you act so recklessly and without regard?" Yet, in the face of Dongwang Tai's indignation, Tongtian remained dismissive, a smirk playing on his lips as he casually declared, "Humph, what of it? Today, I shall indulge in my audacity." Before his words had fully settled, Tongtian acted without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Dongwang Tai could only hastily summon the chaos bell in his grasp, attempting to use it to defend against Tongtian's sudden and fierce onslaught. However, despite the formidable power of the chaos bell, the formidable physical assault from Tongtian was exceedingly ferocious, so much so that it forcefully breached the protective barrier of the chaos bell, sending the Eastern Emperor Tai hurtling through the air. Following this successful strike, Tongtian showed no sign of hesitation. His figure flickered like lightning as he swiftly pursued the propelled Eastern Emperor Tai, preparing to unleash another powerful punch, intent on launching a further ferocious assault. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, A figure appeared as if conjured from the shadows, silently manifesting upon the mysterious ore-emitting mat. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than the venerable Hongjun Laozu, a figure renowned across the three realms for his profound virtue and lofty reputation. His expression was as calm as still water, and his eyes were deep as the ocean. He slightly parted his lips, and, in a tone that bore no hint of severity, spoke with a touch of gentleness and compassion. "Cease at once. You all should sit down and attentively listen to the sound of the Tao." Although his words lacked harshness, the pressure they conveyed was akin to a colossal mountain, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. Tongtian, too, felt this overwhelming force. Yet, despite the immense pressure, he managed to maintain his stance, refusing to be completely crushed to the ground. Nevertheless, he silently lamented within, fully aware that this was not the opportune moment to continue with reckless antics. Should he defy the will of Hongjun Jiaozhu, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. With this thought in mind, he begrudgingly suppressed his fury and obediently turned back to his designated mat, sitting upright and composed. In contrast, the emotional state of Eastern Emperor Tai was tumultuous and restless. On one hand, he was profoundly shaken by the astonishing strength displayed by Tongtian. On the other, he was taken aback by Hongjun Jiaozhu's seemingly lenient attitude towards Tongtian Tai's initial expectations. An open provocation of the Jiaozhu's authority by someone like Tongtian would surely invoke a swift and thunderous retribution. However, it appeared that only a few mild words and a modicum of pressure sufficed to quell the matter, leaving him somewhat astounded. Once all had taken their seats, Hongjun slowly began to speak. Today's discourse pertains to the path of the saints in the solemn and majestic Zixiao Palace. The moment for the saints to expound their teachings had finally arrived. In an instant, it seemed as though an invisible giant hand had stirred the cosmos, causing extraordinary phenomena to manifest. Multicolored rays of light, akin to splendid ribbons, wove intricately across the skies above Zixiao Palace. Intertwining and entangling, the brilliance was dazzling to the eye, resembling a dreamlike tapestry woven from the purest and most refined hues of the world. Each beam of light appeared to harbor an enigmatic power, sometimes darting through the heavens like agile dragons, and at other times blossoming like resplendent flowers, radiating boundless vitality and vigor. Concurrently, auspicious clouds cascaded from the heavens like a magnificent waterfall. The purity of these clouds was untainted, their tranquil essence enveloping the entire space, emanating a warm and gentle glow, as if possessing the miraculous ability to cleanse the soul and dispel all shadows of despair. Amidst this sacred and solemn atmosphere, Taiji Laozu was the first to rise, respectfully addressing Hongjun. "May I ask, Master, who may be deemed a saint, and how does one achieve sainthood?" In response, Hongjun remained unhurried and composed, replying, "There are 3 ways to attain sainthood. The first is through the power of proof. This requires an understanding of the laws, and using that comprehension to achieve the Dao is the most formidable path to becoming a saint, yet also the most arduous. Practitioners must possess an exceptionally profound understanding and mastery of the laws of heaven and earth, breaking free from worldly constraints with their immense power, perfecting their own laws to attain the fruition of the primordial Tao. Saints who achieve the Tao through this method will possess unparalleled strength, unencumbered by excessive restrictions from the heavenly Tao. However, this method demands extraordinary talent, insight, and perseverance from the practitioner. The great Pangu followed this path. Yet tragically, he ultimately failed and perished, transforming into all things that to this day. No one has succeeded with this method. The second is the method of severing the 3 corpses, by entrusting one's true spirit to a pre-celestial spiritual treasure and using great magical power to sever the good corpse, evil corpse, and self-corpse. These 3 corpses symbolize the practitioner's good intentions, evil thoughts, and self-attachment. By severing the 3 corpses and detaching them from the true self, once they are unified, one can attain the Tao and become a saint. I myself achieved the position of heavenly Tao saint through this method of severing the 3 corpses. This approach is comparatively easier than the first. However, one who becomes a saint through this method will still be influenced by the heavenly Tao, with their primordial spirit entrusted to it, thus needing to adhere to its rules that I mentioned briefly during my second discourse. That some among you have already succeeded in severing 1 corpse. The third is the path of merit. to accumulate vast amounts of virtue to attain the position of a saint. Practitioners must garner the recognition of heaven and earth through the accumulation of immense merit, thereby achieving the fruits of sainthood. This method yields comparatively weaker strength among the three paths, yet it is safer and more stable. However, accumulating such vast merit is no simple task, requiring great fortune, immense determination, and significant contributions to all living beings. The heavenly Tao is finite, and so too are the saints. The culmination of the Tao is 9, as is that of the heavenly Tao. Hence there are 9 saints beneath the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao nurtured 9 strands of primordial purple energy, serving as the foundation for achieving sainthood. If one can obtain even a single strand, it can be said that they have 1 foot firmly planted in the realm of the saints. Today, I wish to accept disciples and impart the profound mysteries of my teachings. At the utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in fervor. Hongjun's gaze gradually shifted towards the 6 seated figures. First, he addressed Tongtian. Tongtian, as you are transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, blessed by his grace, you shall be my first disciple and destined to become a saint. With a gentle wave of his hand, a strand of primordial purple energy shot forth like lightning, directly entering Tongtian's body. Tongtian's expression remained stoic, devoid of sorrow or joy, simply responding, "Thank you, Master." Upon hearing the title of first disciple, both Laozi and Yuanshi's faces darkened like the bottom of a cauldron. Yet, standing before Hongjun Jiaozhu, they dared not express their discontent, suppressing their frustration and lowering their heads in silence. Nevertheless, their hearts brimmed with resentment and indignation. At that moment, Hongjun's gaze slowly shifted to Laozi, and he spoke. "Taiji Laozi, you too are an incarnation of the primordial spirit of Pangu, and thus shall be my second disciple. Today, I bestow upon you the opportunity to achieve sainthood." With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a strand of primordial purple energy entered Laozi's being. Laozi felt the surge of this powerful and mysterious force within him. Filled with excitement, he promptly knelt, bowing respectfully to Hongjun. "Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint your kindness, and I shall diligently cultivate to achieve sainthood at the earliest opportunity. Yuanshi, you are also an incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit, and thus shall be my third disciple, destined for sainthood," Hongjun declared. Turning to Yuanshi, he too expressed his gratitude. The emotions of Laozi and Yuanshi were akin to swallowing a fly, feeling a profound sense of frustration as they found themselves in the position of disciples despite being brothers. This left them feeling incredibly stifled, with no outlet for their grievances. Moreover, the other powerful beings in Zixiao Palace were observing, further intensifying their humiliation. Unperturbed by their sentiments, Hongjun then turned to Nuwa. "Nuwa, you shall have a monumental deed to accomplish in the future and may become my closed-door disciple, destined for sainthood." The strand of primordial purple energy promptly entered Nuwa. She respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master." Hongjun then paused, and the two from the Western sect grew anxious. Zhuan-Ti quickly implored, "Please, Master, have compassion for our impoverished Western land." Before he could finish, Hongjun interjected, "Enough, enough. I have ties with you from the West. You too shall be my registered disciples, destined for sainthood." With that, 2 strands of primordial purple energy flew into Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin's bodies, both immediately prostrated in gratitude, their appreciation evident. Witnessing this scene, other powerful beings began to plead, "Jiaozhu, be merciful. Please grant us opportunities." Hongjun glanced down, exasperatedly saying, "Very well. The last strand of primordial purple energy shall depend on your fates." With that, he cast out the primordial purple energy. Curiously, this primordial purple energy circled around the Zixiao Palace before coming to a halt before Hongyun, then directly entering his body. This spectacle ignited envy and jealousy among the other powerful beings, particularly Dijun and Tai, who burned with resentment and bitterness. As Hongjun observed the distribution of the primordial purple energy, his profound and mysterious gaze swept over the crowd, and he continued at a leisurely pace. "In my travels through the vast wilderness, I was fortunate to gather countless rare and exquisite treasures. However, by this day, as my cultivation continues to ascend and my comprehension of the heavenly laws deepens, these treasures have lost much of their significance to me. Therefore, it would be more fitting to bestow them upon you at this juncture." Hongjun paused slightly, then directed his gaze towards Tongtian, who stood at the forefront. With a smile gracing his face, he spoke earnestly. Tongtian, I am well aware that you already possess other treasures. Yet, as my foremost disciple, it is only right that you should have an even more formidable artifact for your protection. Today, I shall grant you this Jinkuan Ding. This Ding is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, possessing boundless power. Not only does it offer exceptional defense against various external assaults, but it also has the capability to strike back, instilling fear in any adversary upon activation. Moreover, it harbors a unique divine ability to transform post-heavenly objects into innate spiritual entities, a power truly defying the heavens. Furthermore, this Ding can also be employed to suppress fate, as his words faded. Hongjun gently waved his sleeve, and a massive cauldron, exuding an ancient aura, materialized before the assembly. The Ding shimmered with a dark golden hue, adorned with intricate runes and patterns that rendered it enigmatic. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the Ding, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence among those present. Observing this, Tongtian stepped forward respectfully, bowing deeply to Hongjun, and exclaimed, "Thank you, Master, for your gracious gift, Laozi, as my second disciple. You are a manifestation of the primordial spirit of the Pangu deity, and therefore deserve a supreme treasure for your protection. Today, I bestow upon you this innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. This treasure is immensely powerful, embodying boundless mysterious forces that will aid you in suppressing fate." Just as he finished speaking, a dazzling light flashed, and the ancient Taiji diagram, suffused with chaotic energy, soared forth like a shooting star. Eventually resting steadily in Laozi's broad palm, filled with gratitude and awe, Laozi knelt down, respectfully bowing his head to express his thanks. "I am deeply grateful for your generous gift, Master. I shall not fail your expectations and will wield this treasure wisely, diligently cultivating to repay your immense kindness." Next, the Master turned his gaze towards Yuanshi and spoke softly. "Yuanshi, you too are a manifestation of the primordial spirit of the Pangu deity, and you should likewise be endowed with a supreme treasure for your protection. Today, I grant you this Pangu banner, which also possesses the divine efficacy to suppress fate. May you wield this treasure with valor and diligence, striving to attain the true path." In an instant, the Pangu banner transformed into a streak of light. Flying directly into Yuanshi's hands, Yuanshi grasped the treasure tightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement and determination as he solemnly bowed to the Master. "I thank you profoundly for your generous endowment. I shall not disgrace this mission and will exert myself in my cultivation." Hongjun then calmly regarded Enhua, a flicker of admiration in his eyes as he spoke gently. "Enhua, as my cherished disciple, you should possess some unique treasures for your safeguard." No sooner had he finished speaking than he waved his sleeve lightly, and two beams of light shot forth from his robe. One transformed into a scroll depicting mountains, rivers, and lush forests, vividly encapsulating the essence of the world within this small painting. This was the map of mountains and rivers, a paragon among innate spiritual treasures. Infused with boundless creative power and mysterious principles, the other light morphed into a vibrant red embroidered ball, glimmering with radiant spiritual light and surrounded by auspicious energies. This was the red embroidered ball. Another rare and exquisite innate spiritual treasure, reputed for its miraculous power to facilitate harmonious unions. After bestowing the treasures, Hongjun paused momentarily, his previously fluid movements coming to an abrupt halt. This pause heightened the tension among those present, particularly in the hearts of Zhuanti and Jiejing, who exchanged anxious glances. They quickly adopted pitiful expressions, their demeanor exuding an air of profound grievance. Just as they prepared to implore Hongjun for mercy, he preemptively addressed them. "Jiejing, I now bestow upon you the 12th grade merit golden lotus, an unparalleled treasure of the world, imbued with infinite merit that can suppress fate. Additionally, a Qinglian treasure flag, which also possesses miraculous effects. I hope you will utilize these well." As his words concluded, Hongjun waved his sleeve once more, and two resplendent treasures flew towards Jiejing. He hurriedly reached out to catch them, his eyes brimming with delight. Yet, he restrained his excitement, humbly prostrating himself on the ground and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. I shall not disappoint your trust." Then, Hongjun turned his attention to Zhuanti and gently said, "Zhuanti, I grant you a blessing staff, which is versatile in both offense and defense, possessing immeasurable might. Also, a 7 treasures marvelous tree, adorned with 7 jewels that shimmer with mysterious light, possessing extraordinary power. With that, 2 more beams of light flew from Hongjun's hands, perfectly landing in Zhuanti's embrace. Clutching the 2 treasures, Zhuanti could hardly contain his joy, and he too knelt down, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your generous endowment. I shall diligently practice and not disgrace this mission." Seeing this, the others cried out, "Compassionate ancestor, bestow upon us some treasures as well." Hongjun, with a sigh of resignation, replied, "The treasures I collected in my early years are located behind the Zixiao Palace. At the treasure distribution rock, you may take your fill." Thus, a grand spectacle of treasure distribution, one that would reverberate through the heavens and earth, was about to unfold. After imparting his teachings thrice at the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun finally arrived at this pivotal moment of bestowing treasures. All the mighty beings, filled with reverence and anticipation, closely followed in Hongjun's footsteps as they slowly approached the legendary treasure distribution rock. Before them stood the treasure distribution rock, towering and ancient, seemingly weathered by endless epochs. Its surface shimmered with a mysterious glow that flowed like water, akin to twinkling stars or the pulsating veins of the earth, each ray of light appearing to harbor profound secrets and immense power. This rock, a divine object for containing and suppressing innate spiritual treasures, had been revered as a supreme sanctuary since ancient times. Radiating an air of awe-inspiring authority at this moment, Tongtian, like a flash of lightning, took the initiative. His eyes sparkled with intensity, resembling burning torches that glimmered with an incandescent light, possessing an extraordinary penetrating power capable of piercing through all illusions and facades of the world. In a swift motion, he swung his arm, causing the Qianquan ding in his grasp to tremble violently, as if it had come to life. In the blink of an eye, the ding unleashed an overwhelming and heart-stopping gravitational pull, much like a bottomless abyss, as if it sought to consume the entirety of existence. Simultaneously, without missing a beat, Tongtian swiftly unfurled the extermination array. Once the array was deployed, it radiated a blinding brilliance that rendered it impossible to gaze upon. More astonishingly, the previously stationary mysterious runes inscribed within the array seemed to be animated, dancing with vitality as they detached from the array and soared freely in the air that moment. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The 6-soul banner, the mixed yuan golden dipper, the 4 symbols pagoda, the dragon and tiger rui, along with the 24 radiant sea stabilizing pearls, the icy heart-piercing lock, the terrifyingly powerful purple lightning hammer, and the imposing mixed yuan hammer, among others. Over 100 formidable artifacts responded as if they had heard Tongtian's silent summons, racing from all directions, darting towards him like a tempest. The void trembled and distorted in their wake, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder and wind, an awe-inspiring display. Each artifact radiated its own unique brilliance. Some exuded a fierce aura of slaughter, while others shimmered with gentle auspicious light. Yet, without exception, they all emanated a formidable presence that instilled trepidation. A satisfied smile graced Tongtian's face as he collected these artifacts with fluid grace, as if everything lay within his command. Observing this, Laozi felt a surge of competitive spirit welling within him. And naturally, he was unwilling to be outdone. With a calm and composed demeanor, he elegantly waved his right hand, causing the illustrious Taiji diagram to unfurl as if endowed with life, gradually expanding before him. The unfolding Taiji diagram resembled a breathtaking and boundless cosmic tapestry, its embedded mysteries and intricacies leaving one in AWET that moment. An immensely potent force surged forth from the extraordinary Taiji diagram. This force was not violent or ferocious. Rather, it felt akin to a warm and gentle spring breeze caressing one's face, exuding an air of tenderness and serenity. Laozi stepped forward, each stride steady and unwavering. As he calmly approached the enigmatic treasure distribution rock, his gaze, tranquil as water yet profound as the ocean, seemed capable of discerning the myriad secrets of the world. In that moment, he was intently searching among the numerous artifacts for those that held a unique connection to him. At last, upon reaching the stone of distribution, he beheld a dazzling array of priceless treasures, including the flame flag, the diagram of heaven and earth, the 8 scenic palace lantern, the Tai dust brush, the Bagua furnace, and the nine-dragon golden staff, all of which simultaneously ignited with brilliant, resplendent light. They appeared to possess a spirit of their own, fervently beckoning and signaling to Laozi. Observing this spectacle, a subtle smile graced Laozi's lips. A barely perceptible expression of delight. With a gentle lift of his left hand, he made a simple gesture. In an instant, the once glimmering treasures, like obedient children, eagerly flew into the wide sleeves of his robe. Once all the coveted artifacts were safely gathered, Laozi turned without a trace of reluctance, and, with the same steady gait, returned to his rightful position. From a distance, Yuanshi Tianzuan observed that both Tongtian Jiaozhu and Taichung Laozi had amassed a plethora of rare treasures. Stirring within him a sense of impatience, his eyes glimmered with a greedy light, akin to two blazing flames. The hand gripping the Pangu banner turned slightly pale from exertion. Yuanshi Tianzuan, consumed by urgency, quickened his pace, striding towards the stone of distribution like a tempest. Upon arriving, he wasted no time and suddenly waved the Pangu banner. In that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and a formidable force radiated from Yuanshi Tianzuan, sweeping outward like tumultuous waves. Where this power passed, the void trembled, and the sky darkened. The once quiet treasures resting upon the stone of distribution, the heavenly coffin, the apricot yellow flag, the glazed lamp, the wordless heavenly book, the yin-yang mirror, the heaven and earth circle, and the wind and fire wheel, were instantly propelled into the air by this terrifying force. If summoned by some mysterious call, they transformed into streaks of light, racing toward Yuanshi Tianzuan. Upon witnessing this, a triumphant smile spread across his face, filled with confidence and wild joy. As if these treasures were already his, he swiftly spread his arms and cast a profound spell, gathering each swiftly approaching treasure into his possession. As he did so, his demeanor was that of a cautious yet eager miser, fearful of others snatching his prized possessions. He hastily collected each artifact while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Wary of any potential rivals, Niwa, undaunted by formidable foes, gently raised her jade hand and slowly unfurled the enigmatic map of mountains and rivers. The scroll gradually revealed itself. A surging and potent life force erupted from it. Sweeping through the space like a tempestuous tide, this force seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly spreading and filling the entire area. Niwa closed her eyes, centering her thoughts, fully immersed in the unique aura emanating from this unparalleled treasure. Time appeared to stand still in that moment, and everything around her became profoundly silent. After a considerable interval, Niwa's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing a glimmer of surprise. That instant, radiant lights filled the air, and formidable treasures, seemingly summoned, hurtled towards her. First came the resplendent lotus lantern, akin to a dazzling star streaking across the sky. Next was the Wujizin, its massive canopy spinning as it whirled towards her. Then the Dingtian pin transformed into a streak of light, darting directly into Niwa's hand. Soon after, the refining demon pot, exuding waves of demonic energy, and the chaos yin-yang 5-spirit pearl, shimmering with vibrant hues. Along with the binding demon rope, resembling a spirited dragon, all converged around Niwa, swirling and dancing in an exquisite display of power. These artifacts seemed imbued with consciousness, spiraling around her while emitting soft sounds, as if sharing their origins and histories. Niwa attentively listened to these sounds, a gentle smile of contentment gradually appearing on her face. She extended her hands, carefully gathering each treasure into the map of mountains and rivers. At the moment each artifact entered the map, it sparked a dazzling brilliance, captivating all who beheld it. In the West, the Jain Taoist and the Zhuanti Taoist exhibited expressions of eagerness and anticipation. As the distribution progressed, treasures were claimed by other powerful beings. However, the two from the West remained undeterred, patiently awaiting their destined opportunity. Finally, the primordial precious banner emerged upon the stone of distribution, radiating a gentle and mysterious glow. Jain Taoist swiftly waved his sleeve, drawing in the primordial precious banner with a soft force. Upon grasping it, he immediately sensed the immense power and enigmatic laws contained within, filling him with joy. Soon after, the floating dust and prayer beads also appeared. The floating dust floated gracefully, seemingly imbued with boundless vitality. Each prayer bead was smooth and exuded a peaceful aura, Zhuanti Taoist hurriedly performed his divine arts, collecting the floating dust and prayer beads one by one. Among them, the human seed bag was particularly unique. When it appeared, the surrounding space seemed to warp slightly. Seizing the moment, Jain Taoist swiftly grasped the human seed bag firmly in his hand. Thus, the two from the west successfully acquired the primordial precious banner, floating dust, prayer beads, human seed bag, and several other artifacts. They understood the significance of these treasures for the development of the Western teachings. Their hearts brimming with joy and visions of the future. With their newfound treasures, the two from the west respectfully bowed to Hongjun Laozu before turning to leave, preparing to return to the west. Eager to utilize these artifacts' powers to propagate their teachings and bring forth new vitality and hope to the world of Hongwang. Meanwhile, the rest of the participants were equally active, showcasing their unique abilities and striving to find treasures that resonated with them in this realm brimming with miraculous artifacts. Some relied on keen intuition to sense the aura of treasures. Others employed intricate spells to draw artifacts closer, while yet others used their formidable strength to seize their desired treasures by force. In a moment, the area before the stone of distribution was ablaze with light, as various artifacts darted through the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle that left all in awe. After everyone had taken their share, Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly realized that there were no remaining treasures upon the stone of distribution. But a thought crossed his mind, and his gaze fell upon the stone itself. He reasoned that since it could hold such an abundance of artifacts, its quality must be exceptional. Without hesitation, he once again wielded the heaven and earth cauldron and the slaying immortal array diagram. Enveloping the stone of distribution, the stone seemed to sense the impending danger, trembling slightly as it attempted to resist Tongtian Jiaozhu's power. Yet, the strength of Tongtian Jiaozhu was overwhelming, and ultimately, the stone of distribution succumbed, becoming part of his collection. Witnessing this, others were filled with regret, lamenting why they had not thought of seizing the stone. Knowing well its capability to house treasures must denote its exceptional quality. After all was said and done, the group returned to the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun Jiaozhu spoke once more. The heavenly Tao is deficient. I wish to merge with the Tao to mend its flaws. From now on, I shall embody the heavenly Tao, while the heavenly Tao shall not embody me. You must each take heed of your own paths. With that, Hongjun Laozu slowly rose, his figure appearing immense. As if he could support the entirety of heaven and earth, he gently waved his hands, and mysterious rays of light emanated from his palms, spreading outward. These lights intertwined, forming a complex and enigmatic pattern, as if the very threads of the heavenly Tao were manifesting at that moment. As Hongjun Laozu moved, the atmosphere within the Zixiao Palace grew increasingly heavy. The powerful beings felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, compelling them to kneel in submission. Above, the sky darkened. The once clear heavens were suddenly shrouded by ominous clouds, and bolts of lightning danced within the darkness, as if heralding the grand symphony of Hongjun Laozu's merger with the Tao. Hongjun Laozu murmured an ancient and mysterious incantation, each word imbued with boundless power. As the incantation was recited, his body gradually became ethereal, as if to merge into the very fabric of the universe. A brilliant light erupted from him, illuminating the entire Zixiao Palace, even piercing through its roof to reach the boundless firmament. Under the radiance of this light, the entire Hongwang world seemed to resonate with an unprecedented shock. Mountains and rivers, flora and fauna, and every living being paused in their actions, quietly absorbing the power emanating from the heavenly Tao. In the sky, a resplendent tapestry of multicolored clouds cascaded down, golden blossoms fell to the ground, and celestial melodies resonated through the air, as if celebrating the momentous union of the great sage Hongjun. As time flowed, the figure of Hongjun gradually faded into the dazzling radiance. The formidable pressure that had enveloped the area slowly dissipated, allowing the purple cloud palace to return to tranquility. Yet, within the hearts of the onlookers, an indelible unrest lingered. They understood that from this moment forth, Hongjun had ascended to become the envoy of the heavenly Tao, heralding the dawn of a new era in the primordial realm. After a considerable time, the mighty beings regained their composure from their astonishment. One by one, they knelt in the direction where Hongjun had vanished, reverently proclaiming, "Master, be merciful. We shall diligently adhere to your teachings." Subsequently, with hearts filled with reverence, the powerful entities gradually exited the purple cloud palace, returning to their respective domains. Unlike the other mighty beings, Tongtian did not hasten back to his own sanctuary after the conclusion of the treasure distribution at the Rock of Dividing Spoils. He harbored his own schemes, propelled by the unique rewards and information bestowed upon him by the system. Tongtian was acutely aware that in this primordial world, the enhancement of one's strength was of paramount importance. The ominous Black Lotus of Annihilation, as indicated by the system, was undoubtedly a crucial element that could significantly bolster his power. This Black Lotus possessed formidable and enigmatic powers, should he succeed in acquiring and harnessing it. He would undoubtedly secure a more advantageous position in the unfolding contests within the primordial realm. Thus, Tongtian resolutely embarked on a quest to locate the Black Lotus of Annihilation, utilizing the clues provided by the system and his own formidable abilities. He traversed the myriad mysterious corners of the primordial world. Along the way, he encountered countless perils, facing ferocious primordial beasts and the capricious forces of nature. Yet, Tongtian remained undaunted, employing his steadfast belief and immense strength to surmount every obstacle. Gradually drawing closer to the whereabouts of the Black Lotus of Annihilation. During his pursuit, Tongtian did not neglect the cultivation of those around him. He understood that in this unpredictable primordial world, an increase in strength translated to a greater safeguard. Moreover, he shared deep bonds with figures such as Enhua, Zhuangmu, Shiha, and Changxi, and he aspired to assist them in navigating their paths of cultivation with greater ease. Tongtian possessed the complete method of severing the three corpses, an exceedingly profound and mysterious technique. When Hongjun expounded upon the Tao, he did not elaborate on the intricacies of uniting the three corpses, resulting in only Hongjun himself succeeding in this endeavor, while others encountered insurmountable challenges. Tongtian recognized the rarity and significance of this method, and he resolved to impart it to Enhua, Zhuangmu, Shiha, Changxi, and his own brother-in-law. He hoped that through his teachings, they would not stray from the path during their own cultivation of the three corpses. After his second sermon, Tongtian gathered everyone together, his demeanor serious and solemn, his gaze imbued with expectation and concern for them. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful, meticulously explaining the complete method of severing the three corpses. The assembly sat rapt, fully focused on his words. Fearful of missing any detailed as Tongtian elucidated the method, expressions of enlightenment gradually dawned upon their faces, as if they had glimpsed a guiding light in the darkness. Tongtian emphasized the critical points of uniting the three corpses. He informed them that to achieve this, it was essential to locate three spirit treasures of the same origin. Only then could they successfully merge the three corpses into one after severing them, thereby reaching a higher realm of cultivation. Furthermore, the greater the quality of the spirit treasures, the more formidable the severed corpses would be, which held significant implications for the cultivator's enhancement of strength. In Tongtian's understanding, the only spirit treasures of the same origin currently available, aside from the three primordial innate treasures, were a few mysterious and potent lotuses that would suit him well. He would devise strategies for others later. Therefore, he resolved to first locate the Black Lotus of Annihilation and then seek out other spirit lotuses of the same origin. In his plans, exchanging with the ancestor of the underworld river for the fiery red lotus was also a feasible option. Tongtian believed that if he could successfully acquire the Black Lotus of Annihilation and smoothly exchange for the fiery red lotus with the ancestor of the underworld river, he would possess the vital conditions for achieving the union of the three corpses. At that time, his strength would undoubtedly experience a tremendous augmentation, empowering him to confront the impending challenges and crises within the primordial realm. Following the coordinates indicated by the system, Tongtian sped toward the location of the Black Lotus of Annihilation with remarkable swiftness. His form darted through the air, slicing through the heavens, leaving behind brilliant trails of light. Before long, he arrived at a mysterious realm suffused with an oppressive darkness. This place was eerie and foreboding. Shrouded in black mist as though it were a forgotten corner of the world, the heart of this darkness, a colossal black lotus floated serenely, emanating a heart-stopping aura. That was the Black Lotus of Annihilation. Its petals resembling black satin, shimmering with a chilling luminescence. Upon its pedestal, mysterious runes flickered subtly, as if narrating its ancient power. Upon sighting the Black Lotus of Annihilation, Tongtian's eyes gleamed with excitement. He understood that this lotus would be the key to his elevation in strength. However, Just as he prepared to refine the lotus, a potent, malevolent energy erupted from its depths. Suddenly, a remnant of Luo Ho's soul surged forth from the lotus like a bolt of black lightning. Aiming directly for Tongtian's consciousness, the remnant soul of Luo Ho emitted a sinister, maniacal laughter, seemingly believing it could easily seize control of Tongtian, reviving its former glory. Yet, it had never crossed his mind that the current Tongtian was no longer the same. Through countless rounds of cultivation and fortification, Tongtian's consciousness had become as solid as a rock, impervious to the feeble remnants of a soul. As soon as Luo Ho's remnant soul entered Tongtian's consciousness, it was met with overwhelming resistance. Tongtian's consciousness radiated brilliance, and mysterious runes flickered like stars, forming a formidable defensive barrier that firmly repelled Luo Ho's remnant soul. Seeing this, Luo Ho's remnant soul was filled with panic. It struggled desperately, attempting to breach the barrier, but its efforts were in vain. Tongtian's consciousness was akin to a vast ocean, while Luo Ho's remnant soul was but a solitary boat, appearing diminutive and fragile in the face of such immense power. With a cold snort, Tongtian summoned the forces within his consciousness and launched a counterattack. Rays of light shot forth from his consciousness like arrows, piercing toward Luo Ho's remnant soul. The remnant soul let out a pained howl as its form gradually dissipated under the onslaught of light. Ultimately, Luo Ho's remnant soul was entirely obliterated, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing from Tongtian's consciousness. At that moment, the Black Lotus of Annihilation also lost its resistance, succumbing willingly to Tongtian's will. With the Black Lotus of Annihilation secured, a satisfied smile graced Tongtian's features. He understood that this Black Lotus would bestow upon him immense power. Following this, Tongtian set forth toward the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea was a realm steeped in bloodshed and violence, its atmosphere nauseating. However, Tongtian remained undeterred, navigating through the Blood Sea with the ease of an invincible war god. Before long, he encountered the ancestor of the underworld river, the sovereign of the Blood Sea, whose strength was formidable and whose methods were ruthless. Upon seeing Tongtian's arrival, a flicker of caution crossed the ancestor's eyes. "Tongtian, what brings you to my Blood Sea?" he inquired coldly. "Tongtian has come today for your fiery red lotus," he unabashedly stated his purpose. "Humph, if you seek my fiery red lotus, we shall see if you possess the capability," the ancestor of the underworld river scoffed, brandishing the Yuan II Abijna sword, unleashing a wave of blood-red sword energy toward Tongtian. Unfazed, Tongtian summoned the Hongmeng cosmic ruler, its brilliance radiating forth, exuding an overwhelming aura. He wielded the ruler, and a violet light surged forth to meet the blood-red sword energy. With a resounding boom, the two energies collided, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The surrounding blood waters were uplifted, forming colossal waves of crimson. What a formidable treasure! The ancestor of the underworld river was taken aback, astonished by the strength of Tongtian's Hongmeng cosmic ruler. "Tongtian, if you possess any other means, do not hesitate to reveal them," he declared, holding the ruler with an imposing presence. "Humph, Tongtian, do not rejoice too soon," the ancestor of the underworld river retorted coldly, forming seals with his hands and reciting incantations. Suddenly, a massive wave surged in the Blood Sea, giving rise to countless blood gods that clawed and lunged toward Tongtian. Unperturbed, Tongtian wielded the Hongmeng cosmic ruler, ready to confront the onslaught. The Hongmeng Liantian emitted radiant beams of purple light, repelling the blood gods with great force. "Is this all you can do, Mingi?" Tongtian remarked disdainfully. "Do not push me too far, Tongtian," the venerable ancestor of Mingi retorted angrily. "I have come today to claim your fiery red lotus. If you know what is good for you, hand it over obediently. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite," Tongtian warned. "Humph, Tongtian, if you desire my fiery red lotus, you shall have to step over my corpse," the ancestor of Mingi declared defiantly. "Mingi, since you are so obstinately misguided, do not blame me for being merciless," Tongtian said, swinging the Hongmeng Liantian once more, launching an attack at the ancestor of Mingi. Undeterred, the ancestor of Mingi brandished the Yuan II Abijian, engaging in a fierce battle with the Tongtian leader. The clash raged on for an extended period, with neither side yielding an inch. However, as time passed, the ancestor of Mingi gradually realized that he was no match for Tongtian. The latter's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Each strike of the Hongmeng Liantian exerted immense pressure upon Mingyi. Furthermore, Tongtian possessed numerous powerful treasures and divine abilities, which added to Mingyi's distress. Ultimately, the ancestor of Mingyi sighed in resignation, sheathing the Yuan-Tu Abijian and conceding defeat. Tongtian, I admit my defeat. The fiery red lotus is yours, he stated. Tongtian smiled faintly upon hearing this. He retracted the Hongmeng Liantian and approached the ancestor of Mingyi. Rest assured, my friend Mingyi, I will not let you suffer. I promise to provide you with an opportunity in the future, allowing you to gain the merits of the heavenly Tao. Tongtian proclaimed that an opportunity. The merits of the heavenly Tao. A flicker of anticipation crossed the eyes of the ancestor of Mingyi. Indeed. However, the time is not yet ripe. You will know when the moment arrives, Tongtian said with a mysterious smile. Although the ancestor of Mingyi felt some confusion, he nodded in agreement, trusting that Tongtian would not deceive him. As Tongtian accepted the fiery red lotus from the hands of the ancestor of Mingyi, excitement illuminated his countenance. He knew he was one step closer to achieving the unity of the three corpses. Yet, he did not disclose to the ancestor of Mingyi that this opportunity would arise after Nuwa created humanity, enabling him to learn the creation of the Azura sect. Tongtian tucked the fiery red lotus away and turned to depart the sea of blood. His figure gradually receded into the distance, eventually vanishing from view. Meanwhile, the ancestor of Mingyi stood still, gazing in the direction Tongtian had departed, his heart brimming with anticipation. He was unaware of the extraordinary opportunity that awaited him. After leaving the blood-soaked, tumultuous sea of blood, Tongtian sped forth like lightning, his sights set on the distant golden Ao Island, nestled within the boundless East Sea. Along the way, Tongtian's expression grew solemn, fully aware of the significant implications of this undertaking. Even the slightest misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, when he finally set foot upon Golden Ao Island, his steps became increasingly cautious. Taking a deep breath, Tongtian slowly extended his right hand, carefully retrieving a flawless, round bead from his bosom. This bead was none other than the legendary Chaos Pearl, glowing with a strange and mysterious radiance, as if it contained the boundless secrets of the universe. The Chaos Pearl was grasped by Tongtian. A powerful force surged forth instantaneously. The light expanded like an invisible net, swiftly enveloping the entire realm. Even the previously clear threads of fate and causal connections were rendered obscure, thoroughly concealed beneath the enigmatic aura created by the Chaos Pearl. Subsequently, Tongtian took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he once more unleashed his divine abilities, summoning the Qian Kuan Ding and the Zhao Hua Ding. These two precious cauldrons were of extraordinary origin. They had been split from the Chaos Ding, which had once attempted to withstand the cataclysmic forces of creation during the primordial chaos. However, it ultimately failed, resulting in the emergence of the Qian Kuan Ding and the Zhao Hua Ding. At this moment, Tongtian gazed intently at the two cauldrons before him. A surge of overwhelming emotion welled within him, accompanied by an unyielding determination to reunite these once similar treasures. With a solemn expression, he carefully placed the two cauldrons steadily before him. After making these preparations, Tongtian slowly closed his eyes, channeling the vast, boundless magical power within him. As he did so, strands of magical energy flowed from his being, akin to lively threads sparkling with brilliance, rapidly entwining around the two cauldrons. These strands appeared to possess a life of their own, gently yet tightly enveloping the cauldrons, gradually prompting them to draw near and merge. Although the visible process of their fusion seemed painstakingly slow, akin to the crawl of a snail, the inherent connection between the two cauldrons allowed for an astonishingly rapid convergence. As time passed, the brilliance emanating from the cauldrons intensified, shooting skyward and illuminating the heavens, rendering the surrounding landscape dim in comparison. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and on an auspicious day, an astonishing treasure revealed itself before Tongtian. It was an immense cauldron, exuding a profound hue of chaos, seemingly encapsulating the mysteries and powers of the universe. The great cauldron radiated dazzling light, continuously releasing a formidable and boundless wave of energy. Akin to a surging tide, crashing forth in all directions. Wherever the energy traveled, even the solid space around began to tremble under the immense pressure, as if on the verge of fracturing. Witnessing this spectacle, Tongtian was initially taken aback, but soon his face broke into a joyous expression. His eyes widened as he fixated on the chaos cauldron before him, his excitement palpable. Finally, unable to contain his elation, he laughed heartily. "Ha! The chaos cauldron has been forged. It has truly been refined." His laughter echoed through the skies, resonating for an extended duration. It is worth noting that this chaos cauldron was no ordinary artifact. It was a chaos spiritual treasure. It possessed an astonishing ability to transform acquired treasures into innate ones. When employed skillfully, it could further refine precious and rare innate spiritual treasures, elevating them into even more powerful and extraordinary innate treasures. However, this transformation was not applicable to all innate treasures. Only those of superior quality and high rank could qualify for the cauldron's baptism and forging. Just as Tongtian was about to rise, he felt a wave of dizziness, nearly toppling over. Years of concentrated effort to maintain the fusion of the two cauldrons had drained his magical energy, and in a moment of inattention, he almost embarrassed himself. He quickly retrieved a precious huanghongli fruit and consumed it, instantly revitalizing his magical power. Tongtian, not daring to be careless, took a moment to recuperate until his energy was fully restored. To his surprise, he discovered that his cultivation had advanced, with both his physical and spiritual forms undergoing a transformation. He was now capable of breaking through to the late stage of the mixed yuan golden immortal realm, achieving the intermediate stage of quasi-saint in the two-corpse realm. Tongtian did not hasten to break through, but instead took out the purifying world white lotus, the annihilating world black lotus, the reincarnation purple lotus, and the fiery red lotus, preparing to refine and upgrade them in the chaos cauldron. Under Tongtian's control, the 4 lotus flowers began to rotate slowly within the cauldron. Although the chaos cauldron was only the size of a water tank, its internal space was vast, as if it contained an endless microcosm. As the refining progressed, the cauldron's extraordinary effects gradually manifested. The 4 lotus flowers, initially of the 12th rank, began to elevate in grade 1 by 1 under the cauldron's influence, ultimately reaching the 24th ranked. That moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before Tongtian. The 24th rank purifying world white lotus resembled flawless jade, emanating a pure and gentle glow. The 24th rank annihilating world black lotus appeared as a deep black hole, exuding an aura of darkness and terror. The 24th rank fiery red lotus resembled a blazing inferno, flickering with fierce and violent flames. These 3 lotus flowers already possessed extraordinary functions, and now, with their power enhanced, they had successfully ascended to the status of innate treasures. Following this, Tongtian once again employed his remarkable techniques, revealing the 24th rank Zhao Hua, Qing Lian to all present, in an ephemeral moment. 5 lotus flowers shimmered in radiant splendor, each vying for attention amidst the brilliance. Each flower possessed its own unique characteristics, showcasing remarkable abilities, making it difficult to discern superiority among them. With a gentle wave of his hand, the master of heavenly teachings summoned the infernal red lotus, the samsara purple lotus, and the purifying white lotus, which transformed into 3 beams of flowing light and vanished into his robe. Notably, the purifying white lotus, enhanced through elevation, harbored formidable power that could not be underestimated. Consequently, the strength entrusted to the master of heavenly teachings by the deceased was significantly amplified, a transformation far from trivial. After a brief moment of stillness, the master slowly closed his eyes, harmonizing his breath and state of mind, preparing to embark upon the crucial endeavor of slaying the deceased. His expression was grave and focused, as if the entire universe had condensed into this singular task. Within his heart, he had meticulously mapped out his strategy, commencing with the enigmatic and potent Annihilation Black Lotus to sever his malevolent corpse. The Annihilation Black Lotus, imbued with boundless dark energy, resonated with the malevolent thoughts lurking deep within him. Following this, he intended to employ the Creation Green Lotus to cleave away his self-obsessed corpse. The miraculous transformative power of the Creation Green Lotus was perfectly suited to extricate his inner demons fixated on selfhood. Initially, the master had contemplated using the infernal red lotus for this purpose. However, due to the alchemical refinement of the Chaos Cauldron, he was compelled to alter his plans. After all, the Chaos Cauldron held profound significance and value for him. Speaking of the master's prowess, he had already possessed the ability to annihilate the 3 corpses during the 3rd sermon. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he chose not to act upon it as it turned out. When Hongjun Jiaozhu bestowed upon him the Qinquan Cauldron, a novel idea quietly emerged in his mind. Initially, he had indeed hoped to utilize the 3 extraordinarily precious 12th rank lotus platforms to accomplish the slaying of the 3 corpses. However, upon receiving the Qinquan Cauldron from the benevolent Hongjun, he suddenly realized that if he could merge these treasures, he might conjure an even more formidable artifact, the Chaos Cauldron. Thus, he resolutely embarked on this path fraught with uncertainty and challenges. To everyone's astonishment, after countless arduous attempts and efforts, he ultimately succeeded. In that fleeting moment, the master inhaled deeply, striving to calm his restless heart. With his eyes gently closed, he unleashed a thunderous roar. Slash! This exclamation reverberated like a celestial thunderclap, instantly erupting across the expansive skies of Golden Tortoise Island, deafening and resounding through the heavens. The entire island seemed to quiver in response to this cataclysmic sound, shaking the earth and altering the weather. Immediately thereafter, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. From the annihilation Black Lotus, exuding an aura of infinite darkness, surged forth a powerful force. Subsequently, a young man with a stern countenance and an upright posture gradually materialized. He emanated an icy and commanding presence, instilling a sense of dread. The young man bowed respectfully to the master of heavenly teachings, speaking in a resonant voice. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." His tone was crisp and resonant, as if capable of penetrating the very soul. The master, upon witnessing this, promptly returned the gesture with a smile, stating, "We are, after all, one entity. There is no need for excessive formalities. From this day forth, you shall be known as Yuan Tian Dao Run." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tian Dao Run inclined his head slightly in agreement, a flicker of subtle brilliance flashing in his deep, sharp eyes, softly responding, "Good." As soon as his words fell, Yuan Tian Dao Ren's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of black light, swiftly penetrating the master's being. Accompanied by the immensely potent annihilation Black Lotus, in an instant, the master erupted with an unparalleled aura of strength, soaring to the 9th heaven. Subsequently, the master once again bellowed a deafening, resounding declaration. This utterance seemed to embody boundless magical power and majesty, sending tremors through the hearts of all who heard it. With the vocalization of this a dazzling radiance erupted forth. Within that brilliance, a handsome young man gradually emerged, his visage strikingly akin to that of the formerly Tian, indistinguishable in every detail. The young man was firmly anchored upon a creation green lotus that radiated a mysterious aura. His form becoming progressively distinct, he first bowed respectfully to the master of heavenly teachings, articulating, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." His voice was melodious and pleasant, akin to the sweetest music. The master, witnessing this, swiftly returned the greeting with a smile, saying, "We are, after all, one entity. There is no need for excessive formalities. From this day forth, you shall be known as Li Tian Dao Ren." Upon hearing this, Li Tian Dao Ren's lips curled slightly, forming a barely perceptible smile, softly replying, "Good." After uttering this, he, together with the wondrous creation green lotus, transformed into a streak of light and seamlessly merged into the master's being. Thus, the master successfully severed all 3 of his corpses. Experiencing a substantial enhancement in powered this moment, he had ascended to the pinnacle of quasi-saintship, embodying immense strength. Yet, he remained in the latter stages of the primordial golden immortal realm, a mere step away from the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. Nevertheless, when the opportune moment arose, he would undoubtedly break through the current bottleneck and ascend to the peak of the primordial golden immortal realm that time, by uniting the 3 corpses and harnessing his unparalleled strength to validate the Tao. He would achieve a dual-pronged approach, yielding remarkable results with minimal effort. The master of heavenly teachings wielded his astounding powers within the Bo Palace of Golden Tortoise Island, intent on slaying his malevolent corpse. An invisible force seemed to ripple throughout the entire primordial world. Concurrently, various formidable beings sensed this mysterious opportunity, embarking on their respective paths to slay their corpses in the 8th Scenery Palace, situated 33 heavens away. Taiji Laozi bore a solemn expression, cradling the Taiji diagram, which encapsulated boundless mysteries. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from the Taiji diagram, transforming into a figure resembling Laozi, yet exuding a distinctly different aura. The benevolent corpse of Taishang Laojun. Yuqing Yuanshi, wielding the Pangu banner, unleashed a terrifying aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth as he performed his incantations, ultimately succeeding in cleaving forth the benevolent corpse of Yuqing Daoren. Clad in a white Taoist robe, the Yuqing Daoren radiated an ethereal aura. Meanwhile, the goddess Nuwa, situated within Fengqi Mountain, gracefully unfurled the map of mountains and rivers. The landscapes within the map sprang to life, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Moments later, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the map, the benevolent corpse of Nuwa. Furthermore, Fuxi, Hongjun, Xinyuanzi, and the two leaders of the Western sect, Jane and Juni, alongside numerous other formidable figures, successfully cleaved their benevolent corpses using their respective treasures. In an instant, the primordial land was engulfed in a tempest, the auras of countless powerful beings interweaving to create a breathtaking tableau. However, amidst this chaos, the 12 ancestor witches also achieved remarkable breakthroughs, leveraging their inherently robust physiques and profound comprehension of the laws of the physical form. They ascended to the initial stage of the primordial golden immortal realm. Yet, among these 12 ancestor witches, only Hutu possessed a primordial spirit. Consequently, she not only focused on the refinement of her physical body, but also diligently honed her primordial spirit, establishing a unique path. The entire primordial world, in light of these breakthroughs and cultivations by the great powers, ushered in a new order and transformation. Following the annihilation of his 3 corpses, the Master's power surged, emanating the aura of the pinnacle of quasi-saintship. Subsequently, concealed in his newfound strength, he returned to Kunlun Mountain, filled with lofty aspirations and hopes for the future. Upon his return to Kunlun Mountain, the master commenced preparations for his disciple recruitment plan. He understood that to elevate his Dao lineage, it was essential to cultivate a group of exceptional disciples. Soon after, he successively accepted several prominent disciples, including the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Return, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. When the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit approached to pay her respects, she radiated a fierce aura, demonstrating exceptional talent in her understanding of Taoist principles. Particularly in the realm of combat spells, she exhibited unique insights and potential. Pleased by her capabilities, the master joyfully accepted her as a personal disciple, determined to guide her towards achieving greater heights in her cultivation journey. The Holy Mother of No Return approached with a composed and reserved demeanor. Though unassuming, the steadfastness and unwavering dedication reflected in her gaze moved the master deeply. After conversing with her, he discovered her keen intellect and profound understanding of the Tao. Concluding that she was indeed a worthy candidate and taking her under his wing as a personal disciple, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit presented herself with an endearing demeanor, yet she exuded a tenacious vitality and indomitable spirit. The master recognized her resilience and deemed this quality crucial for cultivation. Thus, he unhesitatingly accepted her as a personal disciple, hopeful that her persistence would lead her to carve out her own brilliance on the path of cultivation. As time progressed, the master's 8 personal disciples finally gathered. He also accepted Long Yu as a disciple, albeit not among the personal ones. Standing before the master, they were all brimming with vigor, filled with eagerness for cultivation and dreams of the future. The celestial master gazed upon his disciples with immense satisfaction, fully aware that they would serve as a pivotal force in the inheritance of his teachings. He was determined to devote himself entirely to their guidance, enabling them to illuminate the primordial world with their unique brilliance. Following the gathering of his 8 esteemed disciples, his reputation soared to unprecedented heights, drawing numerous seekers of the Tao to his side. Subsequently, he also accepted the 6 celestial attendants, Wuyun, Jinggu, Pilu, Qiushou, Lingyao, and Jingguang. When Wuyun arrived, he was enveloped in an aura of mystery, his physique robust, and his gaze radiating a piercing intensity. Recognizing his innate spirituality and unique insights into the Tao, the celestial master took him under his wing as a disciple. Jinggu, with his bold and forthright demeanor, exuded an indomitable spirit. His remarkable golden hoop technique during a demonstration caught the celestial master's attention, leading him to perceive Jinggu's exceptional potential for cultivation, thus accepting him as a disciple. Pilu possessed a calm and composed demeanor, showcasing profound understanding of the Tao. His wisdom and insight during discussions with the celestial master earned him recognition, solidifying his place among the 6 celestial attendants. Xiuxiu, towering and formidable, harbored immense power and a deep respect for the Celestial Master's teachings. His fervent desire for cultivation led the Celestial Master to appreciate his loyalty and potential. Bringing him into his fold, Lingya, agile and intelligent, exhibited considerable talent in spellcasting. His distinctive techniques led the Celestial Master to believe in his potential for development, thus including him among the 6 attendants. Jingguang radiated brilliance, his unique and formidable aura captivating the Celestial Master, who foresaw his promising future within the teachings of Jiejiao, and thus welcomed him as a disciple among the 6 attendants. Witnessing the remarkable success of his disciple recruitment, Yuqing Yuanshi was inspired to expand his own sect and began actively accepting disciples. He first welcomed Nanji Xianwen and Yun Changzi as outer disciples. Nanji Xianwen, with his honest and earnest nature, held the Yuanshi Tianzuan in high esteem and diligently pursued his cultivation. Recognizing his virtuous character, Yuanshi accepted him into his fold to assist with various sect affairs. Yun Changzi, devoted to the Tao, exhibited a unique understanding of its principles, capturing Yuanshi's attention, and was also taken in as an outer disciple. With hopes of achieving success in his cultivation journey, To select more distinguished disciples. Yuanshi established a challenging trial array, attracting numerous seekers eager to prove themselves. Within this array, a myriad of illusions, puzzles, and obstacles awaited, designed to test the seeker's intellect, comprehension, and perseverance. After a fierce competition and rigorous selection, the 12 golden immortals emerged. Guang Chengzi showcased exceptional wisdom and unwavering conviction, skillfully deciphering illusions and puzzles, ultimately becoming the foremost among the 12 golden immortals and the first to strike the golden bell in the Yushu Palace. Shijingzi also demonstrated formidable prowess and resilience, navigating through the trials with profound understanding of the Tao, earning his place among the 12 golden immortals, although Hongjun was somewhat lacking in innate talent. His tenacity and indomitable spirit saw him persevere through the trials, securing his position among the 12 Dajio Lushan, Tai Junren, Lingbao Dafa, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Puxian Junren, Sihong Daoren, Yuding Junren, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Qingshu Daojinjuan each leveraged their unique strengths and efforts to pass Yuanshi's trials. Gaining renown as the 12 golden immortals of the primordial realm, Taiqing Laozu approached disciple recruitment with great caution, prioritizing the innate qualities and understanding of his potential disciples, imposing stringent demands on their morality and character. In his view, only those possessing superior innate qualities could hope to comprehend the profound and enigmatic teachings he imparted. Consequently, the number of disciples he accepted was exceedingly few among the vast multitude of seekers. Only a select few managed to catch his discerning eye. Among this fortunate handful was a registered disciple named Du Yijinren. Though merely a registered disciple, Du Yi exhibited unique qualities, showcasing certain talents and potential that led Laozu to believe in his capability for development. Thus welcoming him into his fold on the majestic Kunlun Mountain, conflicts among the disciples of the 3 purities arose frequently due to doctrinal disagreements, becoming a commonplace occurrence. One day, a particularly intense conflict erupted, escalating beyond previous encounters. The 12 disciples of Yuanshi, caught in a dispute, found themselves thoroughly overwhelmed by the 8 esteemed disciples of Tongtian, bearing the marks of their humiliation. Incensed, the 12 disciples sought redress from Yuanshi. Upon hearing of the incident, Yuanshi's fury ignited, prompting him to intervene on behalf of his disciples and to seek retribution against Tongtian's disciples. Tongtian, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could not remain passive and swiftly intervened. With a mere motion, he unleashed a formidable aura, obstructing Yuanshi's advance. The clash of their powers caused Yuanshi to stagger back several steps. Astonished and enraged, he pointed an accusing finger at Tongtian, exclaiming, "Brother, your disciples exhibit such a blatant disregard for respect towards their elders and are nothing but uncouth brutes." Taiqing Laozu chimed in, frowning as he remarked, "Tongtian, your disciples have indeed gone too far." Enraged by their accusations, Tongtian's fury boiled over, his eyes ablaze as he retorted, "My esteemed brothers, are my disciples truly excessive? Yuanshi's disciples, lacking in ability, resort to numbers to oppress the few, and instead of self-reflection, they come to complain. Should my disciples simply stand idly by to be struck? Moreover, they were the first to enter the fold, thus naturally serving as the elder brothers to your disciples. This is a simple and clear principle. Do you not comprehend this? To question the hierarchy of respect and age with you two is laughable. Let us not forget, I am indeed your elder brother, and as younger brothers, you ought to show proper respect. Where then lies your so-called hierarchy? He continued, while some of my disciples may take on the forms of beasts, they have never acted with malice nor oppressed the weak, nor have they shown any disrespect towards you. Yet you persist in slandering them with those vile terms. Do you possess any awareness of what it means to be an elder? Enough of this. I am weary of this futile exchange. Since you recognize me as the elder brother, then prostrate yourselves swiftly. Should you continue to be obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Upon hearing these words, Laozu and Yuanshi's expressions darkened significantly. Their faces shifted from pale yellow to white, then to a deep blue, and finally to a pitch black, their suppressed rage palpable to all, their fists clenched involuntarily, sharp nails digging into their palms. The effort causing their knuckles to turn a ghostly white, as if they might snap at any moment. Tongtian perceived the stillness of Laozu and Yuanshi before him, and his fury surged like a volcano erupting. He summoned all his power, releasing an overwhelming aura at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. This pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Laozu and Yuanshi. Under this colossal weight, they felt as though they bore the burden of 1,000 mountains. Their bodies growing heavy, their spines bending, and their legs trembling uncontrollably as the pressure intensified, their waists sank, knees buckled, until they could no longer withstand it and fell to their knees with a resounding thud. Their faces flushed crimson. They cried in unison, Tong, you have gone too far. Regardless, we are your elder brothers. Hearing this, Tongtian snorted coldly. A smirk of derision crossing his face, he cast a sidelong glance at them. Mocking, oh, elder brothers, how utterly laughable. From the moment I aided Kunping in attaining merit, have your sordid intentions not been laid bare? Spare me the pretense of brotherly affection. With that, Tongtian burst into raucous laughter. His mirth laced with disdain for Laozu and Yuanshi. Yuanshi gritted his teeth, forcing out the words, if that is the case, let us sever ties. His tone was laced with anger and defiance. Upon hearing this, Tongtian paused momentarily, then erupted into uproarious laughter, the sound reverberating as though it could shatter the heavens. Excellent. Splitting ties is indeed feasible, but from this day forth, you two shall no longer claim kinship with me. Tongtian, nor shall you invoke the name of Pangu to deceive others. Otherwise, as he spoke, Tongtian dramatically flicked his sleeve, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that surged toward Laozu and Yuanshi, causing them to tremble and nearly lose their footing. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and endure, exerting all their strength to maintain their stance, lest they be crushed by this formidable force. However, despite this, the veins on their foreheads abruptly bulged, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans poured down like rain, soaking their garments. Tongtian stood tall and proud, his eyes like lightning, gazing at the heavens, and bellowed with a voice as thunderous as a bell, the heavenly way reigns supreme. From this day forth, the three purities shall part ways. This world shall no longer speak of the unity of the three purities. Only I, Pangu, the true lineage of the upper clear, shall remain in this realm. Let the heavenly way bear witness. His voice echoed like a clap of thunder across the heavens and the earth, resonating endlessly at that moment. It seemed that the unseen heavenly way also responded. The entire sky suddenly shimmered with an extraordinary light, followed by a powerful wave of energy. This wave rippled outward like a stone cast into a pond, transforming the landscape, stirring the winds and clouds, and shaking the mountains and rivers. It appeared to be a proclamation from the heavenly way in response to Tongtian. Filled with both mystery and majesty, as this shocking news spread, it immediately stirred up a tempest within the primordial world. The myriad beings of the Hongjun realm erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Some believed that Tongtian's arrogance and hubris had led to the fracture of the three purities. However, many others speculated that it was due to the combined pressure from Laozi and the primordial supreme, forcing Tongtian into a corner, compelling him to choose separation. Opinions varied widely, with some lamenting the bygone camaraderie of the three purities, while others speculated if there lay hidden secrets of immense significance. The entire Honglong world was engulfed in fervent debates regarding the division of the three purities. Unperturbed by the turmoil, Tongtian brought his disciples to Golden Ao Island, a place of stunning beauty and rich spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. Upon arriving, he devoted himself to his practice, seeking a sanctuary amidst the relentless strife of the Honglong world for himself and his disciples. Among those most pleased with the division of the three purities were the duo from the west and Emperor Juntai. The Western duo had long coveted the resources and opportunities of the East. Thus, the separation of the three purities was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for them, possibly enabling them to reap greater benefits. Emperor Juntai believed that the discord among the three purities would weaken the East's power, favoring their aspirations for supremacy in the Honglong. The most furious, however, were the 12 ancestor witches, who had heard rumors that Tongtian had been expelled from Kunlun Mountain by the united forces of Laozi and the Primordial Supreme. The hot-tempered Zhu Rong could not contain his anger. With a fierce expression, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge out to avenge his elder brother Tongtian against Laozi and the Primordial Supreme, but was stopped by Di Jiang, and Ho Tuesday. Di Jiang understood the complexity of the situation and the need for caution, while Ho Tu worried that Zhu Rong's impulsiveness could lead to greater troubles. Thus they both urged him to remain calm and deliberate. In that moment, the world of Honglong was in turmoil due to the division of the three purities, with various factions scheming for their futures amidst this upheaval. And an even grander conflict seemed to be brewing silently. Under the turbulent circumstances of the three purities division, the situation in the Honglong continent grew increasingly intricate and unpredictable. The ambitions of Dong Wanggong began to swell alongside the chaos, as he set his sights on Shi Wangmu, seeking to forge a partnership with her. However, Shi Wangmu had already chosen Tongtian as her future companion and would never acquiesce to Dong Wanggong's unreasonable advances. Upon receiving Shi Wangmu's firm refusal, Dong Wanggong was consumed with rage and immediately launched an attack. Shi Wangmu, undeterred, retaliated without hesitation. In the midst of this, she recalled the communication jade talisman Tongtian had previously given her and promptly activated it to inform him. On Tongtian's end, he sensed the movement of the jade talisman and swiftly made his way toward the western Kunlun. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Shi Wangmu. He gazed at Dong Wanggong, initially unleashing a fierce retort before asserting with authority, "Dong Wanggong, you have quite the audacity to lay your hands on my companion." This declaration reverberated like thunder, causing quite a stir in the realm. It is known that in Honglong, the actions and words of powerful beings are closely scrutinized, especially such explosive statements. Soon, this proclamation soared through the land as if it had sprouted wings. In response, Dong Wanggong, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Tongtian, mind your own business. What proof do you have that Shi Wangmu is your companion?" Tongtian, unfazed by Dong Wanggong's inquiry, merely gestured for Shi Wangmu to come closer. She instantly understood, her cheeks flushing slightly with shyness as she leaned against Tongtian's broad chest, closing her eyes to relish the peace and warmth. Witnessing this scene, Dong Wanggong could only snort in disdain before turning to leave, leaving only Tongtian and Shi Wangmu in the vicinity. Tongtian then gently proposed, "Shi Wangmu, why not come live with me on Golden Ao Island? You may dissolve your assembly of female immortals. Those who wish to join me may do so, while those who do not should not be forced." Shi Wangmu nodded slightly, her heart brimming with anticipation for a future life with Tongtian on Golden Ao Island. In the world of Honglong, the news of the division of the three purities swept across the continent like a storm, rendering the already turbulent situation even more intricate. Amidst this shifting landscape, the incident of Dong Wanggong's coercion of Shi Wangmu and Tongtian's bold acknowledgement of her as his companion rapidly spread to every corner of Honglong. The demon sovereigns, Emperor Jun and Tai, scoffed at Dong Wanggong's actions upon learning of the situation. They had long harbored dissatisfaction with Dong Wanggong's growth and power. Now, unbeknownst to them, his influence had burgeoned into a considerable force, significantly impacting the development of the demon race. They viewed Dong Wanggong's actions as not only foolish but also revealing his ambitious yet inept nature. Following the debacle between Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, he became a laughingstock in the eyes of the Honglong populace. Emperor Jun and Tai keenly discerned that this was an opportune moment, a chance to thoroughly weaken Dong Wanggong's influence. They exchanged knowing glances, having made their decision to seize this opportunity and uproot Dong Wanggong's Purple Mansion forces completely, eliminating any future threats. Without delay, they commenced meticulous preparations, rallying a substantial army of demons, which surged toward Dong Wanggong's Purple Mansion as they advanced. Banners billowed, and demonic energy filled the air, shaking the very earth beneath them. Soon, the demon army arrived at the gates of the Purple Mansion, which stood resolutely closed, its defenders poised in a tense atmosphere. Both sides faced off, swords drawn, the air thick with anticipation as a fierce battle loomed. The demon soldiers, eager for combat, gleamed with bloodlust in their eyes, ready to charge at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the Purple Mansion troops, though apprehensive, understood that their survival hinged on this battle. They gripped their weapons tightly, focused intently on the movements of the demon army, not daring to slacken their vigilance. In that moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional gust of wind and the heavy breaths of soldiers. All understood that once the battle commenced, it would unleash a storm of bloodshed, potentially altering the power dynamics of the Hongjun realm. Time seemed to freeze in this tense standoff, each second stretching interminably as everyone awaited the decisive moment. Before the gates of the Purple Mansion, the demon army and Dong Wanggong's forces stood in a precarious standoff, the atmosphere so charged it felt as if the air might solidify. Both sides were at the ready, their eyes reflecting determination and vigilance, awaiting the command to unleash a bloody massacre. With a booming roar, the battle erupted instantly. The Purple Mansion forces launched the first assault, their frontline soldiers wielding long spears, surging toward the demon army like a tidal wave. They marched in perfect formation, shouting fervent battle cries, their spears gleaming ominously as they aimed for the enemy's hearts. The demon army, undeterred, unleashed their own assault, a group of armored demon soldiers darting forth like phantoms, swift and agile, brandishing their razor-sharp claws as they clashed with the Purple Mansion troops. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into a cacophony of shouts and the clashing of metal, weaving a harrowing symphony of chaos. Blood splattered, limbs flew amidst the fray. The mighty warriors of the Purple Mansion hurled massive boulders into the demon ranks, toppling their foes. Meanwhile, winged demon beasts soared into the sky, diving toward the Purple Mansion forces with lethal beaks and claws, posing a significant threat. The Purple Mansion mages stood at the rear, chanting incantations as they wielded their staffs, unleashing beams of magic that struck the demon horde, igniting explosions and chaos. Simultaneously, Emperor Jun and Tai engaged in a spectacular duel with Dong Wanggong, clad in golden armor and wielding the river map and Luo book. Emperor Jun radiated a dazzling light, resembling a brilliant sun that he moved with a swift grace, instantaneously traversing the expanse to materialize before Dong Wanggong. In his grasp, the He Tu and Luo Shu emanated an enigmatic force, transforming into a myriad of runic chains that coiled toward Dong Wanggong. The chains shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, each rune imbued with the very essence of the cosmos, as if seeking to ensnare Dong Wanggong within their grasp. The expression on Dong Wanggong's face grew grave as he tightly clutched his dragon-headed scepter, which pulsed with vibrant light. With a sudden flourish, he unleashed a formidable power that shattered the runic chains one by one. This energy coalesced into a dragon-shaped silhouette, roaring as it surged toward Di Jun, distorting the fabric of space in its wake. Di Jun coldly scoffed, "Dong Wanggong, this day shall mark your demise. Your audacity to challenge the demon clan is truly laughable." Dong Wanggong retorted with a chilling laugh, "Di Jun, do you think I fear you? We are both formidable beings of the Primordial Era. The outcome remains to be seen." Tai transformed into the three-legged golden crow, engulfed in flames that threatened to incinerate the very heavens. With a powerful flap of his wings, a sea of fire surged toward Dong Wanggong. The inferno blazed with an intense heat, flickering with the phantoms of golden crows, exuding an aura of obliteration. Where the flames swept through, the earth cracked under the searing heat, and the air twisted in distortion. Dong Wanggong hastily summoned his divine powers, conjuring a protective barrier before him to withstand the onslaught of flames. However, Tai's attack was overwhelmingly potent, and although the barrier mitigated some of the assault, Dong Wanggong was still forced back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He was acutely aware of his disadvantage against the combined might of Di Jun and Tai. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, A fierce glint sparked in his eyes. Suddenly, he channeled the full might of his dragon-headed scepter, which erupted with a deafening roar, unleashing a cataclysmic force that radiated outward from his being. This power surged like a tempest, shrouded in an endless darkness that obliterated all it touched. Dijun and Tai were taken aback by Dong Wanggong's tenacity, and Dijun swiftly positioned the He Tu and Luo Shu before him, their brilliance intensifying to form a formidable defensive shield, adorned with swirling runes that twinkled like the stars. Tai reverted to his humanoid form, wielding the chaos bell that flickered with light, its resonant tolls intertwining with the luminescence of the He Tu and Luo Shu, together repelling Dong Wanggong's assault on the battlefield. Both armies were caught in the tumultuous aftermath of the clash between the three mighty beings. Many soldiers being hurled through the air like discarded kites, suffering grievous losses. Yet the battle raged on, both sides consumed by fury, showing no signs of retreat, seizing the moment when Dong Wanggong was preoccupied with Tai Yi's attack. Dijun launched another offensive. The He Tu and Luo Shu blazed with renewed vigor, conjuring a torrent of stellar energy that rained down upon Dong Wanggong like a meteor shower. Each star bore immense power, trailing luminous tails as they streaked across the sky. Dong Wanggong, in a frantic attempt, wielded his dragon-headed scepter, its tips sparkling with light, striving to deflect the celestial onslaught. Yet the force of the stars proved too formidable. While the scepter absorbed some of the impact, Dong Wanggong was still pushed back, blood seeping from his lips. Understanding his precarious position against the united front of Dijun and Tai, Dong Wanggong's resolve hardened as he unleashed the full potential of his dragon-headed scepter, which erupted in a cataclysmic roar, a wave of destructive energy emanating from him like a storm, carrying an aura of utter annihilation. Dijun and Tai felt the overwhelming power and quickly joined forces to defend. Dijun held the He Tu and Luo Shu aloft, their radiance forming a sturdy barrier, while Tai transformed once more. Wielding the chaos bell that resonated with thunderous echoes, the sound waves and light merging to counter Dong Wanggong's ferocious strike. Under the combined defense of Dijun and Tai, Dong Wanggong's desperate counterattack did not inflict fatal damage upon them. However, the backlash of his own power left him increasingly weakened. His form trembled, his armor shattered, exposing skin marred with wounds, blood flowing freely. Suddenly, Dong Wanggong erupted with laughter that echoed with sorrow and resolve, declaring, Dijun, Tai, though I may fall today, do not think you shall emerge unscathed. I, Dong Wanggong, shall never yield. With that proclamation, a blinding light enveloped him as a wave of annihilation surged from within. He was preparing to self-destruct, intent on taking his foes with him. No, he intends to self-destruct. Retreat, Dijun exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically. Tai swiftly understood the gravity of the situation, and together they retreated. Yet, the magnitude of Dong Wanggong's explosion was immense. Engulfing the entire battlefield in an instant, a deafening roar shattered the air, and a blinding brilliance rendered the world invisible, a colossal shockwave radiating outward, obliterating everything in its path. The structures of the Purple Mansion crumbled under the overwhelming force, reduced to ruins, while the Purple Mansion's army suffered catastrophic losses. Countless soldiers disintegrated in the blast. As the light dissipated, the battlefield lay in utter devastation. Dong Wanggong had vanished, leaving behind only a massive crater. The once mighty Purple Mansion, with its grandeur now reduced to rubble, faced disintegration with the fall of its leader. The surviving members, leaderless, scattered in disarray, marking the dissolution of the Purple Mansion. Though Dijun and Tai had narrowly escaped the brunt of the self-detonation, they were not unscathed, their energies disrupted. They gazed upon the ruins, a tumult of emotions swirling within them. Dong Wanggong is dead. Thus, this power no longer exists in the primordial realm. Dijun spoke slowly. Tai nodded solemnly. Yet we must remain vigilant. The primordial realm is fraught with uncertainty, and we must tread carefully. With that, Dijun and Tai led the demon army away from the remnants of the battlefield. While news of Dong Wanggong's demise and the dissolution of the Purple Mansion spread like wildfire across the primordial realm, stirring various factions and altering the landscape of power. Meanwhile, as the fierce battle between Dong Wanggong and Dijun Tai raged on, Tongtian, situated on Golden Ao Island, suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Task selection initiated. Option 1. Collect Dong Wanggong's true spirit to aid in his reincarnation and take him as a disciple. With a reward of the location coordinates for the Annihilation Spear, which can be granted in advance. Option 2. Remain indifferent, as a mere observer, with a reward of the title Cold-Blooded Creature. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept across Tongtian's lips as he chuckled inwardly. Is there any need to deliberate? Without hesitation, he responded in his heart, System, I choose option 1. Tongtian delightedly envisioned the Annihilation Spear merging with the God-slaying Spear to forge a higher-tier treasure. Filling him with elation. Ding! Host has made a selection. Rewards have been dispensed. In almost the same breath, Tongtian vanished and sped toward the battlefield with blinding speed, leaving trails of light in his wake. However, by the time he arrived, the battle had already concluded. The demon army had retreated after their victory, leaving only a desolate battlefield and the remnants of the Purple Mansion. What was once a resplendent stronghold now lay in ruins. The air thick with the remnants of conflict. With keen eyes, Tongtian scoured the debris for Dong Wanggong's true spirit at last. Through his formidable perceptive abilities, he detected the faint trace of Dong Wanggong's essence. Without hesitation, he carefully gathered the true spirit, nurturing it within the flames of the Crimson Lotus, which radiated a mysterious glow and intense warmth, seemingly providing a sanctuary and sustenance for Dong Wanggong's spirit. Following that, Tongtian set forth once more. Guided by the coordinates for the Annihilation Spear bestowed by the system, he traversed mountains and rivers, braving numerous perils, until he finally beheld the legendary Annihilation Spear. It exuded a potent and mysterious aura, as if imbued with boundless slaughtering power. With the Annihilation Spear in hand, Tongtian returned to Golden Ao Island, which remained tranquil and enigmatic, suffused with spiritual energy. Upon returning to the island, Tongtian first squeezed out a few drops of vital blood for future use. After recovering, he began to prepare for a breakthrough. In that very moment, the previously serene expression of the Tongtian suddenly stiffened, and the light in his cold, star-like eyes flickered. He chanted softly, the deep and enigmatic incantation resonating as if it transcended the boundaries of time and space, echoing throughout this realm. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming aura erupted from him like a surging tsunami, instantaneously enveloping the surroundings and causing the heavens and the earth to change color. Suddenly, 3 beams of light flashed, dazzling and brilliant, akin to the most radiant stars streaking across the night sky. Once the light dissipated, it transformed into 3 figures, Tongtian's 3 manifestations, the benevolent corpse, the malevolent corpse, and the self-corpse. Upon their emergence, the 3 corpses spoke in unison, inquiring, Tao friend, are you on the verge of attaining enlightenment and becoming a sage? Their gazes were filled with anticipation and curiosity, as if they sought to unravel the deepest mysteries of existence. The benevolent corpse bore a serene visage, its eyes reflecting gentle hope. The malevolent corpse displayed a fierce countenance, its gaze revealing urgency and desire, while the self-corpse maintained a tranquil demeanor, though curiosity flickered in its eyes. However, as these 3 manifestations were released, the Hongjun heavenly Tao above the 9 heavens seemed to sense a disturbance. In that instant, the entire heavenly space quivered slightly, as though an invisible pair of eyes slowly opened, observing everything below. Yet, this sensation was not strong, merely perceiving a subtle ripple, akin to faint ripples emerging on a tranquil lake. Quickly returning to calmness, observing this, Tongtian smiled faintly, a smile imbued with confidence and composure, and squinting, he remarked, perhaps yes, perhaps no. His ambiguous reply left the 3 corpses bewildered, their faces portraying confusion and perplexity. The benevolent corpse furrowed its brow and asked, Tao friend, what does this mean? The malevolent corpse impatiently shouted, stop beating around the bush, just clarify. The self-corpse quietly observed Tongtian, awaiting his elucidation. Tongtian gently shook his head and spoke softly, I possess the supreme treasure. The chaos pearl. If I do not utilize this treasure to demonstrate my path, but instead choose to attain enlightenment through the 3 corpses, would that not be a betrayal of the legacy of the Pangu Father God? How could I do justice to this chaos treasure? Furthermore, you have yet to cultivate to perfection. This is hardly the optimal moment for enlightenment. As he spoke, Tongtian's face retained a gentle smile, his tone calm and at ease as he explained to the 3 corpses. His gaze conveyed determination and persistence, as if he had a clear vision for the path ahead. Tongtian instructed the three corpses, "You shall first cultivate within the Chaos Pearl, striving to reach a state of perfection as soon as possible." His voice was deep and commanding, laden with undeniable authority. "We shall obey your command." The three corpses responded in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. Subsequently, Tongtian led them into the Chaos Pearl. Inside, the spiritual energy was so dense it nearly materialized. Shimmering with brilliance, while mysterious runes flickered in the air, the three corpses formed a triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, continuously practicing around Tongtian. The benevolent corpse occupied the heavenly position, radiating a soft glow as it absorbed the pure spiritual energy within the Chaos Pearl. The malevolent corpse held the earthly position, emanating intense malevolent energy, merging it with the spiritual energy to refine itself. The self corpse stood at the human position, its expression calm as it silently comprehended the mysteries of the universe, integrating the spiritual energy into its very soul. After a period of cultivation, the three corpses reached perfection at that moment. The light within the Chaos Pearl burst forth, and the aura emanating from the three corpses became immensely powerful. As though they had merged with the very fabric of the cosmos, Tongtian absorbed them into his body and declared, "Now, it is time to push the physical body to its utmost limits." His gaze flickered with unwavering determination, as if he envisioned the pinnacle of his journey. Although his physical form had already achieved the level of a primordial spiritual treasure, unmatched in the Hongjun continent, he knew that to demonstrate his path through strength, he still had a long way to go. With a thought, he resolved to seek out extreme environments to further temper his body. His first destination was the undying volcano, concealed by the Chaos Pearl, preventing Yuan Feng from discovering him. Inside, the southern bright leaf fire blazed fiercely, its scorching flames capable of reducing everything to ashes. Tongtian immersed himself in the flames, allowing the southern bright leaf fire to refine his physical form. The flames licked at his skin, each inch causing excruciating pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, harnessing the power of the flames to continuously strengthen his body. Next, he ventured to the sun star, where the intense heat of the true sun fire warped the surrounding space. Tongtian cultivated within the true sun fire, his body enveloped in flames, resembling a burning star. He tirelessly circulated his techniques, absorbing the energy of the true sun fire and integrating it into his physical form. Following that, he arrived at the moon star, where the fierce winds of the lunar essence howled like sharp blades cutting through everything. Tongtian stood firm against the onslaught of the lunar winds, unyielding, relying on his formidable will and physical strength to resist the gale's assault. During his time on the moon star, he also nurtured a bond with Shiha and Changxi. Shiha was gentle and graceful, while Changxi was stunningly beautiful. They got along splendidly with Tongtian at this juncture. Emperor Jun and Tai, having listened to Bai Zai's words, learned that the heavenly court required a demon queen to accompany the demon king. It was said that the two goddesses of the moon star were extraordinarily beautiful and perfectly matched for the emperor, prompting him to consider a visit to the moon star. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun could hardly contain his excitement and summoned Tai to head directly to the moon star. However, they were met with rejection from Shiha and Changxi at the formation's entrance. In a moment of indignation, Tai seized the chaos bell and began to strike at the moon formation. The resounding chimes reverberated through the cosmos, causing a tremor. Tongtian, feeling the disturbance, stepped out from the lunar winds. Upon seeing him, Emperor Jun and Tai exclaimed in astonishment, "Tongtian, what brings you here?" Tongtian laughed. "Am I required to report my visit to my partner's home to you?" Tai, in a moment of foolishness, asked, "Isn't your partner the Queen Mother of the West? Who told you that my partner can only be one?" Tongtian replied disdainfully, "To be honest, Nuwa is also my partner." Upon hearing Tongtian declare that she was his partner, both Shiha and Changxi beamed with joy, their faces radiating happiness, almost leaping with delight. They cared not how many partners Tongtian had. As long as they could be by his side, they felt content. Emperor Jun, witnessing the expressions of the two goddesses, felt his face darken with anger and managed to utter, You go too far. How have I wronged you?" Tongtian retorted that I only favor women, not men, so refrain from speaking nonsense if you wish to fight. I shall oblige. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Emperor Jun produced the Hichu and Luoshu, as well as the Chaos Bell, launching an assault against Tongtian in an instant. Brilliance flickered, and the power of the treasures shook the heavens and the earth. Tongtian, unfazed, leisurely took out the primordial measuring ruler and began to counterattack. His movements were graceful and composed, as though he were performing an artistic display. For a peaked quasi-saint confronting two who had just entered the mid-quasi-saint realm. It was almost child's play. Before long, Emperor Jun and Tai found themselves spitting blood, their bodies swaying unsteadily, unable to maintain their stance. Tongtian coldly scoffed. "Did you think you could lay hands on me without consequence? Do you believe me easy to bully or incapable of wielding a blade?" Having suffered a grievous blow from Tongtian, Emperor Jun quickly replied, "Dao friend, you misunderstand. We are willing to offer compensation." Tongtian, upon hearing this, chuckled. "Now that's more like it. Wouldn't it be easier to speak civilly? But tell me, how do you intend to compensate?" Emperor Jun proposed, "We are willing to recompense you with 2 pieces of primordial spiritual treasures. What do you think?" Tongtian replied, "That 1 tea suffice. Here's the deal. I shall not bully you. You simply need to swear that should you fall, your accompanying spiritual treasures, Hichu and Luoshu, along with the Chaos Bell, shall belong to me. Of course, if you do not fall, then let this matter be forgotten. How about it? I'm quite merciful, wouldn't you say?" Emperor Jun thought to himself, "Merciful? You're merely coveting our treasures, hoping for our demise." Alas, the circumstances were beyond their control, and the two had no choice but to agree, swearing before the heavenly Tao that upon their fall, their accompanying spiritual treasures would belong to Tongta. They then left in a huff, their figures appearing exceedingly disheveled. Tongtian resumed his endeavor of body refinement. His physical form, having undergone multiple temperings, had reached the level of a top-tier spiritual treasure, yet Tongtian felt it was still insufficient. He then journeyed into the stellar turbulence, where fragments of stars flew about, and the energy currents surged violently. He traversed through the turbulence, allowing the star fragments and energy to batter against his body, further enhancing his physical form. Following that, he descended to the depths of the 4 seas, cleansing his body with the ocean waters. The waters of the 4 seas contained boundless mysterious powers, continuously eroding his skin. Yet he absorbed these energies into himself. However, he still felt it was insufficient, prompting Tongtian to step into the realm of chaos. The essence of chaos surged with a ferocity and intensity, teeming with boundless peril and opportunity. Immersed in this chaotic aura, he was repeatedly bathed in its tumultuous energies, each wave of chaos inflicting immense suffering upon his corporeal form. Yet, his will remained as steadfast as a mountain, unwavering and resolute. After countless years of relentless cultivation, his physical body had finally attained the strength of a primordial treasure. In that moment, Tongtian radiated a unique brilliance, his presence sharp and commanding, as though he were the sovereign of this realm, rendering it impossible for anyone to gaze directly upon him. With a slight stir of his spirit, he instantaneously manifested within the chaos pearl like a specter. Upon entering, he felt the chaotic energy within surge violently. Akin to a stampede of wild horses, an unstoppable force that seemed poised to shatter all constraints. The 4 elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind clashed with tremendous ferocity, each collision producing a thunderous cacophony. As if threatening to rend the entire chaotic world asunder, Tongtian stood serenely amidst this turmoil, fully attuned to the tempestuous energies of the Chaos Pearl. These forces crashed over him like relentless waves. Yet he remained unyielding, his resolve unshaken. After a brief moment, he gradually began to reveal his colossal true form. His body shimmered with resplendent light, dazzling and radiant, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. Illuminating the entire chaotic expanse, the brilliance emanating from his eyes bore the weight of infinite authority, as if capable of unraveling the mysteries of the universe. At that moment, his divine form swelled to an astonishing size, towering like an ancient godly mountain, exuding an aura of formidable power that commanded reverence. Immersed in this chaotic domain, his thoughts drifted back to the awe-inspiring scene of Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth. What a magnificent tableau it was, as the great Pangu, wielding unparalleled divine strength, forged the primordial world. Tongtian found himself contrasting the current chaotic realm with that primordial chaos, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, the chaos within the Chaos Pearl pales in comparison. After all, the chaotic forces unleashed by Pangu were far purer and more potent, embodying the primal source of creation itself. Having endured countless storms of chaos and thunder, the once dreaded powers that had previously sent shivers through his being now elicited little more than indifference. Through each trial, his body and spirit had grown increasingly resilient and formidable, akin to steel forged through 1,000 trials, unbreakable. His will had solidified through the crucible of chaos, and his mastery over power had reached new heights. He was no longer the novice seeker who had first entered the chaotic realm, but a seasoned warrior on the cusp of ascending to even greater realms. In that moment, a surge of ambition welled up within him. Akin to a roaring river, unstoppable in its force, his gaze sparkled with fervent light, fueled by an insatiable thirst for power, a desire to challenge the unknown, and an aspiration for monumental achievement. He fixed his eyes upon the relentless flow of chaotic energy before him, firmly resolved to undertake the same monumental task that Pangu had once accomplished, to create anew. What a bold ambition this was! The act of creation meant challenging the very order of this chaotic world. To establish new rules of existence through his own strength. Pangu's legendary feat of creation had long since become the stuff of myth in the primordial world, and now Tongtian wished to tread the arduous path filled with uncertainty. The three corporeal forms within him instantly sensed this audacious intent, fully aware of the inherent dangers and uncertainties involved. Almost simultaneously, they materialized, their faces etched with anxiety and concern. One of them urgently implored, "My lord, think carefully. The act of creation is no trivial matter. The risks involved are immeasurable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible ruin." However, Tongtian regarded their concerns with disdain, his visage alight with confidence. His gaze reflecting unwavering determination, he replied assuredly, "I am certain of my abilities. You need not worry. If Pangu could achieve such feats, why should I not? I have endured trials in this chaos, and have long since transcended my former self. My grasp of power and understanding of the Tao have ascended to new heights, and I believe I possess the capability to accomplish this monumental task." With that declaration, Tongtian's aura surged dramatically, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption, radiating an overwhelming pressure that invoked trepidation. In his left hand, he grasped the primordial measuring ruler, its surface gleaming with enigmatic runes, as if containing the secrets of the cosmos. In his right hand, he firmly held the chaos divine weapon, the god-slaying spear, which buzzed with anticipation in response to its master's fervor, eager to unleash its devastating might. Tongtian stood imperiously amidst the chaos. Resembling an invincible war god, with a mighty swing of the god-slaying spear, he bellowed, "Break for me." This proclamation seemed to encapsulate the might of the cosmos, causing the chaotic energies to tremble in response. The spear unleashed a blood-red radiance, blindingly brilliant, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through darkness, imbued with an insatiable thirst for destruction. This radiant force sliced through the chaotic expanse with astonishing velocity. As the chaotic energies parted before it, as if rent asunder by an unseen power, the light appeared poised to cleave the endless gray chaos in two, manifesting Tongtian's formidable strength and resolute determination. Under the impact of such overwhelming power, a resounding boom echoed forth, and with a single thrust, chaos was sundered, and the heavens and earth were born anew. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of the chaotic realm seemed to shudder beneath the weight of this newfound power. Resonating with thunderous applause and homage to this grand act of creation, the chaotic energies began to surge outward, while the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind stirred to life under the influence of this tremendous power, heralding the dawn of a new epoch of transformation. Within the confines of the Chaos Pearl, the omnipresent perception of the heavenly Tao was inexplicably hindered, as if obscured by an invisible barrier, rendering it oblivious to the cataclysmic changes unfolding within. Yet, the great Tao was acutely aware, its keen insight instantly grasping the anomalies within the Chaos Pearl. The great Tao trembled, not as a mere quiver, but as a profound disturbance emanating from its very essence. The entire chaotic world quaked, the chaotic energies surged like tumultuous waves, and the elemental forces descended into a state of frenzied chaos. Although the Chaos Pearl was but a diminutive realm compared to the vast primordial world, it was far from ordinary. embodying the very forces and rules of a chaotic world. These powers and rules formed a self-contained system, maintaining a delicate equilibrium within the Chaos Pearl. Now, Tongtian's resolute undertaking to create anew was undeniably a bold challenge to the established order of the Great Tao. With his formidable strength and indomitable courage, he sought to shatter the existing chaotic state and forge his own rules of existence. Such actions would inevitably provoke a powerful reaction from the Great Tao, akin to a sovereign ruler sensing the provocation of a challenger. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun stood in bewilderment, murmuring to himself, "What is happening? Why does the Great Tao tremble?" His voice bore traces of fear and astonishment. A being of immense stature within the primordial world. He understood the profound significance of the Great Tao's tremor. Typically, he could discern the secrets of the heavens and manage myriad affairs. Yet now, faced with this sudden upheaval, he found himself engulfed in perplexity. The chaos, influenced by the Great Tao's tumultuous resonance, surged like a tempest, crashing against the Zixiao Palace with overwhelming force. The palace trembled under this onslaught, cracks appearing along its walls as if it might collapse at any moment beneath the relentless pressure. Various treasures and artifacts within the palace clattered to the ground, creating a cacophony of chaos. In this tumultuous situation, the heavenly secrets were shrouded, obscured by a heavy veil of confusion. Hongjun endeavored to ascertain the reasons behind this upheaval. Closing his eyes in deep concentration, employing every ounce of his understanding and insight into the heavenly Tao. Yet, to his astonishment, his calculations yielded naught but the conclusion that nothing had transpired. This revelation deepened his confusion and unease. He understood that this was no ordinary occurrence, yet he could not uncover the truth behind it, and a sense of helplessness and dread of the unknown welled up within him. He paced back and forth within the Zixiao Palace, contemplating potential causes and strategies, seeking any thread of insight to unravel the mystery of the Great Tao's tremor. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Chaos Pearl, Tongtian was wholly absorbed in his monumental endeavor. Blissfully unaware of the series of upheavals his actions had triggered in the outside world at this moment, he radiated an aura of resplendent brilliance, his luminescence dazzling and magnificent, akin to a multitude of stars converging into a singular, radiant spectacle. His eyes emitted beams of stunning light, piercing through the chaos like two swords of unparalleled sharpness, directly penetrating the depths of the void. He stood as if a brilliant sun, illuminating this chaotic realm, exuding an overwhelming presence and majesty that was impossible to overlook. Before him, the 3,000 principles of the Great Tao gradually materialized. These principles were shrouded in mystery, each shimmering with an extraordinary glow. As if they contained the very essence of the universe's secrets, they intertwined within the chaos like vibrant threads, forming a magnificent and enigmatic tapestry. Tongtian understood that with another swing of his weapon, he could seize these principles into his grasp, thus further shaping and controlling this chaotic world. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, "Open for me." This exclamation seemed to encapsulate his deep-seated yearning for power and unwavering belief in his celestial mission. At that moment, the god-slaying spear appeared to merge with Tongtian, achieving a near-perfect synchrony of man and weapon. The crimson glow upon the spear intensified, resembling a raging inferno, unleashing ever more formidable power. This force surged like relentless waves, crashing upon the chaotic world, while the primordial measuring ruler displayed its formidable might in Tongtian's hands. Tongtian showcased his divine prowess, wielding with strength, as a blood-red light sliced through the air like lightning, followed by an arcane yellow sword, Qi traversing the chaotic expanse. Utilizing the ruler as a sword, he continued to cleave through the chaos, each swing imbued with boundless power and determination. Under his assault, the chaos further differentiated into the dual energies of yin and yang. Yin descended while yang ascended, rendering the contours of heaven and earth increasingly distinct. As the world gradually took shape, the four elements of earth, water, fire, and wind grew more tumultuous, colliding and merging, unleashing powerful surges of energy. Yet, amidst this turmoil and ferocity, a new order began to gestate. The principles of the Great Tao multiplied, twinkling like countless stars, densely scattered around. Seemingly within reach, Tongtian could distinctly sense the power and mysteries of these principles. That he knew he was one step closer to the successful creation of heaven. he continued to wield his weapon, relentlessly assaulting the chaotic realm. However, the great Tao possessed its own operational order and rules, never permitting the beings of the primordial wilderness to easily ascend to the status of a great Tao saint, thus maintaining the established balance of rules that in response to Tongtian's attempt to forge heaven. The great Tao reacted vigorously, in an instant. Innumerable chains of Tao principles materialized from thin air, appearing as if forged from the purest forces of the laws of heaven and earth, each adorned with mysterious runes that glimmered brilliantly, containing boundless secrets and immense power. These chains, swift as lightning, coiled around Tongtian, attempting to thwart his endeavor to create heaven and validate his path. This was the great Tao's counterbalance, striving to uphold its own established order, refusing to allow any being to challenge its authority with ease. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the three corpses felt their hearts race as if they might leap from their throats. They were acutely aware of the strength and terror of the Tao principles, knowing that should Tongtian falter, the consequences would be catastrophic. Thus, they cried out in alarm, "Be cautious, my lord." Their voices brimmed with urgency and concern. Yet, Tongtian was no ordinary being. He was a formidable warrior, resolute in faith and undaunted by fear. Faced with the encircling chains of the Tao principles, he showed no signs of trepidation. Instead, his eyes blazed with an even more intense light. Revealing his unwavering resolve, he declared, "This is fortuitous. Today, I shall slay gods and demons alike. If the Tao obstructs me, I shall sever it. No one shall hinder my creation of heaven." With that, he drove the god-slaying spear into the ground. Gripping the primordial measuring ruler tightly, his muscles tensed, strength coalescing in his hands as he pulled inward with force, then swung forward in a decisive slash, bellowing, "Shatter for me." The primordial measuring ruler, a weapon of boundless might, unleashed a radiant glow and powerful energy waves under Tongtian's formidable strength. Upon collision with the chains of the Tao principles, a crisp crack resonated as the chains shattered like fragile threads under the ruler's might. Witnessing this, Tongtian's confidence surged. He replicated the motion again and again with the primordial measuring ruler. With each strike, the sound of breaking chains echoed like a battle hymn of liberation. His strength seemed inexhaustible, each attack imbued with an indomitable momentum, relentlessly assailing the constraints of the Tao principles. That he resembled an unyielding warrior, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against a formidable foe, no matter the daunting obstacles ahead. Nothing could deter his advance. The three corpses widened their eyes, mouths agape in disbelief, astonished by the spectacle before them. They marveled inwardly. The body of a congenital treasure is truly formidable. Such power to even pull the chains of the Tao principles. They recognized the might and mystery of these chains, which represented the fundamental order and laws of the universe. Merely brushing against them could spell disaster. Yet, at this moment, Tongtian, bolstered by his immense strength and the endowment of the congenital treasure, forcefully tore the chains apart, an act that fundamentally reshaped their perception of his power. The shattering of the Tao chains seemed to incite the wrath of the Tao itself. The entire chaotic realm trembled in response to this fury. The tremors intensified, a quaking that emanated from the very essence of existence, as if everything might be obliterated in this endless turmoil. The chaotic energies surged wildly, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind spiraling out of control, crashing into one another, merging, and unleashing even greater torrents of energy. The chaotic world descended into utter disarray, akin to the arrival of an apocalyptic event. Meanwhile, within the Purple Cloud Palace, the situation was equally dire. The powerful shockwaves reached this sanctuary, subjecting it to unprecedented calamity. The palace quaked violently, massive cracks appearing in the walls, threatening total collapse at any moment. Objects within the palace toppled, bookshelves fell, treasures soared chaotically, creating a scene of utter disarray. Hongjun stood within, his expression grave, striving to stabilize the surrounding space. Yet, against the overwhelming tremors of the Tao, he appeared somewhat powerless. In contrast, Tongtian remained unfazed by the chaotic turmoil. Instead, he laughed heartily, declaring, "What else could possibly obstruct my creation of heaven?" His laughter resonated with confidence and audacity, as if proclaiming his resolve and courage to the very heavens. He gazed at the heavens and earth, which were beginning to converge once more, a determined glint flashing in his eyes as he resolutely grasped the god-slaying spear once again. With a flourish, he swung the spear, unleashing another arc of blood-red light. This crimson radiance surged forth like a roaring dragon, imbued with boundless power and majesty. Charging into the chaos, he continued to unleash strikes with the spear, each blow infused with his formidable will and strength. His movements flowed with grace and power, as if he had become one with the heavens and earth, embodying the monumental act of creation. Under his relentless assault, the world began to transform gradually. The pure energies ascended while the impure energies descended, with the boundaries of heaven and earth growing ever clearer. In this process, Tongtian gradually comprehended the principles of the great Tao. Mysterious rhythms manifested with each gesture he made, akin to a gentle breeze caressing a lake's surface, creating ripples or stars twinkling in the night sky. That he seemed to have merged with the great Tao, becoming a unique and powerful presence within this chaotic realm. Every movement, every breath, resonated in harmony with the rhythm of the Tao, revealing an extraordinary state of being. Tongtian was wholly absorbed, the god-slaying spear becoming an extension of his very being, like a pulsating heart. Intimately connected to his will, he wielded the spear with relentless vigor, each thrust embodying his mastery over power and his understanding of the Tao principles. The spear's shadow flickered through the chaos, akin to lightning cleaving through darkness, bearing boundless might and determination. Thus, with each thrust, after delivering 9,990 strikes, a wondrous sensation surged within him. His understanding of the surrounding Tao principles reached its zenith. As if he had entered an entirely new realm. In that moment, he distinctly felt he had brushed against the threshold of the primordial golden immortal, a once seemingly unattainable state now within his grasp. That threshold, under the onslaught of his immense power, had become as fragile as a cicada's wing. Tongtian's momentum escalated, his eyes gleaming with unwavering light, as if he could see through all things. With a sudden roar, he thundered, "Break for me!" This shout resonated like a clap of thunder on a clear day, reverberating through the realm of the Chaos Pearl, accompanied by a crisp pop. It was as if a sheet of paper had been punctured, the sound echoing amidst the chaos. That moment, Tongtian's primordial spirit unleashed a cascade of resplendent, multicolored radiance, dazzling and magnificent, akin to brilliant stars blossoming from the depths of the cosmos. The seven-colored light surged forth from within him like a torrential flood, instantaneously enveloping the entirety of the Chaos Pearl world. This once chaotic realm was now illuminated by the vibrant hues, transforming it into a dreamlike paradise. Wherever the light reached, the chaotic energies appeared tamed, resembling docile beasts now orderly and serene. Under the radiance of this seven-colored glow, everything showcased a newfound vitality and vigor. It was evident that Tongtian had transcended to the realm of the primordial supreme golden immortal. He had successfully crossed the formidable chasm that seemed insurmountable, achieving an entirely new echelon of existence. He had opened the heavens, and this previously chaotic world began to unveil the spectacle of creation through his relentless efforts. With the pure ascending and the turbid descending, a new order was gradually taking shape. Standing amidst this nascent world, Tongtian felt the powerful force surging within him, his heart brimming with joy and pride. Tongtian, who had wielded the mightiest force of the law to authenticate his path, found himself on an arduous yet immensely potent journey. Thus, upon his breakthrough, he directly ascended to the pinnacle of the first layer of heaven. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the overwhelming power within him, like a mighty torrent, ceaselessly flowing. This force seemed to harbor infinite mysteries and potential. Once the opportunity arose, he would effortlessly transcend to the next layer, ascending to even greater heights. Immersed in this newfound sensation of power, Tongtian's heart swelled with elation and pride. This joy was not born from vanity, but rather a validation of his long-standing dedication to cultivation and relentless challenges against his limits. This pride stemmed from his confidence in his own strength and a steadfast belief in his future path. He understood that he had embarked on a path of exceptional strength, and this was merely the commencement. He slowly turned to regard the three corpses, only to find them dumbfounded by the spectacle before them. The three corpses stood there in a daze, their eyes filled with disbelief and reverence. Witnessing this, Tongtian bellowed, "When will the three corpses return to their positions?" His voice resonated like the sound of the grand Tao, robust and magnificent, Imbued with boundless majesty and strength, the sound waves reverberated within the Chaos Pearl, seemingly capable of piercing the barriers of time and space. Awakening the still-stunned three corpses, the benevolent corpse stood upon a 24-petal pure world white lotus, exuding a gentle glow that seemed capable of purifying all evils in the world. With a serene countenance and a hint of compassion, the benevolent corpse glided toward Tongtian. As the benevolent corpse approached, Tongtian sensed a pure force converging toward him. Following closely behind, the malevolent corpse advanced upon a 24-petal annihilation black lotus. Shrouded in a faint layer of black mist, emanating a mysterious yet formidable aura, the malevolent corpse's gaze revealed a fierce momentum, as if it could obliterate any obstacle in its path. The approach of the malevolent corpse infused Tongtian with an aggressive energy, intertwining with the benevolent force to create a remarkable balance. Lastly, the self-obsessed corpse appeared, stepping upon a 24-petal creation blue lotus that shimmered with multicolored light, encompassing the endless mysteries of creation and transformation. Driven by unwavering conviction and devotion to itself, the self-obsessed corpse approached Tongtian step by step. The moment the self-obsessed corpse merged with Tongtian, he felt as if the power deep within his soul was fully awakened. With each corpse he assimilated, Tongtian's aura surged exponentially. His body transformed into an insatiable black hole, greedily absorbing the power emanating from the three corpses. This influx of energy was not merely a simple accumulation, but represented a qualitative transcendence. It was as though boundless strength was continuously pouring into him, awakening the potential of every cell within his being. When the three corpses finally unified, an incandescent radiance erupted from Tongtian, its brilliance so intense that even the chaotic energies within the Chaos Pearl recoiled. His aura soared to unprecedented heights, directly breaking through to the third layer of the primordial supreme golden immortal realm. At this moment, Tongtian was surrounded by a mysterious halo, encapsulating the secrets of the law of power and his profound comprehension of the Grand Tao. Standing within the Chaos Pearl, he resembled an invincible war god, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, as if the very world lay within his grasp. Yet, this was not the end. Tongtian's act of opening the heavens was undoubtedly a monumental feat that could astonish the heavens and move the spirits. As he exerted himself to part the heavens, the chaotic world gradually began to divide, revealing the initial forms of heaven and earth. With unparalleled divine power, he delineated yin and yang, allowing the pure to ascend as light and the turbid to descend as darkness, thus establishing the primordial order between heaven and earth. Following this, he meticulously organized the four fundamental elements of water, fire, and wind, assigning them their rightful places, preventing their rampant chaos, thereby laying the groundwork for the stability of heaven and earth. He further employed the formidable artifact, the god-slaying spear, to uphold heaven and earth, serving as a pillar connecting the two realms, ensuring they would not collapse back together. Through Tongtian's relentless efforts, the heavens and earth gradually solidified. The Grand Tao, moved by his monumental achievement, showered him with boundless merits. The light of this merit shone like a vast starry river, dazzling and immeasurable, instantly enveloping Tongtian. Such merit contained the Grand Tao's recognition and bestowal upon Tongtian, serving as both a reward and encouragement for his act of opening the heavens. Once this boundless merit of the Grand Tao merged with the inherent merit of opening the heavens within Tongtian, a seismic transformation occurred within him. His cultivation soared like a rocket, propelling him directly to the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the primordial supreme golden immortal, reaching the zenith of the fifth layer of the saint realm. At this time, Tongtian had become an existence far beyond ordinary imagination. His power seemed capable of shaking the very heavens and earth, his aura as unfathomable as an abyss that he stood within the Chaos Pearl. Gazing down upon the world he had personally unveiled, his heart filled with anticipation and longing for the future, he understood that his journey had only just begun, and this newly opened world would serve as the stage for his continued exploration and growth. He looked forward to further comprehending the mysteries of the Grand Tao in the days to come, enhancing his strength and bringing about more changes and developments to this world. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Tongtian acted with utmost caution. He cleverly utilized the miraculous powers of the Chaos Pearl to deeply conceal his true cultivation. To the outside world, he merely appeared to be at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. revealing nothing of his extraordinary breakthrough in opening the heavens. At this moment, little time had elapsed in the external world, as if everything remained beneath a tranquil facade. However, within Tongtian's heart, a tremendous transformation had already taken place. Emperor Jun and Tai, after enduring numerous tribulations, returned to the demon clan. Yet their ambitions remained undiminished, burning like a fierce fire that only grew more fervent. They were resolute in their determination to subjugate the primordial three clans. For they understood that although the primordial three clans were gradually declining in the river of time, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Their residual strength still held significant influence over the demon clan. Should they succeed in subjugating them, the power of the demon clan would undoubtedly experience a tremendous enhancement, solidifying their standing in the primordial world. Therefore, after much deliberation, Emperor Jun and Tai decided to employ a cunning strategy of eliminating them one by one. They believed that individually confronting the primordial three clans would allow them to more effectively leverage the advantages of the demon clan, avoiding the predicament of a united resistance from the three clans. Under their scheming, they set forth with a grand army, marching vigorously toward the dragon clan. They brimmed with confidence, as if they could already envision the scene of the dragon clan submitting under their pressure. Coincidentally, at this moment, Tongtian had just exited his seclusion, feeling aimless and preparing to embark on a journey. He had called upon Long Yu, intending to set forth on this unknown adventure together. Just then, Long Yu suddenly received an urgent message from the dragon clan. After all, Long Yu had once been the young master of the dragon clan, possessing deep affection and concern for them, and he had been closely monitoring their situation. Upon reading the message, Long Yu's expression turned frantic, and he hastily addressed Tongtian. "Master, the dragon clan has sent word that the demon clan demands our submission. What shall we do?" His eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. The dragon clan was his roots, and he could not bear to see them in peril. Tongtian remained calm, as if everything lay within his grasp. After a moment of contemplation, he replied steadily, "No need to worry. Let's observe the situation first." His tone conveyed a composed confidence, seemingly dismissing the threat posed by the demon clan. Seeing Tongtian so unperturbed, Long Yu felt slightly reassured, yet could not help but urge, "Master, the dragon clan is inclined to align with us at Golden Ao Island." He looked at Tongtian with anticipation, hoping for his master's support and guidance, but a flicker of barely perceptible light danced in Tongtian's eyes, seemingly containing insights into the situation and plans for the future. That he replied directly, "Let us go to the dragon clan." His voice was resolute and powerful, akin to a divine anchor, instantly instilling confidence in Long Yu. Upon hearing this, Long Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy, his previous anxiety swiftly replaced by elation. He eagerly exclaimed, "Wonderful! With you, my teacher, our dragon clan holds hope." He was impatient to return to his kin, ready to face the impending crisis together, firmly believing that Tongtian would surely assist the dragon clan in overcoming their plight. Tongtian nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, we shall depart at once." His words were succinct and devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Filled with anticipation, Long Yu followed Tongtian, his heart brimming with trust in his teacher and hope for the future. Together, they embarked on their journey towards the dragon clan, preparing to confront the challenges and uncertainties that lay ahead. In Long Yu's heart, he was convinced that with Tongtian's support, the dragon clan would undoubtedly surmount this adversity and seize new opportunities for development. Meanwhile, Tongtian harbored his own intentions and considerations regarding the situation. As Long Yu rode upon the auspicious clouds, racing like the wind with Tongtian, they arrived above the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Below, the dragon clan and the demon clan were locked in a tense standoff. Akin to the sharp tip of a needle against the grain, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if the very air were solidifying at this moment. The prominent figure of the dragon clan was none other than the formidable Aoguang. Following the great battle among the three clans, the ancestral dragon had been severely weakened while suppressing the CI, leaving it vulnerable to the erosion of karmic forces. Furthermore, another dragon notable, Zhulong, had sustained grave injuries in a cataclysmic conflict, remaining unhealed to this day. Consequently, all matters, large and small, of the dragon clan were entrusted to Aoguang, a direct descendant of the ancestral dragon. Aoguang's keen, hawk-like eyes suddenly caught sight of the swiftly approaching Long Yu, and then he noticed Tongtian, who sat steadfastly upon Long Yu's back, that a surge of confidence and assurance welled up within him. He straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, and his already powerful voice resonated like a great bell. Dijun, Tai, our dragon clan has sincerely pledged allegiance to the esteemed Tongtian. If you continue to be obstinate and relentlessly press us, unaware of the consequences, you shall provoke the wrath of Tongtian, and the dire repercussions that follow are not something you mere demons can bear. Simultaneously, Dijun and Tai, positioned at the forefront of the demon clan, turned their gazes skyward towards Long Yu and Tongtian. Their expressions subtly shifted, brows furrowing in unison. Tongtian, drawing nearer, naturally caught wind of Ao Guang's proclamation and recognized that Ao Guang was leveraging his influence. Yet he remained silent. Ao Guang, now standing before Tongtian and Long Yu, promptly bowed in respect, stating, I, Ao Guang of the Dragon Clan, pay my respects to the esteemed Tongtian and the ancestral dragon. Today, Ao Guang comes forth with the Dragon Clan, wishing to align with you, esteemed elder. Please, grant us your guidance. The other members of the Dragon Clan followed suit. Bowing in unison, Tongtian offered a slight nod. Acknowledging them with a soft that he then addressed Dijun and Tai, saying, You have heard. The Dragon Clan is now under my banner. Will you depart of your own accord, or shall I escort you out? Dijun and Tai's faces darkened considerably, yet they had no retort, merely gesturing to their troops, stating, We shall leave. Thus, the demon army, once grand, retreated in disgrace. Tongtian nodded slightly, casting a glance over Ao Guang and the others. Calmly instructing, You need only attend to your respective duties and focus on your own affairs. Should any matters arise that require discussion, I shall send Ao to seek you out. Upon concluding his words, he turned his gaze to Long Yu, speaking in a tranquil tone, You need no longer conceal your identity. Reclaim your true name. Long Yu's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this, and he promptly bowed deeply, respectfully responding, Yes, teacher. His words were imbued with reverence and esteem. The surrounding members of the Dragon Clan, not daring to be negligent, echoed in unison, Yes, esteemed elder. Their voices harmonized, resonating through the heavens. Then, Tongtian directed his attention to Ao, his demeanor serious as he spoke. Ao, the Demon Clan's audacity to strike against the Dragon Clan suggests they will not spare the Phoenix Clan. Accompany me to the Immortal Fire Mountain. Just in case, the Ao nodded without hesitation and swiftly transformed into a colossal dragon. The great dragon's enormous form shimmered with resplendent scales, its whiskers flowing in the wind, exuding a formidable presence. Tongtian lightly leapt onto Ao's broad back, and Ao took flight, soaring towards the Immortal Fire Mountain at a remarkable speed. The winds howled as clouds swirled, but Ao's velocity was unmatched, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the entrance of the Immortal Fire Mountain, a member of the Phoenix Clan approached to greet them, asking, May I inquire as to who the esteemed Taoist is and the purpose of your visit? Tongtian replied, I am Shangqing Tongtian, and this is my disciple, Ao of the Dragon Clan, that we have come to pay a visit to our friend, Yuan Feng. Please, relay our arrival. The Phoenix Clan member acknowledged and promptly turned to notify. Soon inviting the two to enter, as Tongtian approached Yuan Feng, he was struck by the transformation before him. The once formidable and decisive leader now appeared as a frail, old woman. Her face lined with wrinkles and her form stooped. Her once bright, star-like eyes now lacked luster, revealing profound exhaustion and resignation. Tongtian understood well that Yuan Feng's current state was a direct result of the dreadful karmic forces weighing upon her. A wave of compassion washed over him, and he gently inquired, Are you well, my friend? Upon hearing Tongtian's inquiry, Yuan Feng lifted her gaze, her expression laden with bitterness and sorrow, and replied slowly, Tongtian, I have greatly diminished. I no longer possess the strength to lead the Phoenix Clan through this primordial world as I once did. Now, I am consumed by this endless karmic burden. Each passing day feels like an eternity, and I cannot foresee when I shall falter. At this point, Yuan Feng could not help but exhale a deep sigh. Tongtian listened intently to Yuan Feng's lament, a glimmer of hesitation flashing in his eyes before he quickly regained his resolve. He spoke, Dear Yuan Feng, I possess a means to assist you in escaping your current predicament, but, before he could finish his thought, Yuan Feng seemed to grasp a lifeline in the dark, her posture straightening abruptly. In that moment, she radiated a long-lost vitality, her once-aged visage appearing considerably rejuvenated. With piercing eyes fixed on Tongtian, she earnestly declared, "Tongtian, if you can truly help the Phoenix clan break free from this vexing karmic entanglement, from this day forth, my entire clan shall pledge allegiance to you, obeying your every command that I vow in the name of the heavenly Tao. I shall never waver." Tongtian stood like a silent mountain, patiently awaiting Yuan Feng's response. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Yuan Feng quickly proclaimed, "By the heavenly Tao, I, Yuan Feng, leader of the Phoenix clan, hereby pledge that from this day forward, the Phoenix clan shall submit to the esteemed Tongtian, willing to serve under him, with the heavenly Tao as my witness." In an instant, a tremendous rumble echoed, as if the heavens themselves were responding, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Witnessing this, Tongtian wasted no time and retrieved approximately 10,000 units of Tao merit from the enigmatic system space. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the merit cascaded like golden raindrops, showering down upon Yuan Feng. Enveloped in this sudden influx of Tao merit, Yuan Feng felt an unparalleled sense of relief wash over her. The fatigue and age that had previously marred her features now glowed with youthful radiance, as if she had regained several hundred years of vitality. Though merely a modest sum, this merit was undeniably immense when measured against the unfathomable, infinite karmic forces of the heavenly Tao. Remarkably, this small amount of merit had successfully alleviated more than half of Yuan Feng's karmic burden. It was truly miraculous, akin to a panacea, capable of overcoming any adversity. Feeling the profound change within herself, Yuan Feng's gratitude overflowed, and she hurriedly bowed deeply to Tongtian, saying, "Thank you, my friend, for your generous assistance. I am at a loss for how to repay such a great kindness." Tongtian smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. This is merely a small interest. When the time is right, I shall wholeheartedly assist you in completely severing that troublesome karmic entanglement. However, the optimal moment has yet to arrive. We must wait a little longer." Yuan Feng quickly replied, "No matter, I shall defer to your arrangements. There is no rush at this moment. I trust in your abilities to ensure we shall not be disappointed." With that, Yuan Feng bowed once more to Tongtian, indicating her complete faith in his decisions. Yuan Feng's oath echoed across the primordial expanse. All living beings in the land heard it, including the approaching demon army. Jun and Tai Yi's expressions darkened further, and they promptly ordered, "Let us proceed to the Qilin clan." Yuan Feng, feeling somewhat bashful, addressed Tongtian once more, saying, "My esteemed friend, I have one more humble request, and I hope you will grant it." "What is it?" Tongtian inquired. Yuan Feng gestured toward a certain direction with solemnity and a hint of expectation, saying, "Behold yonder. These 2 eggs are the result of my arduous endeavors, cultivated through countless trials and the fusion of the primordial energies of the 5 elements and the forces of yin and yang. They harbor boundless mysteries and secrets, and their significance is truly extraordinary. Currently, due to certain circumstances, I am unable to oversee their growth personally, so I beseech you to care for them on my behalf. As for their future, whether you choose to have them serve as guardians of your esteemed sect or take them under your wing as disciples, the decision rests entirely with you." Upon hearing this, Tongtian followed Yuan Feng's indication and beheld 2 eggs resting quietly. 1 egg shimmered with a dazzling array of colors, its surface resembling the flowing energies of the 5 elements, ever shifting and transforming. The other radiated a mist of black and white, as if the forces of yin and yang were intertwining within. Both eggs emanated an overwhelming aura of Tao, and merely glancing at them revealed the immense potential they concealed. Undoubtedly, should they successfully hatch and grow, they would become exceptional assets on the path of cultivation. Tongtian gazed intently at these wondrous eggs, contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, I shall take on this task. When these 2 emerge into the world, I will gladly accept them as my disciples and guide them diligently on their journey of cultivation." Upon hearing Tongtian's words, gratitude illuminated Yuan Feng's countenance as she quickly bowed in appreciation, exclaiming, "Thank you, dear friend, for your noble assistance. This kindness I shall forever cherish. Should you ever require my aid in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Tongtian, calculating the situation, understood that the demon army was advancing toward the Qilin tribe at Buzhou Mountain. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "No matter, I shall take these 2 children with me that I have urgent matters to attend to at Buzhou Mountain. I bid you farewell." With that, he turned his gaze to Yuan Feng and offered a slight nod. Yuan Feng, upon hearing this, did not impede him and replied, "Please, take your leave. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." She watched as Tongtian mounted Ao's broad back and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, heading toward Buzhou Mountain. After Tongtian departed, Yuan Feng remained stationary for a considerable time, her feet rooted to the spot. She gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting a mixture of helplessness and unwillingness. Burdened by heavy karmic ties, she found herself unable to leave the region of the immortal volcano, lest she incur divine retribution. This constraint filled her with profound frustration, yet she could do nothing but let out a silent sigh before turning and slowly walking back into the mountain. When the Qilin tribe leader, Shi Qilin, heard Yuan Feng's resolute and uncompromising vow, it felt as though a colossal stone had been cast into the ocean of his heart, stirring up tumultuous waves. For a moment, Shi Qilin felt as if he were engulfed in a dense fog, trapped in a dilemma, utterly uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, Shi Qilin's extraordinary perceptive abilities suddenly detected an unusual and potent aura unique to the demon clan surging toward him like a tidal wave. This presence was unlike any other, imbued with a chilling sense of impending danger. In an instant, Shi Qilin's heart tightened, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Qilin understood the urgency of the situation. There was no time to waste on trivial matters. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, he stood tall, facing the heavens, and declared with the utmost solemnity, "Heavenly Tao above, I am Shi Qilin, leader of the Qilin tribe. Today, on behalf of my entire clan, I solemnly swear, from this day forth, the Qilin tribe willingly pledges allegiance to you, Tongtian, and shall follow your commands without question. This heart and sentiment bear witness to the heavens. May the heavenly Tao discern our sincerity." No sooner had he spoken than the previously clear sky darkened ominously, clouds swirling and thunder rumbling. A deafening roar echoed from the heavens, reverberating throughout the expanse, as if the heavenly Tao itself responded to Shi Qilin's oath. At that moment, Dijun and Tai, who had just arrived, turned pale with shock. Dijun, flabbergasted and reluctant, murmured, "Tongtian again. Why is everything related to Tongtian?" With that, he spat a mouthful of blood. Tai rushed forward to support him, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Elder brother, are you all right?" Dijun weakly replied, "I am fine, but why is everything connected to Tongtian? Is he at odds with us?" Before Tai could respond, an untimely voice rang out, "Feathered ruffian. Why are you not hiding in the demon clan's heavenly court and instead come to my primordial land?" This voice belonged to Di Jiang, the foremost of the 12 ancestor witches that it turned out. While Dijun and Tai hurriedly led the demon army toward Buzhou Mountain, the witch clan had sensed their movements and promptly began to mobilize their forces. Thus, the two sides fortuitously encountered one another at this moment. Upon hearing Dijang's question, Dijun retorted, "Why should we explain our actions to you, barbaric witches? Moreover, we have come to seek the Qilin tribe. Do not create unnecessary trouble." The hot-headed Zhu Rong immediately interjected loudly, "Ah, feathered ruffian, you speak boldly, daring to act recklessly on our witch clan's territory. Are you seeking death? Furthermore, did you not hear Shi Qilin declare their allegiance to our esteemed Tongtian? Troubling the Qilin tribe is tantamount to troubling Tongtian. And troubling Tongtian means troubling our witch clan." The 12 ancestor witches responded in unison. "What fifth brother said is indeed correct. If you trouble our esteemed Tongtian, we shall trouble you in return. Witches, ready your weapons for battle." The entire witch army roared in unison, their voices resounding like thunder, their momentum formidable on the demon clan's side, as they beheld the witch clan's fierce and menacing approach. Dijun's heart sank, fully aware that a fierce battle was inevitable. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, and amidst a flash of light, the He Tu and Luo Shu appeared in his grasp. With a serious expression and piercing gaze, Dijun commanded decisively, "Form ranks." The command resonated like a mighty bell, echoing through the skies and reaching the entirety of the demon army. Upon receiving the order, the demon troops sprang into action, They were well-trained and moved in unison, resembling a precisely functioning war machine. Each demon soldier took their position in accordance with the preordained plan, forming a tight defensive line. At the same time, Dong Huang Tai refused to be outdone. Gripping the chaos bell tightly, he infused it with a continuous surge of power as the bell tolled melodiously. The starry sky formation was swiftly established. In an instant, the sky sparkled with countless stars, their energies surging forth to coalesce into a boundless sea of stars. This starry expanse was imbued with limitless power, its presence overwhelmingly grand, as if it sought to devour all things in existence. Just as the demon army stood ready for battle, the witch clan's Di Jiang, witnessing this scene, curled his lips into a disdainful smile that he bellowed, "Humph! Do you think you alone possess formations? Brothers, form ranks," before his words faded. The 12 ancestor witches responded in unison, each unleashing their own divine abilities to in an instant. The winds howled, the skies darkened, and the very earth trembled. The 12 heavenly gods and fiends formation activated, releasing an ancient and terrifying aura. At the center of this formation, the ethereal figure of the Pangu deity gradually materialized. Towering and majestic, wielding the axe of creation, he stood proudly upon the primordial earth. The apparition of Pangu emanated an overwhelming pressure, instilling fear in all who beheld him. As the saying goes, words that do not resonate are mere echoes. The two leaders were locked in a standoff, neither willing to concede an inch, since words had proven futile in resolving their differences. There was no need to waste breath. Further discourse would be of no benefit. Thus, without further ado, they plunged into a state of combat, igniting a breathtaking and fiercely intense battle. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke and chaos, the sounds of clashing steel ringing deafeningly. Both sides engaged fiercely, their strikes intertwining, every blow infused with immense power and lethal intent. In an instant, flames erupted, and the very air crackled with energy, as if the space itself were being torn asunder. However, this fierce confrontation was only the beginning. Just then, the figure of Pangu appeared, raising the giant axe of creation high, radiating an aura that instilled dread. With a thunderous roar, he charged toward the starry sky formation with earth-shattering force. The ground trembled as an enormous crash echoed, like thunder splitting the heavens. It is worth noting that the 12 heavenly gods and fiends formation in this moment was a reward bestowed by the Tongtian system. More complete and immensely powerful compared to previous iterations. Moreover, Hoodoo has been further empowered by the essence of her primordial spirit, causing the might of this grand formation to multiply exponentially, far surpassing what was originally attainable. In the face of such formidable array, can the ethereal visage of Pangu successfully breach it? The outcome remains uncertain, just as the Wu and Yao clans engaged in a fierce and desperate struggle. Tongtian had stealthily arrived within Qilan Cliff. Upon encountering the aging First Qilan, he spoke. "Dear companion, First Qilan, since the Qilan clan has pledged allegiance to me, I shall not stand idly by." With that, he produced 10,000 units of Dao merit and sprinkled them upon the First Qilan. Instantly, the First Qilan felt invigorated, her posture straightened as if rejuvenated. "Thank you, esteemed friend Tongtian," she expressed gratefully. Tongtian waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "It's nothing to in the days to come. I shall assist the Qilan clan in overcoming their tribulations." The First Qilan continued, "Thank you, esteemed friend. My son, the Sifang Moklin, wishes to train under your guidance." Tongtian replied, "Certainly." The First Qilan promptly conveyed this to Sifang Moklin. Shortly thereafter, a youth entered the chamber. The First Qilan announced, "Moklin, do not forget to pay your respects to your master, the Supreme Tongtian." Moklin immediately knelt and reverently proclaimed, "Moklin pays his respects to the master." "Rise," Tongtian instructed. That moment, the heavens and earth were engulfed in tumult, as the fierce battle between the Wu and Yao clans reached a fever pitch. The grand formation of the Zhou-Tian star array, once radiant with brilliance, was now marred with alarming fissures, as if it might shatter completely at any moment. Unable to sustain its integrity, just when the situation seemed most dire, a figure descended from the heavens like an immortal. This being exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure and mystery. It was none other than the Supreme Tao, Hongjun. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, an invisible force swept across the battlefield, forcibly separating the warring factions of the Wu and Yao clans. Hongjun's countenance was solemn as he surveyed the gathered assembly, coldly declaring, "Cease your hostilities at once. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans has wrought too much bloodshed. I hereby decree that for the next 100,000 years, neither clan shall initiate hostilities. From this day forth, the Yao clan shall govern the heavens, while the Wu clan shall rule the earth, each fulfilling their respective duties without encroachment upon the other. Any violators shall face divine retribution." Reluctantly, the Yao clan began to withdraw from the Tian star array. However, the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, commanded by the 12 ancestor witches, remained steadfast, emanating a disquieting aura. At this moment, a furious roar erupted from the immense visage of Pangu. "Old Hongjun, your reach extends far too long. Are you not aware that that scruffy bird idles away his days, neglecting his duties, bullying the weak? Why do you turn a blind eye to such matters, yet intrude upon the affairs of the Wu clan?" Upon hearing this, Hongjun snorted in anger, casually waving his sleeve, releasing an intensely fierce energy that shot toward the Pangu visage like lightning. Unfazed, the Pangu visage raised the colossal axe of creation and swung down fiercely, attempting to counter the oncoming force. Alas, the power of the Tao was overwhelmingly formidable. The terrifying might shattered the axe's light, and the residual force crashed into the Pangu visage with unrelenting ferocity. With a thunderous noise, the Pangu visage trembled violently like a candle flickering in the wind, ultimately succumbing to the pressure and shattering into fragments. The 12 ancestor witches were also struck with tremendous force, tumbling backward like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. Just as Jiang was about to utter further words, he was interrupted by an urgent transmission from Tongtian. Understanding the precarious situation for the Wu clan, Tongtian knew that continuing to clash with Hongjun would yield catastrophic consequences, prompting him to signal Jiang to endure for the time being. That in light of such circumstances, the fierce battle between the Wu and Yao clans came to a temporary halt, with both sides retreating to their respective camps, plunging the battlefield into a brief silence. Hongjun, akin to a resplendent star, returned to the enigmatic purple cloud palace, while Tongtian, like a concealed tiger lurking in the shadows, narrowed his eagle-like eyes, meticulously observing Hongjun. Or rather, the Tongtian's mind was as clear as glass. He recognized that with his current strength, he was insufficient to contend with Hongjun. Only through diligent cultivation, akin to a phoenix undergoing rebirth, could he elevate himself and carve out a space in this grand and tumultuous primordial world. Following the three-clan war, the realm lay in disarray, yet the situation gradually shifted towards tranquility. After this upheaval, Tongtian held a clandestine meeting with the 12 ancestor witches. In that mysterious setting, Tongtian's countenance bore a grave demeanor as he conveyed crucial matters regarding the future to the ancestor witches. His words earnest and his gaze filled with profound concern and hope. Upon concluding his briefing, Tongtian hastily returned to Golden Ao Island. He was acutely aware that the significance of this breakthrough to the Hongyuan Golden Immortal Realm was extraordinary, unparalleled by any ordinary elevation of rank. Upon stepping onto Golden Ao Island, he made his way directly to his inner palace within the Bo Palace, preparing to reflect upon the insights gained from this breakthrough. In the inner sanctum, he sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, as images of each moment during his breakthrough flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Each flow of Tao rhythm, each surge of power. Those subtle changes and profound realizations shimmered like brilliant stars in his cognitive universe. Immersed in contemplation, he sought to clarify these insights for better mastery and application of this newfound strength. Yet, the summary of his post-breakthrough insights was not the only matter occupying his thoughts. Recalling his encounter with Hongjun, waves of unease rippled through his heart. The essence of Hongjun seemed laden with boundless profundity and cryptic significance. Tongtian began to reflect on every detail of their meeting, every utterance, in an attempt to unearth deeper mysteries about the workings of the Tao. The primordial purple energy was no ordinary substance. It was the key to attaining the status of a sage, having captured the attention and admiration of countless cultivators since time immemorial. Reminiscing about the captivating novels he had read in his past life that detailed the manipulations of the Tao over the primordial purple energy, he initially harbored a sliver of doubt, dismissing these as mere fabrications of the author. Yet at this moment, an intense curiosity gripped him like an invisible hand, compelling him to delve into the truth behind it all. Thus, he held his breath, concentrating intently as he cautiously extracted the invaluable primordial purple energy from within himself, placing it gently in the palm of his hand, beginning to scrutinize it closely. As he observed, he was taken aback. Just as described in the novels, the cunning Tao had indeed employed some insidious means within this primordial purple energy. Moreover, these methods were exceedingly subtle and enigmatic. Had he not been wholly engrossed in the study of the primordial purple energy at this moment? Given his current cultivation level, it would have been nearly impossible for him to discern its intricacies. He was astonished to realize that anyone refining this primordial purple energy to ascend to the sage's rank seemed to have an invisible chip embedded within their being. Should these sages comply and obey, all would be well. However, should they entertain any thoughts of defiance, the Tao could whimsically alter the operating program, forcefully infusing its will, thereby achieving comprehensive control over the sages. In essence, despite the sages possessing an exalted and revered status, they appeared as fragile puppets in the face of the Tao's vast and insurmountable power. Their lives, fortunes, glory, and shame rested solely at the whim of the Tao. As fickle as a candle flickering in the wind, before them lay two paths, either to submit obediently to the Tao's will, willingly becoming a pawn in its game, or to face the grim fate of being ruthlessly obliterated or subjected to a far more horrifying fate, wherein their independent thoughts would be forcibly replaced, leading to a loss of self and reduction to mere shells of existence. Tongtian could not help but feel a surge of relief. What a close call. Had he initially chosen the path of merging with the three corpses instead of proving the Tao through strength, it would have posed significant troubles. The path of merging with the three corpses necessitated attaining sagehood through the primordial purple energy, thereby becoming a Tao sage, rendering any desire to escape puppetry impossible. What a stroke of fortune! Yet, he was not one to easily resign to fate. That a bold idea took shape in his mind. Could it be possible to reforge the primordial purple energy using the Chaos Cauldron? Eliminating its inherent flaws, resolute in his intentions, Tongtian acted swiftly, embodying his decisive nature. With unwavering focus, he reached into his robe and cautiously retrieved the Chaos Pearl. As soon as the Chaos Pearl emerged, it emanated a powerful and heart-pounding wave, a force that seemed capable of obscuring the very secrets of heaven and earth. With a gentle incantation, the Chaos Pearl radiated a dazzling light, swiftly forming an invisible barrier that completely concealed the atmosphere around them. In an instant, the space transformed into an eerie silence, rendering the outside world utterly oblivious to the events unfolding within. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his right hand, a massive chaos cauldron materialized out of thin air. This cauldron exuded an ancient and profound hue, engraved with countless intricate and arcane runes, each shimmering with a peculiar brilliance, showcasing the extraordinary nature of this treasure. The Chaos Cauldron was the pinnacle among the Chaos spiritual treasures, a supreme existence that radiated a primitive yet formidable aura, evoking a shudder deep within one's soul at merely a glance that he inhaled deeply, his left hand cradling a swirling mass of ethereal purple energy. The immensely precious Hongjun purple qi in the eyes of others. With utmost gentleness, he slowly deposited the Hongjun purple qi into the Chaos Cauldron. The moment the Hongjun purple qi came into contact with the cauldron, an unexpected transformation occurred. The originally calm and serene Hongjun purple qi suddenly seemed to be provoked, writhing wildly as if it possessed its own consciousness and life. It struggled desperately, attempting to break free from the cauldron's confinement, clearly sensing the terrifying crisis looming over it. However, as a chaos spiritual treasure, the refining power contained within the Chaos Cauldron was not to be underestimated. Despite the Hongjun purple qi's frantic attempts to escape for a considerable time, all resistance proved futile in the face of the cauldron's unmatched might. Gradually, the movements of the Hongjun purple qi diminished, until it ultimately relinquished its struggle, settling down obediently within the cauldron, patiently awaiting the moment of complete refinement. Time slipped away unnoticed, the inner sanctum enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere. It was unclear how long had passed when suddenly, a crisp sound shattered the silence. The plume of black gas surged forth, only to vanish almost instantaneously, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. This black gas was the consciousness of the heavenly path concealed within the Hongjun purple qi, now successfully refined by the Chaos Cauldron. Once the black gas dissipated, The Hongming purple qi slowly returned to the hands of the Tongtian patriarch. Upon closer inspection, he noted the absence of the previously concerning anomalous aura. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he directly absorbed the Hongming purple qi into his body, commencing the refinement process. After all, the Hongming purple qi inherently contained immense power, capable of enhancing one's comprehension of the great Tao. Although he already possessed other precious cultivation resources and methods, such as the enlightenment tree and the merits of the great Tao, having an additional source of assistance was undoubtedly advantageous. In the world of Hongyuan, the time required for cultivation was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, defying secular standards of measurement. Time flowed like an ever-rushing river, swiftly passing by, and before long, several years had elapsed. No one could ascertain how many years had truly passed when the Tongtian patriarch finally concluded this long and seemingly endless journey of cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes, gradually awakening from his meditative state. First, he stretched his limbs comfortably, as if to loosen every sinew and bone in his body. Then, a sharp light flickered within the depths of his gaze. Akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, dazzling and brilliant, he murmured softly, "After such a protracted period of secluded cultivation, it seems the time has come to grant Nuwa and the others a formal designation. Moreover, assisting Nuwa in creating humanity to achieve the path of the saints cannot be delayed. Yet, why does the notion of creating humanity carry an inexplicable sense of malevolence? With that, Tongtian swiftly formed a series of seals with his hands. Employing a unique secret technique to transmit his voice, waves of invisible sound crossed mountains and rivers, rapidly conveying his message to the locations of Zhuangmu, Shihe, Changshi, and Nuwa. Within these sound waves lay the words of the Tongtian patriarch. "I have important matters to discuss. Hasten to Jinao Island for a gathering." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of each listener. Nuwa and the other women appeared like flowing light, arriving at Jinao Island in the blink of an eye. Upon landing, they beheld the towering figure of Tongtian, standing resolutely on the island like an immovable mountain. He radiated an extraordinarily powerful aura, reminiscent of the vast and unfathomable cosmic starry sky. The subtle pressure emanating from him caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly, as if unable to bear the weight of his formidable force. Clearly, Tongtian's strength had undergone a staggering breakthrough. Tongtian gazed intently at the approaching figures. As they drew near, he wasted no time and spoke directly. "I have been diligently cultivating and have finally achieved a breakthrough. Now reaching the realm of Hongjun Jinxian, and successfully merging the three corpses into one. Such an accomplishment is indeed a momentous occasion in life. Therefore, I have resolved to announce this matter to the entirety of Hongyuan. I intend to hold a grand celestial wedding with you all in 3,000 years. What are your thoughts on this?" His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing through the skies, infused with boundless joy and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Nuwa and the other women blushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Nuwa's mind raced. She was acutely aware of the great merit she bore, with the opportunity to attain sainthood already presenting itself. Yet the key remained elusive. After a moment of contemplation, she was the first to step forward, saying, "Tongtian, you are aware that our master, Hongjun, once mentioned I have great merits to fulfill for sainthood. I too feel this, but have yet to grasp the crux of it. I wish to attain sainthood before marrying you, for we all share affection for you, Tongtian, and there is no need for concern." Tongtian stood with his hands behind his back, gazing calmly at Nuwa and the other women beside her. He spoke softly. "Regarding your attainment of sainthood, I have already devised meticulous arrangements, not only for you, but also for Zhuangmu, Shihe, and Changshi. I have plans in place for them as well. While I may not be able to assist them in achieving sainthood immediately or in the short term to reach the profound realm of Hongjun Jinxian, elevating their cultivation to the next level is certainly within reach. As for your elder brother, Fushi, I have made corresponding arrangements for him as well. Though the timing is not yet opportune." Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise at his words, and the women beside her displayed expressions of delight, their gazes fixed upon the Tongtian patriarch, as if unable to believe the words they had just heard. Almost simultaneously, they inquired, "Is this true?" Their voices were melodious and urgent, tinged with a hint of eagerness and expectation. Tongtian nodded slightly, his tone resolute. "Of course, would I jest about such significant matters? Everything I needed to convey to you has been laid bare. Do you have anything else to say? The women exchanged glances. Then spoke in unison. We will fully rely on your arrangements. We trust your methods and strategies, as well as your character. As their words fell, their faces radiated trust and reverence for Tongta. Overjoyed, Tongtian could scarcely contain his excitement, proclaiming loudly, "Excellent. If that is the case, I shall now announce this to the entire Hongjun world." After a brief pause, he cleared his throat and continued to shout, "I am Pangu Jingzong. Shangqing Tongtian. Today, I solemnly declare to the Hongjun that in 10,000 years, I will hold a grand celestial wedding with Lady Nuwa, Zhuangmu, Shiha, and Changxi. At that time, all beings within Hongjun, if interested in witnessing this grand wedding, may come to Jinao Island to participate, contributing to the joyous and harmonious atmosphere of my momentous day." In an instant, Tongtian's resounding and authoritative voice, akin to a thunderous bell, reverberated through the skies, swiftly spreading across every corner of the Hongjun realm, whether among the hidden mysterious tribes in lofty mountains or the ancient beings slumbering in deep valleys, whether within the ceaseless rivers and lakes teeming with aquatic creatures or on the earth where wild beasts and birds roamed. All received Tongtian's momentous proclamation with crystal clarity. In that moment, the entire Hongjun world seemed ignited, with fervent discussions erupting in various places. Some beings were astonished, speculating on the profound implications behind Tongtian's actions. Others were filled with anticipation, imagining the magnificent spectacle of the impending luxurious celestial wedding. Meanwhile, far away in the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, Taiji Laozu furrowed his brow, glancing at his brother, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzi, with confusion, asking, "Second brother, what do you think Tongtian is up to? Why has he suddenly decided to wed so many female immortals? It is truly perplexing." Yuanshi, wearing a solemn expression, pondered for a moment before responding. "Elder brother, in my humble opinion, this matter may not be simple. As for whether we shall attend, it requires careful consideration." Laozi gently stroked his long beard and spoke slowly. "Naturally, we must go. However, the specifics of our journey require further deliberation. After I, as your elder brother, attend this wedding, I fear I shall have to depart from Kunlun. Henceforth, the management of Yushu Palace shall be entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi hastily waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, "Elder brother, this is utterly out of the question. What merit or ability do I possess to shoulder such a significant responsibility? Yushu Palace ought to be presided over by you." Laozi smiled gently, offering reassurance. "Dear brother, do not decline. You share a profound bond with this place, and I trust you will manage it with utmost diligence." Meanwhile, far to the west, Zhuan and Jian were troubled by the matter at hand. Zhuan, with a furrowed brow and a face full of concern, inquired, "Brother, must we truly attend Tongtian's wedding?" Jian, equally forlorn, sighed and replied, "Indeed, we must go. This presents an excellent opportunity for us to observe whether there are any fated individuals or matters from the east that might connect with our west. Perhaps this journey will yield unforeseen gains." Zhuan nodded slightly, saying, "Your words hold merit, but our western lands have always been barren and lacking in resources that we must present a suitable gift. Yet I find myself at a loss as to what that should be. It truly vexes me." Jian stroked his long beard, speaking calmly, "Dear brother, do not rush. Let us set this matter aside for now. There remains ample time until that joyous day, and there is no need for haste. When the moment is ripe, we shall deliberate further on another front." At the abode of the 12 ancestors, Dijiang spoke earnestly to his younger siblings. "The wedding of our elder brother is of great significance. We must meticulously prepare a congratulatory gift. Come, let us proceed to the treasury and see if there are suitable offerings." No sooner had he spoken than the 12 ancestors, with formidable presents, marched toward the treasury, ready to select their gifts with care. Concurrently, Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi were engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly deliberating on the upcoming wedding of Tongtian in a different location. Dijun and Tai wore expressions of worry, internally conflicted about whether to attend this grand affair. For a time, throughout the vast expanse of the Hongjun realm, various factions were fervently discussing the joyous occasion of Tongtian's impending wedding. At that moment, Tongtian pulled Nuwa close, his expression grave as he said, "Nuwa, hand over that Hongming purple chi to me." I will assist you in eliminating the hidden machinations of the heavenly Tao within it. Should you fail to do so, it is highly likely that you will become a puppet of the heavenly Tao, losing your self-awareness and free will. Nuwa, upon hearing this, was taken aback, her face paling in astonishment. Such a thing can happen? What shall I do? She had never imagined that within her Hongming purple chi lay such a grave threat. Tongtian nodded, his tone resolute. Absolutely. I have conducted extensive research on it and successfully tested methods to eradicate these dark influences. Now that you have severed 2 of the 3 corpses, only the final one remains. You must act swiftly to eliminate it. Once completed, the unification of the 3 corpses will bring you immense benefits. Furthermore, please hand over the spiritual treasure you have used to sever the corpses, so I may refine it further, enhancing its power. Only then can we better face the potential crises and challenges that may arise in the future. Nuwa smiled gently, responding softly. Very well. With that, she gracefully raised her jade hand, and 3 streams of light flew forth, landing steadily before Tongtian. These 3 luminous entities were the map of mountains and rivers, the red embroidery ball, and the Bao Lian lantern. Each of these treasures was born of the chaos Qinglian, sharing a common origin and possessing a wondrous connection with one another. However, despite their shared lineage, their quality differed. The map of mountains and rivers contained boundless power of mountains and rivers, as if encapsulating the entire world. The red embroidery ball emitted a brilliant crimson light, seemingly capable of stirring the forces of love in the universe. While the Bao Lian lantern shone like a beacon, illuminating everything around it, Tongtian's gaze was piercing as he focused intently on the 3 spiritual treasures before him, a master of artifact refinement. He was naturally not content with their current state. With a swift motion of his sleeve, an array of precious refining materials appeared out of thin air, all of which were cast into the chaos cauldron. Simultaneously, he drew upon his own Taoist merits, infusing them into the treasures undergoing refinement. In an instant, the cauldron blazed with flames, and radiant light shimmered within. Mysterious runes and laws intertwined and coiled within the cauldron, continuously tempering the 3 treasures. Time passed, and eventually, at a certain moment, the chaos cauldron trembled violently, releasing 3 dazzling beams of light that shot skyward. The already extraordinary treasures underwent a tremendous transformation, radiating a brilliance so resplendent that it was blinding. A powerful pressure emanated from the treasures, as if they could subdue all things in existence. Upon closer examination, one could see that the 3 treasures had completely transcended their former states, evolving into innate supreme treasures. Moreover, the dark influences that had previously clung to the Hongming purple chi were thoroughly purged during the refinement process. Seeing this, Nuwa's heart soared with joy. She promptly gathered the 3 innate treasures into her possession and eagerly turned to leave. Preparing to utilize these artifacts to accomplish her goal of severing her corpses, time flowed swiftly, and a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Nuwa dedicated herself to her cultivation. And with the aid of the powerful treasures refined by Tongtian, she successfully severed her own corpse. With that, all 3 corpses were eliminated, and her cultivation reached an elevated level, with only a single opportunity remaining for her to break through to unification and attain an even higher realm. At a certain moment in the Hongjun world, Nuwa concluded her seclusion and slowly emerged. At that moment, Tongtian approached her with a smile, saying, "Nuwa, you have not ventured into Hongjun for some time, and this world has undergone significant changes. Come, let me show you the vast expanse of the Hongjun realm. Perhaps it will aid you in your quest for enlightenment and sanctification." Nuwa nodded slightly, not opposing the idea, her heart filled with curiosity about the changes in the Hongjun realm. Thus, hand in hand, the 2 floated like delicate clouds through the various corners of Hongjun. They paused atop majestic mountain peaks. Marveling at the breathtaking vistas, they strolled along the roaring rivers, feeling the tremendous power of the flowing waters. Along the way, Tongtian enthusiastically explained the transformations of Hongjun and the myriad wonders he had encountered. As time flowed on, one day they arrived at a spot along the eastern sea. Here, the sea breeze caressed them, and the waves crashed against the rocky shore, producing a melodious sound. The 2 paused, and Tongtian turned to Nuwa, inquiring, "Nuwa, as you have journeyed thus far, what reflections do you have?" Nuwa furrowed her brow slightly. Gazing out at the vast ocean, she softly replied, "I feel as though this Hongjun world is missing something. Yet I cannot quite put my finger on it. Tongtian pondered for a moment before responding. Not only you and I, but even the Jiaozhu and other races. Why have we all transformed into these innate beings? What benefits lie within this transformation? Hearing Tongtian's words, Nuwa fell into deep thought, her eyes shimmering with contemplation as she murmured, innate beings, innate. At that moment, Tongtian, as if performing a magic trick, quietly produced a piece of mysterious soil radiating a brilliant golden light from his bosom. As soon as this soil emerged, the air around them quivered slightly, infused with the essence of the laws of creation. This was none other than the famed Tongtian Jiaozhu. Next, Tongtian displayed yet another astounding ability. With a gentle wave of his hands, several drops of sparkling liquid, as clear as gemstones, materialized in the air. These droplets shimmered with a peculiar light, warm and gentle, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality, without a doubt. This was the equally renowned Sanguang divine water. Moreover, Tongtian produced a seemingly ordinary whip, which upon closer inspection revealed an extraordinary aura. Though unadorned, its unique material seemed to resonate with the very fabric of nature. As Nuwa beheld these rare treasures presented by Tongtian, a flash of inspiration struck her. As if she had grasped something of great significance, she slowly approached, extending her hands to gently cradle the precious Tongtian Jiaozhu. Feeling its immense life force, then, she carefully received a few drops of Sanguang divine water, merging them with the Tongtian Jiaozhu. At the moment of their union, an explosion of brilliant light erupted, illuminating the entire space as if it were midday. As the radiant light gradually faded, Nuwa discovered that the once solid and unyielding Tongtian Jiaozhu had transformed into a pliable and remarkably malleable substance. Without further hesitation, she immersed herself wholeheartedly in the creation of clay figures. With deft precision, she shaped lifelike male figures, each resembling the ethereal essence of Tongtian. These male figures stood tall and proud, their handsome features exuding an aura of masculine vigor, every contour perfectly accentuating their robust forms. Subsequently, using her own visage as a template, Nuwa meticulously crafted a group of graceful and delicate female figures. These female figures moved with an enchanting elegance, their exquisite faces radiating beauty, every gesture embodying the gentle grace of femininity. In her quest to ensure that each clay figure was unique, Nuwa painstakingly sculpted their facial features, hairstyles, and even their expressions with meticulous care. It was as if she poured her entire heart and soul into these creations, yearning to bestow upon them true life and spirit. As time slipped away, Nuwa remained enraptured in her creative realm, oblivious to the distractions of the outside world. Unbeknownst to her, she had successfully fashioned a total of 3,600 clay figures. Without hesitation, Nuwa extended her hand, firmly grasping the mysterious and powerful whip, which seemed to harbor boundless strength and creativity, awaiting her call. Gently, she dipped the whip's tip into the meticulously prepared clay, allowing it to be enveloped by the earth. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her strength and swung her arm with vigor. In an instant, a dazzling arc of extraordinary light sliced through the air, and a lifelike figure was formed in the blink of an eye. Nuwa did not pause in her movements. She resembled a masterful dancer, her whip swirling gracefully. Each swing was imbued with unwavering determination and infinite power, as she tirelessly continued the creative process. With each flourish of her whip, the clay figures emerged from the earth like bamboo shoots in spring, each one distinct, some imposing and robust, others petite and delicate. Some wore smiles while others bore solemn expressions. Every figure that materialized was a testament to Nuwa's dedication, embodying her love and anticipation for life. As moments turned into minutes, beads of perspiration began to dot Nuwa's forehead, yet her gaze remained focused and fervent. After countless vigorous swings of the whip, an astonishing total of 129,900 clay figures stood in perfect alignment upon the ground. Nuwa gradually lowered the whip, her gentle gaze sweeping across this ocean of life she had created with her own hands. Observing the clay figures, her heart brimmed with joy and contentment. However, in that moment, Nuwa keenly sensed an anomaly. Though the figures emanated a faint aura of vitality, their eyes appeared hollow and devoid of spirit, as if lacking that essential essence of life. Nuwa furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. A moment later, as though making a momentous decision, she resolutely raised her right hand, and gently pricked her left index finger with her nail. A single drop of crimson blood trickled from the wound, glistening like a radiant ruby, shimmering with brilliance. Carefully, Nuwa brought her fingertip close to the clay figures, preparing to imbue them with her precious blood, to grant them genuine life and spirit. Just as she was about to do so, Tongtian appeared before her with an urgent expression, his form flickering as if a specter that he extended his right hand. Hastily halting Nuwa's impending action, from within his robes, he carefully retrieved a translucent jade vial, which contained a vibrant crimson liquid, radiating a fiery brilliance akin to burning flames. Tongtian presented the jade vial to Nuwa. Speaking gently, "This is the blood I have prepared in advance. The power contained within my blood is far too potent and volatile for these yet-to-be-formed figures to endure. Therefore, it must be blended with your blood to bestow upon them life." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her delicate form trembling gently. In an instant, she comprehended his intent and nodded in understanding, a glimmer of realization illuminating her gaze. With graceful hands, she accepted the jade vial from Tongtian. As she uncapped the vial, an overwhelming scent of blood engulfed the air. Nuwa tilted the vial, allowing droplets of the vibrant blood to fall into the vessel she had prepared. As Tongtian's blood merged with her own, the once clear vessel transformed into a vivid, striking red. Once the two bloods completely fused, Nuwa held the vessel aloft and gracefully approached the lifelike clay figures. With a gentle whisper, she uttered, "May you gain life and become beings of this world." With that, she waved her arm, gently sprinkling the mixed blood over the clay figures. In an instant, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. A brilliant golden light erupted from every figure, blindingly radiant, as if the sun itself had descended upon the earth, illuminating everything around them with the brightness of day. Especially the 3,600 figures that Nuwa had so carefully crafted, their emitted light was dazzlingly resplendent, as if striving to pierce the barriers of time and space. Beneath this blinding golden radiance, the clay figures began to tremble subtly at first, but soon the tremors intensified. Gradually, various lively expressions emerged on their faces: joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation. Their limbs began to move freely, some stretching in languor, others playfully frolicking, while some curiously surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings. These clay figures, now infused with unprecedented vitality and spirit, exhibited a dynamic essence, as if they had acquired independent souls and thoughts, and no longer mere creations of earth. They had truly become living entities. The previously lifeless, inert clay figures underwent a miraculous transformation. Their bodies gradually became supple and elastic, the once coarse surfaces evolving into smooth and delicate forms that as time passed. These figures not only possessed flesh and blood but also varied in appearance, each unique in its own right. Some were tall and robust, with well-defined muscles, reminiscent of valiant warriors. Others were graceful and enchanting, evoking the image of gentle and lovely maidens. Each figure bore distinct physical characteristics. Amidst this astonishing metamorphosis, an even more incredible phenomenon occurred. The clay figures began to develop self-awareness. They blinked their eyes, curiously surveying the world around them, their gazes filled with innocence and reverence. Soon after, these newly animated figures, as if guided by an unseen force, respectfully bowed in unison toward Nuwa and Tongtian. Then, they chorused in unison, "We humbly greet the Holy Father and Holy Mother. Please, Holy Father and Holy Mother, bestow upon us a name for our kin." Their voices resonated powerfully and solemnly, echoing throughout the realm, lingering in the air. Nuwa's enchanting eyes glimmered like deep waters as she gently parted her cherry-red lips, softly declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall be known as the human race." As her words faded, Nuwa slightly raised her gaze to the heavens. Her voice, clear and melodious yet unwavering, reverberated through the atmosphere. The great Tao and the heavenly Tao bear witness. Today, I, Nuwa, have created a new race and named them humans. From this moment on, they shall be known as the human race. May the great Tao and heavenly Tao testify to this. In that very instant, a deafening roar erupted, as if the entire cosmos was resonating with a grand symphony. The great Tao responded first, and from the boundless void, countless radiant lights descended, shimmering like stars. These lights intertwined and coalesced, gradually forming a vast expanse of Tao merit, enveloping the newly birthed human race as if cloaking them in a sacred and solemn garb. 70% of this merit flowed towards Nuwa like a golden stream, surrounding her in a luminous embrace, as if she were bathed in divine light. That a portion of merit gently descended upon Tongtian, a reward for his guidance, while another portion illuminated the whip Nuwa used to create the humans, transforming it into a mystical and majestic tool of creation. Lastly, a portion of merit fell upon the newly born human race, adorning them with a sacred radiance. The heavenly Tao, not to be outdone, soon showered its own merit. Likewise, 70% of this merit, akin to the gentle glow of fine jade, descended upon Nuwa, who gracefully collected it with a wave of her hand. A portion of merit directed towards Tongtian was received and secured by him, while another portion nourished the nascent human race, enriching this new kin. That a remarkable success descended upon the creation whip, imparting an even greater hue of virtue to this already extraordinary instrument. The intricate patterns upon it seemed to harbor boundless mysteries. Upon graciously accepting the merits of the Tao, Nuwa was immediately enveloped in a resplendent golden radiance. The profundity of her cultivation, which was already unfathomable and elusive, now ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, undergoing astonishing transformations. With her eyes tightly closed and hands forming intricate seals, she chanted incantations. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the crown of her head, piercing the heavens. In that instant, her long-concealed 3 corpses emerged without reservation. Each manifestation radiated a formidable aura, as if they existed independently yet were intricately connected. As time passed, the once divided 3 corpses began to draw closer under the influence of a mysterious force. The distance between them diminished until, in a burst of blinding light, they fused into one. At that very moment, the primordial purple energy within Nuwa surged forth from her Dantian, intertwining tightly with the just consolidated 3 corpses. The moment of their union unleashed an indescribable torrent of terrifying energy. Nuwa's body quivered slightly, and her momentum surged like a volcanic eruption. This force expanded outward, akin to a roaring tide, shaking the void and altering the very skies. In the blink of an eye, Nuwa's cultivation shattered the formidable barriers of the sage realm, propelling her into the 3rd heaven of the sage domain. More significantly, her achievement was not that of an ordinary sage, but that of a revered Tao sage, standing above all others. When Nuwa successfully attained her sage status, the entire primordial land trembled in overwhelming and boundless sanctity swept across the land like a tumultuous wave. The iridescent radiance of the sage shone like a brilliant sun, illuminating every corner of the universe. The human race was the first to express their congratulations. Long live the Holy Mother Nuwa! The myriad beings of the primordial world felt this unparalleled sanctity and were struck with fear. Except for the powerful Tongtian, who could barely maintain his composure, all other beings, regardless of strength, were unable to withstand the immense pressure. They involuntarily knelt upon the ground, trembling with awe. Simultaneously, they collectively raised their voices in unison. Congratulations to the Holy Mother Nuwa. May her blessings be profound and her longevity boundless. The resounding cheers echoed through the skies, reverberating across the vast primordial expanse. However, amidst this chorus of accolades, the expressions of Taiching Laozi and Yuqing Yuanshi darkened significantly, as if shrouded by heavy clouds, especially Yuanshi, who was contorted by his seething resentment. With his piercing eyes flickering with an inferno of rage, seemingly on the verge of eruption. Finally, unable to contain his fury any longer, Yuanshi gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Such disrespect for our elders! How dare Nuwa achieve the status of sage before us? The heavenly Tao is utterly unjust." His voice thundered like a storm, resonating painfully in the ears of those nearby. Before his words faded, an overwhelmingly potent and terrifying pressure erupted from Yuanshi, sweeping outward like surging tidal waves. Everyone present felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, their faces turning pale with fear. Some of the weaker beings even collapsed to their knees. Yet, at that moment, Yuanshi remained oblivious to the enormity of his transgression. It is known that disparaging a sage is a grave offense, and how could the heavenly Tao remain indifferent? Just as his rage reached its peak, a purple lightning bolt cleaved through the sky, striking directly at Yuanshi. This lightning contained the boundless might of the heavens, potent enough to annihilate the world. Upon witnessing this, Yuanshi's heart jolted, and he was abruptly roused from his fury. He understood that this was the punitive force of the heavenly Tao, and if he did not respond promptly, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he dared not delay, urgently proclaiming, "Congratulations to the Holy Mother Nuwa on her ascension to sagehood. May her longevity be boundless." As these words escaped his lips, the oppressive aura emanating from him gradually diminished. Simultaneously, the approaching purple lightning seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, slowly dissipating into the void. Nuwa gazed at Tongtian and said, "Senior brother, now that I have achieved sagehood, how shall we deal with the human race?" Tongtian's eyes, already profoundly deep, became even more inscrutable, his expression grave as he slowly replied, "Rest assured, junior sister, I shall handle the affairs of the human race. Please wait a moment." As his words fell, a torrent of magical power surged within him, akin to a roaring river, beginning to operate with fervent intensity. Soon after, a slender yet immensely resilient transmission of sound, like a fine thread, pierced through the boundless void, racing towards Golden Turtle Island. This transmission traveled at astonishing speed, reaching Zhuangmu, Shiha, and Changshi in the blink of an eye. Upon receiving the message, the three did not dare to hesitate, swiftly employing their divine abilities to transform into streaks of light, hastening towards Tongtian's location. Meanwhile, Tongtian unleashed a formidable force, proclaiming to the entirety of the primordial world, "For millennia, the human race has been under the protection of my Golden Turtle Island. During this time, no existence shall harm the human race in any form. Should anyone violate this decree, Golden Turtle Island shall pursue them relentlessly until their demise." His voice reverberated like a thunderous bell, resonating throughout the heavens and echoing within the primordial realm unceasingly. Countless beings, upon hearing this proclamation, felt their hearts tremble with fear. Before long, Zhuangmu, Shiha, and Changshi arrived before Tongtian in succession. Tongtian regarded his three capable subordinates with a stern expression, earnestly detailing the various matters concerning the protection of the human race. As time flowed on, Zhuangmu sought the dawn of civilization among the humans. One day, she observed an individual wielding a sharp object, vigorously swinging it at trees that a flash of lightning struck the tree, igniting it in flames. The human, captivated by the sudden fire, felt the warmth it emitted and, inspired by a spark of insight, realized that if fire could be harnessed for warmth, the human race would no longer fear the cold. However, as natural fire is difficult to control, he attempted countless times and finally invented the method of friction fire. From that moment on, humanity escaped the state of raw consumption, as the flickering flames provided cooked food, significantly improving their living conditions and enhancing their survival capabilities. The utilization of fire held profound significance for the advancement of human civilization. It not only provided warmth, allowing humans to cease shivering in the cold nights, but also facilitated the cooking of food, enhancing its flavor and digestibility, while also warding off wild beasts, rendering human habitats safer. The heavenly Tao took note and bestowed merits. 7 parts of merit fell like sweet rain upon Swearin, propelling his cultivation to soar like a rocket, halting only at the mid-stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. 2 parts of merit descended upon Zhuangmu, who felt a powerful energy surging within her, leading to a breakthrough that allowed her to sever her second corpse, elevating her strength to the late stage of quasi-saint. 1 part of merit graced the first firebrand, which instantly radiated with brilliant light, transforming into the fire of merit, imbued with mysterious power, becoming a weapon for Swearin to safeguard humanity. Concurrently, Shiha also sought the spark of wisdom among the humans. She found an individual whom she named Yu Chao, drawing from her observations of the world, particularly the intricate structures of bird nests. Shiha imparted knowledge to Yu Chao. Gifted with extraordinary intelligence, Yu Chao began teaching people to construct houses and trees. They utilized branches, vines, and other materials to erect sturdy dwellings. These houses became safe fortresses, effectively shielding humanity from wild beasts and natural disasters, providing a relatively secure living environment. From that point onward, humans no longer lived in constant fear, with their survival significantly bolstered, greatly enhancing the chances of human existence and fostering societal development and stability. The heavenly Tao bestowed further merits, with 7 parts flowing towards Yu Chao like a vast river. elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Two parts of merit belonged to Xia, who felt the surge of magical power within her, successfully severing the corpse and advancing to the late stage of quasi-saint, thus enhancing her strength. One part of merit fell upon the first house, which instantly emitted an extraordinary glow, transforming into a versatile treasure of merit, utilized by Yu Chao to protect the tranquility of humanity. Changxi similarly toiled diligently among the humans, discovering a spiritually gifted woman. Changxi gazed upon the world surrounding her, intertwining the understanding of why beasts remain unperturbed by the cold in winter with the enigmatic revelations she shared with the woman before her. This woman, possessing remarkable intellect, experienced a moment of inspiration, discovering that materials such as animal hides could be fashioned into garments. Through relentless experimentation, she invented a method for creating clothing. Henceforth, humanity bid farewell to the era of nudity. The advent of clothing not only shielded humanity from the chill, but also served to provide modesty, awakening a sense of civilization within them. Moreover, garments adorned with vibrant feathers and shells assumed a decorative function, showcasing the unique aesthetic of humankind. The heavenly Tao bestowed upon her a great merit, with 70% of it radiating like brilliant stars upon Z, propelling her cultivation to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The remaining 30% of the merit was granted to Changxi, who felt her magical power surge like a tidal wave, simultaneously achieving a significant victory over malevolent corpses and reaching the late stage of quasi-saint cultivation. Thus, the three ancestors of humanity emerged, akin to three resplendent stars illuminating the path ahead for humankind, ushering them into a new era brimming with hope. Under the guidance of the three ancestors, humanity flourished increasingly. Meanwhile, the long-anticipated wedding of Tongtian and Nuwa, alongside Zhuangmu and Shiha, had also arrived. Golden Ao Island was adorned with lights and festooned beautifully. Bustling with excitement, Tongtian's 8 esteemed disciples and the 6 accompanying immortals were busily preparing for this grand ceremony. At the entrance, 2 young acolytes, enlightened by the beings of Golden Ao Island, were welcoming guests and reporting the gifts. The 12 ancestors of the Wu tribe arrived in unison, with several burly figures from the Wu clan carrying 2 large baskets filled with innate spiritual treasures and roots. The 2 acolytes hurried forward to greet them. The 12 ancestors of the Wu are here, presenting 1 basket each of innate spiritual treasures and roots. Esteemed elders, please enter. The 12 ancestors of the Wu laughed boisterously and strode into Golden Ao Island. Taking their seats in the hall, shortly thereafter, Taiji Laozu and Yuqing Yuanshi also arrived. The acolytes announced, Taiji Laozu and Yuqing Yuanshi have arrived, presenting 1 innate spiritual treasure each. Please take your seats. Upon entering the hall, Laozu and Yuanshi remained silent upon seeing the 12 ancestors, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Soon after, the acolytes announced from outside, Xinyuan Zai and Hongjun have arrived, presenting 100 ginseng fruits and 1 innate spiritual treasure. Please come in. Hongjun and Xinyuan Zai entered the hall, greeting Laozu, Yuanshi, and the 12 ancestors before taking their seats. Next, the Western figures, Jane and Junti, arrived, presenting 2 Bodhi seeds and 1 postnatal spiritual treasure. Please, take your seats. The tone of the acolytes carried a hint of disdain. The 2 Western leaders entered the hall and greeted those already present. Upon seeing the spiritual fruits on the table, Junti unceremoniously took a portion for herself, then packed the remainder, leaving the others in stunned silence. Subsequently, the Demon Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai arrived, presenting 1 innate spiritual treasure each. Please take your seats. 1 by 1. Powerful beings and wandering guests from the primordial realm came to offer their congratulations. As the guests flooded in like a tide, nearly all had arrived when Fushi took the stage, fulfilling the dual roles of both brother-in-law and master of ceremonies, shining like a brilliant star among the crowd. Fushi's voice resonated like a thunderclap. Please, the newlyweds, take your positions. Tongtian, holding a red embroidered ball, akin to a thread of fate, led Nuwa, Zhuangmu, Shiha, and Changxi out slowly. Fushi solemnly declared, the couple bows to heaven and earth. Bows to family and friends, and the husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. It seemed as though the Tao was moved by this wedding, showering blessings like a gentle rain of merit. After all, with 2 Taoist saints in attendance, the merit fell like golden sunlight upon the gathered. The heavenly Tao responded, recognizing this as the first marriage in the world, a sacred union. Thus, it bestowed a dazzling merit upon them. Akin to a myriad of stars, for Tongtian, although the merit was but a drop in the ocean, he accepted it with composure, pondering the accumulation of small gains for future use. After receiving the merit from the heavenly Tao, Niuwa's cultivation ascended like bamboo shoots in spring, making gradual progress. For the other three women, the effect of this merit was like a sudden enlightenment, propelling their cultivation to the pinnacle of the late quasi-saint stage in an instant. They could have easily broken through and vanquished the three corpses, but recalling Tongtian's admonition, they refrained from haste, knowing that while merit was valuable, one should not be gluttonous. Even Fushi, the master of ceremonies, benefited from this, breaking through and eliminating his malevolent corpse, reaching the late quasi-saint stage. This left the assembled crowd envious, akin to ants on a hot pan, and jealous, resembling overturned jars of vinegar, yearning for such fortune themselves. After the merit fell like gentle rain, an acolyte's voice rang out, clear and melodious. The three ancestors of humanity have come to congratulate, offering livestock, fruits, and vegetables. Upon hearing this, Tongtian and Niuwa hurried to the entrance like the wind. Before them, several humans struggled to carry large baskets, reminiscent of snails bearing burdens, having endured great hardships to reach the vast eastern sea. Upon seeing Tongtian and Niuwa, the three ancestors and the others promptly bowed deeply. Chanting, "Long live the Holy Father and Holy Mother," Tongtian and Niuwa responded gently, as soothing as a spring breeze. "Rise, please enter and take your seats." The humans entered the island with hearts pounding anxiously, as if startled deer. Some powerful beings present, noticing the ragged and lowly cultivators among the humans, erupted in caustic laughter, mocking. How can such lowly ants with such feeble cultivation come here to congratulate the saints? Hearing this, the humans bowed their heads even lower, their hearts gnawed by 1,000 ants, filled with trepidation. Observing this, Tongtian's expression darkened like the clouds before a storm. He unleashed a formidable pressure, akin to a mountain crushing an egg. Directed at those who mocked, he sternly warned, "If you dare to ridicule humanity again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Humanity has persevered through their indomitable spirit to reach this point. Their tenacity shines like stars in the night sky. With such cultivation, they brave the vast ocean like a fragile boat, finding golden Ao Island and coming here to bless my wedding. When you were at their level of cultivation, you were likely cowering in some corner like turtles. In my eyes, you are more insignificant than ants. Humanity, through their unyielding spirit, will undoubtedly rise to greatness, soaring to the heavens." Upon hearing Tongtian's words, the hearts of the humans ignited like a blazing fire. Suddenly standing tall, gazing forward, resolute as sturdy pines, silently vowing to remember Tongtian's words and to strive diligently, not to disappoint the Holy Father's earnest expectations, Tongtian and Niuwa's much-anticipated heavenly wedding concluded splendidly. The mighty beings returned contentedly to their own realms to focus on their cultivation. Emperor Jun sat atop the resplendent throne of the heavenly court, his gaze revealing a mix of envy and jealousy as he observed Tongtian and the others reaping abundant merit from the heavenly wedding. His heart unable to contain his desire, he furrowed his brow and addressed the numerous celestial beings below. "As the ruler of this dominion, it is unacceptable that I remain without an empress by my side. Do any of you have suitable maidens to recommend who would match my esteemed status?" No sooner had he spoken than Bei stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, there is none more distinguished than Qin Yuan, a demon saint of exceptional beauty and profound cultivation, whose status is quite compatible with yours. Perhaps you might choose an auspicious date to prepare the wedding and achieve this splendid union." Emperor Jun stroked his chin, pondering momentarily before nodding slightly. "Agreed. Everyone, return swiftly and prepare diligently." "Yes, Your Majesty," they replied in unison. Thus, time flowed swiftly, and 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The day of Emperor Jun's wedding finally arrived, celebrated with grand and extravagant ceremonies as he wed Qin Yuan, sending out invitations far and wide to invite various celestial beings to join in the festivities. Emperor Jun hoped to gain merit from this grand event, much like Tongtian, thereby enhancing his own strength and the prestige of the heavenly court. However, unexpectedly, as 3,000 years flew by and the heavenly wedding commenced, Despite the multitude of powerful beings arriving with lavish gifts, the heavenly Tao remained unresponsive, as if indifferent to the ceremony. Emperor Jun, infuriated by this, could only sigh helplessly, swallowing his disappointment and resentment alone. Another 3,000 years passed, during which Tongtian devoted himself to quiet cultivation, awaiting unforeseen opportunities. One day, a crisp and urgent voice echoed in his ears. Ding! The task selection has officially begun. Option 1. Establish the in advance. And you will receive the coordinates of the Kongtong seal, along with a grant of 100,000 merit. The Kongtong seal is the supreme treasure of humanity, possessing the power to suppress their fate and determine the rise and fall of the human emperor, playing a decisive role in your future plans. Option 2. After Laozu and Yuanshi establish their teachings, you may then establish yours, rewarded with a good person card and 100,000 merit. Option 3. Given that you have already achieved sainthood and decided against establishing a teaching, you will be rewarded with 100,000 merit from the heavenly Tao. Host, please make your wise choice promptly. The rewards will be automatically distributed upon your selection. In the depths of his heart, Tongtian pondered. Should I choose the first option? The significance of the Kongtong seal is indeed monumental, its latent power and influence beyond measure. As for the second choice, what exactly is this good person card? It is baffling, leaving one utterly perplexed. And regarding the third option, the heavenly way's merits seem to be nothing more than a worthless trinket. After a moment's contemplation, Tongtian resolutely declared, System, I choose 1. Ding. The host has made a choice, and the reward has been automatically dispensed. Upon receiving the coordinates of the Kongtong seal, Tongtian did not hesitate for a moment and immediately set off in search of it. After overcoming numerous obstacles, he finally succeeded in locating the Kongtong sealed at this juncture. He firmly held the fate of the human race and the human emperor in his grasp. Tongtian had made up his mind to commence the establishment of a new sect. Standing solemnly on the majestic Jiaozhu Island, his expression earnest and his gaze resolute, he proclaimed aloud to the vast and boundless Great Tao. The Great Tao is above. Today I, Tongtian, establish a sect on this Jiaozhu Island. Name Jiaozhu. The essence of this sect is to seize a glimmer of hope for the myriad beings. Jiaozhu adheres to the principle of inclusivity. Any fated individual, as long as they do not violate the rules of the sect, may join and cultivate the sect leader. I, Tongtian, now utilize the 24-grade primal chaos azure lotus, the mystical yellow linglong pagoda, and the primordial measuring ruler to suppress the fortunes of Jiaozhu. The establishment of this sect is marked by the use of 1 innate supreme treasure and 2 treasures of merit to anchor its fortunes. A display of opulence to the utmost degree. This sentiment resonated among the beings of the Primordial Era, who deemed such actions astonishingly extravagant. However, these beings were unaware that Tongtian, in secret, had also subtly mobilized the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Cauldron to further suppress the fortunes of Jiaozhu. The level of audacity displayed was simply jaw-dropping, beyond imagination. The 4 swords of the immortal executioner and the formation map, while formidable implements of slaughter, were unsuitable for the task of fortune suppression due to their unique properties. Otherwise, given Tongtian's resolute nature, he would undoubtedly have employed them without hesitation in the original trajectory. Jiaozhu lacked suitable means for fortune suppression. Although there were covert schemes from the 3 teachings, it remains undeniable that possessing items to suppress fortunes is indeed a fundamental element for a sect to achieve enduring legacy and prosperity. As Tongtian's resonant voice echoed, thunder rumbled in the sky, reverberating throughout the cosmos, as if the very heavens were shaking in response. The Great Tao, in its supreme majesty, acknowledged Tongtian's vow to establish a sect. And an endless cascade of auspicious colors and radiant light poured forth, the immense merit of the Great Tao cascading down like a brilliant river of stars, serving as commendation and reward for Tongtian. Under the infusion of this vast merit, Tongtian's strength experienced a transformative elevation, akin to a phoenix undergoing rebirth, ushering in a qualitative leap. His cultivation soared to the realm of the 6th layer of Hongjun Daojingxian, while his sage status ascended to the astonishing height of the 8th layer. Tongtian's extraordinary actions inevitably caused a stir across all realms, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Gazes converged upon him, some filled with awe, others with admiration. Yet, more often than not, there lingered an unmistakable sense of envy and jealousy. Tongtian's boundless sage pressure surged forth like a tumultuous tide, sweeping across all directions, causing all things to tremble in its wake. In every corner enveloped by this overwhelming force, sincere voices of congratulations rose and fell, intertwining into a scene of extraordinary fervor. This moment, Laozi, having just attended the grand wedding of Tongtian, did not linger in Kunlun Mountain, but eagerly embarked on his journey to seek his own Taoist sanctuary. Perhaps it was an inexplicable affinity with Shouyang Mountain, or perhaps the profound and inscrutable heavenly Tao guiding him from the shadows that in any case, he unexpectedly found this ideal location with remarkable speed. On this day, Laozi wandered leisurely through the domain of the human race. Suddenly, the thunderous voice of Tongtian proclaiming the establishment of his sect reverberated in his ears like a cataclysm. Simultaneously, the overwhelming sage pressure from Tongtian surged forth like an unstoppable tide, catching Laozi off guard, and he was instantly brought to his knees, utterly disheveled. Fortunately, this pressure dissipated swiftly. However, in that fleeting moment as the pressure receded, Laozi's heart jolted, as if a flash of insight pierced through the chaos of his mind, allowing him to grasp a crucial key. If he were to attain the status of a sage, he too must emulate Tongtian in establishing a sect. With this newfound clarity, as Laozi reevaluated the human race, an unprecedented sense of kinship filled his gaze. Deep within his heart, he firmly believed that the human race was the foundation upon which he would achieve great success in the future. Subsequently, he fell into profound contemplation, entirely absorbed in devising a cultivation method in his vision. As long as he could successfully create a unique method and impart it to the human race, then the establishment of a sect and the attainment of sagehood would be just around the corner. Time flowed silently, each passing second slipping by unnoticed. Finally, after a prolonged period of deep reflection, Laozi successfully discovered a method, naming it the Golden Elixir Path, though this method was touted as a great path. In reality, it served merely as a means to deceive the human race. This method bore significant limitations, allowing humans to cultivate only to the Golden Elixir realm, greatly diminishing their innate advantages. Thus, Laozi, draped in flowing robes, descended gracefully like an immortal, taking his seat in a tranquil spot. This extraordinary scene instantly captivated a handful of nearby humans, initially just a few. However, as time passed, curiosity and inquisitive gazes multiplied, drawing more and more humans like a rising tide toward this location. Observing the increasing number of humans before him, Laozi's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. I have observed that the human race lacks exquisite cultivation methods. Today, I shall bestow upon you a method. Named the Golden Elixir Path, you must listen attentively. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. With that, Laozi began his discourse methodically, his voice steady and powerful, imbued with endless profundity. However, just as Laozi reached the midpoint of his teaching, a resonant and authoritative voice echoed from afar. Heavenly Tao is above. I, Yuan Shi, today shall establish a sect, named Chuan. The essence of this sect is to elucidate the heavenly Tao and align with its will. Anyone with affinity may come forth. I am Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Using the Pangu banner to suppress the fortunes, the Chuan sect is established. As soon as the words left his mouth, thunder roared across the heavens, reverberating with a resounding crash, as the heavenly Tao responded with overwhelming force. An endless surge of merit descended from the heavens, merging with the primordial merits contained within Yuan Shi's own being. In an instant, Yuan Shi's momentum soared like a rainbow piercing the sun. Combined with the primordial purple energy, the terrifying pressure of the second layer of sagehood descended upon the world, eliciting a renewed chorus of congratulations from all corners of the Primordial Era. Those present, including Laozi, found themselves once again destabilized under this overwhelming pressure. Especially Laozi, whose discourse had been abruptly interrupted, now felt an uncontrollable surge of fury rising within him, exclaiming in a fit of rage, Yuan Shi, you are quite something. From this point on, an unquenchable animosity towards Yuan Shi Tianzuan took root in Laozi's heart. As the pressure gradually subsided, Laozi suppressed his ire and continued his teachings, albeit with a noticeably quicker pace. Clearly affected by his emotions, before long, he completed the method he intended to impart. Next, with a solemn expression, Laozi proclaimed loudly, the heavenly Tao is above. Today I, Laozi, shall establish a sect named Rinjiao, aimed at teaching the human race through my capabilities, enabling them to comprehend the great Tao. I am Taishang Laozi, and I now utilize the Taiji diagram to suppress the fortunes. The Rinjiao is established. His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing through the cosmos. The heavenly Tao, upon hearing this, immediately responded, as radiant beams of merit cascaded down from the heavens, merging with the primordial merits within Laozi. In an instant, Laozi radiated with brilliant light, his aura surging, officially attaining the status of a sage, and possessing the profound cultivation of the second layer of sagehood. Henceforth, the three pure ones were recognized as having attained sagehood in the eyes of the world. After achieving sagehood, Taishang Laozi devoted himself to imparting teachings among the human race. He traveled widely, eventually encountering a man named Xuandu among the humans, who displayed a sincere heart towards the Tao and unwavering determination. Thus he accepted him as his sole disciple. One day, the sky suddenly darkened as two powerful auras descended from above. It was none other than Tongtian and Yuhua, who descended directly before Taishang Laozi. Tongtian wore an expression of fury, his eyes wide open. Fixing his gaze upon Taishang Laozi, he demanded, "Laozi, are you not aware that the human race was created jointly by me and Yuhua? How dare you establish teachings and impart knowledge here without our consent? Do you realize this is a grave offense?" Taishang Laozi's face was as cold as ice, devoid of fear, as he retorted, "Tongtian, what do you intend to do? We are both sages. Do you think I would fear you?" Upon hearing this, Tongtian threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter resounding like thunder, as if the very heavens trembled in response. With a mocking tone, he scoffed, "Oh, Laozi, do you truly believe that by achieving the status of a sage, you can act without restraint, invincible in the world? How utterly laughable, standing tall with an air of dignity." Laozi raised his head, his chest held high, a resolute expression gracing his face as he retorted, "And what of it? Even if you, Tongtian, possess supreme powers and illustrious fame, to expect me to relinquish my steadfast belief in propagating the teachings of humanity is sheer folly." As Laozi's words echoed, an unparalleled aura erupted around him, surging forth like a mighty tidal wave, radiating outward. The Tongtian master, however, would not allow Laozi's audaciousness to go unchecked. With a cold snort, he summoned his inner power, unleashing a blinding brilliance that clashed fiercely with the aura emanating from Laozi. "Very well, since you speak so defiantly, let me show you what it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people." With these words, Tongtian maintained an unruffled demeanor, seemingly casual, yet concealing profound intent, as he unleashed a seemingly unremarkable punch. Initially, Laozi regarded this ordinary strike with disdain, believing it would be easily countered. However, as the fist drew nearer, its overwhelming force became increasingly daunting, akin to a surging tsunami. With a resounding bang, the punch, imbued with unfathomable power, struck Laozi squarely. Despite hastily raising his arms in defense, they transformed into a crimson mist, dissipating into the void in an instant. Following this, another deafening bang reverberated as the residual force of the punch crashed into Laozi's chest, creating a gaping wound from which blood flowed profusely. Fortunately, having attained the status of a sage, Laozi was protected by the power of sanctity, allowing him to swiftly mend his injuries. Nevertheless, he was gravely wounded, involuntarily spewing forth a long stream of blood. Collapsing to the ground like a kite severed from its string, Laozi lay on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion and shock, muttering, "How could this be so powerful? What on earth is happening?" Observing this scene, a chill flickered across the stern visage of Tongtian, and a frigid voice emerged from between clenched teeth. "Humph, Laozi, given the circumstances, do you still intend to remain so obstinate? Reflect carefully on how you might make amends to quell this matter." Upon hearing these words, a surge of rage welled up within Laozi. Yet, his body was already severely injured, and he felt his vitality surge uncontrollably, forcing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he cursed inwardly. "Compensation? Compensation for what? To expect me to surrender the fate of humanity is nothing short of a pipe dream." However, facing the aggressive and imposing presence of Tongtian, Laozi was acutely aware of his absolute disadvantage. To confront him directly would likely lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, surrendering the hard-earned fate of humanity to the threats of another was an unacceptable notion. Thus, despite the fury boiling within, Laozi maintained a facade of silence, opting for a stoic response. Seeing Laozi's lack of reaction, as if dismissing his words entirely, Tongtian's anger intensified. His eyes widened as he bellowed. "Very well, since you refuse to heed my offer, do not blame me for being merciless. Let us proceed thus. You currently hold 2/10 of humanity's fate. If you swear before the heavenly Tao to willingly return 1/10 to Niwa, and from this day forth, refrain from any means of increasing or seizing humanity's fate, perhaps I might consider letting you off. This is not a negotiation. It is a formal notification, should you dare to refuse. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness in sending you to face the heavenly Tao, and do not forget, I am your elder brother. There must be a distinction of seniority at this moment." Laozi trembled involuntarily, his heart a tumult of emotions, a blend of fear of death and uncontainable rage. He widened his eyes, fixating on the front, contemplating inwardly. How could I wish for death? Even if rebirth is possible, it entails suffering and torment. Moreover, who desires to face death when one can live in peace, especially in such a humiliating manner? However, the situation was dire, facing the formidable presence of his elder brother, who instilled fear. Laozi knew he had no room for resistance. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "As you command, elder brother, I shall swear." With that, Laozi slowly raised his head, taking a deep breath. He proclaimed, "O heavenly Tao, I, Laozi, vow today. Henceforth, should humanity's fate amount to 1/10, I shall not add even a fraction, nor will I seize it. Should I violate this oath, may I suffer the wrath of heaven. My soul scattered, and never find rebirth." As his words fell, a dazzling flash of lightning illuminated the sky, as if the heavenly Tao responded to Laozi's vow. Thus, Laozi's oath was officially enacted. Once Laozi completed his oath, Niwa, standing beside Tongtian, spoke. "Thank you, Laozi." Both Tongtian and Niwa understood the urgency of their departure. Remaining any longer could provoke a rash act that might lead to Laozi's demise, risking the intervention of the heavenly Tao. At their current strength, they were far from a match. Thus, they had to endure and bide their time to in the present world. The Janeo island of the Jie sect thrived, overflowing with people almost to the point of bursting the island. The scene was truly breathtaking. The phrase 10,000 immortals paying homage was not merely an empty saying. Notable figures from the future, such as the 4 saints of Jiulong Island, the 10 heavenly lords, Luo Xian and Eliu, gathered here, devoted to their rigorous cultivation. Moreover, even the 3 generations of disciples from the Jie sect, including the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit and disciples like Yu Yuan from the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, convened on this mystical and spiritually rich island. Meanwhile, in the Western world, the 2 figures, Jane and Junti, gazed longingly towards the east as they watched the 3 purities establish their sects and successfully attain sagehood. Their restlessness grew increasingly difficult to suppress. Although the 3 purities had now parted ways, they were fundamentally united under the Eastern teaching. Little did the 2 Western leaders know that when Laozi first achieved sagehood, he had already endured a merciless lesson from Tongtian as Laozi solemnly swore before the supreme heavenly Tao, declaring that he could only claim 1/10 of humanity's fate. The 2 in the West were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events surrounding Laozi. After prolonged contemplation and deep reflection, Jane finally spoke. "If we wish to ascend to the exalted position of a sage, we must establish our own sect." His gaze was profound and grave, as if he foresaw the numerous challenges and obstacles that lay ahead. Junti nodded slightly in agreement. "Indeed, what my elder brother says is most reasonable. Yet, upon what doctrine should we base our sect?" After a brief silence, Jane continued, "In my recent observations of the Western lands, I have found them barren and resource-deprived, with the populace enduring great hardship. Thus, I believe we should establish a sect centered on great compassion, to guide these suffering beings and liberate the entire West from suffering and adversity." His face bore a hint of compassion. Hearing this, Zhuani's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Haha, my elder brother's insight is truly remarkable. I propose we name this sect Western Teaching. We shall widely recruit disciples, regardless of status or aptitude. As long as they harbor compassion in their hearts, they may join our sect. In this way, we shall rescue more beings trapped in suffering." Thus, The two great figures of the West swiftly clarified their intentions and began preparations to establish their sect at that moment. They simultaneously inhaled deeply, exchanged a knowing glance, and together proclaimed, "Today, we, Jin and Zhui, in accordance with the will of the heavenly Tao, hereby establish the Western teaching. Our doctrine is equality, compassion, and the salvation of all beings. We vow to eradicate the myriad sufferings in this primordial world and dispel the calamities that pervade the heavens and the earth. May all things in the world bask in the resplendent glow of peace and tranquility." Their voices resonate like thunderous bells, echoing through the heavens, reverberating across the vast primordial continent. Subsequently, the guide spoke once more. "Our Western teaching shall embrace disciples from all corners of the world with an expansive heart. Regardless of noble or humble origins, whether one is deeply rooted in understanding or merely skimming the surface, as long as one harbors the aspiration to seek the way, they may enter our fold and become a member of our Western doctrine." As these words fell from his lips, the auspicious light in the sky and the golden radiance of the Buddha intensified, seemingly celebrating the establishment of the new Western teaching. The figures of the guide and the virtuous sage appeared increasingly majestic and imposing amidst this brilliance, instilling a sense of reverence in the hearts of all. With their solemn vows crashing down like thunder, a deafening roar erupted between heaven and earth, as if the celestial Tao responded solemnly to their establishment of the teaching. A dazzling golden light of merit descended like a meteor, splitting into two streams that swiftly entered the bodies of the guide and the virtuous sage. However, due to the arid and barren nature of the Western lands and the fragile foundation of the two, though this merit was as vast as the ocean, it was insufficient for them to immediately merge with the primordial purple chi and attain sanctity like a phoenix reborn. The guide furrowed his brow, deeply troubled, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Junior brother, our merit is but a drop in the ocean. We must seek another path." The virtuous sage's eyes gleamed with a steely determination as he replied, "Senior brother, let us vow to accumulate merit with a resolve as monumental as Mount Tai, striving for early sanctification." Thus, the guide and the virtuous sage jointly proclaimed, "We, Jin, Zhui, hereby establish 48 grand vows. If we attain supreme Bodhi and achieve true enlightenment, our Buddha realm shall be filled with immeasurable and inconceivable merit and grandeur, devoid of hell, hungry ghosts, beasts, or any creatures that crawl and fly. All sentient beings, even those from the three evil paths of the Azura realm, who come to our realm in the next life, shall receive the transformation of our Buddha's teachings and may achieve Anattara Bodhi, never to fall into the evil paths again. When I become a Buddha, all sentient beings from the 10 directions who can be reborn in my realm shall possess bodies of pure golden hue, exhibiting the 32 marks of a great man, dignified and immaculate, with no distinction. Should there be any with varying appearances, whether fair or foul, I shall not attain true enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, all beings reborn in my land shall be aware of their destinies over countless eons, understanding their deeds of good and evil, and shall possess insight, hearing, and knowledge of past, present, and future events. If this vow cannot be fulfilled, I shall not attain true enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, should the wisdom and eloquence of the Bodhisattvas in my realm be limited, I shall not attain true enlightenment. May our Western teaching flourish and widely liberate sentient beings, allowing all to escape the sea of suffering and attain the fruition of their practice. Should anyone violate this vow, we willingly accept the heavenly punishment, never to attain sanctity for eternity." As these 48 grand vows resounded like thunder across the heavens and the earth, the entire world seemed to tremble in response. Soon after, a deafening and soul-stirring roar erupted, akin to a stampede of 10,000 horses or the might of crashing waves, compelling all to glance in its direction. Amidst this heart-pounding tumult, countless dazzling golden rays of merit cascaded from the heavens like a torrential downpour. These rays of merit resembled colossal golden dragons, coiling and spiraling toward the guide and the virtuous sage, swiftly merging into their beings. Utilizing this unique method of borrowing merit, the guide and the virtuous sage successfully embarked on the path to sanctification. However, despite achieving the status of sages, their strengths differed. The guide, through this fortuitous encounter, barely reached the second heaven of sagehood, whereas the virtuous sage fared far worse.